centers to begin with. I'm in Miami. If you spend time in Los Angeles, for example, you can use the 5 or the 5. There is no public transit to speak of. That's also true in Miami, too. A lot of these cities, unless you're living in New York or Washington, D.C., they don't have the infrastructure to get people literally around their cities, let alone to high-speed rail. So that's got to be tackled, too.
Absolutely. All right, great piece. Sam Brock, thank you so much. And that's a wrap for this hour. Coverage picks up right now. We're coming on air with brand new details just since we've been on the air about that horrific shooting at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. We'll tell you about letters he sent to the schools around the country while police still search for a motive. Then the fighting intensifying, the human toll catastrophic as we are now 2 months into the Israel-Hamas war, the impact in the region and here at home on this first night of Hanukkah. Plus, the wild weather in the West turning even more deadly tonight, and it's not letting up anytime soon. We'll tell you where it's headed next. And the Biden administration delaying a ban on menthol cigarettes, long believed to be marketed to Black Americans. We'll tell you about this escalating fight between politics and public health. Plus, we're just hearing from the woman who went to court and won the right to have an abortion in Texas, her reaction to the judge's ruling, just ahead. Hi, I'm Christine Romans. I'm in for Hallie tonight. And we're coming on the air with new details about the man police say stormed into a building at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, killed 3 people. Police telling us just in the last hour that before the gunman carried out the shooting, he sent out 22 letters to universities all across the country, with at least one of the letters containing an unknown white substance. That, as we're also learning, 67-year-old Anthony Polito applied for a job at the school but wasn't hired, though same officials adding the job application wasn't recent. And we can confirm tonight the identities of 2 of the victims in this shooting, Professor Shahjahan Jerry Chang, age 64, and Assistant Professor Patricia Navarro. She was 39. The 3rd victim is not being named until police can notify the next of kin. The shooting took place just miles from the worst mass murder in modern American history at a Vegas music festival in 2017, where 60 people were killed. One student reflecting to NBC News after he survived both attacks.
You know, I feel like at this point as a society, we're like normalized to it now. You know, everybody was just standing out here calling their parents and whatnot. Yeah, some people crying, but it was like, we were like desensitized to it.
Desensitized to it. NBC's Dana Griffin is following this from Las Vegas. What else are you learning about the suspect in the shooting?
So, Christine, we've learned that this suspect had a target list, including staff from UNLV, also Eastern Carolina University, where he previously worked for nearly 17 years. Investigators say, however, none of the victims were on that list. We've also learned that they served a search warrant at his home in Henderson, Nevada, where they say he had financial troubles. He had an eviction notice on his front door and also left behind a will and testament. Investigators also credited the 2 detectives, the campus police officers who rushed in when everyone was running away to save lives. They say they also ran into, the victim on the 5th floor ran into another officer who drove that victim to an arriving ambulance, and that likely saved that person's life. Right now, we're learning new details about what he was carrying. Investigators said it was a 9mm handgun. He had 11 magazines, and they believe that this tragedy could have been far worse had he been able to go to the student union, which is what they believe was the next target, Christine.
So I know you've been on the ground there since the hours after the shooting happened. What are you hearing from the students who went through this?
You know, they are absolutely traumatized. Several of them waited for hours for police to come in and rescue them, to give the all clear. We've seen videos with people emotional, hugging, crying. I spoke with one student. He met with his professor just moments before that shooting. He said his professor actually went to the restroom, and he has yet to hear from his professor. But he took a video showing him and 3 other staff members that were huddled in a room. Take a listen. So that was very quick, but you heard the warning siren and those 2 shots that clearly jolted everyone inside that room. He says he was so afraid that he thought the shooter was coming to his room next. He texted his mom because he said he thought he was going to die. Listen to what else he told me.
I was not ready to die, but ready to die.
Did you think about dying?
Yeah, of course, because the gunshot was so close. I feel like he's coming in, and the only thing you can do is praying that he doesn't pick this room.
And we've learned from police officers that there was a victim that was on the 5th floor. That's the level that he was on. So those shots came pretty close to where he was. Christine.
Wow, just terrifying. All right, Dana Griffin, thank you so much for that. Overseas now, where Israel is pushing deeper into Gaza with no signs of the ferocity in this war, now 2 months in, ending anytime soon. The Israeli military surrounding the heart of southern Gaza's main city and the home of one of Hamas's top leaders, who is thought to be hiding underground. The IDF also blowing up some of Hamas's tunnels. The military says, as we're learning about Israel's possible plans to flood the tunnels with seawater to destroy them. This as the humanitarian crisis growing more and more dire, coming into greater focus tonight. The United Nations top leader issuing a rare, dramatic, powerful warning of a, quote, humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and a complete breakdown there. As we're seeing new, heartbreaking images like this one, this is a man holding the body of a child outside of a hospital morgue in southern Gaza. I want to bring in Hala Garani in Jerusalem, and that awful, heartbreaking picture is repeated over and over and over again. Hala, we heard international aid groups describe Gaza today as, quote, not survivable. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken just said there's a gap between the intent to protect civilians and actual results. What more do we know about what it's like right now inside Gaza?
Right, and in fact, the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, spoke with one of the senior advisors of the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, and reiterated the U.S.'s call to protect civilians, to try to minimize the civilian casualty and death rate. The health ministry in Gaza has announced that over 17,000 Palestinians have been killed now since October 7th, thousands and thousands of children as well. The health system has completely collapsed in the north. It is collapsing in the south, where it has become essentially unlivable for many people, because so many of the hundreds of thousands of residents of the northern part of the Strip evacuated south on the orders of the Israeli military. And now we are seeing airstrikes on Khan Yunis, for instance, which is the main city in the south. The Israeli military arguing that this is a Hamas command and control center, but it is a densely populated area with many internally displaced Palestinians. And so even just run-of-the-mill, ordinary illnesses are becoming, in some cases, lethal. Children with diarrhea, no diapers to change them, no medicine, no treatment for people with asthma, no treatment for people with skin conditions that are becoming extremely difficult to treat. And that is, of course, on top of those that are wounded and those that are severely injured in some of these airstrikes and the fighting in the Gaza Strip, Christine.
Oh, and Hala, there's so much attention to if and when we could see those tunnels, those Hamas tunnels flooded. What more can you tell us about that?
So we know that, according to satellite imagery, there seem to be some sort of pipe networks connected to the seawater going into the Gaza Strip. So technically speaking, there is the possibility that these could be used to flood the tunnels, the Hamas tunnels that Israel says are being used by the militants and the terrorist group underground. The question, of course, is technically it's not as easy as it looks. And there is the issue of hostages. There are 138 men and women still held by Hamas, some of whom, and most of whom, perhaps you could say, are believed to be underground. And you can imagine the anxiety that the families of these hostages are feeling when they hear of these potential plans to flood tunnels where their loved ones might be located. Interestingly, when the Israeli military is asked about these plans, it is not denying them or confirming them. And it appears as though it is certainly a tactic that's on the table for them, Christine.
Yeah. All right. Hala Garani. Thank you so much, Hala. All right. Former President Trump, just in the last hour, leaving a New York courtroom after a key witness for his defense testified that Mr. Trump and his company did not commit fraud. That going against everything we've heard from the New York Attorney General, who's arguing that valuations of those Trump properties were wildly and illegally inflated. The defense's expert, an NYU accounting professor, saying, quote, there is no evidence whatsoever for any accounting fraud. It seemed to be exactly what the former president wanted to hear.
This is a highly respected man. I don't know him. witness, and he found no fraud whatsoever. He found no accounting fraud whatsoever.
Those claims coming as the trial heads to a close. The former president himself is set to take the stand as the defense's final witness. That happens on Monday. NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos joins me now. Danny, this is just one expert, one defense expert going up against the entire New York AG case. How much weight does this NYU professor slash expert witness hold here?
Here's the thing about experts. They inject an element of risk, of randomness into a case, because sometimes you can take a case where the eyewitnesses or the fact witnesses are strongly one way or another. But now, when you turn a case into battle of the experts, because one side will have a very credentialed expert, and obviously the Trump side has an NYU professor, very credentialed expert. There's always the risk, maybe less so with a judge-only bench trial, but more so with a jury, that the jury will instead decide which expert they like best instead of weighing the facts properly the way they're supposed to. Obviously, much less of a risk with Justice Engoron because this is a bench trial, but at the same time, if Justice Engoron finds this witness to be persuasive, he could be persuaded. The reality is, though, that Justice Engoron already concluded that the Trump defendants committed fraud, and only the remaining issues largely revolve around damages, but there are remaining counts to be decided.
Sure. We know that the former president's going to take the stand again on Monday. Now, remember when he testified back in November, I mean, it's fair to say it went off the rails, right? I mean, it really annoyed the judge. What are the former president's lawyers thinking in putting him back up there again, do you think?
Their strategy is that, in all likelihood, there's some piece of evidence that they think they can only get from Donald Trump. I don't think it's a situation where they think he's their strongest witness, so they put him on last. And then, of course, there's always the possibility that Donald Trump himself demanded to testify and to testify last. While the lawyers are in charge of the strategy and tactics, it is ultimately up to a client whether or not he or she wants to testify, particularly in a criminal case. So Donald Trump may just want to get up there on the stand. Strategically, though, if you've had all of these cerebral academic types, and then you've had the Deutsche Bank executives, and it's been so quiet and peaceful in that courtroom, do you really want to end with a bang with the most antagonizing witness, the witness that has most annoyed this judge, who is the sole fact finder in this case? I'm sure the lawyers have a good strategy for what they're doing, but there is some risk.
Yeah, of course. We're also getting news today, Danny, that an appeals court is keeping a pause on that order to dissolve Trump's businesses, at least until the end of the trial. The former president chalked this up as a big win. But is it just delaying the inevitable?
Yes, in a way. And it was a win that he already had. So, I mean, it really just continues the pause button on the dissolution of his business certificates. It could just be stalling the inevitable. But for Donald Trump, that could be a big win. In his mind, just getting through today till tomorrow is another day of delay and another day that he hasn't finally lost the case and had his business certificates canceled. But on the whole, no surprise here. The court realizes this is a drastic resolution to dissolve all of these businesses with all of their employees. So waiting for the outcome is the most prudent course.
Sure. All right, Danny Cevallos, we know you'll be walking us through all of it in the days ahead. Thanks so much, Danny. All right, tonight a major storm claiming the life of a third person found dead entangled in tree branches in a creek in Oregon as the Pacific Northwest grapples with the aftermath of the record-breaking rain that's poured down there this week, overflowing rivers, causing major flooding, as this other storm barrels through the region today. Today, it's mountain snow that's added into the mix for states like Washington, Oregon, Northern California. The storm's supposed to move more into the Rocky Mountains tomorrow, bringing more snow with it, up to 6 inches expected in some parts of Wyoming and Colorado. And then it'll move again. Strong thunderstorms forecast for parts of the South, with large hail posing a big risk. I want to bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns now.
That was a lot, Christine.
That's a lot. That was a lot. There's a lot going on in your beat today, sir. The Pacific Northwest just can't catch a break. Looks like the storm is picking up again in the next few days. Landslides possible? What can people expect?
It is possible. We think the rivers this time will stay within their banks, though, unlike what we dealt with 2 days ago. So this was today. So these are all just showers. We had some steadier rains in California with some snow in the high elevations, but this wasn't a big deal. The storm that's going to come in on Saturday has a little more punch to it, and it's really only going to be from like the central Oregon coastline northward. So about Medford southwards into California, you're pretty much dry. But this is where it's going to pour. And once again, we'll be concerned with the Olympics, the Cascades. This storm's a little colder. The snow levels are a little bit lower, so we could see more snow. That's good. The last time the snow levels were super high, so we had melting snow plus rain. This time we're going to get snow, and that's fine. That doesn't head into the rivers until the springtime. But at 5 p.m. Saturday is kind of the worst of it. Then it weakens a little bit and shifts by Seattle. You're fine all the way down through just about Portland by Sunday morning. Then it's more shifting southwards down I-5. So what does it all mean? Rainfall totals could be as high as 2 to 3 inches here. And again, the ground's saturated. Rivers are still high, but I don't think this is going to be enough to get what we call major flooding, maybe some minor flooding in some of the rivers. And the high elevations will get some snow out of this. So it hasn't been great so far this early winter season. It's been way too warm throughout all the Intermountain West. This is a colder pattern and a little bit of snow. So that's some good news there, Christine.
And so it's headed east. So tell us what that's going to mean for all of our friends and family in the Midwest and then out here on the East Coast.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see too much in the way of damage as far as like power outages go. It'll be isolated. So this is where the storm is on Friday. Saturday, the storm swings down here through the Gulf Coast. It picks up moisture off the Gulf, pretty kind of classic scenario where we're going to see a severe weather risk. This is not looking widespread. This is not looking like a tornado outbreak, isolated wind damage. And then it'll be a windswept rain heading through the East Coast on Sunday. It's going to be warm. It's going to be windy. Cold front goes through, and then the wind switches direction, and it gets really cold, maybe even enough for a burst of snow in central Pennsylvania and upstate New York. So the first concern, severe weather. This is Saturday. Houston, all of Louisiana, southern portions of Arkansas, up to Memphis and the western half there of Mississippi. And as far as what we're going to deal with snow, this is going to go rain to snow late Sunday. Much western New York, central New York, and the Adirondacks, maybe a little bit of the northern mountains there in Vermont could get enough for plowable snows too. So we got our hands full. It's going to be a pretty wild weekend. Not a good time to be trying to fly on the East Coast come Sunday. A lot of bumpy flights and probably a lot of delayed flights too.
Yeah, you got like 16 weather reports in that one weather report there, right?
Yes.
All right. Bill Cairns, thanks so much. All right, the Biden administration delaying a ban on menthol cigarettes yet again as it faces scrutiny from both sides. The tobacco industry and some civil rights groups argue a ban would anger black smokers who use menthol cigarettes more than white smokers do, which could be a big deal with the election ahead. On the other side, there's public health experts saying this needs to happen now, saying research shows it could save up to 654,000 lives within 40 years, including 255,000 black Americans. Menthol in cigarettes or other smoking products creates this cooling, minty flavor that makes it easier to smoke and harder to quit, frankly. The Biden administration seems to know just how fragile this issue is. It's trying to make the delay on the down low. Just updating on the website that any final ban won't happen until March of next year, rather the end of this year. Let's bring in Ali Rafa from outside the White House. Nice to see you. The Biden isn't the first president who's had his run-in with these lobbyists. As you know, former President Trump did the same thing, walking back his ban on e-cigs after lobbyists warned him it'll affect voters. So is this politics? What's the argument here?
Yeah, Christine, it's not every day that you get to look at a public health issue through a political lens, but that's exactly what's happening here because this extension, this postponement by the Biden administration to now, as you said, slated to look at this and finalize these rules in March that the FDA sent to them back in October, that's frustrating a lot of public health advocates who say that this should have been done over a decade ago. And each day that goes by that this isn't done and finalized, more lives that could be saved are risked. And they say that they expect years of potential legal challenges to even hold this up once this eventually does happen, if it does, by the Biden administration. And while the Biden administration isn't exactly explaining the reasoning behind this delay, it's important to note the backdrop that this decision comes against. You talked about those past administrations, past presidents who have tried similar actions, all of those those failed or these actions not coming to fruition based on the original promises because of political pressure from the industry or experts. And we are seeing now that there are concerns and pressure among Democrats based on the president's popularity and his poll numbers among Black voters, with where he stands right now in a head-to-head matchup against former President Trump. If you look at our November NBC News poll that shows among Black voters, the president now holds a much smaller lead against the former president than he did in 2020. And Black voters who really propelled for President Biden to win in 2020 are who are expected to be the most impacted if this ban does go into effect. So there is still a lot to argue on both sides. Public health advocates saying that this should have been done a long time ago. It needs to happen ASAP to save lives. And then you have opponents of this decision, many of them in the tobacco industry, but also several prominent civil rights leaders saying that banning these menthol cigarettes that are most popular among Black smokers over white smokers, they say that that will lead to an underground arena to be able to sell these and to be able to access these menthol cigarettes. And they say that that will lead to a disproportionate targeting by the police of these Black smokers.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that angle. All right, just a complicated issue. Allie, thank you so much. All right, just when you thought it was over, Republican presidential hopefuls will have 2 more chances to debate in January. The announcement comes as the dust is settling after last night's debate, and the questions remain: did anyone on that stage move the needle or convince voters? And can any of them get even close to Donald Trump? Nikki Haley was the main target last night, getting a bit of the front-runner treatment from Ron DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy.
We know from her history, Nikki will cave to those big donors when it counts.
The only person more fascist than the Biden regime now is Nikki Haley.
I love all the attention, fellas. Thank you for that.
Except for your little speech in the beginning, we've had these 3 acting as if the race is between the 4 of us.
Chris Christie there pointing to the reality that former President Trump is still leading this field by huge margins. New polling from the Wall Street Journal showing it's Trump, just Trump up there, and then everyone else far behind. Shaquille Brewster is joining us now. We all thought last night was the final debate before the Iowa caucuses. Now there are 2 more on the calendar. The first debate just days before the Iowa caucuses, the second only a week before the New Hampshire primary. And Donald Trump, with that kind of a lead, he doesn't have to show up.
He doesn't have to show up, and he's already declared that, or at least sources with his campaign have already declared that he is not going to show up. I believe the phrase was "no way" to one of our campaign embeds. And, you know, if you were concerned about not being able to see these candidates compete on stage again, well, yes, you now have the opportunity to see them again one more time before the Iowa caucuses and then another time before the New Hampshire primary. The polling threshold to make that debate stage will be a little bit higher this time around. It was 6% for last night's debate. This time it will be 10%. The only exception is any of the top 3 finalists or finishers in Iowa will be able to get on the stage in New Hampshire. So you can likely see, or you would likely see, a smaller debate stage, but this is another opportunity for these candidates to confront one another, and this time it will be days before voters begin to have their say.
But confront one another. I mean, also about last night, Chris Christie was the only candidate who said anything about former President Trump. I mean, do they have to be careful? Is there a feeling, these other candidates, that they have to be very careful about offending Trump supporters? Because even if Trump isn't in the room, his supporters are.
Yeah, that's exactly the case. And Chris Christie has some leeway here. He has some rope, so to speak, because he's already unpopular, not just among all voters, but even among Republicans. More Republicans disapproving of him or disliking him than approving of him when you look at most of that polling. So he has a little bit more flexibility to just tell it as it is and tell it as he sees it. The other candidates don't. They want that support from former Trump voters. They want people who are considering the former president, or who weren't completely with him in the past, to come on to their side. So that's why you hear their tone on that debate stage. You have DeSantis, for example, mentioning, I think 80 is a little bit too old to run for president. talking about Biden, but also, by the way, referring to former President Trump, or Nikki Haley talking about chaos and saying she's not chaos, she's no drama. She's not just talking about the current president, but she's also making a nod to the chaos, the political chaos that we saw under the Trump administration. So you really get a sense of that sensitivity there on that stage. It's all about the person leading the field.
Absolutely. Oh, and Shaq, it's just going to get more interesting from here, right? I mean, the votes start in just a matter of weeks, really. Shaquille Brewster, thank you so much. Nice to see you. All right, coming up, a new lawsuit tonight against Succession star Alan Ruck, why he's being accused of negligence in that Hollywood pizzeria crash. Plus, a group of tourists landing in cold water in Venice would apparently cause their gondola to flip over.
It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
All right, a legal win in Texas today with a judge ruling in favor of a woman seeking an emergency abortion. The lawsuit was filed by Kate Cox, a 31-year-old mother of two, requesting the right to an emergency abortion after doctors told her the fetus she is carrying has a fatal condition. Texas has been at the forefront of states that restrict abortion, and state law prohibits almost all abortions with very few exceptions. Now, this is one of the first cases where a pregnant person is asking a court for an emergency abortion since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Marissa Parra has been following this story for us, is joining me now. Marissa, I understand we just heard from Kate Cox. Walk us through the details of this case and her story, what she's saying about the ruling.
Hey, Christine. Well, in short, the ruling is that a plaintiff can end her pregnancy here in Texas. And this is historic, as you mentioned, because while this is far from the first legal battle since the overturning of Roe versus Wade, this is the first time that we're seeing an attempt to seek a court-ordered abortion. Now, we did see a response from the Texas Attorney General, and in part, they were admonishing not just the lawsuit, but the decision from the judge. And they also sent out a stern warning to anyone thinking of doing the same, anyone participating in the upcoming impending abortion here, warning of all of the consequences associated with that. We're talking about legal fees of tens of thousands of dollars. We're talking about felony charges as well as prison time. And we'll get to the nuances of that in just a moment. But I want to take you to the words from the Texas judge this morning, shortly before that hearing wrapped up. In part, this judge had said, quote, "The idea that Ms. Cox is so desperately wanting to be a parent, this law may have her lose that ability is shocking and would be a genuine miscarriage of justice." So something that's really unique about this case, because remember, there was another lawsuit filed in Texas by 20 women that was filed in March, and they're still waiting for a decision on that. That's not expected to come down until next summer. So this was filed on Tuesday. We got a decision within 2 days, and that's because of the emergency nature of this. So to understand that, we want to discuss the background here. Kate Cox, 20 weeks pregnant. She is carrying a fetus who has trisomy 18, and this is a condition that roughly 90 to 95% of babies do not survive within their first year. Doctors told her that according to state law, she had to carry out this pregnancy, even though they said it would not only put her life at risk, her future fertility at risk. This is why they were able to file this emergency motion as an emergency medical case, Christine.
Just terrifying for her. Now, what does this mean going forward for any other women who might be in a similar situation in Texas or elsewhere? I mean, is this a kind of thing where you have to go hire a lawyer and go to court?
Yeah, a lot of questions about what happens next. I want to take you to a very emotional interview that was done, not just with the legal team representing Kate Cox, but the plaintiff herself, because as they mentioned several times today, this was some way a legal win for them, but also frustrating that they felt like they even needed to have to go through these efforts, but just in general, an emotional time for everyone. Take a listen.
Even with, being hopeful with the decision that came from the hearing this morning, there's still, we're going through the loss of a child. There's no outcome here that I take home my healthy baby girl, so it's hard, just, grief, but I think that, joy and grief can coexist, and there's moments of joy. I say I'm really grateful for my wonderful 2 children that I have and my wonderful family.
So you asked some very important questions, Christine. When it comes to the path forward here and how this impacts other women, I will state the judge's ruling today only impacts specifically Kate Cox and her medical team, the physicians associated with that. And this expires in 14 days, that temporary restraining order. But in terms of the path forward, a couple of important things I need to point out. One, if we have other women in a similar emergency case in a different district and a different judge has a different ruling, they actually could potentially have a path forward because of today's district judge's ruling. The other factor here is there's a lot of questions on what the state might do. Can they file an appeal? Those are all things that are currently being discussed and looked at. But we know because of the emergency nature of this, that would be something that would have to move rather quickly, Christine. And then finally, given the response from the state, it does seem like they were threatening to take action on anyone who does move forward with what seems like an impending abortion in Kate Cox's case. And of course, that is something that everyone is waiting to find out if that's something they're going to do after this temporary restraining order expires in 14 days. Christine?
All right, Marissa Parra, difficult story. Thank you so much. All right, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a big donor is planning to withdraw $100 million in funding from the University of Pennsylvania. The CEO of Stone Ridge says the school's president has, quote, enabled and encouraged anti-Semitism, and says he's pulling the donation unless Penn's leadership and values change. Remember, Penn's president testified on Capitol Hill this week about anti-Semitism on college campuses. She has been criticized for some of her comments at that hearing and has since responded, saying a call for genocide of Jewish people is, quote, evil, plain and simple. Now, Number 2, actor Alan Ruck getting sued for allegedly causing a chain reaction accident in Hollywood that left a driver with severe injuries and damage to pizzeria. The crash happened back in October. The driver's lawyers say Ruck was negligent. He's seeking unspecified damages from the actor. Ruck's representatives did not immediately respond to NBC's request for comment. Number 3, NFL player Hayden Hurst of the Carolina Panthers has been diagnosed with post-traumatic amnesia after getting hurt in a game. This is according to his dad. People with post-traumatic amnesia can feel disoriented and they can't remember things. Hurst posted on social media that he had a nasty concussion about a month ago and he can't remember up to 4 hours after the game, but says his career isn't over. Number 4, this right here is a peek at the menu of Cosmics. That's McDonald's new space-themed spin-off focusing on breakfast and snack foods and drinks. It's things like s'mores cold brew, spicy queso sandwich, their hash brown bites. First location is opening this month in Illinois. McDonald's probably hoping Cosmics is out of this world. Number 5, Pantone's 2024 color of the year is Peach Fuzz. Yep, you can see it right here. There it is, Peach Fuzz. Pantone calls it velvety, gentle peach tone that enriches mind, body, and soul. It is supposed to, I guess, be a key of forecast what we'll see in the upcoming year. All right, when we come back, the mysterious disappearance of hundreds of North Koreans, what a rights group says likely happened to them after being deported from China. Plus, a state of emergency tonight in the Seychelles after a major explosion. More on that later in the Global.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours since the Iowa caucuses by the Hammers with everything.
All right, it just did too.
All right, tonight, a puzzling disappearing act as up to 600 North Koreans have apparently vanished after they were deported from China back to North Korea. They've not been heard from at all since leaving China in October in what a South Korean rights group says is the largest mass repatriation of its kind in years. The rights group also saying today that they're most likely facing prison and abuse at the hands of authorities because they'll be branded as criminals and traitors by North Korea, and it's urging the U.S. and other governments around the world to condemn China's actions. Josh Letterman joins me now. Josh, we don't know all of the identities of these people, but more than 70% are said to be women, putting them even more at risk for sexual and gender-based violence in the North, right?
Yeah, that's right. And not only that, Christine, but according to the Transitional Justice Working Group, which is this human rights group based in South Korea, many of these individuals could face other consequences, such as incarceration in concentration camps in North Korea, forced abortion, or even executions. And so that is a real concern. It's also a problem, according to that rights group, that many of these deportations are really breaking up families, because a lot of these women are leaving behind children or husbands back in China. And the other fear here is that there's about another estimated 1,500 North Koreans who are currently detained in China. The fear is there could be even more of these forced deportations back to North Korea, where these people could simply vanish, especially given that the North Korean border is now once again open after several years where it was closed during COVID.
So just what are the possible courses of action, I guess, for the international community to intervene or to help in a situation like this?
Yeah, it's tough because, as we've seen from the nuclear issue, North Korea kind of does what it wants to do, and it's very hard to hold them accountable. And so the South Koreans, they have protested to China over this. We've heard the United Nations say China and every other country should not be deporting people back to countries where they could face execution. And we've also heard, of course, from a panoply of human rights groups about this. The real hope is that while North Korea may not care what anybody thinks about its behavior, China does care about its image on the world stage, may be susceptible to some of this public pressure campaign, particularly in terms of not deporting even more North Koreans back to China, where they could face these types of consequences. Christine.
All right, Josh Letterman, nice to see you. Thank you so much for that. All right, NBC covers hundreds of international stories each day, and because it's tough to read, watch, or listen to all of them, our international teams have done it for you. Here are some things they're keeping an eye on in a segment we call The Global. Out of the Seychelles, the president declaring a state of emergency after 2 disasters. 3 people died from flooding after heavy rain, and an explosion flattened an explosives depot. That blast hurt almost 200 people. It wrecked buildings and trees and left a large crater. From Greece, that country's prime minister meeting with Turkey's president in a major step toward reconciliation. After years of strained relations, the 2 countries spent an intense day signing over a dozen cooperation deals. Turkish President Erdogan says they want to convert the Aegean into a sea of peace. And out of Italy, a group of tourists fell out of their gondola while riding down a canal in Venice. Why? According to some reports, they were taking selfies. Local media says they ignored multiple orders to sit down and stop taking the photos. No one was hurt. That's quite a selfie. A golf shakeup today. We're just learning about in the last few minutes. The reigning Masters champion just announcing on Fox News he's leaving the PGA Tour for the Saudi-backed Live Golf at a pretty crucial moment. We're talking about Jon Rahm, and timing is key here because the PGA Tour and the Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, which backs Live, have until the end of the year to finalize a potential deal to join forces. So this new coup, if you will, raises questions on why now? Remember, this is basically the golf wars. Liv poached several star players from the PGA Tour, offering some deals worth $100 million or more, money the tour doesn't really have, which is why this really sent shockwaves through the industry and the country, really. And what may be more surprising is that Rahm would even take a deal in the first place. He's been pretty outspoken in the past that he does not want to play for Live Golf. Listen.
My heart is with the PGA Tour. Will my lifestyle change if I got $400 million? No, it will not change one bit. I want to play against the best in the world in a format that's been going on for hundreds of years.
All right, Rahm hasn't responded to NBC News' request for comment on the move. Let's bring in NBC's tech and data reporter, Brian Chung. Liv takes this huge player from the PGA Tour. What is this going to do?
Yeah, I mean, Christine, a giant in the sport. We're talking about someone, as you mentioned, the reigning Masters champion. When it comes to the story here, as you mentioned, a lot of this is just simply money. We're talking about Saudi Arabia. Their public investment fund reportedly has $720 billion that they could use to throw at players as part of their initiative to get Liv big. But a lot of this also has to do with the looming merger of the PGA Tour in addition to Liv Golf. And this is happening at a time where there's a a big crunch because the merger has to be done by December 31st, which if you're looking at the calendar, there's not many days. You could read perhaps the interpretation here being that John Rahm might be leaving with the concerns that this merger might not go through, and that maybe you do the cash grab now. Again, that's one interpretation of it, because the whole idea here is that it would be moot if LIV and PGA were to merge anyway. Why would you leave if you just ended up coming back to the same entity anyway? But again, it usually comes back down to money. We've seen other big names like the likes of Phil Mickelson leave for the LIV Golf Tour, and they've been making it very clear with the money that's there and the hype around it, the expectation is that more golfers could head over there as well.
So we have players now who have gone to LIV and some that have stayed with the tour. So do the people who didn't join LIV pull the short straw? How would that work if this partnership goes through? Yeah, well, again, a lot of this is just a bet on whether or not you think this deal is going to go through. Now, on one hand, we also have to recognize that there's a congressional probe into this potential merger. And if the merger is ultimately consummated, would there be any sort of regulatory scrutiny from the likes of the Federal Trade Commission or even the Department of Justice? So there's a lot of obstacles to getting this done. But for what it's worth, there are still a number of large names that are still associated with the PGA Tour, like Tiger Woods, and there's been an interesting kind of commentary around where he stands on this matter. He's been pretty vocal on the side of the PGA Tour, in some cases being characterized as essentially another mouthpiece for their stance on all of this. So The Athletic reporting and describing his latest comeback, Tiger's being, that it's a focus on the future of the PGA Tour, that he's represented himself as a politician, executive, talking confidently about the PGA Tour, answering questions about this potential merger. So all of this is kind of in alignment with Jay Monahan, who's the commissioner of the PGA Tour, during a very precarious time, and again, a time that's against the clock to try to get this deal done, Christine. I mean, you heard John Rahm say in that earlier clip that $400 million wouldn't change how he lived his life. I mean, but Brian, apparently it does, yeah. Would $400 million change how you live your life, Brian? I think so. I buy a few more shoes, perhaps. Yeah. Another pair of sneakers for Brian Cheng. Nice to see you. Thanks so much. All right, still to come, outrage online about a women's cycling event where transgender women took the top 2 spots on the winner's podium. What the woman who came in third is telling our team about all this attention. Next. Transgender athletes back in the spotlight tonight after 2 just took first and second place in a women's cycling event. That victory is sparking outrage from some online and reigniting conversations over how to best treat athletes who have transitioned, balancing inclusion and fairness. But not everybody is so concerned. Noah Pransky spoke with a competitor and has the story.
An amateur cycling race with 2 transgender women on the podium, once again producing outrage on social media and new arguments over the policies affecting transgender athletes. Criticism coming from the likes of Piers Morgan, Megan Kelly, and Martina Navratilova.
But you know who wasn't outraged? The woman who finished third. I think that it would be ridiculous to say that my life is being ruined by getting third in this. It would be ridiculous to sacrifice other people getting to have fun in a sport that they love on the weekends so that I could say I was the state champion.
Kristen Chalmers finished third to Tessa Johnson and Casey Williamson, both transgender, at the Illinois State Cyclocross Championships. Chalmers described the event as a warm-up race.
Yeah, I had a great race, and it would have been more boring if it had been a smaller field without such strong competitors in it.
She wants critics to know the 3 podium finishers, all friends. It was an amateur race with only 5 competitors, not an elite race. And there were lots of events at these championships that were not won by transgender women too. In fact, Kristen says she penned a letter with many of her fellow cisgender counterparts supporting the inclusion of their transgender teammates and competitors. But the outrage illustrates the challenging path forward for top sports federations as they try to balance inclusion and fairness.
It's a really emotional issue for a lot of people that garners a lot of attention.
Katie Barnes wrote a book on the issue and reports for ESPN.
It's worth noting that of the people that I spoke to who were at the event over the weekend, they talked about a really supportive environment for these transgender competitors.
Just like the World Rugby, Aquatics, and Track Federations have done recently, the International Cycling Body, UCI, revamped its policies this summer, mostly barring those who started puberty before their male-to-female transition from competing in women's races. But lower level, more casual cycling races like the Illinois event fall under USA Cycling rules, which provide for more inclusion.
Frankly, there isn't a ton of science on the topic in the way that we would hope that there would be to generate evidence-based policy.
That hasn't stopped 24 states from adopting new laws and regulations restricting transgender youth from participating on the school sports teams consistent with their gender identities. But to this third-place finisher, who says she only competes for fun while she pursues her medical degree, building community is more important than taking home a medal.
The cycling community is making a really strong statement that we care about inclusion, and our sport is better when we include everyone.
Noah Pransky joins us now. I'm so glad you reported and filed this story. So interesting, especially with all the noise online. Noah, the Biden administration announced a plan this past spring to regulate how trans athletes are treated in sports. Why haven't we heard anything about that?
So those were proposed rules. The final were supposed to come out this fall, but they received 134,000 comments during the comment period. They said they're taking their time to go through every comment to make sure their final language is perfect. The issue here, the proposal, they basically said they're going to bar blanket bans of youth athletes who happen to be trans, but they will allow it for specific cases when the issue of fairness or safety is on the line. So it'll basically be up, you can't have the state rules, but you will have local leagues and local school districts able to make their own rules. They say, again, getting this perfect is so important because there are so many people counting on this kind of rule.
Of course. All right, Noah, thanks so much. Sure. Right, coming up, if your holiday plans begrudgingly look more planes and automobiles than trains, stick around. We're talking about why rail travel in the U.S. isn't better in our original tonight. bring you today's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. And tonight we're talking about trains, which will become all the more important for one region in just a few months. New York's new congestion pricing set to go into effect early next year. That means it's going to cost you $15 just to drive into the busiest parts of Manhattan. It's all part of the push in recent years away from cars all across the country. The controversy also highlights the nation's many troubles with trains. Sam Brock has the story.
The United States, known for its open roads, but also its crazy traffic. From coast to coast, bumper to bumper gridlock, the bane of commuters' existence.
Getting into the city, it's a nightmare.
Now, New York City is trying to do something about it. You may have heard of it, congestion pricing.
Who's going to pay for it? The customers.
New details calling for a $15 a day charge for cars entering the central business district of downtown Manhattan. The goal? To reduce vehicles in the street, lower traffic and pollution, and direct more folks and funds to New York's famed subway and commuter rail system, still struggling to rebound from the pandemic. The proposal's hailed by city planners as a major step forward, but as some people in and around the city fuming.
From my point of view, it's the most stupid idea of doing that.
The debate pitting those frustrated with traffic.
I mean, I love it. I think we should get rid of cars.
There's way too many cars sometimes.
Against those who've soured on public transit.
Slow, dirty, dangerous.
Bringing a baby on Metro North and on the subway is just not that convenient.
Definitely security needs to step up.
I'm going to drive.
Begging the question, why aren't trains in the U.S. better? Well, the United States has more than 280 million cars. Americans drive more than 3 trillion, yes, trillion miles per year. And most Americans really don't have any other choice. The American Public Transportation Association says 45% have zero access to public transit, meaning it's the highway or no way. But that wasn't always the case. The U.S. was once home to 250,000 miles of busy railroad track crisscrossing the country.
The golden age of America's rail system, where we were the best rail system.
But then enter the automobile and America's interstate highway system. Train travel quickly moving into the rearview mirror.
Is the biggest peacetime enterprise ever undertaken.
I want to be clear, we were the best rail system at one point, and we're dismantled.
The government stepped in to try to keep things on track, creating Amtrak in the 1970s. But despite President Biden's consistent ridership over the decades,
I commuted every day.
Government data showing more than a quarter of trains arrived at their destinations late last year.
Amtrak has limped along from generation to generation, from year to year, from administration to administration.
And in a world where everything is getting faster, with high-speed bullet trains in Japan routinely whizzing at more than 200 miles an hour, Amtrak's trains, on the other hand, move on average at about 75 miles an hour. Plus, for most long-distance trips, Americans simply find air travel a cheaper, quicker option. Major investments to improve the status quo have been hard to come by. Back in New York, Amtrak's heavily used Northeast Regional Line uses the same tunnels as New Jersey's commuter rails to get into the Big Apple. But a $9 billion project to add capacity under the Hudson River was squashed more than a decade ago, leaving commuters either cramped in slow trains or stuck in the bottleneck of traffic. But experts say the tide might be turning.
In the last 4 or 5 years and decade, we have seen a resurgence of the demand for passenger rail in America.
The Biden administration announcing last month $16 billion to improve Amtrak service.
25 different projects. All to build the Northeast Corridor from Boston to Washington. It's part of my agenda to invest in America.
California officials also haven't given up on a high-speed LA to San Francisco route after years of delays, hoping to have one section operational by 2030. And private companies, once leaders in moving people by rail, are back at it again. Brightline says it expects millions to travel on their Miami to Orlando train, with plans to break ground on an LA to Las Vegas route in the coming years.
I'm really excited about where we're going to be. We're hoping to see a lot more movement on passenger rail in the next 5 to 10 to 20 years.
Sam Brock joins me now. I think I saw myself in some of that New Jersey Transit video you had on there, frustrated and delayed somewhere around Manhattan. You also have the news this week that the Biden administration will invest billions into 2 high-speed rail projects, one from LA to Vegas, the other stretching up and down California. How much of a game changer, Sam, could both of those projects be for the region?
Look, Christine, not all rail projects are created equal. We're talking about $6 billion total. One of those is a private rail system run by Brightline. This is going to be Brightline West. That is the one from the Los Angeles area to Las Vegas. And the reality of the situation with that project is it's basically project ready or shovel ready right now, which is to say the labor deals are done. The right-of-way issues have been resolved, things that really hold up these kinds of projects of that scale for years. And that is one that could make a big difference. There's an estimate of about 3 million vehicles being taken off of the road, and there's a blueprint for it already pretty much where I am from Miami to Orlando. The other project, the $3 billion, is going to a segment of high-speed rail for the state of California that's been in talks and in the works really since 2008, Christine. As you know, it hasn't been developed. The cost of that project ballooned initially from $30 billion to now more than $100 billion, and the Biden administration is basically providing about $3 billion for a small little section in central California. How much of a difference will that make long term? Not clear. But I will also add this. The big issue right now, beyond just high-speed rail, is how are people getting to transit centers to begin with? I'm in Miami. If you spend time in Los Angeles, for example, you can use the 5 or the 5. There is no public transit to speak of. That's also true in Miami, too. A lot of these cities, unless you're living in New York or Washington, D.C., they don't have the infrastructure to get people literally around their cities, let alone to high-speed rail. So that's got to be tackled, too.
Absolutely. All right. Great piece. Sam Brock, thank you so much. And that's a wrap for this hour. Coverage picks up right now.
Tonight, we're following that breaking news. Shots fired outside of a synagogue in New York just as Hanukkah begins. A man arrested after police say he opened fire with a shotgun outside of a synagogue in the capital city of Albany. While nearly 24 preschoolers were inside, authorities believe it was a targeted attack on the Jewish community. The synagogue and a nearby hospital were placed on lockdown. Police across the state stepping up patrols, but already on high alert after repeated warnings from the FBI over potential lone wolf attacks amid the war between Israel and Hamas. FBI Director Christopher Wray saying the terror threat is the highest it's been in more than a decade. Also, here it comes again, that deadly storm that brought flooding and damaging winds to the Pacific Northwest. So many affected, and now they're preparing to get slammed one more time. As a cross-country storm prepares to march east, snow and torrential rain expected from coast to coast, we have the timing and the track. Biden's alias email accounts? A House committee releasing records showing President Biden used private email addresses and multiple aliases to send hundreds of messages to his son Hunter and his son's business associates. Could this information play into Hunter's legal problems and how the president is responding tonight? Venezuela takeover. Venezuelan leader Nicolás Maduro threatening to annex an oil and mineral-rich portion of neighboring Guyana. The disputed land making up nearly 3/4 of the small South American country. Guyana now holding military drills at the border in a show of force. Brazil's President Lula also mobilizing troops to his border, but tonight urging peace, saying we don't need a war in South America. Record migrant numbers, 10,000 migrants crossing into the U.S. illegally on Tuesday, shattering a record for a single-day crossing. The crisis at the border also overwhelming U.S. cities. Officials in Denver struggling to find housing for thousands of migrants, and taxpayers are footing the potentially $100 million bill. Plus, a series of explosions in Colombia's Amazon jungle, how authorities are taking explosive measures to combat illegal gold mining there. And the toddler slipping past security and onto a baggage belt at the airport. Security cams spotting him riding onto different lanes and into restricted areas. The moment an airline employee jumped into action before he got hurt. Top story starts right now. Hey, good evening. Let's get right to that breaking news and the gunfire outside of a New York synagogue and what's now being investigated as a hate crime. Police in Albany say the suspect was making threats before opening fire with a shotgun just outside of the synagogue just a few hours before Hanukkah began. A preschool operating inside at the time. Luckily, no one was hurt, but an extremely distressing event for that synagogue that also was the target of a bomb threat just 3 months ago. Since the October 7th attack on Israel, police across New York State have stepped up patrols at houses of worship, especially at synagogues. The National Guard also on high alert on Capitol Hill this week. FBI Director Christopher Wray once again sounding the alarm over hate-fueled attacks on U.S. soil in the wake of the Israel-Hamas war. At one point saying, quote, look at this, I've never seen a time where all the threats, or so many of the threats, are all elevated all exactly at the same time. And it's not just the U.S. Communities across Europe lit menorahs for Hanukkah tonight, but it was amid a looming warning from the EU over potential terror attacks this holiday season. We'll get to all of that in a moment, but we begin with that breaking news and Emily Aketa in New York.
On the first night of Hanukkah, police across New York ramping up patrols at Jewish sites after gunfire caused a major scare at Temple Israel in Albany this afternoon.
Shotgun in his hoodie, be in the parking lot nearby. A report of one shot heard.
Officials say the suspect is a 28-year-old local who was walking around outside the synagogue and acting very suspicious.
According to witnesses, he fired off a round from his shotgun while making threatening statements.
Law enforcement now investigating the shooting as a hate crime.
We were told by responding officers that he made a comment, free Palestine.
On the synagogue's premises, 24 preschoolers. It was the director of the Early Childhood Center who first heard the shots and called 911, according to officials. The suspect, who has a rap sheet, was apprehended in a neighboring parking lot.
Thankfully, at this time, no one was injured in this incident. But the fear that it has wreaked, and the fear and the anxiety that it has caused, I know a lot of people are feeling really shaken right now.
Security had already been enhanced at synagogues, yeshivas, and community centers for the Jewish holiday, amid rising tensions stemming from the Israel-Hamas war. Just in September, the same location of today's gunfire faced a bomb threat.
All right, Emily Aketa joins us now live. Emily, you mentioned that suspect was taken into custody. Does he have a criminal history? What more do we know about him?
Yeah, the governor says he does have a rap sheet. Still a lot of unanswered questions, though, at this time. We know the suspect is a 28-year-old man, and they say he was local to the Albany area. He had fired off 2 shots, according to police, but they don't know in what direction. They say that he had dropped the gun before officers arrived to the scene and took him into custody. They say that there's a strong possibility he'll also be facing federal charges, Tom.
And then, Emily, what are officials saying about any ongoing threats following this incident?
So New York Governor Kathy Hochul says there are no ongoing threats at this time, but we're learning from her office tonight hate crimes across the board in New York in November were up 90% compared to last year, Tom.
Okay, Emily Aketa leading us off tonight, and those security fears are not just in New York, but of course all across the globe. European leaders warning of a, quote, huge risk of terrorist attacks, as the FBI director cautions the warning lights he saw before 9/11 are blinking everywhere he turns. But despite the risks, Jewish communities around the world vowing to find the light, of course, on the first night of Hanukkah. Here's Josh Letterman.
For centuries, the Hanukkah candles have been burning reminders about the triumph of religious freedom over fear, of light over darkness. But tonight, as Jews around the world light the first candle, they stand in the shadow of a new set of fears, surging anti-Semitism and an alarming threat of terrorism.
All the lights were blinking red before 9/11, apparently. Obviously, all of us missed it. Would you say that there's multiple blinking red lights out there?
I see blinking lights everywhere I turn.
FBI Director Chris Wray testifying the terror threat is higher than at any point since the war against ISIS a decade ago.
And by far and away, the biggest chunk of the tips and leads, which are coming in fast and constantly to us post-October 7th, the biggest chunk by far involve threats to the Jewish community.
Earlier this week, the Homeland Security Department issuing a guide to places of worship to protect themselves, with tips like trimming bushes where attackers could hide, and similar fears across Europe.
There is a huge risk of terrorist attacks in the European Union,
prompting the EU to devote more than $32 million to protecting places of worship. The French government urging extreme vigilance after a fatal terrorist attack over the weekend by a man who told police he was angry about the war. And London's Metropolitan Police telling NBC News they've made 75 arrests linked to the Israel-Hamas war, stemming from threats to both Jews and Muslims. While Jewish communities in the U.S. and Europe are deploying armed guards outside synagogues and Hanukkah celebrations. These symbols of Hanukkah are supposed to be a beacon of faith and perseverance, but they can quickly become targets for people who might act out of hatred or prejudice. But across the world tonight, Jewish communities vowing they will not cower in the dark. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz lighting the first candle at the Brandenburg Gate in the heart of Berlin, vowing to protect Jewish citizens. In Kiev's Maidan Square, the site of the 2014 Revolution of Dignity, families eating sufganiyot, traditional Hanukkah pastries, decorated with the Ukrainian flag. While in Washington, thousands watching as Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff lit the national menorah steps from the White House.
Since October 7th, that horrible day, I have been speaking out publicly as much as I can on what I am calling and what we know to be a crisis of anti-Semitism.
And in London's Trafalgar Square, the head of the UK's Jewish Leadership Council says communities have no choice but to be vigilant, but not silent.
Hanukkah is a symbol of pride, of light, one of the joyous festivals in the Jewish calendar, and we are asking people to be loud, proud and Jewish because we think that is the best antidote to the hate that we're seeing.
And with that, Josh Letterman joins us tonight from London. Josh, it is a tricky balance to strike, right? How communities across Europe are deciding whether it's safe to go ahead with Hanukkah celebrations.
That's right, Tom, and this has really divided some communities. One of the municipal governments in East London actually canceled the erection of their menorah in their part of the community, saying it would divide the community. They cited those tensions from the Gaza Strip and the war that Israel is fighting there. And there was a major blowback from the public. They eventually decided to reverse course. Most communities have decided to simply go forward. They say they do not want to capitulate to terrorism.
And then, Josh, while we have you here, you are in London. I had a chance to stop in London after my time in Israel covering the war on the onset. And I can remember being in Speaker's Corner there in Hyde Park where people sort of share ideas and debate. And there were some very heated debates, but it was peaceful. What is the temperature and sort of the mood like in London now with the war still ongoing?
Well, you definitely can tell that there is a heightened sense of tension here in London, Tom. You see anti-Israel protests in various parts of the city almost every day. There's clearly a heightened police presence around the city as we approach the Christmas holiday and the holiday season more broadly. And the Metropolitan Police say they are deploying more resources around the city and that people should expect to see more in law enforcement as they try to prevent anything bad from happening during this holiday season, Tom.
Okay, Josh, thank you for that. In Israel tonight, it is 2 months to the day since the war with Hamas began. Tonight, a rare interview with one of those hostages who was held by the terror group in Gaza. Her emotional return to the home she was kidnapped from, and her plea to get those remaining hostages back, including her own grandson. Richard Engels in Israel again tonight.
2 months after Hamas killed more than 1,200 people in Israel, the Israeli military is escalating its campaign to overthrow the group in Gaza. But for the 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza who can't leave, the war isn't the only danger. Hunger is spreading. Massive crowds gathered today outside a food distribution center. The UN is warning of a humanitarian catastrophe. Just across the border from Gaza, we visited the kibbutz Nir Oz, where on October 7th, Hamas fighters killed and kidnapped everyone they could find. Driven by her neighbor, Irina Tati returned this morning. The 73-year-old was held hostage by Hamas in Gaza and freed last week. She was overwhelmed by the damage. Her door is still smashed in. Hamas dragged her away from here. Irina came back to collect a prayer book for Hanukkah. Her neighbor, Rita Lifshitz, tells her Hamas is still firing rockets and she should go to the safe room if there's incoming. Irina badly wanted to see if her cat was still alive. She thought about the cat while a hostage, and when she found him, she smiled.
What's it like for you to come back here after all that you've been through?
Here I feel better, but not very well. I want the war to stop, she says. She did not want to talk about what happened to her while she was a captive. And Irina's 28-year-old grandson is still being held in Gaza. Hanukkah is a holiday of light. People close to us in Gaza must return home, she says. Hamas went house to house here for 8 agonizing hours before any rescue came. Residents locked themselves in their safe rooms. So Hamas set houses on fire to smoke them out. Rita says many here are furious at Hamas and the government.
How did it take 8 hours to have a response?
Why it took 8 hours? Because they didn't care. 6:30 they came in here.
Rita took me to the local post office, where the boxes have been marked with stickers.
This is one of the most disturbing images that I've seen in a long time. This post office, and on the boxes, red, killed, blue, returned, black, dead.
Yes.
And to be honest, there's not a lot of blue.
Next door is the cafeteria, where the tables are set for those who can't come, the dead and missing. 1 out of every 4 people who lived on this kibbutz was either murdered or taken hostage.
Now it's the first holiday of the kibbutz that is not happening, and we need to bring them back now.
All right, Richard joins us tonight from Jerusalem. Richard, I know you have some new reporting about efforts to secure another ceasefire, but before we get there, I want to pick up where your story ends. It is the first night of Hanukkah, and there's just so little to celebrate in that region. Talk to me about what you've experienced over the last 24 hours there, and your report was just so compelling with what you witnessed, you and your team today.
Well, on the kibbutz, I think there's one note of optimism, and that the people are determined to move back. They say they will rebuild, they will reform the community. It will never be the same. They want the people who are still held by Hamas to be freed. But either way, whether that happens or not, they're not willing to even consider the possibility that that won't happen. But either way, they want to continue living in that place. They formed such a bond, such a community before, and then after this, they want to go back to their homes.
And then talk to us about another potential ceasefire. Is there reason to be optimistic for that?
Not really. We know that there are still, and I've spoken to a negotiator directly involved in this process, there are still contacts. There are still some efforts to try and resume a ceasefire. But I was told that there is so far nothing serious yet. No serious conversations that could get us out of this crisis yet.
Finally, let's talk about Gaza. You mentioned in your piece there at the top the horror in Gaza right now, the UN warning of what they are calling a humanitarian catastrophe. What more are you hearing from inside Gaza tonight? And of course, the confusion with people being told to move to the south, and now the war clearly in the south as well.
People in Gaza are quite convinced that this is a war to drive them out of the Gaza Strip, that this is a war to punish Gazans, that this is a war to put so much pressure on them, not just against Hamas, but to punish the people of Gaza and ultimately to push them into Egypt. They are depressed. They are starting to be cold. It is now becoming very cold, particularly in the evenings. This is a desert climate, so even though if it's hot in the day, at night it can be very cold, and people in some cases don't have shoes. They don't have much to eat. They don't have much food. They don't have drinking water. So the conditions are quite appalling. There's some efforts to get more aid in, and there was just some new reporting that U.S. officials are pressuring Israel to open another inspection point into Gaza to get more aid in. But it is not a sustainable solution where they are totally dependent on outside aid, with everyone forced into the south, with much of the north destroyed and being more damaged every day. So aid is trickling in, and more might trickle in, but the people there need far more than that. They need to be able to rebuild, to have a local economy, to be able to produce for themselves. So that there is a sense of hopelessness and depression and real humanitarian suffering for the people of Gaza. So I wish I had better news, but right now doesn't look like we're getting closer to a ceasefire. No serious negotiations yet. And the people of Gaza, when we speak to them, some people I know and have known for a long time are crying when you speak to them over the phone.
Before you go, another question about Gaza. We've seen an image that's been circulating today. It is a group of men They appear to, not be wearing clothes. Obviously they're wearing underwear, but detainees arrested by Israeli forces in northern Gaza. Israel has said they've arrested hundreds of suspected terrorists across the Gaza Strip. But I think this is the first time we're actually seeing them, like a mass number of arrests happening like that in Gaza.
So according to Israeli accounts, these are Hamas suspects who turned themselves in. Palestinians are saying that these are people who are arbitrarily rounded up. They say that there are journalists among the group and that they were seated on the ground, forced to put their hands over their heads, look down in the ground with Israeli soldiers standing over them in a symbol of power and dominance, and that these images were released to humiliate them. From the Israeli point of view, from what the Israelis are describing this as a success, they say that Hamas members are turning them in, and the way Palestinians are looking at it is that it is a sign that Palestinians in Gaza are being made to suffer even more.
Richard Engel from Jerusalem for us. Richard, thank you for that. We want to move back here now to the fallout from a congressional hearing with the presidents of some of the most prestigious universities in the country on anti-Semitic language on their campuses. Stephanie Gosk reports on how a single but powerful word and the response to it has led to backlash that goes all the way to the White House.
The hearing Tuesday lasted 5 hours, but it was this questioning from New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik that has ignited a firestorm.
I am asking, specifically calling for the genocide of Jews. Does that constitute bullying or harassment?
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment. If the speech becomes conduct, it can be harassment, yes.
Conduct meaning committing the act of genocide?
The presidents of Harvard, the University of Pennsylvania, and MIT were on Capitol Hill to address anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on their campuses.
Calling for the genocide of Jews violates Harvard Code of Conduct, correct?
Again, it depends on the context.
It does not depend on the context. The answer is yes, and this is why you should resign.
Harvard and Penn's presidents tried to clarify their answers to that specific question on the issue of calls for genocide.
I want to be clear. A call for genocide of Jewish people is threatening, deeply so.
Harvard's president, writing in part, calls for violence or genocide against the Jewish community or any religious or ethnic group are vile. They have no place at Harvard. At times throughout the hearing, the leaders of the schools condemned the hate on campus, while also citing the importance of freedom of speech. But criticism came swiftly, and from both Republicans and Democrats.
It should not be hard to condemn genocide. Genocide against Jews, genocide against anyone else.
White House spokesman Andrew Bates writing, "It's unbelievable that this needs to be said. Calls for genocide are monstrous."
Jill needs to go.
Students rallied on campus today outside McGill's office.
I'm a Jewish student here, and I think that she needs to step down.
Penn is facing possible financial fallout. A wealthy donor is threatening to pull a $100 million donation, telling the school he's only willing to discuss it if they replace the current president. The school telling NBC News tonight that there is no plan by the Board of Trustees to replace the current leadership. Tom?
Okay, Stephanie, we thank you for that. Now to the forecast. We're going to switch gears here, and the massive cross-country storm on the way this weekend. Heavy rain and strong winds expected from coast to coast over the next few days. Power outages and flooding even possible along the eastern seaboard on Sunday. It comes as parts of the Pacific Northwest, as we've been reporting here, recover from historic flooding. New video out of Washington shows cars and trucks stuck in the floodwaters. Look at that. One river in the state rising a record-breaking 21 feet. Wow. Let's get right over to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who's been tracking all of this. And Bill, tonight we're seeing a lot of white on your radar.
Yeah, there's a lot of clouds, and this is the storm. So it doesn't have a lot of punch to it yet, but by the time we get to Saturday, the storm that just came into California will get some juice from the Gulf of Mexico. So Friday, just some snow in the Rockies, Four Corner region, northwards. That's actually welcome snow for many of the high peaks. Then as we go throughout late Friday into Saturday, the storm taps the Gulf of moisture. Then we could see severe weather starting in areas of Louisiana, pushing up to Tennessee as we go throughout the day Saturday. Snow on the backside of the storm. And if you have any plans on the East Coast on Sunday, it's going to be a wild day. It's going to be windy. It's going to be warm. Then thunderstorms are going to come through. Then it's going to get cold. And in some cases, like Pennsylvania and western New York, it'll actually turn to snow. So there's going to be a lot lot of travel issues on Sunday for the East Coast. And as far as severe weather goes, 11 million people at risk from Houston all the way to Little Rock to Memphis. That's mostly going to be wind damage. Isolated tornadoes are going to be possible. And as far as rain goes, from D.C. to New York, everyone should have at least 2 inches of rain. So it's going to pour when it comes down. And there'll even be some snow, Tom, on the backside of this for western and central New York. So it's going to be a wild weekend. Christmas decorations flying all over the place. Quite a December weekend storm.
Okay, Bill, we appreciate that. We're getting some breaking news that's just coming in right now. We understand from our investigative team that federal prosecutors have just filed a new criminal case against Hunter Biden, the son of President Joe Biden. I want to bring in NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, I know we are just getting this information. Walk us through what we know and what we don't know, and I have some questions lined up for other developments that have happened today as well.
Yeah, Tom, here's what we do know. A new criminal case has been filed by Special Counsel David Weiss in Los Angeles against Hunter Biden. One source tells us that these are tax-related charges. That would track with what we've been expecting for a long time. Remember that Hunter Biden had a plea agreement that called for no jail time, where he was going to plead guilty to misdemeanor tax charges of failure to file a tax return. And that fell apart, and that was in Delaware. But David Weiss, the special counsel, had to bring any tax case in the place where the tax return would have been filed, and one of those places was Los Angeles. So it would make sense that these new charges are tax charges. A big question, obviously, would be, are these just the charges, the misdemeanor charges that were part of the plea agreement that fell apart, or are there any additional related charges in this new case? We don't know the answer because these charges have not yet been made public. They're not on the computerized court system. But again, sources are telling us that this case has been brought, Tom.
So, Ken, you know, when that deal fell apart, it was obviously big news because everyone thought they had reached an agreement. Clearly, they had not. And now we're here, and it's been months since then. It would stand to reason that in that time, the special prosecutor has continued his investigation?
Certainly, although a lot of the investigative aspects and avenues that were followed had been done by the FBI, had been finished as long as a year or more ago in this case. But you know, they always continue to investigate. But in terms of the bringing Hunter Biden's business dealings and tax issues through a fine-tooth comb, that from what we know, that had already been done, and they had the case that they wanted to bring. They had a plea agreement. Remember that it fell apart over the question, though, of whether Hunter Biden would be immune from any future charges. And Special Counsel David Weiss wasn't prepared to grant him that, and said that, in fact, they were continuing to investigate the question of whether he violated foreign lobbying registration laws in his representation of foreign business people. And so that's why the plea deal fell apart. And so he's facing a felony gun charge that he lied on a form, bought a gun when he was addicted to drugs illegally, and now this separate case in Los Angeles that one source tells us is tax-related, Tom.
And Ken, you know, a major thing happened. It occurred with the legal strategy, right, with Hunter Biden's legal team. He had sort of been staying quiet, if you will. Every now and then he would do an interview, but he was sort of staying out of the limelight. Since the deal fell apart, he's written an op-ed, and his legal team has gone on the offensive, right, trying to demand that the special counsel subpoena both President Trump and the former Attorney General Barr, correct?
Yeah, that's the most recent battle, and just yesterday, the special counsel filed a response to that, saying that, in fact, that should not happen, because Hunter Biden's team argued that the whole case resulted from a malicious prosecution orchestrated by former President Trump and former Attorney General Bill Barr. And it is true that the investigation began during the Trump administration, but Special Counsel Weiss, in a filing, said that the bulk of it happened during the Biden administration, in fact, and that it was Attorney General Merrick Garland, appointed by President Biden, who named Weiss as special counsel and made sure the investigation was independent and continued. So they said that those subpoenas shouldn't happen. But you're absolutely right. It's part of a larger sort of get tough strategy by Hunter Biden. He's filing defamation suits against some of the people that have made accusations against him. He's going on offense in all sorts of ways. Abby Lowell, one of his attorneys, is known for that type of strategy. He's known as a pit bull incredible litigator, particularly in tax cases. And so that has been their strategy right now. The stakes are high because, again, that felony gun charge carries significant prison time.
Yeah, and then, Ken, I guess my other question is, if you can kind of walk us back to the original charges before that deal fell apart and the timeline. I ask because we're entering an election year next year. How is this going to affect the president, and how long do we think this process will play out for Hunter Biden?
Well, in terms of the trial calendar, there is no trial date set in that gun charge, but it's widely expected that it would take place next year in the middle of the election campaign. And then it's unclear with these new charges, if they're tax charges, when those could get to trial. But about a year is standard for a federal criminal trial. And so you could see that trial happening, if in fact it goes to trial, right in the heart of potentially in November, in the heart of the presidential contest.
Could
so
they strike?
The implications,
yeah, Ken, could they strike a plea deal on these new charges as well, or has that ship sailed?
Most people we talk to about this think that there's always a chance to have a plea deal. It certainly appears to be in Hunter Biden's interest to get that deal back, where he was going to serve no jail time after all. We know that there have been negotiations taking place behind the scenes, but they have not yet reached a deal. Sometimes both sides want to see all the cards, and so now that if in fact these tax charges have been filed, if Hunter Biden's team gets a chance to see them, maybe they'll have more of a chance to negotiate.
Ken, we obviously appreciate you scrambling. The interesting part is that we were going to have you on this show slated just at the same time, but reporting on another matter involving Hunter Biden, but this time President Biden as well. I know our NBC News investigative team has some new reporting as well about alias email addresses the former president at one time used.
Yeah, that's right. And this is not, the fact that he used alias email addresses is not new, but the committee that has been investigating, the House Republican committee that's been investigating Hunter Biden's business dealings and what they claim is Joe Biden's involvement, has released some data, not emails themselves, but the metadata, a log of emails between some of the alias emails that Joe Biden was using and a business partner of Hunter Biden. And we don't know the content of those emails. So we don't know if they were emails about, for example, Hunter Biden's mental health at that time, or whether they had anything to do with the business dealings. But we do know that the dates of them are notable because some of the emails came right before Hunter Biden made a trip to Ukraine, where he arranged that lucrative business relationship with that natural gas company, Burisma, which ended up paying him $11 million to sit on their board and to do other things. And then some of those emails happened after that business trip. So again, Joe Biden emailing a business partner of Hunter Biden. And of course, what the House Republicans are saying is, this is evidence that Joe Biden was in fact involved with Hunter Biden's efforts to trade on the family name. Now, in my view, that does not establish that, but it does raise some questions that need to be answered. Joe Biden was asked about his involvement in his son's business dealings yesterday, and he just responded, "It's all lies. It's all lies." So he's not really substantively addressing this.
And that's been the president's sort of response over the last 3 or 4 years since these allegations first came up. Do you think this new revelation hurts the president more, or does it hurt Hunter Biden more, or we're just not there yet because we don't have the complete context of all these emails?
I think two things. I think we're not there yet because we don't have the complete context. That's well put. I also think we're in an interesting situation where you have the former President Trump looming over the media landscape, and things that may have been seen as a scandal, for example, in the Bill Clinton administration, that would have had the entire news media chasing after it like bloodhounds, don't make as big of a splash. So, what we have here is a situation where Hunter Biden was clearly trading on his family name, and it's pretty clear that Joe Biden knew about it, and at the very least, you can say, didn't stop it, didn't take action to make it stop that anybody knows about, and hasn't condemned it. In fact, he has said his son did nothing wrong. And to some people that's a scandal. To many Democrats, it's not, and we should look away. But that we're in a much different place than we were, say, in the 1990s when the news media was investigating Bill Clinton's business dealings.
Ken Delaney, and for us, Ken, we appreciate you handling all that breaking news and that new reporting as always. Okay, we're going to turn to another big story we're following here. The escalating border tensions in South America. Have you heard about this? Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro and his government threatening to take over oil and mineral-rich lands from neighboring Guyana. Nearby countries now on high alert, and Brazil mobilizing troops to its border. And today, the U.S. announcing they will hold military drills in the region in support of the small South American country. Guad Venegas has the details.
Tonight, tensions rising between two neighboring South American countries as Venezuela threatens to annex more than half of the country of Guyana.
This is a direct threat to Guyana's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and political independence.
As a century-old dispute is reignited over an oil-rich territory known as the Essequibo region, a stretch of land that in the 1840s, an international tribunal of arbitration decided it belonged to Guyana. But Venezuela has always disputed that decision.
When Hugo Chavez was alive, he actually put an additional star on the flag of Venezuela, an 8th star, which represents the quote-unquote stolen district of the Essequibo, to remind the Venezuelan people that it's a constant issue for them.
In 2015, following the discovery of oil reserves off the Essequibo's coast, Venezuela's interest in the territory intensified. Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro holding a referendum vote this week, with a majority approving to claim ownership over the Essequibo. Maduro also asking the Venezuelan state oil company to begin drilling.
What Maduro is trying to do is open up Guyanese territory for international exploitation by providing licenses from Venezuela. This is a new development. And seeking international partners.
In an effort to de-escalate tensions, Brazil's President Lula da Silva calling for a peaceful solution.
Nós não precisamos de guerra, nós não precisamos de conflito. O que nós precisamos é construir a paz.
His call for peace coming a day after Brazil's army announced it was mobilizing troops to its northern border, which it shares with both Guyana and Venezuela. Those living in the region feeling helpless.
Nobody, indigenous people, are not prepared for any takeover. Nobody has informed us, actually. Now it is being put on the table by us here as leaders, trying to inform our people of the dangers that is above us.
Guyana now betting on support from the international community, including the United States.
We absolutely stand by our unwavering support for Guyana's sovereignty.
A dispute to control a remote territory rich in natural resources and symbolic for both countries.
And this afternoon, the U.S. Embassy in Guyana informing that the U.S. Southern Command will begin flight operations inside of Guyana, indicating that these exercises will enhance the security partnership between the U.S. and Guyana as the dispute between Guyana and Venezuela continues. Tom?
All right, Guad Venegas first. Guad, we thank you for that. Still ahead tonight, Diddy breaking his silence. A fourth woman accusing the rapper of sexual assault, recounting an attack she says happened when she was just 17 years old. What we're hearing from the Grammy winner tonight about those claims. Plus, an urgent manhunt in Pennsylvania for 2 escaped inmates where one of them was spotted by surveillance. And a mother and her toddler trapped under a car. The high school students who rushed in to save them. Stay with us. Top story just getting started on this Thursday night. coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest bombshell accusations against hip-hop tycoon Sean Diddy Combs. The Grammy Award winner breaking his silence after a fourth woman came forward to accuse him of sexual assault. His latest alleged victim saying she was just 17 when she was violated at his recording studio. NBC's Liz Kreutz has this story. We want to warn you, some of the details are disturbing.
Tonight, rap mogul Sean Diddy Combs breaking his silence after a fourth woman has come forward with disturbing allegations of rape and sexual assault, saying, quote, "Enough is enough." In an explosive new lawsuit, a plaintiff identified only as Jane Doe accuses Combs, his friend and business partner Harve Pierre, and a third person of gang rape and sex trafficking. The alleged victim says she was approached by Pierre at a lounge in Michigan in 2003 when she was just 17 years old and a junior in high school. She says Pierre then convinced her to travel to New York on a private jet to visit Combs' recording studio. A photo included in the lawsuit appears to show the teen sitting on the rapper's lap. Jane Doe says at the studio she was repeatedly given drugs and alcohol before she was raped by all three men, then left on the bathroom floor in the fetal position.
The Sean Combs lawsuit alleges some pretty terrible conduct, but a lot of it happened decades ago. The modern trend in states, including New York, is to either open up a window for stale claims to be filed or to simply extend civil and even criminal statutes of limitations to give survivors and victims longer periods of time in which to sue.
According to the lawsuit, Combs' most recent accuser says the other women who came forward gave her the confidence to tell her story, specifically citing Cassie Ventura, an R&B singer-songwriter who was once signed to Combs' record label and dated him for nearly a decade. Ventura, who settled her suit the day after it was filed, accused Combs of trapping her in a cycle of abuse, violence, and sex trafficking. 54-year-old Combs responding to the lawsuit, saying in part, "Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." Pierre did not respond to NBC's request for comment.
This is a civil complaint against Combs. It is not a criminal prosecution. The only way for Combs to be prosecuted would be if law enforcement saw this complaint, read the allegations, and decided that they could bring a criminal prosecution.
The allegations fanning the flames of a 50-years-long rivalry in the rap world.
Kids run around just popping pills in their mouth. Pop, pill, 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 pill.
50 Cent announcing plans to produce a documentary about Diddy and his alleged wrongdoing, pledging to donate the proceeds to victims of sexual assault and rape.
All right, Liz Kreutz joins us now in studio. So 50 Cent is going to produce the documentary. He's going to donate that money, he says. So he's clearly taking a shot and reacting to all this. Is anybody defending Diddy tonight?
Yeah, Tom, no, we haven't seen anybody come to his defense so far. It's been pretty silent in the music industry, except that we are seeing some people now coming and backing the women. There's an advocacy group that is asking the Grammys to rescind Combs' 2024 Grammy nomination, rescind his invitation to the ceremony. And there is also a longtime friend of Cassie's, the singer Tiffany Red, who has now penned an open letter today where she is corroborating the claims from Cassie. She says that Cassie told her that Combs abused her. She says she even witnessed a really heated confrontation between them when they were a couple, where it was very clear that Cassie was afraid, and it even made her scared. Combs, though, has not responded to those allegations or that letter.
Things appearing to snowball and Combs trying to fight back a little bit, at least tonight. All right, Liz Kreutz for us. Liz, great to have you here in studio. When we come back, the migrant crisis at the U.S. southern border, the record number of people who crossed illegally into the U.S. on Tuesday, and the strain it's having on American cities. Stay with us.
lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
I'm hearing
All right, we are back now with Top Stories news feed, and we start with the manhunt for 2 escaped inmates in Pennsylvania. U.S. Marshals say a man accused of drug and parole violations escaping from a western Pennsylvania on Sunday and taking off in a red Ford pickup truck. This comes as the search intensifies for another inmate who escaped a Philadelphia jail during work detail just last week. Authorities urging anyone who sees either man to call police immediately. A record number of migrants crossing the U.S. southern border this week. Listen to this. CBP says 10,000 people crossed illegally through points of entry on Tuesday, and it comes as the crisis is crippling some U.S. cities. Officials in Denver say there are more than 2,600 migrants in the city's shelter system now, and nearly 30,000 who have come through Denver in the last year. So far, they say it's cost taxpayers, get this, $32 million, but could cost the city up to $100 million this year. And we want to turn to the latest on that deadly shooting at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Police say 67-year-old Anthony Polito opened fire on the building's 4th floor just before noon Wednesday, shooting and killing 3. Police not revealing a motive, but say he was a professor who applied to a job at multiple Nevada universities and was denied each time. He also previously worked at other universities across the Southeast, touted a membership in Mensa, the High IQ Society, and was prone to posting conspiracy theories on his personal website. A 4th victim tonight still remains in critical condition. And a group of high school students in Utah racing to save a mother and son trapped under a car. Surveillance video capturing the moment a group of students worked together to watch this lift the car a few inches off the ground, someone pulling the mother and her 2-year-old son out. Police say the mother was with her 2 children when the car struck them in the school's parking lot. 1 child was not pinned. Both the mother and child are expected to survive. Okay, time now for power and politics. With almost a month until the Iowa caucuses, former President Trump maintains a huge lead over his Republican rivals. And while they debated on stage last night, Trump was in court today. NBC's Garrett Haig has that report for us tonight.
Tonight, former President Trump's potential road back to the White House again winding through a Manhattan courtroom.
They're doing this to hurt a political opponent. This is third world country stuff.
With the Republican presidential frontrunner choosing to attend his civil fraud trial in New York, even as his rivals campaign in the early nominating states.
I'm sitting in a courthouse instead of being in Iowa, where I should be, even though I'm leading by about 40 points.
While recent Iowa surveys have shown a closer race there, a new national Wall Street Journal poll has Mr. Trump holding a commanding 44-point lead over Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, who in last night's debate largely focused their fire on one another, not the absent frontrunner.
She caves anytime the left comes after her, anytime the media comes after her.
Ron has continued to lie because he's losing.
The debate full of ugly personal attacks.
You would be voted in the first 20 minutes as the most obnoxious blowhard in America.
Do everybody a favor. Just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal, and get the hell out of this race.
And long shot candidate Chris Christie calling out fellow candidates for ignoring Mr. Trump's primary dominance.
I've got these 3 guys who are all seemingly to compete with, Voldemort, he who shall not be named. The fact of the matter is, he is unfit to be president.
Garrett, fresh off the debate, is back in Washington tonight. So, Garrett, I want to first ask you about the candidates' performance last night, right? After a debate, the obvious question is who won? And Meet the Press put this out on Twitter as part of the coverage post-debate, where they had sort of an informal watch party, and they asked those 30 voters what they thought. This is in Georgia, and who won the debate. What struck me is that 18 of those 30 said Trump won the debate, even though he wasn't on the stage. Is that your sense as well?
Yeah, look, and the other 5 who said Ramaswamy, who's basically running as Trump light, I think it's just a reminder that this is Donald Trump's party still, and the other candidates are still trying to find their place in it. I think these voters kind of put us back in an astute observation here, which is that the clock is really ticking on every candidate not named Donald Trump. You can quibble about how detailed or how accurate these polls are at a granular level, but when Trump's up by 20, 30, 40 points, all he has to do is run out the clock to become the next nominee. And by not showing up, he's able to do that. The other candidates ultimately end up looking small, like they're fighting for second place. I think that's what these voters are trying to tell us.
The GOP still wants to make sure that voters see all these Republican candidates for president. And I know you have some new reporting about 2 additional debates before the voting starts.
Yeah, this has been interesting because the Republican National Committee had very tightly controlled the debate process until now, where they've basically thrown their hands up and are letting media organizations throw their own debates. CNN now says they're going to host 2 debates, one in Iowa, one in New Hampshire, just before the caucus and primary in those states. It's not clear how many candidates will be attending, but we know one who won't. Donald Trump's campaign says he has no intention of showing up at either of those debates, Tom.
Garrett Hake with the latest from the campaign trail. Garrett, thank you for that. Coming up after this short break, we take you to Colombia. We'll explain why they're doing this, blowing up gold mines that produce nearly $2 million worth of gold every month. Stay with us.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Time now for Top Stories Global Watch and a check of what else is happening around the world. We start in Colombia, where there's been an explosive crackdown on illegal gold mining. New video shows authorities in Colombia, watch this, blowing up illegal gold mining sites and equipment in the Amazon rainforest. It was one of 19 sites targeted by Colombia and Brazil in a joint effort to crack down on gold mining dredges. Officials there say, get this, the operations produce $1.5 million worth of gold per month, but at the same time, they're also polluting rivers with mercury. A 5.8 magnitude earthquake rocking Mexico City late today. Videos showing people evacuating buildings as lights shook the capital city when the quake hit. The president of Mexico also had to be rushed out of a building. So far, no reports of any types of injuries or serious damage there. And a shocking scene at an airport in Santiago, Chile. Look at this, a security cam capturing the moment a toddler ran from his parents, slips past security and onto an airport conveyor belt for bags. Several cameras showing the 3-year-old going for a ride through the maze of conveyor belts throughout the facility, including in restricted and potentially dangerous areas. An airport worker finally spotting him, stopping the belt, and safely getting that child down. I'm sure he had a serious talking to by his parents. All right, coming up, the discovery of an ancient treasure in China. Hidden for more than 2,000 years, the relics, some perfectly preserved and all discovered by luck. We're going to take you there. That's next. Stay with us.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Finally tonight, from our Indiana Jones Chronicles, a discovery more than 2,000 years in the making. Construction workers in China stumbling upon a tomb from the Han Dynasty, which dates back to 200 BC. Stephen Rowan now on what archaeologists found inside.
Hidden deep in the hills of southwest China, treasures untouched for more than 2,000 years, now uncovered by luck during a construction project. Archaeologists unearthing the earliest tomb ever found from the Western Han Dynasty, dating all the way back to 202 BC. There were more than 600 relics inside, according to the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, among them decorative wooden pieces, pottery, and more. Most of the cultural relics are well preserved, this member of the archaeological project says, and that's all thanks to a nearly perfectly sealed tomb.
You have oxygen-free environments. That's very, very good to preserve the perishable objects.
Archaeologists now carefully excavating the items at the site known as the Guangku Western Han Dynasty Tomb No. 1, a location accidentally uncovered by construction workers.
It's by accident.
Researchers astonished by the condition of the objects, the lacquer finish on some of them gleaming like new. Experts excited not only about the items themselves, but what they can teach us about the period. from art and culture to burial customs.
They never think about death is the end of the life. Instead, death is a journey to become an ancestor.
A site dedicated thousands of years ago to the dead, now giving a glimpse through time at life in the ancient world. Stephen Romo, NBC News.
A journey to become an ancestor. We'll leave you with that thought. We thank you so much for watching Top Story tonight. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay right there. More news on the way.
I texted my mom right after I heard the gunshots. I was like, I love you guys. I don't know if I would survive.
How many times are we going to go through this? You know, I feel like at this point as a society, we're like normalized to it now.
Fresh wounds and unanswered questions. Las Vegas students traumatized in the aftermath of yet another mass shooting in this country, while investigators grapple with the haunting reason. Why? I'm Ellison Barber in for Gotti Schwartz, and this is Stay Tuned Now. We begin with new details about the man police say opened fire yesterday inside a campus building at UNLV, killing 3 people. Officials identified the gunman as 67-year-old Anthony Polito, according to NBC News law enforcement sources. Polito previously applied for a job at the school that he did not get. That was back in 2020. Earlier tonight, we learned that the gun used in the shooting was purchased legally last year. The suspect here was armed with more than 150 rounds of ammunition yesterday. That is according to investigators. We are also learning about the victims in this shooting. They are 64-year-old Professor Jerry Cheng and 39-year-old Assistant Professor Patricia Navarro. A third victim has not yet been identified. We're joined now both by NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin, who is in Las Vegas, Nevada, and NBC News terrorism analyst Jim Kavanaugh. Dana, let's start with you. What are we learning about the suspect and his connection to the school? That's the question so many people want answered, is why this school? Why this at all?
Yeah, Ellison. Yeah, and I think that officers have stopped short of saying the specific motive, but as you mentioned, we know the connection. He unsuccessfully tried to get a professor job here 3 years ago. That didn't happen. Investigators say they issued a search warrant or conducted a search warrant and found that he was having financial troubles. He actually had an eviction notice on the apartment door that they searched. They say he left behind a last will and testament. Investigators say he also had a hit list for people that worked here at UNLV. Luckily, or unfortunately, investigators say the victims were not on that list. So why he targeted these people, it's still a mystery. Ellison?
Dana, let's talk about the victims. Tell us what we know about the people who were killed here. And there is one victim who was injured by a gunshot, by gunfire, that is still in the hospital. Do we know how they're doing?
Yeah, at this hour, it's unclear how that person is doing. Investigators said, however, that person was shot on the 5th floor, and it was the quick thinking of officers that got that person into a patrol car. They met an arriving ambulance, and he says that likely saved that person's life. As far as the other victims, we know 2 of them worked here at the business school, and another was a UNLV faculty member. Again, why they were targeted remains unclear, but it is just really tough for a lot of students, who had to witness that yesterday and were unaware of whether this gunman was coming to their classroom. But it appears that this suspect specifically targeted faculty members and not students.
Dana, I know you have been there speaking with students and staff. Can you give us a sense of how they are doing right now, what they say they went through?
Yeah, many tell me they are just now starting to process this shooting. One student I spoke with was on the 5th floor. He said that he was actually meeting with one of his professors. That professor went to a restroom and never returned. He's been trying to email and call this professor and has yet to hear back, and says that he hopes that his professor is okay. He says other teachers pulled him into a safer room, and he actually captured some video when you can hear two of the shots as that shooter was inside that building. He was so scared he texted his mom, "I love you," because he says he thought he was going to die. Listen to what else he told me.
I was not ready to die, but ready to die.
Did you think about dying?
Yeah, of course, because the gunshot was so close. I feel like he's coming in, and the only thing you can do is praying that he doesn't pick this room.
And that's what that's all he could do. He was praying and hoping that that gunman didn't come in, and luckily he is safe. But a lot of students are now having to process the trauma of a shooting like this. One of my colleagues spoke to another student who not only was inside this building, but also was at the 2017 mass shooting, the deadliest murder in U.S. modern history, not far from here, just miles away at that music festival. So for a lot of people, they're starting to relive these things that really should never happen in this country. Ellison?
Yeah. Dana, the ripples of trauma can be so massive. Sometimes it's hard to wrap our head around how much moments like this impact other people. Thank you so much for explaining that to us, and with such compassion. We really appreciate it. Jim, let me ask you some questions here. I mean, when you're listening to Dana's reporting, everything we know about the suspect so far, what questions do you have towards finding a motive?
Well, that was a great report that Dana had on that witness who was right there next to the shooter. That's the closest witness I've heard about, you know, being in proximity to the killer. I think the motive is going to come out of some of his writings, probably things they find at the house. Since he had this list of people that he might have wanted to target, even though he may not have killed those people at the university, because his desire to kill Ellison may far outstrip his ability to form a strategy to get exactly the people he has this anger for. It sounds like he's a man choking on an empty grudge. Unfortunately, it's an old story in America, and it underlies and underlays many of these cases, these murder sprees that are linked so closely to suicide. This guy might have been suicidal. He did shoot at the police. You know, maybe he was going to kill more people. Maybe he was going to go and to the people that were on his target list. Like I say, his plan might not have been so great. Maybe he thought the professors on his target list or the employees on his target list would be in the Beam Hall, and they weren't. So he started killing other faculty. So it's a super sad case. I think it's going to be not very satisfying when we find out the reasons. They're going to be small reasons. You know, financial difficulty, resentment for not getting a job 3 years ago, spiraling downward. They're not going to be big reasons, and it's going to be not satisfying to anyone to hear. What we have to do is just glean what we can to help try to stop another killing somewhere in America. And we need that information, and then we need, as a society, need to act on those things to stop these killings.
Jim, the sheriff in Clark County was asked about some of the lessons law enforcement officials there learned from the mass shooting at a music festival in 2017. I want to play part of his answer and then ask you what you think.
We could really answer that question probably for hours. There was seamless integration regardless of what kind of uniform you were wearing. There was zero hesitation, and they just executed unbelievably well. And that didn't happen on October 1.
What are your thoughts, Jim, on the lessons learned from 2017 to this other mass shooting?
You know, I was on NBC Air all during that shooting at the music festival. It was a horrific case, and the Metro Police came under intense criticism for not coordinating their response to it, not being timely, not, you know, pressing the shooter quickly. And they regrouped after that, and not only with the Metropolitan Las Vegas Police, but the surrounding suburban towns, and with their colleagues in the state, Nevada State Police, and the federal agencies that respond. And you have to all coordinate. So you have a joint operations center, a joint command meeting. You got to use all the assets that these departments bring to stop these cases. And in the end here, Ellison, it was the university police, the campus police, detectives who were quick, responded fast. That's what the training is on active killers. Respond quick, try to get 2 or 3 officers together. And when he shot at them, they killed him. So, the police are good shots usually. We practice a lot, we shoot a lot. If you have a handgun and you're going up against a policeman or an agent, usually you're going to lose because we're usually much better trained. And this guy certainly wasn't going to be a good shot against any kind of officers. Luckily for all the students of the university, they were able to stop him.
Dana Griffin, Jim Kavanaugh, thank you both. We appreciate it. We have some breaking news out of Los Angeles. Sources tell NBC News that federal prosecutors are preparing to file new criminal charges against the president's son, Hunter Biden. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles for the latest. So, Ryan, what do we know right now and what do we not know?
Well, what we know for sure, Ellison, is that a new round of charges are going to be handed down against the president's son, Hunter Biden. And we expect those charges to be handed down at some point today. Of course, the courthouse in California, which is where we expect these charges to originate out of, closes. Actually just closed about 10 minutes ago. So we could get that information at any time. But we have been given notice that these charges will be handed down. To answer your question about what we don't know the scope of these charges. We do have one source telling us that it is likely going to be tax related. That is something that we've been tracking for quite some time. You'll recall that Hunter Biden attempted to plead guilty to a misdemeanor tax charge in the summer, and that plea arrangement fell apart after scrutiny from a judge in Delaware. Once that plea arrangement fell apart, the two sides attempted to try and get back together and come up with a new agreement. They were unable to do that, and they basically walked away from the table. And that led to the special counsel in this case, David Weiss, to decide to just go ahead and pursue charges. He's already handed down one indictment against Hunter Biden related to a gun charge, and we expected these tax charges would come next. One of the things we're waiting to see, though, Ellison, is whether or not these tax charges will end up being a misdemeanor or a felony. He had originally planned to plead guilty to a misdemeanor charge, but the parameters under which the evidence that the prosecutors were working at the time could have warranted a felony charge. So that could be part of what we'll see when this indictment is unsealed. But the news is we do expect charges against the president's son, Hunter Biden, to come down at any time.
So, I mean, you mentioned and explained very well the past situations, the past legal issues, the collapse of that plea deal that Hunter Biden had earlier this year, the questions and the allegations related to him allegedly not paying taxes by the IRS deadline. So this probe, you're saying, is focusing on tax-related issues, we believe. That's the thing about grand jury probes. They are secret by nature. But is there any chance these charges, there could be something that is a step beyond some of the tax-related issues? I mean, could we see something like related to the Foreign Agent Registration Act or anything like that? Do we know right now?
You know, honestly, Ellison, once that plea arrangement fell apart in that Delaware courtroom, all bets were off. And, the special counsel in this case, David Weiss, had said from the very beginning that the investigation into Hunter Biden was ongoing and wasn't limited to any certain set of potential charges. In fact, that was part of the reason that the plea arrangement fell apart, because Hunter Biden's legal team was under the impression that if he pled guilty in that case, that he would basically be absolved from any future investigation. So there is that possibility. The sense we are getting, and we don't have this definitively nailed down yet, but the sense we're getting is that it's likely going to be reserved to these additional tax charges, and it's not going to go, like you suggest, perhaps as far as a Foreign Agency Registration Act violation. That's not to say that he couldn't face those charges in the future, but this particular round of charges, especially originating out of California, where we know that he was alleged to not have paid taxes during that window of time, was while he was living in Malibu, and that's part of the reason that, since we know it's coming from California, that we believe it'll be connected to those tax charges.
All right, NBC News' Ryan Nobles with some breaking news and excellent reporting there. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Tonight, Israeli forces say they are doing everything they can to weed out Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, the man they say is the, quote, mastermind behind the October 7th attack. Israel says they believe he is hiding somewhere under southern Gaza. Two U.S. officials tell NBC News Israel's military is considering flooding Gaza's underground tunnels with seawater. They have previously said Hamas uses those tunnels to store weapons, to carry out attacks against Israelis, and also to conceal hostages taken on October 7th. Right now, Israel's military has declined to comment on that plan. Meanwhile, the humanitarian situation inside of Gaza, it is nothing short of catastrophic. In the 2 months since the war began, 17,000 Palestinians have been killed. That is according to Gaza's health ministry. And without food, fuel, or medicine, the World Health Organization says they're on the edge of catastrophe.
But the health infrastructure is on its knees. It's almost collapsing. That is what the reality is. It's almost collapsing.
Israel says they've approved a small increase in aid to prevent a, quote, humanitarian collapse in southern Gaza. But the people we are speaking to on the ground in that area, they say it's too little, too late.
I went to the market today to buy a bag of tomatoes and some vegetables for my family, but I did not find anything. And if there is food, it will be many times more expensive than the previous price. And if I find a certain water, I spend 1 hour also to stand in the line. And maybe the turn come for me and maybe I can't find anything. Now we either stay in our house and die of hungry, or go out and die by indiscriminate bombing.
NBC News correspondent Hala Gourani joins us now from Tel Aviv. Hala, we're getting some updated information on aid getting into Gaza. What do you know?
Right. Well, we understand that Israel has agreed to open another crossing for inspection of aid trucks and their cargo. This is the Kerem Shalom crossing. Many of our viewers may be aware that the current aid delivery takes place through the Rafah border crossing from Egypt into Gaza. This is just for inspection, though. It will just kind of speed up the process. The trucks will then still have to go through Rafah, but currently they're being inspected at a much smaller crossing point, and it's taking a lot longer. This is not going as far as the U.S. would probably want, because the Kerem Shalom crossing is the one that was before the war typically used for cargo transit. Rafah was for passenger transit. So just the fact that inspection will take place now there will probably make things go a little bit faster, Ellison.
Hala, what is the latest on Israel's efforts to weed out, find, arrest, detain Yahya Sinwar?
So we know they're encircling his home, and we were discussing earlier, I think, together, the fact that the probability he was waiting for the IDF to come pick him up in his house in Khan Yunis was less than zero. Where is Yahya Sinwar? You know, it's anyone's guess. Probably in an underground tunnel, the IDF would say. But what the Israeli military is doing is it is rounding up people in the Gaza Strip, especially in the northern part, and then kind of determining later, it seems, whether or not they're associated with Hamas. And they are also signaling that they have killed a number of Hamas leaders. As far as Yahya Sinwar, though, his whereabouts are unknown. The Israeli military and the government are promising that they'll eventually catch him. They have said he's the architect of October 7th, and they have made it one of their main goals of this whole operation, Ellison.
And Hala, there have been some disturbing videos circulating online showing young Palestinian men nearly naked in the streets. We don't know exactly when this took place, but it seems consistent with the IDF statements about questioning who they call, quote, terror suspects in Gaza, as you alluded to and have reported on. What do we know about this video?
Yeah. Well, so these images and these videos show men stripped down to their underwear, some of them cuffed, some of them with their hands above their heads, with Israeli military soldiers towering over them. The Israeli military say that essentially these are suspected terrorists. Palestinians would say many of them are civilians. In fact, one media outlet said that it recognized one of its journalists stripped down to his underwear, sitting on the street in a long line of men as well with him, almost entirely naked there. They would say this is a way to dominate and humiliate these individuals. The Israeli military is saying that they have to do this to round up all of the men who are of fighting age and determine whether or not they're associated with Hamas that way. Ellison.
All right, Hala Gorani in Jerusalem, not Tel Aviv. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. More developments on that breaking news this hour. New charges against Hunter Biden have been filed in federal court in California. NBC News legal analyst Angela Senadella is here with me to break it all down. Angela, we are both literally going through this as we sit here together, so forgive us for both being on our phones a bit. But looking a little bit at this so far, it seems that this is all tax-related to the plea deal that he'd agreed to earlier in the year that had then fallen apart. The special counsel, David Weiss, sent this to a grand jury in California. This is from a federal court.
Yes.
What is going on here? I mean, just base level as we're looking through this, and I mean, this is 56 pages, so it's going to take us a minute, but are you surprised that this is something that was even taken to a grand jury in California?
Yes, you know, I really am, because these tax charges were supposed to be part of this plea deal. So Hunter Biden, when he went in front of that judge who did not approve that plea agreement, he admitted openly in court that he had violated tax laws as part of the plea agreement. Now, that is literally the definition of a bait and switch. So you agree to this because you think you're not going to have to go to prison for it. And then because it's not signed by a judge, then those same charges are filed against you later. Now, as a lawyer, I'm aware this is legally possible. Many things are legally possible, but the fact that this actually happened is rare.
So according to our NBC News team that obtained this indictment that was literally just filed minutes ago, again, it was filed by special counsel David Weiss. Hunter Biden has been indicted on 9 tax-related charges. If you are Hunter Biden's legal team, how do you approach this moving forward?
Well, first you fight, and first of all, his legal team is extraordinary, so I'm sure the ways in which they fight it are going to be extraordinary. But he is still attempting to claim that the plea deal is valid, so they are continuing to challenge that. And I imagine that's why the timing of this is happening before that is fully resolved, because at this point, that plea deal could potentially still be revived. He was challenging it.
So when we're talking about this past plea deal, and that is the one where there are already charges that have been brought related to him being in possession of a gun, which is something, given his record, he wasn't allowed to do. But the charges and the questions, or the allegations rather, around the tax issues initially, it was an allegation that he had failed to pay taxes by the IRS payment deadlines. His legal team has said that he has since paid all of those. But I mean, when we're looking at this amount of charges, does this seem to track with all being related to that initial plea deal?
Yeah, it looks like it's for failure to pay and for willful failure to pay. But again, these charges are brought very unusually due to the limited resources of the IRS generally, and they tend to only bring them when they're real outstanding amounts. That's what they go after. Or if it's a situation like Wesley Snipes, where someone is intentionally trying to challenge the law and say, I don't want to pay taxes. But Hunter Biden in court admitted to not paying taxes, but then seemingly has made it up. It's unclear whether or not he's paid back the full amount, but that's often something that could happen in negotiation. This usually does not devolve to this level of a lawsuit. I'm sorry, of criminal allegations.
Why do you think the special counsel has chosen to take this route? There's been a lot of attention on Hunter Biden, his business dealings via House Republicans. They've looked into a lot of different things related to Hunter Biden. There was also the allegation from some IRS whistleblowers saying that Hunter Biden had received some sort of special treatment, that they had slow-walked the process because he was the president's son. When you are looking at all of this, knowing what you know about Special Counsel David Weiss, why do you think he chose this?
Yes, I think what you're getting at is extremely possible, and that's because all prosecutors have total prosecutorial discretion, meaning so there are so many people out there who have likely been in a similar situation like Hunter Biden, but are not the ones who are getting charged. In this case, Hunter Biden getting charged, it's because David Weiss is feeling some pressure to. At some point, he did not, and now he does. So it is likely it is because of the intense political pressure on his special treatment that he's allegedly given to Hunter Biden. But it's also an unusual case where he is a family member of a politician, but not really a politician himself. So the scrutiny is a little bit questionable on all sides.
Very quickly, what should we be watching for in the coming hours and days? I mean, when you see a special counsel take something to a grand jury and they come back with 9 tax-related charges, could there be more to come, or is it a done deal once they give those?
Well, I believe there could have been additional charges filed in Maryland, so I'm not really sure if these are the entirety or if more charges could possibly be dropped. And often prosecutors leave that option to their discretion to drop another shoe when they want to, like this happened. This was not entirely expected, so almost dropping at this time after that plea deal fell through is significant. So I would look for what his legal team is going to do. How are they going to challenge it? Are they still going to say that this plea deal should have been revived? Are they going to nullify everything that he said in that court and claim that that cannot be admitted as evidence in any future trial, like in this tax trial? Are they going to settle these charges? There are so many questions, and it really depends on what agreements his own legal team and the special prosecutor come to.
Okay, a lot to watch. Again, this is a 56-page indictment. Our team is certainly going through all of it. I know you will be as well. We will bring you updates as we have them. But again, Hunter Biden, President Joe Biden's son, has been indicted on 9 tax-related charges. The indictment was filed Thursday by special counsel David Weiss in a federal court in Los Angeles. Don't go anywhere, because we are just getting started on a busy news day. Winter is coming. Parts of the country, they are already dealing with dropping temperatures, and heavy rain and snow is headed for the Northeast. We have the forecast, and good eyesight or not, anyone can be a scientist. We will show you how a chemistry lab in Texas is making things more accessible for those with disabilities like blindness.
We know that diverse groups of scientists, people who think differently because they live differently, they produce better science.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Welcome back. Here are some of the other headlines we're watching tonight. Today, House members voted to censure Democratic Representative Jamal Bowman for pulling a fire alarm in the Capitol while Congress was in session. The resolution passed with only a few Democratic votes, while most of the party defended Bowman. A censure is basically punishing a member's behavior, but it does not expel them or remove them from their assignments. Hisham al-Wartani, the Palestinian student shot in Vermont, was released from the hospital to a cheering crowd. Video shared by his family shows him waving goodbye to medical staff as onlookers hold balloons and shake his hand. Wartani is currently paralyzed from the chest down from the shooting. He will be headed to rehab in a few days. Today marks the 82nd anniversary of the Pearl Harbor attack, which killed over 2,000 service members. A ceremony commemorating the assault was held this morning at the naval base in Hawaii, where 5 survivors attended to pay their respects, including a 103-year-old named Ike.
We arrived in Pearl, 1940. We didn't know what to expect, and we knew that if anything happened to us, that would be it, you know. And it's kind of a funny way to describe it, but I can't think of any other. Scared stiff.
New York Democrats have chosen former Representative Tom Swayze to be their nominee to replace former GOP Representative George Santos. Republicans will select their nominee early next week for the special election that is set to take place on February 13th. And it wasn't quite a winter wonderland, but some people in Philadelphia got a tiny treat this morning as light snow trickled down in the area. While there wasn't a lot that accumulated, it was enough for one family to pull out the sleds. The snow even made its way here to New York City, and the Rockefeller Christmas tree got a little dusty. And the snow is far from over as more storms are set to come in over the next few days on both coasts. Another storm is coming into the northwest, which is still recovering from heavy rains and floods. Snow has already started to come down heavy in the mountains, and they could see over a foot of snow through tonight. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is here to tell us more about these wintry storms and where they're headed next. Bill, good evening.
Well, good evening to you, Allison, and we are busy. We got numerous storms tracking across the country heading into the weekend. We have the one that we've been dealing with on the West Coast, and then a new one as we go in towards Saturday. So here's the storm system that will eventually be a big deal for the East Coast. It doesn't look like much, right? Just kind of a weak little storm heading through California and areas of Nevada. But when this picks up moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, it changes. So the Northwest, kind of showery day today, on and off showers, some snow showers at the high elevations. Tomorrow's not too bad. Then everything changes on Saturday. This is when the next atmospheric river and next storm will move in. Renewed flood risk, especially for the coastal areas and in the Olympics. Gusty winds will have snow levels a little lower than the last storm, too. So that's actually good because that way you don't have to worry about melting snow and getting into the rivers once again. I'm not expecting significant flooding from this, but it's going to be an ugly Saturday. This is all heavy rain from Portland, Eugene, northwards all the way up towards Seattle. Snow from Seattle heading up once you get through the Cascades all the way out to Spokane. And some areas will get significant snow at the highest of elevations. By Sunday morning, Washington State, you're just about done. A little bit of leftover rain here in Portland. So what does it all mean? If we're going to get any flooding concerns with the rivers rising once again, it'll be from the Olympics here southwards down to Astoria. Portland to Seattle, about a half inch to an inch of rain likely once again with this next storm. Then on Friday, that initial storm, the one that I just told you went through the West Coast today, that goes into the Rockies. By the time we get into Saturday, it develops and gets a lot stronger here, pulling moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico. We'll have a severe weather risk with it, cold air on the backside, as you'd expect. And then here's that storm I just talked about, the next one going in on Saturday. Sunday, this storm makes it to the East Coast. What a wild day this is going to be. Temperatures are going to be 60 in Boston. But then the temperatures come crashing down late in the day, some rain changing over to snow, especially watch out central Pennsylvania, western New York, and in central New York, maybe even up into the Adirondacks, too. So the severe weather risk, right now it's a slight risk. That means it's not going to be too widespread. But from Houston to Shreveport to Greenville to Memphis, there will be a chance for isolated tornadoes and definitely wind damage. And here's that snow forecast through the weekend. A spine of the Appalachians, definitely some snow for you. Western New York, anywhere in the blue is 2 to 4 inches of snow. And in the Adirondacks, possibility of a half a foot. So keep that in mind. Anyone traveling late in the day on Sunday. And the rain on I-95 and the flights are going to be a mess from D.C. to Philly to New York, especially late afternoon into the evening. That's when the heaviest rain and the strongest winds will be moving through. We may even have, Allison, winds strong enough for some power outages in coastal locations and definitely significant flight delays and cancellations late Sunday. Heads up to any of our travelers.
All right, Bill Cairns, thank you. Coming up, Denver is trying to figure out what to do as migrants flood the city. Shelters are already full, and they are forcing some people to sleep in the bitter streets in the cold. That is coming up, but first, you gotta see this. Students rushed to the scene to help rescue a woman and her 3-year-old daughter who were trapped under a car. Car had hit both of them, as well as her 2-year-old son at a school in Utah. The students were able to lift the car just enough that a man from the Air Force was able to pull them to safety. All 3 were taken to the hospital and are expected to be okay. An incredible rescue. We'll be right back.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Here are some of the stories happening out west that we're following. Newly released video shows the moment a man appears to go after 2 Seattle police officers. It happened back in October. Seattle police say they got a call about a man attacking people on the street. When officers arrived, they say the man ran from them, took a fighting stance, then lashed out and tried to tackle one of the officers. Officers took the man to the ground and eventually arrested him. Submarines, they are used for a wide variety of things, right? Combat, exploration, carrying thousands and thousands of pounds of cocaine. Yeah, over 9 tons of cocaine valued at nearly $240 million was seized and offloaded in San Diego last month. The Coast Guard says it came from 6 separate drug smuggling attempts. The largest seizure was found on a narco submarine. And 7 days, 245 arrests, 12 stores. Those are the numbers the Sacramento Sheriff's Department says are the result of a week-long retail theft operation. They called it Operation Bad Elf. It was watching out for shoplifters while the holiday shopping season is in full swing. Most of the arrests, however, failed to meet the felony threshold in California. So instead, they got a ticket for a misdemeanor and ordered to appear in court. Tonight, another city is struggling to respond to the growing number of migrant arrivals. In Denver, Colorado, officials say their shelters are full, leaving new arrivals to sleep on the streets in freezing temperatures. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley has more on the unfolding crisis.
Tonight, Denver, joining the growing list of cities struggling to handle a record surge of migrants, with entire blocks full of migrants sleeping on the street.
Oh, it is a crisis.
Mike Johnston is one of 5 Democratic mayors recently writing President Biden, saying action is needed to help cities address the crisis.
What's the one thing you want from the Biden administration right now?
When you admit someone for asylum into the country, they should get work authorization. We should expedite the process of approving that application so it doesn't take 4 years. It could take 30 days.
Johnston is under increasing pressure from counties outside of Denver that are not taking in migrants. Suburban Douglas County passing a resolution demanding Denver drop its status as a sanctuary city, a jurisdiction where officials won't enforce federal immigration laws. Critics say that attracts more migrants, with illegal crossings at the southern border this year at record highs.
What would you like to see the city do?
I'd like the city to actively proclaim that it is not a sanctuary city. I think it's important that we're not bringing people to a cold weather climate.
There are more than 2,600 migrants in Denver's shelter system, and now nearly 30,000 who have come through Denver in the last year, costing taxpayers more than $32 million so far.
Denver's shelters are full, with some migrants now sleeping in tent encampments like these, where temperatures drop below freezing at night.
It just seems like pretty inconvenient for them and for us. Really, a lot of people in this apartment complex are concerned.
Families with children are given priority in Denver shelters. We meet a group of adults who just arrived. Genesis from Venezuela said they don't know where they're supposed to go next. We don't know. We have no knowledge, direction, location, she tells us. Jan saying, we had to go through 7 countries on foot through the jungle. We came for the opportunity for the work permit.
Mayor Johnson says Denver expects to spend as much as $100 million on migrants in the next year, but they're only budgeted for $20 million.
Julia Ainsley, thank you. Still to come, Hanukkah will look a lot different this year for many families around the world, especially those currently in a war zone. Next, a look at this year's Festival of Lights. Stay tuned. Right now in Gaza, rockets can come down on anyone, even if you just gave birth. The World Health Organization says there are roughly 50,000 pregnant women in Gaza, with more than 180 giving birth every day. We wanted to introduce you to one of them. This is no place for a newborn, but it is Isra Al-Jumala's only option.
أنا إسراء كمال الجملة عمري 28 سنة ولدت بنتي في تاريخ 24/11 ليلة الهدنة لما جاء الصبح هدنة ولدتها صار لها يعني تقريبا 10 أيام وعايشة هنا في مستشفى نازحة في شهداء الأقصى وفي خيمة يعني عايشة في خيمة هنا برا يعني المستشفى جعانة يا ماما.
Her baby girl, who is also named Isra, doesn't know what she's been born into, but her parents do. And it is hell. A hell they did not ask for. A hell they cannot escape. A hell that has robbed them of a home and the most basic necessities.
نقدرش نوفر يعني زي ما حليب حاجات متطلبات إلها أواعي لبس تتدفى يعني هذه الكفولة لما ولدت والله واحدة والدة تانية عدتنا إياها يعني عشان كان جوزي غطاها بجاكيته يعني شوفي لوين والحليب مش متوفر وحليبي بيشبش يعني وفيش غذاء كمارة والدة يعني تكون في بيتها بتتغذى عند إمها عند يعني عند أهلها والوضع اللي احنا عايشين فيه هي رمل بننام على الرمل وبنقوم على رمل لا حرام ولا شيء بنتي يعني بتحتاج يعني كتير اغراض حليب بامبر كلينس انا كأمها يعني حليبي بيشبعش إلها لا كطفلة يعني بدها حاجات يعني تتغذى حليب تتغذى منه.
As Isra wraps her baby in blankets and soothes her cries, she's prepared for the worst, but praying for better.
اني اروح انا وبنتي واهلي على دارنا اعيش زي ما كنا يعني في بيتنا وتخلص الحرب.
She hopes one day all of this will be a distant memory and a story of survival. That one day she'll tell her daughter about the bombs, how they rattled the ground under their feet and turned the night sky orange, how she was a child of war, but God willing, not one of its victims. Tonight marks the first night of Hanukkah, but in Albany, New York, it's off to a frightening start. Police there say a suspect opened fire with a shotgun outside of a synagogue. He reportedly shouted "Free Palestine" after firing the shots. The suspect has been arrested, and police say no one was hurt. But what happened there epitomizes why celebrations feel different this year for so many. It's been 2 months since the Israel-Hamas war broke out, and Jewish people in the United States have faced a surge in anti-Semitism ever since. According to a recent survey from the Anti-Defamation League, there was a 316% increase in anti-Semitic incidents in the month after the war began. That's compared to the same time period a year ago. That same survey shows that 73% of Jewish students on college campuses reported experiencing or witnessing an anti-Semitic incident since the school year began. Joining us now is Rabbi Chaim Mintz from Chabad Bel Air. Rabbi, it's so wonderful to see you. We are glad to have you with us tonight. I hate that we have to start with what has happened in Albany, but I do want to ask you, based on what we are seeing in terms of anti-Semitism, particularly being so out in the open right now in this country, what do you make of all of it? And when you think of starting the celebration of Hanukkah, the Festival of Lights, how do these incidents, like what we saw in Albany, change the way Hanukkah is celebrated?
First and foremost, Hanukkah is a holiday of light. And why is this happening? From a rabbinical standpoint, we're all saying the exact same thing. Light is about happiness. It's about life. Light is about giving. It's about being good. There's a dark, dark element that is right now out there trying to destroy what is good in this world. You see them screaming in the streets. You see people feeling like we just want to kill people for no random reason. That is darkness. The Hanukkah candle is something that goes to the public. So many Jews around the world are looking, why are they shooting at us? We say, we know why. But nobody is giving up their Hanukkah celebration. Everybody is having it either in the streets, either in their home. But this has united us in such a way that was never, ever done before. Jews could be fighting politically. You saw what was going on in Israel 2 months ago. But the mass darkness and the hate that is brought upon the Jewish people has united us in ways that it's amazing. So we honestly believe the more that we're going to celebrate the Hanukkah, it's a beautiful message, not only for the Jewish people, but you got to realize something. Here in America, a lot of people are coming up to me and others, and they're saying, what's going on? What's going on? And I say to them, it doesn't stop with us. It's going to come to everybody. That's the way it's been. Listen, you're talking to a rabbi who's part of a people for 2,000 years. We saw how it always started. Started with the Jewish people. We ran, but they kept on going after other people in their countries. We're not running from the United States. And we don't want to have what's going on to destroy the United States. So the holiday of Hanukkah is a message Get to light your candles, do a good deed, hug somebody. One little candle, one, changes the darkness of a room. And that is the message. And I got to tell you something. I have so many Christians coming to me, sending me pictures that they put up a menorah up in their homes because they say, we want to stand with you. I've never seen such love from all walks of life here in America. So I say to everybody who's out there, it makes no difference whether you're an atheist or you're a religious person. One thing we all agree on is love is important. Light is the only way to go. Hanukkah is a holiday of 2,500 years where the oppressors came and said, we don't want your light. And a few thousand Maccabees changed the world forever. And that's why we have this wonderful holiday of Hanukkah.
Rabbi, what would you say to a Jewish American who is maybe considering going to a Hanukkah celebration but feels afraid to do it in public? Or what would you say to the towns or the cities that have canceled their celebrations this year because of fear?
You know what? The moment you cancel, let's talk about the government officials. If you cancel it, what you're really saying is you're allowing the negative to win. You must understand. These people are not going to be here tomorrow. These people are not going to be here in 2-3 years from now. But when you as a government and going like this, we don't want to put the police out there because we don't want, what don't you want? You're always going to go and say, let's say it wasn't Hanukkah and it was a gay pride parade and there was a bunch of people who were saying, we don't want it to happen and we're going to go and do violence. You're not going to allow the parade to go? You must understand, America is a place where everybody has the freedom to speak. And that is the holiday of Hanukkah. So all the government people that are saying we're scared, to whom you're scared of? The Jewish people? Or those that are trying to go and hurt and destroy the beautiful community that you're living in? These are renter crowds that are coming in. We know where they're coming from. Government, I'm begging you, don't go and say we're stopping because you think it's today. Wait until July 4th. They came after Thanksgiving already in New York. This will go on and on if you allow it. Cancer grows until you stop it.
Rabbi, you talked so beautifully about the message of Hanukkah, of the importance of light. And I remember the Chabad Rebbe saying in a speech one time that you can't beat darkness back with brooms and sticks. You can only do it with light. I'm wondering, as you are seeing all of this happening in the world, how do you find hope and how do you find that light?
You got to realize that you're talking to a guy that doesn't allow the darkness to enter. I mean, a week after the war started, I was in Israel. I was visiting the soldiers. I had people donating money from all across America, Jews, Gentiles, help them in what they need. That is the light. That is the belief. I mean, today is Pearl Harbor Day. Out of all days, it's also Hanukkah. America was attacked by hate, by the ideology that wanted to destroy America. Americans didn't question what we should do with the hate. They got rid of it, and Japan is our best friend today. We have to be the same way. Be strong in your message. Do not allow hate to continue. America knew how to do it in World War II. And by the way, they continued on into Europe, and thank God they got rid of Nazism. It's the only way to go after these people. The Maccabees did it. The Americans did it. And now the world is going to have to do it because this cancer is all around the world. Hug somebody. Give a homeless person a meal. Go out to the world and just do one act of kindness. You think that doesn't play on the negative? It sure does. You know why? Because this is not just a darkness and light war. This is a religious war. And we all know how powerful religion is when it's done with love. They're not doing any love. You can see it in their words. You can see it in their faces. It's hate. It's darkness. I wish I can sit with them and transform their way of thinking. But if they're going to go and kill and hurt and rape, we got to do what the Maccabees did. We got to do what America did in World War II. And this is a world issue. May the light of Hanukkah be a blessing, not only to the Jewish people, but to the whole world.
Rabbi Chaim Mintz, thank you so much, and a happy Hanukkah to you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you.
Before we go, inclusion in the classroom, or in this case, the lab. We'll show you what changes a chemistry lab in Texas is making to be more accessible for students who are vision impaired. In tonight's Future of Everything, we're going to college, to Baylor University specifically, where one professor is helping visually impaired students grow into the scientists they strive to be, with cutting-edge innovations to bring them into the lab. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett has this story.
This arrow is representing electrons from this oxygen.
When Noah Cook lost his vision at 18 years old, the option of studying chemistry in college seemed implausible.
All people see a lot of the times is the disability.
But we met Noah, who is now 23, at Baylor University's chemistry lab.
I know immediately which samples are mine based on these tactile stickers that we got on here.
Where he's conducting experiments alongside his sighted classmates and working directly with Professor Dr. Brian Shaw, who's made it his mission to make chemistry accessible to students who are blind or visually impaired.
The lab is the final frontier of learning, so if you don't make the lab accessible, you're not really making science accessible.
Funded by a grant from the National Institute of Health, Dr. Shaw and his graduate students developed a suite of revolutionary tactile tools, like 3D printed molecules, a tabletop robot that mixes chemicals, and a tool that serves as a guide for intricate experiments.
Labs are trending towards total automation. These tools that can help people with blindness are already being implemented to help sighted people work more efficiently. So in many ways, a chemistry lab is a perfect place for a person with blindness, because they're used to visualizing and thinking about things they can't see.
Today's experiment, run in tandem with the Texas School for the Blind, bringing high school students into the lab to try out the tactile tools. 14-year-old Emma Olek preps herself for the first round, attempting the experiment as a sighted scientist would.
I didn't even try. I was like, it's not going to happen.
But for the second round, she snaps on what Dr. Shaw calls the Zambonia and can now seamlessly guide her pipette to run the test perfectly.
I did the form.
Yep, that looks perfect.
Okay.
How did the whole process feel?
It felt very surreal. It was amazing how simple it was, especially after doing it without the Zamboni.
The results of the experiment are printed out on something like this, and it's done in a way that the data can be analyzed by someone who is sighted or visually impaired. It's showcasing all in one tool how inclusivity can be integrated in a lab. Were you intentional about trying to design something that could be used by everybody, not creating two different tools?
No, I gotta be honest, that was an accident. It's funny how that works, you know, it's just gonna make everyone's life convenient now.
Building that bridge may be the key to unlocking new discoveries.
Do you think there's an added benefit in a way of having that tactile perspective, of having a different perspective of looking at the elements of chemistry?
We know that diverse groups of scientists, people who think differently because they live differently, they produce better science.
For Emma, just getting into the lab has been life-changing.
It has really helped me a bunch and helped me to maybe come closer to deciding what I want to do in my future.
Do you think there's a potential to be a chemist in the future?
Yes, at least some part of it, for sure.
To Professor Shaw and his grad students, the real power of these tools reaches far outside the lab, with the ability to spark confidence and a passion for science in thousands of kids like Emma across the country. Maura Barrett, NBC News, Waco, Texas.
That does it for us tonight. I'm Ellison Barber. We will see you tomorrow, but until then, stay tuned now.
Tonight, we're following that breaking news. Shots fired outside of a synagogue in New York just as Hanukkah begins. A man arrested after police say he opened fire with a shotgun outside of a synagogue in the capital city of Albany. While nearly 24 preschoolers were inside, authorities believe it was a targeted attack on the Jewish community. The synagogue and a nearby hospital were placed on lockdown. Police across the state stepping up patrols, but already on high alert after repeated warnings from the FBI over potential lone wolf attacks amid the war between Israel and Hamas. FBI Director Christopher Wray saying the terror threat is the highest it's been in more than a decade. Also, here it comes again, that deadly storm that brought flooding and damaging winds to the Pacific Northwest. So many affected, and now they're preparing to get slammed one more time. As a cross-country storm prepares to march east, snow and torrential rain expected from coast to coast, we have the timing and the track. Biden's alias email accounts? A House committee releasing records showing President Biden used private email addresses and multiple aliases to send hundreds of messages to his son Hunter and his son's business associates. Could this information play into Hunter's legal problems and how the president is responding tonight? Venezuela takeover. Venezuelan leader Nicolás Maduro threatening to annex an oil and mineral-rich portion of neighboring Guyana, the disputed land making up nearly 3/4 of the small South American country. Guyana now holding military drills at the border in a show of force. Brazil's President Lula also mobilizing troops to his border, but tonight urging peace, saying we don't need a war in South America. Record migrant numbers, 10,000 migrants crossing into the U.S. illegally on Tuesday, shattering a record for a single-day crossing. The crisis at the border also overwhelming U.S. cities. Officials in Denver struggling to find housing for thousands of migrants, and taxpayers are footing the potentially $100 million bill. Plus, a series of explosions in Colombia's Amazon jungle, how authorities are taking explosive measures to combat illegal gold mining there. And the toddler slipping past security and onto a baggage belt at the airport. Security cams spotting him riding onto different lanes and into restricted areas. The moment an airline employee jumped into action before he got hurt. Top story starts right now. Hey, good evening. Let's get right to that breaking news and the gunfire outside of a New York synagogue and what's now being investigated as a hate crime. Police in Albany say the suspect was making threats before opening fire with a shotgun just outside of the synagogue just a few hours before Hanukkah began. A preschool operating inside at the time. Luckily, no one was hurt, but an extremely distressing event for that synagogue that also was the target of a bomb threat just 3 months ago. Since the October 7th attack on Israel, police across New York State have stepped up patrols at houses of worship, especially at synagogues. The National Guard also on high alert on Capitol Hill this week. FBI Director Christopher Wray once again sounding the alarm over hate-fueled attacks on U.S. soil in the wake of the Israel-Hamas war. At one point saying, quote, look at this, I've never seen a time where all the threats, or so many of the threats, are all elevated all exactly at the same time. And it's not just the U.S. Communities across Europe lit menorahs for Hanukkah tonight, but it was amid a looming warning from the EU over potential terror attacks this holiday season. We'll get to all of that in a moment, but we begin with that breaking news and Emily Aketa in New York.
On the first night of Hanukkah, police across New York ramping up patrols at Jewish sites after gunfire caused a major scare at Temple Israel in Albany this afternoon.
Shotgun in his hoodie in the parking lot nearby. A report of one shot heard.
Officials say the suspect is a 28-year-old local who was walking around outside the synagogue and acting very suspicious.
According to witnesses, he fired off a round from his shotgun while making threatening statements.
Law enforcement now investigating the shooting as a hate crime.
We were told by responding officers that he made a comment, free Palestine.
On the synagogue's premises, 24 preschoolers. It was the director of the Early Childhood Center who first heard the shots and called 911, according to officials. The suspect, who has a rap sheet, was apprehended in a neighboring parking lot.
Thankfully, at this time, no one was injured in this incident. But the fear that it has wreaked, and the fear and the anxiety that it has caused, I know a lot of people are feeling really shaken right now.
Security had already been enhanced at synagogues, yeshivas, and community centers for the Jewish holiday, amid rising tensions stemming from the Israel-Hamas war. Just in September, the same location of today's gunfire faced a bomb threat.
All right, Emily Aketa joins us now live. Emily, you mentioned that suspect was taken into custody. Does he have a criminal history? What more do we know about him?
Yeah, the governor says he does have a rap sheet. Still a lot of unanswered questions, though, at this time. We know the suspect is a 28-year-old man, and they say he was local to the Albany area. He had fired off 2 shots, according to police, but they don't know in what direction. They say that he had dropped the gun before officers arrived to the scene and took him into custody. They say that there's a strong possibility he'll also be facing federal charges, Tom.
And then, Emily, what are officials saying about any ongoing threats following this incident?
So New York Governor Kathy Hochul says there are no ongoing threats at this time, but we're learning from her office tonight hate crimes across the board in New York in November were up 90% compared to last year, Tom.
Okay, Emily Aketa leading us off tonight, and those security fears are not just in New York, but of course all across the globe. European leaders warning of a, quote, huge risk of terrorist attacks, as the FBI director cautions the warning lights he saw before 9/11 are blinking everywhere he turns. But despite the risks, Jewish communities around the world vowing to find the light, of course, on the first night of Hanukkah. Here's Josh Letterman.
For centuries, the Hanukkah candles have been burning reminders about the triumph of religious freedom over fear, of light over darkness. But tonight, as Jews around the world light the first candle, they stand in the shadow of a new set of fears, surging anti-Semitism and an alarming threat of terrorism.
All the lights were blinking red before 9/11, apparently. Obviously, all of us missed it. Would you say that there's multiple blinking red lights out there?
I see blinking lights everywhere I turn.
FBI Director Chris Wray testifying the terror threat is higher than at any point since the war against ISIS a decade ago.
And by far and away, the biggest chunk of the tips and leads, which are coming in fast and constantly to us post-October 7th, the biggest chunk by far involve threats to the Jewish community.
Earlier this week, the Homeland Security Department issuing a guide to places of worship to protect themselves, with tips like trimming bushes where attackers could hide, and similar fears across Europe.
There is a huge risk of terrorist attacks in the European Union,
prompting the EU to devote more than $32 million to protecting places of worship. The French government urging extreme vigilance after a fatal terrorist attack over the weekend by a man who told police he was angry about the war. And London's Metropolitan Police telling NBC News they've made 75 arrests linked to the Israel-Hamas war, stemming from threats to both Jews and Muslims. While Jewish communities in the U.S. and Europe are deploying armed guards outside synagogues and Hanukkah celebrations.
These symbols of Hanukkah are supposed to be a beacon of faith and perseverance, but they can quickly become targets for people who might act out of hatred or prejudice.
But across the world tonight, Jewish communities vowing they will not cower in the dark. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz lighting the first candle at the Brandenburg Gate in the heart of Berlin, vowing to protect Jewish citizens. In Kyiv's Maidan Square, the site of the 2014 Revolution of Dignity, families eating sufganiyot, traditional Hanukkah pastries, decorated with the Ukrainian flag. While in Washington, thousands watching as Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff lit the national menorah steps from the White House.
Since October 7th, that horrible day, I have been speaking out publicly as much as I can on what I am calling and what we know to be a crisis of anti-Semitism.
And in London's Trafalgar Square, the head of the UK's Jewish Leadership Council says communities have no choice but to be vigilant, but not silent.
Hanukkah is a symbol of pride, of light, one of the joyous festivals in the Jewish calendar, and we are asking people to be loud, proud and Jewish because we think that is the best antidote to the hate that we're seeing.
And with that, Josh Letterman joins us tonight from London. Josh, it is a tricky balance to strike, right? How communities across Europe are deciding whether it's safe to go ahead with Hanukkah celebrations.
That's right, Tom, and this has really divided some communities. One of the municipal governments in East London actually canceled the erection of their menorah in their part of the community, saying it would divide the community. They cited those tensions from the Gaza Strip and the war that Israel is fighting there. And there was a major blowback from the public. They eventually decided to reverse course. Most communities have decided to simply go forward. They say they do not want to capitulate to terrorism.
And then, Josh, while we have you here, you are in London. I had a chance to stop in London after my time in Israel covering the war on the onset. And I can remember being in Speaker's Corner there in Hyde Park where people sort of share ideas and debate. And there were some very heated debates, but it was peaceful. What is the temperature and sort of the mood like in London now with the war still ongoing?
Well, you definitely can tell that there is a heightened sense of tension here in London, Tom. You see anti-Israel protests in various parts of the city almost every day. There's clearly a heightened police presence around the city as we approach the Christmas holiday and the holiday season more broadly. And the Metropolitan Police say they are deploying more resources around the city and that people should expect to see more in law enforcement as they try to prevent anything bad from happening during this holiday season, Tom.
Okay, Josh, thank you for that. In Israel tonight, it is 2 months to the day since the war with Hamas began. Tonight, a rare interview with one of those hostages who was held by the terror group in Gaza. Her emotional return to the home she was kidnapped from, and her plea to get those remaining hostages back, including her own grandson. Richard Engels in Israel again tonight.
2 months after Hamas killed more than 1,200 people in Israel, the Israeli military is escalating its campaign to overthrow the group in Gaza. But for the 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza who can't leave, the war isn't the only danger. Hunger is spreading. Massive crowds gathered today outside a food distribution center. The UN is warning of a humanitarian catastrophe. Just across the border from Gaza, we visited the kibbutz Nir Oz, where on October 7th, Hamas fighters killed and kidnapped everyone they could find. Driven by her neighbor, Irina Tati returned this morning. The 73-year-old was held hostage by Hamas in Gaza and freed last week. She was overwhelmed by the damage. Her door is still smashed in. Hamas dragged her away from here. Irina came back to collect a prayer book for Hanukkah. Her neighbor, Rita Lifshitz, tells her Hamas is still firing rockets and she should go to the safe room if there's incoming. Irina badly wanted to see if her cat was still alive. She thought about the cat while a hostage, and when she found him, she smiled.
What's it like for you to come back here after all that you've been through?
Here I feel better, but not very well. I want the war to stop, she says. She did not want to talk about what happened to her while she was a captive. And Irina's 28-year-old grandson is still being held in Gaza. Hanukkah is a holiday of light. People close to us in Gaza must return home, she says. Hamas went house to house here for 8 agonizing hours before any rescue came. Residents locked themselves in their safe rooms. So Hamas set houses on fire to smoke them out. Rita says many here are furious at Hamas and the government.
How did it take 8 hours to have a response?
Why it took 8 hours? Because they didn't care. 6:30 they came in here.
Rita took me to the local post office, where the boxes have been marked with stickers.
This is one of the most disturbing images that I've seen in a long time. This post office, and on the boxes, red, killed, blue, returned, black, dead.
Yes.
And to be honest, there's not a lot of blue.
Next door is the cafeteria, where the tables are set for those who can't come, the dead and missing. 1 out of every 4 people who lived on this kibbutz was either murdered or taken hostage.
Now it's the first holiday of the kibbutz that is not happening, and we need to bring them back now.
All right, Richard joins us tonight from Jerusalem. Richard, I know you have some new reporting about efforts to secure another ceasefire, but before we get there, I want to pick up where your story ends. It is the first night of Hanukkah, and there's just so little to celebrate in that region. Talk to me about what you've experienced over the last 24 hours there, and your report was just so compelling with what you witnessed, you and your team today.
Well, on the kibbutz, I think there's one note of optimism, and that the people are determined to move back. They say they will rebuild, they will reform the community. It will never be the same. They want the people who are still held by Hamas to be freed. But either way, whether that happens or not, they're not willing to even consider the possibility that that won't happen. But either way, they want to continue living in that place. They formed such a bond, such a community before, and then after this, they want to go back to their homes.
And then talk to us about another potential ceasefire. Is there reason to be optimistic for that?
Not really. We know that there are still, and I've spoken to a negotiator directly involved in this process, there are still contacts. There are still some efforts to try and resume a ceasefire. But I was told that there is so far nothing serious yet. No serious conversations that could get us out of this crisis yet.
Finally, let's talk about Gaza. You mentioned in your piece there at the top the horror in Gaza right now, the UN warning of what they're calling a humanitarian catastrophe. What more are you hearing from inside Gaza tonight? And of course, the confusion with people being told to move to the south, and now the war clearly in the south as well.
People in Gaza are quite convinced that this is a war to drive them out of the Gaza Strip, that this is a war to punish Gazans, that this is a war to put so much pressure on them, not just against Hamas, but to punish the people of Gaza and ultimately to push them into Egypt. They are depressed. They are starting to be cold. It is now becoming very cold, particularly in the evenings. This is a desert climate, so even though if it's hot in the day, at night it can be very cold, and people in some cases don't have shoes. They don't have much to eat. They don't have much food. They don't have drinking water. So the conditions are quite appalling. There's some efforts to get more aid in, and there was just some new reporting that U.S. officials are pressuring Israel to open another inspection point into Gaza to get more aid in. But it is not a sustainable solution where they are totally dependent on outside aid, with everyone forced into the south, with much of the north destroyed and being more damaged every day. So aid is trickling in, and more might trickle in, but the people there need far more than that. They need to be able to rebuild, to have a local economy, to be able to produce for themselves. So that there is a sense of hopelessness and depression and real humanitarian suffering for the people of Gaza. So I wish I had better news, but right now doesn't look like we're getting closer to a ceasefire. No serious negotiations yet. And the people of Gaza, when we speak to them, some people I know and have known for a long time are crying when you speak to them over the phone.
Before you go, another question about Gaza. We've seen an image that's been circulating today. It is a group of men They appear to, not be wearing clothes. Obviously they're wearing underwear, but detainees arrested by Israeli forces in northern Gaza. Israel has said they've arrested hundreds of suspected terrorists across the Gaza Strip. But I think this is the first time we're actually seeing them, like a mass number of arrests happening like that in Gaza.
So according to Israeli accounts, these are Hamas suspects who turned themselves in. Palestinians are saying that these are people who are arbitrarily rounded up. They say that there are journalists among the group and that they were seated on the ground, forced to put their hands over their heads, look down in the ground with Israeli soldiers standing over them in a symbol of power and dominance, and that these images were released to humiliate them. From the Israeli point of view, from what the Israelis are describing this as a success, they say that Hamas members are turning them in, and the way Palestinians are looking at it is that it is a sign that Palestinians in Gaza are being made to suffer even more.
Richard Engel from Jerusalem for us. Richard, thank you for that. We want to move back here now to the fallout from a congressional hearing with the presidents of some of the most prestigious universities in the country on anti-Semitic language on their campuses. Stephanie Gosk reports on how a single but powerful word and the response to it has led to backlash that goes all the way to the White House.
The hearing Tuesday lasted 5 hours, but it was this questioning from New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik that has ignited a firestorm.
I am asking, specifically calling for the genocide of Jews. Does that constitute bullying or harassment?
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment. If the speech becomes conduct, it can be harassment, yes.
Conduct meaning committing the act of genocide?
The presidents of Harvard, the University of Pennsylvania, and MIT were on Capitol Hill to address anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on their campuses.
Calling for the genocide of Jews violates Harvard Code of Conduct, correct?
Again, it depends on the context.
It does not depend on the context. The answer is yes, and this is why you should resign.
Harvard and Penn's presidents tried to clarify their answers to that specific question on the issue of calls for genocide.
I want to be clear. A call for genocide of Jewish people is threatening, deeply so.
Harvard's president, writing in part, calls for violence or genocide against the Jewish community or any religious or ethnic group are vile. They have no place at Harvard. At times throughout the hearing, the leaders of the schools condemned the hate on campus while also citing the importance of freedom of speech. But criticism came swiftly, and from both Republicans and Democrats.
It should not be hard to condemn genocide. Genocide against Jews, genocide against anyone else.
White House spokesman Andrew Bates writing, "It's unbelievable that this needs to be said. Calls for genocide are monstrous." Needs to go. Students rallied on campus today outside McGill's office.
I'm a Jewish student here, and I think that she needs to step down.
Penn is facing possible financial fallout. A wealthy donor is threatening to pull a $100 million donation, telling the school he's only willing to discuss it if they replace the current president. The school telling NBC News tonight that there is no plan by the Board of Trustees to replace the current leadership. Tom?
Okay, Stephanie, we thank you for that. Now to the forecast. We're going to switch gears here, and the massive cross-country storm on the way this weekend. Heavy rain and strong winds expected from coast to coast over the next few days. Power outages and flooding even possible along the eastern seaboard on Sunday. It comes as parts of the Pacific Northwest, as we've been reporting here, recover from historic flooding. New video out of Washington shows cars and trucks stuck in the floodwaters. Look at that. One river in the state rising a record-breaking 21 feet. Wow. Let's get right over to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who's been tracking all of this. And Bill, tonight we're seeing a lot of white on your radar.
Yeah, there's a lot of clouds, and this is the storm. So it doesn't have a lot of punch to it yet, but by the time we get to Saturday, the storm that just came into California will get some juice from the Gulf of Mexico. So Friday, just some snow in the Rockies, Four Corner region, northwards. That's actually welcome snow for many of the high peaks. Then as we go throughout late Friday into Saturday, the storm taps the Gulf of moisture. Then we could see severe weather starting in areas of Louisiana, pushing up to Tennessee as we go throughout the day Saturday. Snow on the backside of the storm. And if you have any plans on the East Coast on Sunday, it's going to be a wild day. It's going to be windy. It's going to be warm. Then thunderstorms are going to come through. Then it's going to get cold. And in some cases, like Pennsylvania and western New York, it'll actually turn to snow. So there's going to be a lot lot of travel issues on Sunday for the East Coast. And as far as severe weather goes, 11 million people at risk from Houston all the way to Little Rock to Memphis. That's mostly going to be wind damage. Isolated tornadoes are going to be possible. And as far as rain goes, from D.C. to New York, everyone should have at least 2 inches of rain. So it's going to pour when it comes down. And there'll even be some snow, Tom, on the backside of this for western and central New York. So it's going to be a wild weekend. Christmas decorations flying all over the place. Quite a December weekend storm.
Okay, Bill, we appreciate that. We're getting some breaking news that's just coming in right now. We understand from our investigative team that federal prosecutors have just filed a new criminal case against Hunter Biden, the son of President Joe Biden. I want to bring in NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, I know we are just getting this information. Walk us through what we know and what we don't know, and I have some questions lined up for other developments that have happened today as well.
Yeah, Tom, here's what we do know. A new criminal case has been filed by Special Counsel David Weiss in Los Angeles against Hunter Biden. One source tells us that these are tax-related charges. That would track with what we've been expecting for a long time. Remember that Hunter Biden had a plea agreement that called for no jail time, where he was going to plead guilty to misdemeanor tax charges of failure to file a tax return. And that fell apart, and that was in Delaware. But David Weiss, the special counsel, had to bring any tax case in the place where the tax return would have been filed, and one of those places was Los Angeles. So it would make sense that these new charges are tax charges. A big question, obviously, would be, are these just the charges, the misdemeanor charges that were part of the plea agreement that fell apart, or are there any additional related charges in this new case? We don't know the answer because these charges have not yet been made public. They're not on the computerized court system. But again, sources are telling us that this case has been brought, Tom.
So, Ken, you know, when that deal fell apart, it was obviously big news because everyone thought they had reached an agreement. Clearly, they had not. And now we're here, and it's been months since then. It would stand to reason that in that time, the special prosecutor has continued his investigation?
Certainly, although a lot of the investigative aspects and avenues that were followed had been done by the FBI, had been finished as long as a year or more ago in this case. But you know, they always continue to investigate. But in terms of the bringing Hunter Biden's business dealings and tax issues through a fine-tooth comb, that from what we know, that had already been done, and they had the case that they wanted to bring. They had a plea agreement. Remember that it fell apart over the question, though, of whether Hunter Biden would be immune from any future charges. And Special Counsel David Weiss wasn't prepared to grant him that, and said that, in fact, they were continuing to investigate the question of whether he violated foreign lobbying registration laws in his representation of foreign business people. And so that's why the plea deal fell apart. And so he's facing a felony gun charge that he lied on a form, bought a gun when he was addicted to drugs illegally, and now this separate case in Los Angeles that one source tells us is tax-related, Tom.
And Ken, you know, a major thing happened. It occurred with the legal strategy, right, with Hunter Biden's legal team. He had sort of been staying quiet, if you will. Every now and then he would do an interview, but he was sort of staying out of the limelight. Since the deal fell apart, he's written an op-ed, and his legal team has gone on the offensive, right, trying to demand that the special counsel subpoena both President Trump and the former Attorney General Barr, correct?
Yeah, that's the most recent battle, and just yesterday, the special counsel filed a response to that, saying that, in fact, that should not happen, because Hunter Biden's team argued that the whole case resulted from a malicious prosecution orchestrated by former President Trump and former Attorney General Bill Barr. And it is true that the investigation began during the Trump administration, but Special Counsel Weiss, in a filing, said that the bulk of it happened during the Biden administration, in fact, and that it was Attorney General Merrick Garland, appointed by President Biden, who named Weiss as special counsel and made sure the investigation was independent and continued. So they said that those subpoenas shouldn't happen. But you're absolutely right. It's part of a larger sort of get tough strategy by Hunter Biden. He's filing defamation suits against some of the people that have made accusations against him. He's going on offense in all sorts of ways. Abby Lowell, one of his attorneys, is known for that type of strategy. He's known as a pit bull litigator, particularly in tax cases. And so that has been their strategy. Right now, the stakes are high because, again, that felony gun charge carries significant prison time.
Yeah, and then, Ken, I guess my other question is, if you can kind of walk us back to the original charges before that deal fell apart and the timeline. I ask because we're entering an election year next year. How is this going to affect the president, and how long do we think this process will play out for Hunter Biden?
Well, in terms of the trial calendar, there is no trial date set in that gun charge, but it's widely expected that it would take place next year in the middle of the election campaign. And then it's unclear with these new charges, if they're tax charges, when those could get to trial. But about a year is standard for a federal criminal trial. And so you could see that trial happening, if in fact it goes to trial, right in the heart of potentially in November, in the heart of the presidential contest.
Could
so
they strike?
The implications,
yeah, Ken, could they strike a plea deal on these new charges as well, or has that ship sailed?
Most people we talk to about this think that there's always a chance to have a plea deal. It certainly appears to be in Hunter Biden's interest to get that deal back, where he was going to serve no jail time after all. And we know that there have been negotiations taking place behind the scenes, but they have not yet reached a deal. Sometimes both sides want to see all the cards, and so now that if in fact these tax charges have been filed, if Hunter Biden's team gets a chance to see them, maybe they'll have more of a chance to negotiate.
Ken, we obviously appreciate you scrambling. The interesting part is that we were going to have you on this show slated just at the same time, but reporting on another matter involving Hunter Biden, but this time President Biden as well. I know our NBC News investigative team has some new reporting as well about alias email addresses the former president at one time used.
Yeah, that's right. And this is not, the fact that he used alias email addresses is not new, but the committee that has been investigating, the House Republican committee that's been investigating Hunter Biden's business dealings and what they claim is Joe Biden's involvement, has released some data, not emails themselves, but the metadata, a log of emails between some of the alias emails that Joe Biden was using and a business partner of Hunter Biden. And we don't know the content of those emails. So we don't know if they were emails about, for example, Hunter Biden's mental health at that time, or whether they had anything to do with the business dealings. But we do know that the dates of them are notable, because some of the emails came right before Hunter Biden made a trip to Ukraine, where he arranged that lucrative business relationship with that natural gas company, Burisma, which ended up paying him $11 million to sit on their board and to do other things. And then some of those emails happened after that business trip. So again, Joe Biden emailing a business partner of Hunter Biden. And of course, what the House Republicans are saying is, this is evidence that Joe Biden was in fact involved with Hunter Biden's efforts to trade on the family name. Now, in my view, that does not establish that, but it does raise some questions that need to be answered. Joe Biden was asked about his involvement in his son's business dealings yesterday, and he just responded, "It's all lies. It's all lies." So he's not really substantively addressing this.
And that's been the president's sort of response over the last 3 or 4 years since these allegations first came up. Do you think this new revelation hurts the president more, or does it hurt Hunter Biden more, or we're just not there yet because we don't have the complete context of all these emails?
I think two things. I think we're not there yet because we don't have the complete context. That's well put. I also think we're in an interesting situation where you have the former President Trump looming over the media landscape, and things that may have been seen as a scandal, for example, in the Bill Clinton administration, that would have had the entire news media chasing after it like bloodhounds, don't make as big of a splash. So, what we have here is a situation where Hunter Biden was clearly trading on his family name, and it's pretty clear that Joe Biden knew about it, and at the very least, you can say, didn't stop it, didn't take action to make it stop, that anybody knows about, and hasn't condemned it. In fact, he said his son did nothing wrong. And to some people that's a scandal. To many Democrats, it's not, and we should look away. But that we're in a much different place than we were, say, in the 1990s when the news media was investigating Bill Clinton's business dealings.
Ken Delaney, and for us, Ken, we appreciate you handling all that breaking news and that new reporting as always. Okay, we're going to turn to another big story we're following here. The escalating border tensions in South America. Have you heard about this? Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro and his government threatening to take over oil and mineral-rich lands from neighboring Guyana. Nearby countries now on high alert, and Brazil mobilizing troops to its border. And today, the U.S. announcing they will hold military drills in the region in support of the small South American country. Guad Venegas has the details.
Tonight, tensions rising between two neighboring South American countries as Venezuela threatens to annex more than half of the country of Guyana.
This is a direct threat to Guyana's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and political independence.
As a century-old dispute is reignited over an oil-rich territory known as the Essequibo region, a stretch of land that in the 1840s, an International Tribunal of Arbitration decided it belonged to Guyana. But Venezuela has always disputed that decision.
When Hugo Chavez was alive, he actually put an additional star on the flag of Venezuela, an 8th star, which represents the quote-unquote stolen district of the Essequibo, to remind the Venezuelan people that it's a constant issue for them.
In 2015, following the discovery of oil reserves off the Essequibo's coast, Venezuela's interest in the territory intensified. Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro holding a referendum vote this week, with a majority approving to claim ownership over the Essequibo. Maduro also asking the Venezuelan state oil company to begin drilling.
What Maduro is trying to do is open up Guyanese territory for international exploitation by providing licenses from Venezuela. This is a new development. And seeking international partners.
In an effort to de-escalate tensions, Brazil's President Lula da Silva calling for a peaceful solution.
Nós não precisamos de guerra, nós não precisamos de conflito. O que nós precisamos é construir a paz.
His call for peace coming a day after Brazil's army announced it was mobilizing troops to its northern border, which it shares with both Guyana and Venezuela. Those living in the region feeling helpless.
Nobody, indigenous people, are not prepared for any takeover. Nobody has informed us, actually. Now it is being put on the table by us here as leaders, trying to inform our people of the dangers that is above us.
Guyana now betting on support from the international community, including the United States.
We absolutely stand by our unwavering support for Guyana's sovereignty.
A dispute to control a remote territory rich in natural resources and symbolic for both countries. And this afternoon, the U.S. Embassy in Guyana informing that the U.S. Southern Command will begin flight operations inside of Guyana, indicating that these exercises will enhance the security partnership between the U.S. and Guyana as the dispute between Guyana and Venezuela continues. Tom?
All right, Guad Venegas first. Guad, we thank you for that. Still ahead tonight, Diddy breaking his silence. A fourth woman accusing the rapper of sexual assault, recounting an attack she says happened when she was just 17 years old. What we're hearing from the Grammy winner tonight about those claims. Plus, an urgent manhunt in Pennsylvania for two escaped inmates where one of them was spotted by surveillance. And a mother and her toddler trapped under a car. The high school students who rushed in to save them. Stay with us. Top story just getting started on this Thursday night.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest bombshell accusations against hip-hop tycoon Sean Diddy Combs. The Grammy Award winner breaking his silence after a fourth woman came forward to accuse him of sexual assault. His latest alleged victim saying she was just 17 when she was violated at his recording studio. NBC's Liz Kreutz has this story. We want to warn you, some of the details are disturbing.
Tonight, rap mogul Sean Diddy Combs breaking his silence after a fourth woman has come forward with disturbing allegations of rape and sexual assault, saying, quote, enough is enough. In an explosive new lawsuit, a plaintiff identified only as Jane Doe accuses Combs, his friend and business partner Harve Pierre, and a third person of gang rape and sex trafficking. The alleged victim says she was approached by Pierre at a lounge in Michigan in 2003 when she was just 17 years old and a junior in high school. She says Pierre then convinced her to travel to New York on a private jet to visit Combs' recording studio. A photo included in the lawsuit appears to show the teen sitting on the rapper's lap. Jane Doe says at the studio she was repeatedly given drugs and alcohol before she was raped by all three men, then left on the bathroom floor in the fetal position.
The Sean Combs lawsuit alleges some pretty terrible conduct, but a lot of it happened decades ago. The modern trend in states, including New York, is to either open up a window for stale claims to be filed or to simply extend civil and even criminal statutes of limitations to give survivors and victims longer periods of time in which to sue.
According to the lawsuit, Combs' most recent accuser says the other women who came forward gave her the confidence to tell her story, specifically citing Cassie Ventura, an R&B singer-songwriter who was once signed to Combs' record label and dated him for nearly a decade. Ventura, who settled her suit the day after it was filed, accused Combs of trapping her in a cycle of abuse, violence, and sex trafficking. 54-year-old Combs responding to the lawsuit, saying in part, "Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." Pierre did not respond to NBC's request for comment.
This is a civil complaint against Combs. It is not a criminal prosecution. The only way for Combs to be prosecuted would be if law enforcement saw this complaint, read the allegations, and decided that they could bring a criminal prosecution.
The allegations fanning the flames of a years-long rivalry in the rap world.
Kids run around just popping pills in their mouth. Pop pill, 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 pill.
50 Cent announcing plans to produce a documentary about Diddy and his alleged wrongdoing, pledging to donate the proceeds to victims of sexual assault and rape.
All right, Liz Kreutz joins us now in studio. So 50 Cent is going to produce the documentary. He's going to donate that money, he says. So he's clearly taking a shot and reacting to all this. Is anybody defending Diddy tonight?
Yeah, Tom, no, we haven't seen anybody come to his defense so far. It's been pretty silent in the music industry, except that we are seeing some people now coming and backing the women. There's an advocacy group that is asking the Grammys to rescind Combs' 2024 Grammy nomination, rescind his invitation to the ceremony. And there is also a longtime friend of Cassie's, the singer Tiffany Red, who has now penned an open letter today where she is corroborating the claims from Cassie. She says that Cassie told her that Combs abused her. She says she even witnessed a really heated confrontation between them when they were a couple, where it was very clear that Cassie was afraid, and it even made her scared. Combs, though, has not responded to those allegations or that letter.
Things appearing to snowball, and Combs trying to fight back a little bit, at least tonight. All right, Liz Kreutzfors. Liz, great to have you here in studio. When we come back, the migrant crisis at the U.S. southern border, the record number of people who crossed illegally into the U.S. on Tuesday, and the strain it's having on American cities. Stay with us.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to avoid.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
All right, we are back now with Top Stories news feed, and we start with the manhunt for 2 escaped inmates in Pennsylvania. U.S. Marshals say a man accused of drug and parole violations escaping from a western Pennsylvania on Sunday and taking off in a red Ford pickup truck. This comes as the search intensifies for another inmate who escaped a Philadelphia jail during work detail just last week. Authorities urging anyone who sees either man to call police immediately. A record number of migrants crossing the U.S. southern border this week. Listen to this. CBP says 10,000 people crossed illegally through points of entry on Tuesday, and it comes as the crisis is crippling some U.S. cities. Officials in Denver say there are more than 2,600 migrants in the city's shelter system now, and nearly 30,000 who have come through Denver in the last year. So far, they say it's cost taxpayers, get this, $32 million, but could cost the city up to $100 million this year. And we want to turn to the latest on that deadly shooting at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Police say 67-year-old Anthony Polito opened fire on the building's 4th floor just before noon Wednesday, shooting and killing 3. Police not revealing a motive, but say he was a professor who applied to a job at multiple Nevada universities and was denied each time. He also previously worked at other universities across the Southeast, touted a membership in Mensa, the High IQ Society, who was prone to posting conspiracy theories on his personal website. A fourth victim tonight still remains in critical condition. And a group of high school students in Utah racing to save a mother and son trapped under a car. Surveillance video capturing the moment a group of students worked together to watch this lift the car a few inches off the ground, someone pulling the mother and her 2-year-old son out. Police say the mother was with her 2 children when the car struck them in the school's parking lot. One child was not pinned. Both the mother and child are expected to survive. Okay, time now for power and politics. With almost a month until the Iowa caucuses, former President Trump maintains a huge lead over his Republican rivals. And while they debated on stage last night, Trump was in court today. NBC's Garrett Haake has that report for us tonight.
Tonight, former President Trump's potential road back to the White House again winding through a Manhattan courtroom.
They're doing this to hurt a political opponent. This is third world country stuff.
With the Republican presidential frontrunner choosing to attend his civil fraud trial in New York, even as his rivals campaign in the early nominating states.
I'm sitting in a courthouse instead of being in Iowa, where I should be, even though I'm leading by about 40 points.
While recent Iowa surveys have shown a closer race there, a new national Wall Street Journal poll has Mr. Trump holding a commanding 44-point lead over Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, who in last night's debate largely focused their fire on one another, not the absent frontrunner.
She caves anytime the left comes after her, anytime the media comes after her.
Ron has continued to lie because he's losing.
The debate full of ugly personal attacks.
You would be voted in the first 20 minutes as the most obnoxious blowhard in America.
Do everybody a favor. Just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal, and get the hell out of this race.
And long shot candidate Chris Christie calling out fellow candidates for ignoring Mr. Trump's primary dominance.
I've got these 3 guys who are all seemingly to compete with, Voldemort, he who shall not be named. The fact of the matter is, he is unfit to be president.
Garrett, fresh off the debate, is back in Washington tonight. So, Garrett, I want to first ask you about the candidates' performance last night, right? After a debate, the obvious question is who won? And Meet the Press put this out on Twitter as part of the coverage post-debate, where they had sort of an informal watch party, and they asked those 30 voters what they thought. This is in Georgia, and who won the debate. What struck me is that 18 of those 30 said Trump won the debate, even though he wasn't on the stage. Is that your sense as well?
Yeah, look, and the other 5 who said Ramaswamy, who's basically running as Trump light, I think it's just a reminder that this is Donald Trump's party still, and the other candidates are still trying to find their place in it. I think these voters kind of put us back in an astute observation here, which is that the clock is really ticking on every candidate not named Donald Trump. You can quibble about how detailed or how accurate these polls are at a granular level, but when Trump's up by 20, 30, 40 points, all he has to do is run out the clock to become the next nominee. And by not showing up, he's able to do that. The other candidates ultimately end up looking small, like they're fighting for second place. I think that's what these voters are trying to tell us.
The GOP still wants to make sure that voters see all these Republican candidates for president. And I know you have some new reporting about 2 additional debates before the voting starts.
Yeah, this has been interesting because the Republican National Committee had very tightly controlled the debate process until now, where they've basically thrown their hands up and are letting media organizations throw their own debates. CNN now says they're going to host 2 debates, one in Iowa, one in New Hampshire, just before the caucus and primary in those states. It's not clear how many candidates will be attending, but we know one who won't. Donald Trump's campaign says he has no intention of showing up at either of those debates, Tom.
Garrett Haake with the latest from the campaign trail. Garrett, thank you for that. Coming up after this short break, we take you to Colombia. We'll explain why they're doing this, blowing up gold mines that produce nearly $2 million worth of gold every month. Stay with us.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know. You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
This is it, right?
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Time now for Top Stories Global Watch and a check of what else is happening around the world. We start in Colombia, where there's been an explosive crackdown on illegal gold mining. New video shows authorities in Colombia, watch this, blowing up illegal gold mining sites and equipment in the Amazon rainforest. It was one of 19 sites targeted by Colombia and Brazil in a joint effort to crack down on gold mining dredges. Officials there say, get this, the operations produce $1.5 million worth of gold per month, but at the same time, they're also polluting rivers with mercury. A 5.8 magnitude earthquake rocking Mexico City late today. Video showing people evacuating buildings as lights shook. The capital city, when the quake hit, the president of Mexico also had to be rushed out of a building. So far, no reports of any types of injuries or serious damage there. And a shocking scene at an airport in Santiago, Chile. Look at this, a security cam capturing the moment a toddler ran from his parents, slips past security and onto an airport conveyor belt for bags. Several cameras showing the 3-year-old going for a ride through the maze of conveyor belts throughout the facility, including in restricted and potentially dangerous areas. An airport worker finally spotting him, stopping the belt, and safely getting that child down. I'm sure he had a serious talking to by his parents. All right, coming up, the discovery of an ancient treasure in China. Hidden for more than 2,000 years, the relic, some perfectly preserved and all discovered by luck. We're going to take you there. That's next. Stay with us.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
This is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Finally tonight, from our Indiana Jones Chronicles, a discovery more than 2,000 years in the making. Construction workers in China stumbling upon a tomb from the Han Dynasty, which dates back to 200 BC. Stephen Roa now on what archaeologists found inside.
Hidden deep in the hills of southwest China, treasures untouched for more than 2,000 years, now uncovered by luck during a construction project. Archaeologists unearthing the earliest tomb ever found from the Western Han Dynasty, dating all the way back to 202 BC. There were more than 600 relics inside, according to the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, among them decorative wooden pieces, pottery, and more. Most of the cultural relics are well preserved, this member of the archaeological project says, and that's all thanks to a nearly perfectly sealed tomb.
You have oxygen-free environments. That's very, very good to preserve the perishable objects.
Archaeologists now carefully excavating the items at the site known as the Guangku Western Han Dynasty Tomb No. 1, a location accidentally uncovered by construction workers.
It's by accident.
Researchers astonished by the condition of the objects, the lacquer finish on some of them gleaming like new. Experts excited not only about the items themselves, but what they can teach us about the period, from art and culture to burial customs.
They never think about death is the end of the life. Instead, death is a journey to become an ancestor.
A site dedicated thousands of years ago to the dead, now giving a glimpse through time at life in the ancient world. Stephen Romo, NBC News.
A journey to become an ancestor. We'll leave you with that thought. We thank you so much for watching Top Story tonight. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay right there. More news on the way.
Tonight, the terrifying moments at a synagogue in New York State. A man firing a shotgun outside on the first night of Hanukkah. Police saying at least 2 shotgun blasts were fired on the grounds of a synagogue in Albany. Inside an early child care center with 24 preschoolers, but no one injured. The suspect in custody, the incident being investigated as a hate crime. The governor ordering the police and National Guard on high alert. The safety concerns nationwide as Hanukkah begins. Also tonight, the investigation after the deadly mass shooting on the UNLV campus. The gunman, a professor who was rejected for a job by the university, and what we're learning about the victims. The historic ruling in Texas, a judge granting a woman's emergency request to bypass the state's near total ban on abortion after learning her fetus had a fatal genetic disease. She joins us with her emotional reaction and how the state is still trying to stop her. In Gaza, the fighting raging as the war reaches the 2-month mark. Richard Engel with a freed Israeli hostage as she finally returns home. And typing out tunes, the orchestra making music in a whole new key.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome. Just hours before this evening's start of the Jewish holiday of Hanukkah, shots were fired onto the grounds of a synagogue in Albany, New York, further stoking concerns over the holiday and rising acts of anti-Semitism in this country. Officials say no one was hurt and a 28-year-old man has been taken into custody. The shots were fired outside Temple, Israel in Albany, where 24 preschoolers inside were immediately placed on lockdown. They are now safely finally reunited with their families. Police tonight are quoting the shooter as having said, "Free Palestine." Authorities saying the case is being investigated as a hate crime. New York Governor Kathy Hochul tonight has put state police and New York National Guard on alert, saying the safety of Jewish New Yorkers is non-negotiable. Emily Aketa has late details.
On the first night of Hanukkah, police across New York ramping up patrols at Jewish sites after gunfire caused a major scare at Temple Israel in Albany this afternoon.
Shotgun in his hoodie, be in the parking lot nearby. A report of one shot heard.
Officials say the suspect is a 28-year-old local who was walking around outside the synagogue and acting very suspicious.
According to witnesses, he fired off a round from his shotgun while making threatening statements.
Law enforcement now investigating the shooting as a hate crime.
We were told by responding officers that he made a comment, "Free Palestine."
On the synagogue's premises, 24 preschoolers. It was the director of the Early Childhood Center who first heard the shots and called 911, according to officials. The suspect, who has a rap sheet, was apprehended in a neighboring parking lot.
Thankfully, at this time, no one was injured in this incident. But the fear that it has wreaked, and the fear and the anxiety that it has caused, I know a lot of people are feeling really shaken right now.
Security had already been enhanced at synagogues, yeshivas, and community centers for the Jewish holiday, amid rising tension stemming from the Israel-Hamas war. Just in September, the same location of today's gunfire faced a bomb threat.
Emily, what are officials saying about any ongoing threats following this incident?
Well, Lester, New York Governor Kathy Hochul says there are no ongoing threats at this time, but we're learning tonight from her office that hate crimes across the board in New York in November were up 90% compared to last year. Lester?
Emily Aketa starting us off tonight. Thank you. Now to breaking news in the investigation into Hunter Biden, son of President Biden. Let's get right to Ken Delaney in Washington.
Lester, sources familiar with the matter tell NBC News special counsel David Weiss is expected to file a new criminal case tonight against Hunter Biden in Los Angeles, and that the charges include tax violations. We don't yet have the details because the charges have not yet been made public. This comes after a plea agreement fell apart in August that would have let Mr. Biden walk away with no jail time. And after Mr. Weiss charged Mr. Biden with a felony gun count, Hunter Biden has pleaded not guilty. One huge question about the Los Angeles charges is whether they include simply the misdemeanor charges of failing to file a tax return that Mr. Biden was prepared to admit in August, or whether prosecutors have added additional counts, potentially felonies. The new case adds to Hunter Biden's mounting legal woes and poses a political complication for his father, because if the prosecutions go forward, Hunter Biden could be standing trial in the middle of the presidential campaign. The plea deal collapsed because prosecutors were unwilling to promise not to charge Hunter Biden for other conduct, including related to what they said was their ongoing investigation into violations of foreign lobbying laws. Since then, Hunter Biden's legal team has mounted an aggressive strategy, for example, asking the judge in the gun case to subpoena former President Trump in an effort to demonstrate that this was a malicious prosecution. Special counsel Weiss responded that most of the investigation, in fact, took place during the Biden administration, and it was President Biden's Attorney General, Merrick Garland, who appointed David Weiss as the special counsel to keep the case independent. Lester?
Ken Delaney, and thanks. In Las Vegas, there are new details about the gunman at UNLV's campus, a college professor turned down for a job. As we learn more about the victims, all faculty slain at the school. Steve Patterson with late details now.
Tonight, new details after shots rang out on another American college campus.
We're good. Come on, everybody, keep your hands up, you guys. Keep your hands up, please.
This time inside UNLV's business school.
Gunshot was so close. I feel like he's coming in, and the only thing you can do is praying that he doesn't pick this room.
Police say 67-year-old Anthony Polito opened fire on the building's 4th floor just before noon Wednesday, shooting and killing 3. 64-year-old Professor Jerry Chang, 39-year-old Assistant Professor Patricia Navarro-Velez. The third victim, also faculty, hasn't been named until their family can be notified. One gunshot survivor is still in the hospital.
The suspect had a list of people he was seeking on a university campus, as well as faculty from the Eastern Carolina University.
He previously worked at other universities across the Southeast, touted a membership in Mensa, the high IQ society, and was prone to posting conspiracy theories on his personal website. But investigators are stopping short of assigning motive.
We know he applied numerous times for a job with several Nevada higher education institutions and was denied each time.
Today, police shared video of the moment Polito was killed as he engaged police outside.
Evacuate to a safe area, run, hide, fight.
Business law student Caleb Melise was in class just 2 floors down when he heard the shots rang out.
What did it sound like? It sounded like balloons popping. We were kind of oblivious of it. We didn't really realize what was going on at first.
Melise says, incredibly, this isn't his first mass shooting. He was at the deadliest mass shooting in American history, the Las Vegas Music Festival in 2017 that left 58 people dead.
How many times are we going to go through this? Yeah, some people crying, but it was like, we were like desensitized to it.
A legacy of violence, leaving Las Vegas numb.
And Steve, what more are officials saying about the suspect's other potential targets?
Lester, authorities now say they believe if the suspect wasn't taken down when he was, that he was heading right for the student union. They also say he mailed out 22 letters to other targets. The first one they intercepted contained an unknown white substance. So they are telling anyone in education, if you received an unmarked letter, don't open it. Lester?
Steve Patterson, thanks. In Texas, where most abortions are illegal, a judge today granted a woman's request to have an abortion that her doctor says is medically necessary. It's one of the biggest cases since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Here's Laura Jarrett.
Kate Cox was running out of time. After learning at 20 weeks that the baby she's expecting has a fetal abnormality, the 31-year-old mom of 2 filed a lawsuit in Texas seeking an emergency abortion. Today, a judge agreed.
I never thought I would ever need or want an abortion.
If Cox carried the pregnancy to term, doctors warned she would be at risk for serious complications that could affect her ability to have more children.
There's no outcome here that I take home my healthy baby girl.
Texas bans most abortions as soon as the baby has a heartbeat. There are medical exceptions, but critics say the language is vague, leaving doctors fearful of getting sued for performing one without a court order. Today, the judge siding with Cox, saying the idea that Ms. Cox wants desperately to be a parent and this law might actually cause her to lose that ability is shocking and would be a genuine miscarriage of justice. Tonight, the Texas Attorney General pushing back strongly, arguing Cox has failed to show she qualifies for a medical exception. The AG is sending a letter to Cox's hospital warning prosecutions are still possible if they allow her doctor to perform an unlawful abortion, despite the ruling.
The rule of law doesn't mean anything to the Attorney General of Texas.
Today's decision applies only to Cox, but separate challenges to the laws in Texas filed by other women are still ongoing. Meanwhile, Cox still dreams of expanding her family one day.
I want the opportunity to get the health care I need and heal, and then, try again.
Laura Jarrett, NBC News.
2 months ago today, Hamas terrorists unleashed their murderous rampage inside Israel. And tonight, some of the survivors of the attack return home for the first time, including a recently released hostage who spoke with our Richard Engel.
2 months after Hamas killed more than 1,200 people in Israel, the Israeli military is escalating its campaign to overthrow the group in Gaza. But for the 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza who can't leave, the war isn't the only danger. Hunger is spreading. Massive crowds gathered today outside a food distribution center. The UN is warning of a humanitarian catastrophe. Just across the border from Gaza, we visited the kibbutz Nir Oz, where on October 7th, Hamas fighters killed and kidnapped everyone they could find. Driven by her neighbor, Irina Tati returned this morning. The 73-year-old was held hostage by Hamas in Gaza and freed last week. She was overwhelmed by the damage. Her door is still smashed in. Hamas dragged her away from here. Irina came back to collect a prayer book for Hanukkah. Her neighbor, Rita Lifshitz, tells her Hamas is still firing rockets and she should go to the safe room if there's incoming. Irina badly wanted to see if her cat was still alive. She thought about the cat while a hostage And when she found him, she smiled.
What's it like for you to come back here after all that you've been through?
Here I feel better, but not very well. I want the war to stop, she says. She did not want to talk about what happened to her while she was a captive. And Irina's 28-year-old grandson is still being held in Gaza. Hanukkah is a holiday of light. People close to us in Gaza must return home, she says. Hamas went house to house here for 8 agonizing hours before any rescue came. Residents locked themselves in their safe rooms. So Hamas set houses on fire to smoke them out. Rita says many here are furious at Hamas and the government.
How did it take 8 hours to have a response?
Why it took 8 hours? Because they didn't care. 6:30 they came in here.
Rita took me to the local post office, where the boxes have been marked with stickers.
This is one of the most disturbing images that I've seen in a long time. This post office, and on the boxes, red, killed, blue, returned, black, dead.
Yes.
And to be honest, there's not a lot of blue.
Next door is the cafeteria, where the tables are set for those who can't come, the dead and missing. 1 out of every 4 people who lived on this kibbutz was either murdered or taken hostage.
Now it's the first holiday of the kibbutz that is not happening, and we need to bring them back now.
And tonight we're learning that Israel has agreed at U.S. request to open another border crossing into Gaza for humanitarian aid. Lester?
Richard, thank you. In 60 seconds, the presidents of elite universities under fire over what they told Congress about free speech as protests mount on campus. The growing controversy right after this. We're back now with a growing controversy. A congressional committee plans to open an investigation into anti-Semitism on the campuses of 3 elite universities after their presidents drew outrage at a hearing this week. Stephanie Goss now with the backlash.
I would like to frame my The hearing Tuesday lasted 5 hours, but it was this questioning from New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik that has ignited a firestorm.
I am asking, specifically calling for the genocide of Jews. Does that constitute bullying or harassment?
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment. If the speech becomes conduct, it can be harassment, yes.
Conduct meaning committing the act of genocide?
The presidents of Harvard, the University of Pennsylvania, and MIT were on Capitol Hill to address anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on their campuses.
Calling for the genocide of Jews violates Harvard Code of Conduct, correct?
Again, it depends on the context.
It does not depend on the context. The answer is yes, and this is why you should resign.
Harvard and Penn's presidents tried to clarify their answers to that specific question on the issue of calls for genocide.
I want to be clear. A call for genocide of Jewish people is threatening, deeply so.
Harvard's president, writing in part, calls for violence or genocide against the Jewish community or any religious or ethnic group are vile. They have no place at Harvard. At times throughout the hearing, the leaders of the schools condemned the hate on campus while also citing the importance of freedom of speech. But criticism came swiftly, and from both Republicans and Democrats.
It should not be hard to condemn genocide. Genocide against Jews, genocide against anyone else.
White House spokesman Andrew Bates writing, "It's unbelievable that this needs to be said. Calls for genocide are monstrous."
Jill needs to go.
Students rallied on campus today outside McGill's office.
I'm a Jewish student here, and I think that she needs to step down.
Tonight, Penn is facing possible financial fallout. A wealthy donor is threatening to pull a $100 million donation, calling for the president to be replaced. The school tells us tonight there's no plan to change leadership, Lester.
All right, Stephanie, thanks very much. Coming up as we continue, a new record in the crisis at the southern border and how it's impacting one major American city as winter nears. We're back with a crisis at the border. A record 12,000 undocumented migrants stopped in a single day by Border Patrol this week. And as Julia Ainsley reports, it's adding up to more strain on some of America's biggest cities.
Tonight, Denver joining the growing list of cities struggling to handle a record surge of migrants, with entire blocks full of migrants sleeping on the street.
oh, it is a crisis.
Mike Johnston is one of 5 Democratic mayors recently writing President Biden saying action is needed to help cities address the crisis.
What's the one thing you want from the Biden administration right now?
When you admit someone for asylum into the country, they should get work authorization. We should expedite the process of approving that application so it doesn't take 4 years. It could take 30 days.
Johnston is under increasing pressure from counties outside of Denver that are not taking in migrants. Suburban Douglas County passing a resolution demanding Denver drop its status as a sanctuary city, a jurisdiction where officials won't enforce federal immigration laws. Critics say that attracts more migrants, with illegal crossings at the southern border this year at record highs.
What would you like to see the city do?
I'd like the city to actively proclaim that it is not a sanctuary city. I think it's important that we're not bringing people to a cold weather climate.
There are more than 2,600 migrants in Denver's shelter system, and now nearly 30,000 who have come through Denver in the last year, costing taxpayers more than $32 million so far.
Denver's shelters are full, with some migrants now sleeping in tent encampments like these, where temperatures drop below freezing at night.
It just seems like pretty inconvenient for them and for us. Really, a lot of people in this apartment complex are concerned.
Families with children are given priority in Denver shelters. We meet a group of adults who just arrived. Genesis from Venezuela said they don't know where they're supposed to go next. We don't know. We have no knowledge, direction, location, she tells us. Jan saying, we had to go through 7 countries on foot through the jungle. We came for the opportunity for the work permit.
Mayor Johnson says Denver expects to spend as much as $100 million on migrants in the next year, but they're only budgeted for $20 million. Lester?
All right, Julia Ainsley, thank you. Up next, they all play the keyboard, making their own type of music. Finally, the orchestra that draws its notes from the past and performs in the keys of A to Z. Ann Thompson explains.
It is a cacophony of clicks and clacks, the music of the Boston Typewriter Orchestra.
This is Stomp Meets The Office.
Brendan Quigley and Chris Keene lead the Underwoods, Royals, and Smith Coronas, rehearsing at Chris's dining room table. Whose idea was this?
Have you ever heard like a song on the radio and go, you know, this song's pretty good, but I think it would sound better not on 1 typewriter, but 8?
No, I've never thought that.
Well, we have.
That's our origin.
We heard, you know, Last Christmas by Wham and thought, you know, this would sound a lot better on typewriters, and so we just did it.
If music is noise that makes sense, this is it. What does your sheet music look like?
It's a mess.
The goal, not words per minute, but beats and hooks.
This is a song without any melody or lyrics, and yet somehow it's still catchy.
The Kelly Clarkson Show thought so. What's the next holy grail for you?
I don't know, the MGM Sphere in Vegas?
Sure, yeah, you know. I mean, does U2 need an opening act?
Yeah.
But first, Ralph Steiner in Worcester.
Go.
By day, Chris is a software engineer. Brendan constructs crossword puzzles.
I feel like we're kind of a rock band at heart.
We've sort of planted the flag and, you know, everyone has to catch up.
One carriage return at a time. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Boston.
They deserve a ribbon for that performance. That's Nightly News for this Thursday. Thanks for watching. I'm Lester Holt. Take care of yourself and each other. Good night.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Tonight, the terrifying moments at a synagogue in New York State. A man firing a shotgun outside on the first night of Hanukkah. Police saying at least 2 shotgun blasts were fired on the grounds of a synagogue in Albany. Inside an early child care center with 24 preschoolers, but no one injured. The suspect in custody, the incident being investigated as a hate crime. The governor ordering the police and National Guard on high alert. The safety concerns nationwide as Hanukkah begins. Also tonight, the investigation after the deadly mass shooting on the UNLV campus. The gunman, a professor who was rejected for a job by the university, and what we're learning about the victims. The historic ruling in Texas, a judge granting a woman's emergency request to bypass the state's near total ban on abortion after learning her fetus had a fatal genetic disease. She joins us with her emotional reaction and how the state is still trying to stop her. In Gaza, the fighting raging as the war reaches the 2-month mark. Richard Engel with a freed Israeli hostage as she finally returns home. And typing out tunes, the orchestra making music in a whole new key.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome. Just hours before this evening's start of the Jewish holiday of Hanukkah, shots were fired onto the grounds of a synagogue in Albany, New York, further stoking concerns over the holiday and rising acts of anti-Semitism in this country. Officials say no one was hurt and a 28-year-old man has been taken into custody. The shots were fired outside Temple, Israel in Albany, where 24 preschoolers inside were immediately placed on lockdown. They are now safely reunited with their families. Police tonight are quoting the shooter as having said, "Free Palestine." Authorities saying the case is being investigated as a hate crime. New York Governor Kathy Hochul tonight has put state police and New York National Guard on alert, saying the safety of Jewish New Yorkers is non-negotiable. Emily Aketa has late details.
On the first night of Hanukkah, police across New York ramping up patrols at Jewish sites after gunfire caused a major scare at Temple Israel in Albany this afternoon.
Shotgun in his hoodie, be in the parking lot nearby. A report of 1 shot heard.
Officials say the suspect is a 28-year-old local who was walking around outside the synagogue and acting very suspicious.
According to witnesses, he fired off a round from his shotgun while making threatening statements.
Law enforcement now investigating the shooting as a hate crime.
We were told by responding officers that he made a comment, "Free Palestine."
On the synagogue's premises, 24 preschoolers. It was the director of the Early Childhood Center who first heard the shots and called 911, according to officials. The suspect, who has a rap sheet, was apprehended in a neighboring parking lot.
Thankfully, at this time, no one was injured in this incident. But the fear that it has wreaked, and the fear and the anxiety that it has caused, I know a lot of people are feeling really shaken right now.
Security had already been enhanced at synagogues, yeshivas, and community centers for the Jewish holiday, amid rising tension stemming from the Israel-Hamas war. Just in September, the same location of today's gunfire faced a bomb threat.
Emily, what are officials saying about any ongoing threats following this incident?
Well, Lester, New York Governor Kathy Hochul says there are no ongoing threats at this time, but we're learning tonight from her office that hate crimes across the board in New York in November were up 90% compared to last year. Lester?
Emily Akata starting us off tonight. Thank you. Now to breaking news in the investigation into Hunter Biden, son of President Biden. Let's get right to Ken Delaney in Washington.
Lester, Hunter Biden has been charged with felony tax fraud tonight in Los Angeles in a new indictment that significantly deepens his legal troubles. In a 56-page indictment, Special Counsel David Weiss has charged Mr. Biden with 3 felonies and 6 misdemeanors, alleging he engaged in a scheme to evade $1.4 million in taxes from 2014 to 2020, while spending millions of dollars to fund an extravagant lifestyle. This is the second felony indictment against Hunter Biden, who was charged in September with lying on a federal form while purchasing a handgun. Both cases came after a plea deal fell apart in August that called for him to admit to misdemeanors and serve no jail time. The new indictment says Mr. Biden received more than $7 million in income from 2016 to 2020 and took steps to evade taxes, including by using false business deductions. It says Mr. Biden had the money to pay his taxes, but chose not to pay them. The new case adds to Hunter Biden's mounting legal woes and poses a huge political complication for his father, because if the prosecutions go forward, Hunter Biden could be standing trial in the middle of the presidential campaign. The plea deal collapsed because prosecutors were unwilling to say they wouldn't charge Mr. Biden in their ongoing investigation of potential violations of foreign lobbying laws. But Mr. Biden's legal woes have now multiplied. Lester?
Ken Delaney, and thanks. In Las Vegas, there are new details about the gunman at UNLV's campus, a college professor turned down for a job. As we learn more about the victims, all faculty slain at the school. Steve Patterson with late details now.
Tonight, new details after shots rang out on another American college campus.
We're good. Come on, everybody keep your hands up, you guys. Keep your hands up, please.
This time inside UNLV's business school.
Gunshot was so close, I feel like he's coming in. And the only thing you can do is praying that he doesn't pick this room.
Police say 67-year-old Anthony Polito opened fire on the building's 4th floor just before noon Wednesday, shooting and killing 3. 64-year-old Professor Jerry Chang, 39-year-old Assistant Professor Patricia Navarro-Velez. The third victim, also faculty, hasn't been named until their family can be notified. One gunshot survivor is still in the hospital.
The suspect had a list of people he was seeking on a university campus, as well as faculty from the Eastern Carolina University.
He previously worked at other universities across the Southeast, touted a membership in Mensa, the high IQ society, and was prone to posting conspiracy theories on his personal website. But investigators are stopping short of assigning motive.
We know he applied numerous times for a job with several Nevada higher education institutions and was denied each time.
Today, police shared video of the moment Polito was killed as he engaged police outside.
Evacuate to a safe area, run, hide, fight.
Business law student Caleb Melise was in class just 2 floors down when he heard the shots rang out.
What did it sound like? It sounded like balloons popping. We were kind of oblivious of it. We didn't really realize what was going on at first.
Melise says, incredibly, this isn't his first mass shooting. He was at the deadliest mass shooting in American history, the Las Vegas Music Festival in 2017 that left 58 people dead.
How many times are we going to go through this? Yeah, some people crying, but it was like, we were like desensitized to it.
A legacy of violence, leaving Las Vegas numb.
And Steve, what more are officials saying about the suspect's other potential targets?
Lester, authorities now say they believe if the suspect wasn't taken down when he was, that he was heading right for the student union. They also say he mailed out 22 letters to other targets. The first one they intercepted contained an unknown white substance. So they are telling anyone in education, if you received an unmarked letter, don't open it. Lester?
Steve Patterson, thanks. In Texas, where most abortions are illegal, a judge today granted a woman's request to have an abortion that her doctor says is medically necessary. It's one of the biggest cases since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Here's Laura Jarrett.
Kate Cox was running out of time. After learning at 20 weeks that the baby she's expecting has a fetal abnormality, the 31-year-old mom of two filed a lawsuit in Texas seeking an emergency abortion. Today, a judge agreed.
I never thought I would ever need or want an abortion.
If Cox carried the pregnancy to term, doctors warned she would be at risk for serious complications that could affect her ability to have more children.
There's no outcome here that I take home my healthy baby girl.
Texas bans most abortions as soon as the baby has a heartbeat. There are medical exceptions, but critics say the language is vague, leaving doctors fearful of getting sued for performing one without a court order. Today, the judge siding with Cox, saying the idea that Ms. Cox wants desperately to be a parent and this law might actually cause her to lose that ability is shocking and would be a genuine miscarriage of justice. Tonight, the Texas Attorney General pushing back strongly, arguing Cox has failed to show she qualifies for a medical exception. The AG is sending a letter to Cox's hospital warning prosecutions are still possible if they allow her doctor to perform an unlawful abortion, despite the ruling.
The rule of law doesn't mean anything to the Attorney General of Texas.
Today's decision applies only to Cox, but separate challenges to the laws in Texas filed by other women are still ongoing. Meanwhile, Cox still dreams of expanding her family one day.
I want the opportunity to get the health care I need and heal, and then, try again.
Laura Jarrett, NBC News.
2 months ago today, Hamas terrorists unleashed their murderous rampage inside Israel. And tonight, some of the survivors of the attack return home for the first time, including a recently released hostage who spoke with our Richard Engel.
2 months after Hamas killed more than 1,200 people in Israel, the Israeli military is escalating its campaign to overthrow the group in Gaza. But for the 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza who can't leave, the war isn't the only danger. Hunger is spreading. Massive crowds gathered today outside a food distribution center. The UN is warning of a humanitarian catastrophe. Just across the border from Gaza, we visited the kibbutz Nir Oz, where on October 7th, Hamas fighters killed and kidnapped everyone they could find. Driven by her neighbor, Irina Tati returned this morning. The 73-year-old was held hostage by Hamas in Gaza and freed last week. She was overwhelmed by the damage. Her door is still smashed in. Hamas dragged her away from here. Irina came back to collect a prayer book for Hanukkah. Her neighbor, Rita Lifshitz, tells her Hamas is still firing rockets and she should go to the safe room if there's incoming. Irina badly wanted to see if her cat was still alive. She thought about the cat while a hostage, and when she found him, she smiled.
What's it like for you to come back here after all that you've been through?
Here I feel better, but not very well. I want the war to stop, she says. She did not want to talk about what happened to her while she was a captive. And Irina's 28-year-old grandson is still being held in Gaza. Hanukkah is a holiday of light. People close to us in Gaza must return home, she says. Hamas went house to house here for 8 agonizing hours before any rescue came. Residents locked themselves in their safe rooms. So Hamas set houses on fire to smoke them out. Rita says many here are furious at Hamas and the government.
How did it take 8 hours to have a response?
Why it took 8 hours? Because they didn't care. 6:30 they came in here.
Rita took me to the local post office, where the boxes have been marked with stickers.
This is one of the most disturbing images that I've seen in a long time. This post office, and on the boxes, red, killed, blue, returned, black, dead.
Yes.
And to be honest, there's not a lot of blue.
Next door is the cafeteria, where the tables are set for those who can't come, the dead and missing. 1 out of every 4 people who lived on this kibbutz was either murdered or taken hostage.
Now is the first holiday of the kibbutz that is not happening, and we need to bring them back now.
And tonight we're learning that Israel has agreed at U.S. request to open another border crossing into Gaza for humanitarian aid. Lester?
Richard, thank you. In 60 seconds, the presidents of elite universities under fire over what they told Congress about free speech as protests mount on campus. The growing controversy right after this. We're back now with a growing controversy. A congressional committee plans to open an investigation into anti-Semitism on the campuses of 3 elite universities after their presidents drew outrage at a hearing this week. Stephanie Goss now with the backlash.
The hearing Tuesday lasted 5 hours, but it was this questioning from New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik that has ignited a firestorm.
I am asking, specifically calling for the genocide of Jews. Does that constitute bullying or harassment?
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment. If the speech becomes conduct, it can be harassment, yes.
Conduct meaning committing the act of genocide?
The presidents of Harvard, the University of Pennsylvania, and MIT were on Capitol Hill to address anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on their campuses.
Calling for the genocide of Jews violates Harvard Code of Conduct, correct?
Again, it depends on the context.
It does not depend on the context. The answer is yes, and this is why you should resign.
Harvard and Penn's presidents tried to clarify their answers to that specific question on the issue of calls for genocide.
I want to be clear. A call for genocide of Jewish people is threatening, deeply so.
Harvard's president, writing in part, calls for violence or genocide against the Jewish community or any religious or ethnic group are vile. They have no place at Harvard. At times throughout the hearing, the leaders of the schools condemned the hate on campus while also citing the importance of freedom of speech. But criticism came swiftly, and from both Republicans and Democrats.
It should not be hard to condemn genocide. Genocide against Jews, genocide against anyone else.
White House spokesman Andrew Bates writing, "It's unbelievable that this needs to be said. Calls for genocide are monstrous."
Jill needs to go.
Students rallied on campus today outside McGill's office.
I'm a Jewish student here, and I think that she needs to step down.
Tonight, Penn is facing possible financial fallout. A wealthy donor is threatening to pull a $100 million donation, calling for the president to be replaced. The school tells us tonight there's no plan to change leadership, Lester.
All right, Stephanie, thanks very much. Coming up as we continue, a new record in the crisis at the southern border and how it's impacting one major American city as winter nears.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it just
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah. Nice to see you.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
I'm hearing
Tonight, the terrifying moments at a synagogue in New York State. A man firing a shotgun outside on the first night of Hanukkah. Police saying at least 2 shotgun blasts were fired on the grounds of a synagogue in Albany. Inside an early child care center with 24 preschoolers, but no one injured. The suspect in custody, the incident being investigated as a hate crime. The governor ordering the police and National Guard on high alert. The safety concerns nationwide as Hanukkah begins. Also tonight, the investigation after the deadly mass shooting on the UNLV campus. The gunman, a professor who was rejected for a job by the university, and what we're learning about the victims. The historic ruling in Texas, a judge granting a woman's emergency request to bypass the state's near total ban on abortion after learning her fetus had a fatal genetic disease. She joins us with her emotional reaction and how the state is still trying to stop her. In Gaza, the fighting raging as the war reaches the 2-month mark. Richard Engel with a freed Israeli hostage as she finally returns home. And typing out tunes, the orchestra making music in a whole new key.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome. Just hours before this evening's start of the Jewish holiday of Hanukkah, shots were fired onto the grounds of a synagogue in Albany, New York, further stoking concerns over the holiday and rising acts of anti-Semitism in this country. Officials say no one was hurt and a 28-year-old man has been taken into custody. The shots were fired outside Temple, Israel in Albany, where 24 preschoolers inside were immediately placed on lockdown. They are now safely reunited with their families. Police tonight are quoting the shooter as having said, "Free Palestine." Authorities saying the case is being investigated as a hate crime. New York Governor Kathy Hochul tonight has put state police and New York National Guard on alert, saying the safety of Jewish New Yorkers is non-negotiable. Emily Aketa has late details.
On the first night of Hanukkah, police across New York ramping up patrols at Jewish sites after gunfire caused a major scare at Temple Israel in Albany this afternoon.
Shotgun in his hoodie, be in the parking lot nearby. A report of 1 shot heard.
Officials say the suspect is a 28-year-old local who was walking around outside the synagogue and acting very suspicious.
According to witnesses, he fired off a round from his shotgun while making threatening statements.
Law enforcement now investigating the shooting as a hate crime.
We were told by responding officers that he made a comment, "Free Palestine."
On the synagogue's premises, 24 preschoolers. It was the director of the Early Childhood Center who first heard the shots and called 911, according to officials. The suspect, who has a rap sheet, was apprehended in a neighboring parking lot.
Thankfully, at this time, no one was injured in this incident. But the fear that it has wreaked, and the fear and the anxiety that it has caused, I know a lot of people are feeling really shaken right now.
Security had already been enhanced at synagogues, yeshivas, and community centers for the Jewish holiday, amid rising tension stemming from the Israel-Hamas war. Just in September, the same location of today's gunfire faced a bomb threat.
Emily, what are officials saying about any ongoing threats following this incident?
Well, Lester, New York Governor Kathy Hochul says there are no ongoing threats at this time, but we're learning tonight from her office that hate crimes across the board in New York in November were up 90% compared to last year. Lester?
Emily Akata starting us off tonight. Thank you. Now to breaking news in the investigation into Hunter Biden, son of President Biden. Let's get right to Ken Delaney in Washington.
Lester, Hunter Biden has been charged with felony tax fraud tonight in Los Angeles in a new indictment that significantly deepens his legal troubles. In a 56-page indictment, Special Counsel David Weiss has charged Mr. Biden with 3 felonies and 6 misdemeanors, alleging he engaged in a scheme to evade $1.4 million in taxes from 2014 to 2020, while spending millions of dollars to fund an extravagant lifestyle. This is the second felony indictment against Hunter Biden, who was charged in September with lying on a federal form while purchasing a handgun. Both cases came after a plea deal fell apart in August that called for him to admit to misdemeanors and serve no jail time. The new indictment says Mr. Biden received more than $7 million in income from 2016 to 2020 and took steps to evade taxes, including by using false business deductions. It says Mr. Biden had the money to pay his taxes, but chose not to pay them. The new case adds to Hunter Biden's mounting legal woes and poses a huge political complication for his father, because if the prosecutions go forward, Hunter Biden could be standing trial in the middle of the presidential campaign. The plea deal collapsed because prosecutors were unwilling to say they wouldn't charge Mr. Biden in their ongoing investigation of potential violations of foreign lobbying laws. But Mr. Biden's legal woes have now multiplied. Lester?
Ken Delaney, and thanks. In Las Vegas, there are new details about the gunman at UNLV's campus, a college professor turned down for a job. As we learn more about the victims, all faculty slain at the school. Steve Patterson with late details now.
Tonight, new details after shots rang out on another American college campus.
We're good. Come on, everybody keep your hands up, you guys. Keep your hands up, please.
This time inside UNLV's business school.
Gunshot was so close, I feel like he's coming in. And the only thing you can do is praying that he doesn't pick this room.
Police say 67-year-old Anthony Polito opened fire on the building's 4th floor just before noon Wednesday, shooting and killing 3. 64-year-old Professor Jerry Chang, 39-year-old Assistant Professor Patricia Navarro-Velez. The third victim, also faculty, hasn't been named until their family can be notified. One gunshot survivor is still in the hospital.
The suspect had a list of people he was seeking on a university campus, as well as faculty from the Eastern Carolina University.
He previously worked at other universities across the Southeast, touted a membership in Mensa, the high IQ society, and was prone to posting conspiracy theories on his personal website. But investigators are stopping short of assigning motive.
We know he applied numerous times for a job with several Nevada higher education institutions and was denied each time.
Today, police shared video of the moment Polito was killed as he engaged police outside.
Evacuate to a safe area, run, hide, fight.
Business law student Caleb Melise was in class just 2 floors down when he heard the shots rang out.
What did it sound like? It sounded like balloons popping. We were kind of oblivious of it. We didn't really realize what was going on at first.
Melise says, incredibly, this isn't his first mass shooting. He was at the deadliest mass shooting in American history, the Las Vegas Music Festival in 2017 that left 58 people dead.
How many times are we going to go through this? Yeah, some people crying, but it was like, we were like desensitized to it.
A legacy of violence, leaving Las Vegas numb.
And Steve, what more are officials saying about the suspect's other potential targets?
Lester, authorities now say they believe if the suspect wasn't taken down when he was, that he was heading right for the student union. They also say he mailed out 22 letters to other targets. The first one they intercepted contained an unknown white substance. So they are telling anyone in education, if you received an unmarked letter, don't open it. Lester?
Steve Patterson, thanks. In Texas, where most abortions are illegal, a judge today granted a woman's request to have an abortion that her doctor says is medically necessary. It's one of the biggest cases since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Here's Laura Jarrett.
Kate Cox was running out of time. After learning at 20 weeks that the baby she's expecting has a fetal abnormality, the 31-year-old mom of two filed a lawsuit in Texas seeking an emergency abortion. Today, a judge agreed.
I never thought I would ever need or want an abortion.
If Cox carried the pregnancy to term, doctors warned she would be at risk for serious complications that could affect her ability to have more children.
There's no outcome here that I take home my healthy baby girl.
Texas bans most abortions as soon as the baby has a heartbeat. There are medical exceptions, but critics say the language is vague, leaving doctors fearful of getting sued for performing one without a court order. Today, the judge siding with Cox, saying the idea that Ms. Cox wants desperately to be a parent and this law might actually cause her to lose that ability is shocking and would be a genuine miscarriage of justice. Tonight, the Texas Attorney General pushing back strongly, arguing Cox has failed to show she qualifies for a medical exception. The AG is sending a letter to Cox's hospital warning prosecutions are still possible if they allow her doctor to perform an unlawful abortion, despite the ruling.
The rule of law doesn't mean anything to the Attorney General of Texas.
Today's decision applies only to Cox, but separate challenges to the laws in Texas filed by other women are still ongoing. Meanwhile, Cox still dreams of expanding her family one day.
I want the opportunity to get the health care I need and heal, and then, try again.
Laura Jarrett, NBC News.
2 months ago today, Hamas terrorists unleashed their murderous rampage inside Israel. And tonight, some of the survivors of the attack return home for the first time, including a recently released hostage who spoke with our Richard Engel.
2 months after Hamas killed more than 1,200 people in Israel, the Israeli military is escalating its campaign to overthrow the group in Gaza. But for the 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza who can't leave, the war isn't the only danger. Hunger is spreading. Massive crowds gathered today outside a food distribution center. The UN is warning of a humanitarian catastrophe. Just across the border from Gaza, we visited the kibbutz Nir Oz, where on October 7th, Hamas fighters killed and kidnapped everyone they could find. Driven by her neighbor, Irina Tati returned this morning. The 73-year-old was held hostage by Hamas in Gaza and freed last week. She was overwhelmed by the damage. Her door is still smashed in. Hamas dragged her away from here. Irina came back to collect a prayer book for Hanukkah. Her neighbor, Rita Lifshitz, tells her Hamas is still firing rockets and she should go to the safe room if there's incoming. Irina badly wanted to see if her cat was still alive. She thought about the cat while a hostage, and when she found him, she smiled.
What's it like for you to come back here after all that you've been through?
Here I feel better, but not very well. I want the war to stop, she says. She did not want to talk about what happened to her while she was a captive. And Irina's 28-year-old grandson is still being held in Gaza. Hanukkah is a holiday of light. People close to us in Gaza must return home, she says. Hamas went house to house here for 8 agonizing hours before any rescue came. Residents locked themselves in their safe rooms. So Hamas set houses on fire to smoke them out. Rita says many here are furious at Hamas and the government.
How did it take 8 hours to have a response?
Why it took 8 hours? Because they didn't care. 6:30 they came in here.
Rita took me to the local post office, where the boxes have been marked with stickers.
This is one of the most disturbing images that I've seen in a long time. This post office, and on the boxes, red, killed, blue, returned, black, dead.
Yes.
And to be honest, there's not a lot of blue.
Next door is the cafeteria, where the tables are set for those who can't come, the dead and missing. 1 out of every 4 people who lived on this kibbutz was either murdered or taken hostage.
Now it's the first holiday of the kibbutz that is not happening, and we need to bring them back now.
And tonight we're learning that Israel has agreed at U.S. request to open another border crossing into Gaza for humanitarian aid. Lester?
Richard, thank you. In 60 seconds, the presidents of elite universities under fire over what they told Congress about free speech as protests mount on campus. The growing controversy right after this.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I'm here to stay back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
I texted my mom right after I heard the gunshots. I was like, I love you guys. I don't know if I will survive.
How many times are we going to go through this? You know, I feel like at this point as a society, we're like normalized to it now.
Fresh wounds and unanswered questions. Las Vegas students traumatized in the aftermath of yet another mass shooting in this country, while investigators grapple with the haunting reason. Why? I'm Ellison Barber in for Gotti Schwartz, and this is Stay Tuned Now. We begin with new details about the man police say opened fire yesterday inside a campus building at UNLV, killing 3 people. Officials identified the gunman as 67-year-old Anthony Polito, according to NBC News law enforcement sources. Polito previously applied for a job at the school that he did not get. That was back in 2020. Earlier tonight, we learned that the gun used in the shooting was purchased legally last year. The suspect here was armed with more than 150 rounds of ammunition yesterday. That is according to investigators. We are also learning about the victims in this shooting. They are 64-year-old Professor Jerry Chang and 39-year-old Assistant Professor Patricia Navarro. A third victim has not yet been identified. We're joined now both by NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin, who is in Las Vegas, Nevada, and NBC News terrorism analyst Jim Kavanaugh. Dana, let's start with you. What are we learning about the suspect and his connection to the school? That's the question so many people want answered, is why this school? Why this at all?
Yeah, Ellison. Yeah, and I think that officers have stopped short of saying the specific motive, but as you mentioned, we know the connection. He unsuccessfully tried to get a professor job here 3 years ago. That didn't happen. Investigators say they issued a search warrant or conducted a search warrant and found that he was having financial troubles. He actually had an eviction notice on the apartment door that they searched. They say he left behind a last will and testament. Investigators say he also had a hit list for people that worked here at UNLV. Luckily or unfortunately, investigators say the victims were not on that list. So why he targeted these people, it's still a mystery. Ellison?
Dana, let's talk about the victims. Tell us what we know about the people who were killed here. And there is one victim who was injured by a gunshot, by gunfire, that is still in the hospital. Do we know how they're doing?
Yeah, at this hour, it's unclear how that person is doing. Investigators said, however, that person was shot on the 5th floor, and it was the quick thinking of officers that got that person into a patrol car. They met an arriving ambulance, and he says that that likely saved that person's life. As far as the other victims, we know 2 of them worked here at the business school, and another was a UNLV faculty member. Again, why they were targeted remains unclear, but it is just really tough for a lot of students, you know, who had to witness that yesterday and were unaware of whether this gunman was coming to their classroom. But it appears that this suspect specifically targeted faculty members and not students.
Dana, I know you have been there speaking with students and staff. Can you give us a sense of how they are doing right now, what they say they went through?
Yeah, many tell me they are just now starting to process this shooting. One student I spoke with was on the 5th floor. He said that he was actually meeting with one of his professors. That professor went to a restroom and never returned. He's been trying to email and call this professor and has yet to hear back, and says that he hopes that his professor is okay. He says other teachers pulled him into a safer room, and he actually captured some video, and you can hear 2 of the shots as that shooter was inside that building. He was so scared he texted his mom, "I love you," because he says he thought he was going to die. Listen to what else he told me.
I was not ready to die, but ready to die.
Did you think about dying?
Yeah, of course, because the gunshot was so close. I feel like he's coming in, and the only thing you can do is praying that he doesn't pick this room.
And that's what that's all he could do. He was praying and hoping that that gunman didn't come in, and luckily he is safe. But a lot of students are now having to process the trauma of a shooting like this. One of my colleagues spoke to another student who not only was inside this building, but also was at the 2017 mass shooting, the deadliest murder in U.S. modern history, not far from here, just miles away at that music festival. So for a lot of people, they're starting to relive these things that really should never happen in this country. Ellison?
Yeah. Dana, the ripples of trauma can be so massive. Sometimes it's hard to wrap our head around how much moments like this impact other people. Thank you so much for explaining that to us, and with such compassion. We really appreciate it. Jim, let me ask you some questions here. I mean, when you're listening to Dana's reporting, everything we know about the suspect so far, what questions do you have towards finding a motive?
Well, that was a great report that Dana had on that witness who was right there next to the shooter. That's the closest witness I've heard about, you know, being in proximity to the killer. I think the motive is going to come out of some of his writings, probably things they find at the house. Since he had this list of people that he might have wanted to target, even though he may not have killed those people at the university, because his desire to kill Ellison may far outstrip his ability to form a strategy to get exactly the people he has this anger for. It sounds like he's a man choking on an empty grudge. Unfortunately, it's an old story in America, and it underlies and underlays many of these cases, these murder sprees that are linked so closely to suicide. This guy might have been suicidal. He did shoot at the police. You know, maybe he was going to kill more people. Maybe he was going to go and to the people that were on his target list. Like I say, his plan might not have been so great. Maybe he thought the professors on his target list or the employees on his target list would be in the Beam Hall, and they weren't. So he started killing other faculty. So it's a super sad case. I think it's going to be not very satisfying when we find out the reasons. They're going to be small reasons. You know, financial difficulty, resentment for not getting a job 3 years ago, spiraling downward. They're not going to be big reasons, and it's going to be not satisfying to anyone to hear. What we have to do is just glean what we can to help try to stop another killing somewhere in America. And we need that information, and then we need, as a society, need to act on those things to stop these killings.
Jim, the sheriff in Clark County was asked about some of the lessons law enforcement officials there learned from the mass shooting at a music festival in 2017. I want to play part of his answer and then ask you what you think.
We could really answer that question probably for hours. There was seamless integration regardless of what kind of uniform you were wearing. There was zero hesitation, and they just executed unbelievably well. And that didn't happen on October 1.
What are your thoughts, Jim, on the lessons learned from 2017 to this other mass shooting?
You know, I was on NBC Air all during that shooting at the music festival. It was a horrific case, and the Metro Police came under intense criticism for not coordinating their response to it, not being timely, not, you know, pressing the shooter quickly. And they regrouped after that, and not only with the Metropolitan Las Vegas Police, but the surrounding suburban towns, and with their colleagues in the state, Nevada State Police, and the federal agencies that respond. And you have to all coordinate. So, you know, you have a joint operations center, a joint command meeting. You got to use all the assets that these departments bring to stop these cases. And in the end here, Ellison, it was the university police, the campus police, detectives who were quick, responded fast. That's what the training is on active killers. Respond quick, try to get 2 or 3 officers together, and when he shot at them, they killed him. So, you know, the police are good shots usually. We practice a lot, we shoot a lot. If you have a handgun and you're going up against a policeman or an agent, usually you're going to lose because we're usually much better trained. And this guy certainly wasn't going to be a good shot against any kind of officers. Luckily for all the students of the university, they were able to stop him.
Dana Griffin, Jim Kavanaugh, thank you both. We appreciate it. We have some breaking news out of Los Angeles. Sources tell NBC News that federal prosecutors are preparing to file new criminal charges against the president's son, Hunter Biden. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles for the latest. So, Ryan, what do we know right now, and what do we not know?
Well, what we know for sure, Ellison, is that a new round of charges are going to be handed down against the president's son, Hunter Biden. And we expect those charges to be handed down at some point today. Of course, the courthouse in California, which is where we expect these charges to originate out of, closes, actually just closed about 10 minutes ago. So we could get that information at any time. But we have been given notice that these charges will be handed down. To answer your question about what we don't know the scope of these charges. We do have one source telling us that it is likely going to be tax related. That is something that we've been tracking for quite some time. You'll recall that Hunter Biden attempted to plead guilty to a misdemeanor tax charge in the summer, and that plea arrangement fell apart after scrutiny from a judge in Delaware. Once that plea arrangement fell apart, the two sides attempted to try and get back together and come up with a new agreement. They were unable to do that, and they basically walked away from the table. And that led to the special counsel in this case, David Weiss, to decide to just go ahead and pursue charges. He's already handed down one indictment against Hunter Biden related to a gun charge, and we expected these tax charges would come next. One of the things we're waiting to see, though, Allison, is whether or not these tax charges will end up being a misdemeanor or a felony. He had originally planned to plead guilty to a misdemeanor charge, but the parameters under which the evidence that the prosecutors were working at the time could have warranted a felony charge. So that could be part of what we'll see when this indictment is unsealed. But the news is we do expect charges against the president's son, Hunter Biden, to come down at any time.
So, I mean, you mentioned and explained very well the past situations, the past legal issues, the collapse of that plea deal that Hunter Biden had earlier this year, the questions and the allegations related to him allegedly not paying taxes by the IRS deadline. So this probe, you're saying, is focusing on tax-related issues, we believe. That's the thing about grand jury probes. They are secret by nature. But is there any chance these charges, there could be something that is a step beyond some of the tax-related issues? I mean, could we see something like related to the Foreign Agent Registration Act or anything like that? Do we know right now?
You know, honestly, Allison, once that plea arrangement fell apart in that Delaware courtroom, all bets were off. And, you know, the special counsel in this case, David Weiss, had said from the very beginning that the investigation into Hunter Biden was ongoing and wasn't limited to any certain set of potential charges. In fact, that was part of the reason that the plea arrangement fell apart, because Hunter Biden's legal team was under the impression that if he pled guilty in that case, that he would basically be absolved from any future investigation. So there is that possibility. The sense we are getting, and we don't have this definitively nailed down yet, but the sense we're getting is that it's likely going to be reserved to these additional tax charges, and it's not going to go, like you suggest, perhaps as far as a Foreign Agency Registration Act violation. That's not to say that he couldn't face those charges in the future, but this particular round of charges, especially originating out of California, where we know that he was alleged to not have paid taxes during that window of time, was while he was living in Malibu, and that's part of the reason that, since we know it's coming from California, that we believe it'll be connected to those tax charges.
All right. NBC News' Ryan Nobles with some breaking news and excellent reporting there. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Tonight, Israeli forces say they are doing everything they can to weed out Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, the man they say is the, quote, mastermind behind the October 7th attack. Israel says they believe he is hiding somewhere under southern Gaza. Two U.S. officials tell NBC News Israel's military is considering flooding Gaza's underground tunnels with seawater. They have previously said Hamas uses those tunnels to store weapons, to carry out attacks against Israelis, and also to conceal hostages taken on October 7th. Right now, Israel's military has declined to comment on that plan. Meanwhile, the humanitarian situation inside of Gaza, it is nothing short of catastrophic. In the 2 months since the war began, 17,000 Palestinians have been killed. That is according to Gaza's health ministry. And without food, fuel, or medicine, the World Health Organization says they're on the edge of catastrophe.
But the health infrastructure is on its knees. It's almost collapsing. That is what the reality is. It's almost collapsing.
Israel says they've approved a small increase in aid to prevent a, quote, humanitarian collapse in southern Gaza. But the people we are speaking to on the ground in that area, they say it's too little, too late.
I went to the market today to buy a bag of tomatoes and some vegetables for my family, but I did not find anything. And if there is food, it will be many times more expensive than the previous price. And if I find a certain water, I spend 1 hour also to stand in the line. And maybe the turn come for me and maybe I can't find anything. Now, we either stay in our house and die of hungry, or go out and die by indiscriminate bombing.
NBC News correspondent Hala Gourani joins us now from Tel Aviv. Hala, we're getting some updated information on aid getting into Gaza. What do you know?
Right. Well, we understand that Israel has agreed to open another crossing for inspection of aid trucks and their cargo. This is the Kerem Shalom crossing. Many of our viewers may be aware that the current aid delivery takes place through the Rafah border crossing from Egypt into Gaza. This is just for inspection, though. It will just kind of speed up the process. The trucks will then still have to go through Rafah, but currently they're being inspected at a much smaller crossing point, and it's taking a lot longer. This is not going as far as the U.S. would probably want, because the Kerem Shalom crossing is the one that was before the war typically used for cargo transit. Rafah was for passenger transit. So just the fact that inspection will take place now there will probably make things go a little bit faster, Ellison.
Hala, what is the latest on Israel's efforts to weed out, find, arrest, detain Yahya Sinwar?
So we know they're encircling his home, and we were discussing earlier, I think, together, the fact that the probability he was waiting for the IDF to come pick him up in his house in Khan Yunis was less than zero. Where is Yahya Sinwar? You know, it's anyone's guess. Probably in an underground tunnel, the IDF would say. But what the Israeli military is doing is it is rounding up people in the Gaza Strip, especially in the northern part, and then kind of determining later, it seems, whether or not they're associated with Hamas. And they are also signaling that they have killed a number of Hamas leaders. As far as Yahya Sinwar, though, his whereabouts are unknown. The Israeli military and the government are promising that they'll eventually catch him. They have said he's the architect of October 7th, and they have made it one of their main goals of this whole operation, Ellison.
And Hala, there have been some disturbing videos circulating online showing young Palestinian men nearly naked in the streets. We don't know exactly when this took place, but it seems consistent with the IDF statements about questioning who they call, quote, terror suspects in Gaza, as you alluded to and have reported on. What do we know about this video?
Yeah. Well, so these images and these videos show men stripped down to their underwear, some of them cuffed, some of them with their hands above their heads, with Israeli military soldiers towering over them. The Israeli military say that essentially these are suspected terrorists. Palestinians would say many of them are civilians. In fact, one media outlet said that it recognized one of its journalists stripped down to his underwear, sitting on the street in a long line of men as well with him, almost entirely naked there. They would say this is a way to dominate and humiliate these individuals. The Israeli military is saying that they have to do this to round up all of the men who are of fighting age and determine whether or not they're associated with Hamas that way, Ellison.
All right, Hala Gourani in Jerusalem, not Tel Aviv. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. More developments on that breaking news this hour. New charges against Hunter Biden have been filed in federal court in California. NBC News legal analyst Angela Sinadella is here with me to break it all down. Angela, we are both literally going through this as we sit here together, so forgive us for both being on our phones a bit. But looking a little bit at this so far, it seems that this is all tax-related to the plea deal that he'd agreed to earlier in the year that had then fallen apart. The special counsel, David Weiss, sent this to a grand jury in California. This is from a federal court.
Yes.
What is going on here? I mean, just base level as we're looking through this, and I mean, this is 56 pages, so it's going to take us a minute. But are you surprised that this is something that was even taken to a grand jury in California?
Yes, you know, I really am, because these tax charges were supposed to be part of this plea deal. So Hunter Biden, when he went in front of that judge who did not approve that plea agreement, he admitted openly in court that he had violated tax laws as part of the plea agreement. Now, that is literally the definition of a bait and switch. So you agree to this because you think you're not going to have to go to prison for it. And then because it's not signed by a judge, then those same charges are filed against you later. Now, as a lawyer, I'm aware this is legally possible. Many things are legally possible, but the fact that this actually happened is rare.
So according to our NBC News team that obtained this indictment that was literally just filed minutes ago, again, it was filed by special counsel David Weiss. Hunter Biden has been indicted on 9 tax-related charges. If you are Hunter Biden's legal team, how do you approach this moving forward?
Well, first you fight, and first of all, his legal team is extraordinary, so I'm sure the ways in which they fight it are going to be extraordinary. But he is still attempting to claim that the plea deal is valid, so they are continuing to challenge that. And I imagine that's why the timing of this is happening before that is fully resolved, because at this point, that plea deal could potentially still be revived. He was challenging it.
So when we're talking about this past plea deal, and that is the one where there are already charges that have been brought related to him being in possession of a gun, which is something, given his record, he wasn't allowed to do. But the charges and the questions, or the allegations rather, around the tax issues initially, it was an allegation that he had failed to pay taxes by the IRS payment deadlines. His legal team has said that he has since paid all of those. But I mean, when we're looking at this amount of charges, does this seem to track with all being related to that initial plea deal?
Yeah, it looks like it's for failure to pay and for willful failure to pay. But again, these charges are brought very unusually due to the limited resources of the IRS generally, and they tend to only bring them when they're real outstanding amounts. That's what they go after. Or if it's a situation like Wesley Snipes, where someone is intentionally trying to challenge the law and say, I don't want to pay taxes. But Hunter Biden in court admitted to not paying taxes, but then seemingly has made it up. It's unclear whether or not he's paid back the full amount, but that's often something that could happen in negotiation. This usually does not devolve to this level of a lawsuit. I'm sorry, of criminal allegation.
Why do you think the special counsel has chosen to take this route? There's been a lot of attention on Hunter Biden, his business dealings via House Republicans. They've looked into a lot of different things related to Hunter Biden. There was also the allegation from some IRS whistleblowers saying that Hunter Biden had received some sort of special treatment, that they had slow-walked the process because he was the president's son. When you are looking at all of this, knowing what you know about special counsel David Weiss, why do you think he chose this?
Yes, I think what you're getting at is extremely possible, and that's because all prosecutors have total prosecutorial discretion, meaning so there are so many people out there who have likely been in a similar situation like Hunter Biden, but are not the ones who are getting charged. In this case, Hunter Biden getting charged, it's because David Weiss is feeling some pressure to. At some point, he did not, and now he does. So it is likely it is because of the intense political pressure on his special treatment that he's allegedly given to Hunter Biden. But it's also an unusual case where he is a family member of a politician, but not really a politician himself. So the scrutiny is a little bit questionable on all sides.
Very quickly, what should we be watching for in the coming hours and days? I mean, when you see a special counsel take something to a grand jury and they come back with 9 tax-related charges, could there be more to come, or is it a done deal once they give those?
Well, I believe there could have been additional charges filed in Maryland, so I'm not really sure if these are the entirety or if more charges could possibly be dropped. And often prosecutors leave that option to their discretion to drop another shoe when they want to, like this happened. This was not entirely expected, so almost dropping at this time after that plea deal fell through is significant. So I would look for what his legal team is going to do. How are they going to challenge it? Are they still going to say that this plea deal should have been revived? Are they going to nullify everything that he said in that court and claim that that cannot be admitted as evidence in any future trial, like in this tax trial? Are they going to settle these charges? There's so many questions, and it really depends on what agreements his own legal team and this special prosecutor come to.
Okay, a lot to watch. Again, this is a 56-page indictment. Our team is certainly going through all of it. I know you will be as well. We will bring you updates as we have them. But again, Hunter Biden, President Joe Biden's son, has been indicted on 9 tax-related charges. The indictment was filed Thursday by special counsel David Weiss in a federal court in Los Angeles. Don't go anywhere, because we are just getting started on a busy news day. Winter is coming. Parts of the country, they are already dealing with dropping temperatures, and heavy rain and snow is headed for the Northeast. We have the forecast, and good eyesight or not, anyone can be a scientist. We will show you how a chemistry lab in Texas is making things more accessible for those with disabilities like blindness.
We know that diverse groups of scientists, people who think differently because they live differently, they produce better science.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Here are some of the other headlines we're watching tonight. Today, House members voted to censure Democratic Representative Jamal Bowman for pulling a fire alarm in the Capitol while Congress was in session. The resolution passed with only a few Democratic votes, while most of the party defended Bowman. A censure is basically punishing a member's behavior, but it does not expel them or remove them from their assignments. Hisham al-Wartani, the Palestinian student shot in Vermont, was released from the hospital to a cheering crowd. Video shared by his family shows him waving goodbye to medical staff as onlookers hold balloons and shake his hand. Wartani is currently paralyzed from the chest down from the shooting. He will be headed to rehab in a few days. Today marks the 82nd anniversary of the Pearl Harbor attack, which killed over 2,000 service members. A ceremony commemorating the assault was held this morning at the naval base in Hawaii, where 5 survivors attended to pay their respects, including a 103-year-old named Ike.
We arrived in Pearl, 1940. We didn't know what to expect, and we knew that if anything happened to us, that would be it, you know. And it's kind of a funny way to describe it, but I can't think of any other. Scared stiff.
New York Democrats have chosen former Representative Tom Swayze to be their nominee to replace former GOP Representative George Santos. Republicans will select their nominee early next week for the special election that is set to take place on February 13th. And it wasn't quite a winter wonderland, but some people in Philadelphia got a tiny treat this morning as light snow trickled down in the area. While there wasn't a lot that accumulated, it was enough for one family to pull out the sleds. The snow even made its way here to New York City, and the Rockefeller Christmas tree got a little dusty. And the snow is far from over as more storms are set to come in over the next few days on both coasts. Another storm is coming into the northwest, which is still recovering from heavy rains and floods. Snow has already started to come down heavy in the mountains, and they could see over a foot of snow through tonight. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is here to tell us more about these wintry storms and where they're headed next. Bill, good evening.
Well, good evening to you, Allison, and we are busy. We got numerous storms tracking across the country heading into the weekend. We have the one that we've been dealing with on the West Coast, and then a new one as we go in towards Saturday. So here's the storm system that will eventually be a big deal for the East Coast. It doesn't look like much, right? Just kind of a weak little storm heading through California and areas of Nevada. But when this picks up moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, it changes. So the Northwest, kind of showery day today, on and off showers, some snow showers at the high elevations. Tomorrow's not too bad. Then everything changes on Saturday. This is when the next atmospheric river and next storm will move in. Renewed flood risk, especially for the coastal areas and in the Olympics. Gusty winds will have snow levels a little lower than the last storm, too. So that's actually good because that way we don't have to worry about melting snow and getting into the rivers once again. I'm not expecting significant flooding from this, but it's going to be an ugly Saturday. This is all heavy rain from Portland, Eugene, northwards all the way up towards Seattle. Snow from Seattle heading up once you get through the Cascades all the way out to Spokane. And some areas will get significant snow at the highest of elevations. By Sunday morning, Washington State, you're just about done. A little bit of leftover rain here in Portland. So what does it all mean? If we're going to get any flooding concerns with the rivers rising once again, it'll be from the Olympics here southwards down to Astoria. Portland to Seattle, about a ½ inch to an inch of rain likely once again with this next storm. Then on Friday, that initial storm, the one that I just told you went through the West Coast today, that goes into the Rockies. By the time we get into Saturday, it develops and gets a lot stronger here, pulling moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico. We'll have a severe weather risk with it, cold air on the backside, as you'd expect. And then here's that storm I just talked about, the next one going in on Saturday. Sunday, this storm makes it to the East Coast. What a wild day this is going to be. Temperatures are going to be 60 in Boston, but then the temperatures come crashing down late in the day, some rain changing over to snow, especially watch out central Pennsylvania, western New York, and in central New York, maybe even up into the Adirondacks too. So the severe weather risk, right now it's a slight risk. That means it's not going to be too widespread, but from Houston to Shreveport to Greenville to Memphis, there will be a chance for isolated tornadoes and definitely wind damage. And here's that snow forecast through the weekend. A spine of the Appalachians, definitely some snow for you. Western New York, anywhere in the blue is 2 to 4 inches of snow, and in the Adirondacks, possibility of a ½ foot. So keep that in mind. Anyone traveling late in the day on Sunday, and the rain on I-95 and the flights are going to be a mess from D.C. to Philly to New York, especially late afternoon into the evening. That's when the heaviest rain and the strongest winds will be moving through. We may even have, Allison, winds strong enough for some power outages in coastal locations and definitely significant flight delays and cancellations late Sunday. Heads up to any of our travelers.
All right, Bill Cairns, thank you. Coming up, Denver is trying to figure out what to do as migrants flood the city. Shelters are already full, and they are forcing some people to sleep in the bitter streets in the cold. That is coming up, but first, you gotta see this. Students rushed to the scene to help rescue a woman and her 3-year-old daughter who were trapped under a car. Car had hit both of them, as well as her 2-year-old son at a school in Utah. The students were able to lift the car just enough that a man from the Air Force was able to pull them to safety. All 3 were taken to the hospital and are expected to be okay. An incredible rescue. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This is what a country in war looks like.
You came to get blood.
So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Here are some of the stories happening out west that we're following. Newly released video shows the moment a man appears to go after 2 Seattle police officers. It happened back in October. Seattle police say they got a call about a man attacking people on the street. When officers arrived, they say the man ran from them, took a fighting stance, then lashed out and tried to tackle one of the officers. Officers took the man to the ground and eventually arrested him. Submarines, they are used for a wide variety of things, right? Combat, exploration, carrying thousands and thousands of pounds of cocaine. Yeah, over 9 tons of cocaine valued at nearly $240 million was seized and offloaded in San Diego last month. The Coast Guard says it came from 6 separate drug smuggling attempts. The largest seizure was found on a narco submarine. And 7 days, 245 arrests, 12 stores. Those are the numbers the Sacramento Sheriff's Department says are the result of a week-long retail theft operation. They called it Operation Bad Elf. It was watching out for shoplifters while the holiday shopping season is in full swing. Most of the arrests, however, failed to meet the felony threshold in California. So instead, they got a ticket for a misdemeanor and ordered to appear in court. Tonight, another city is struggling to respond to the growing number of migrant arrivals. In Denver, Colorado, officials say their shelters are full, leaving new arrivals to sleep on the streets in freezing temperatures. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley has more on the unfolding crisis.
Tonight, Denver joining the growing list of cities struggling to handle a record surge of migrants, with entire blocks full of migrants sleeping on the street.
Oh, it is a crisis.
Mike Johnston is one of 5 Democratic mayors recently writing President Biden, saying action is needed to help cities address the crisis.
What's the one thing you want from the Biden administration right now?
When you admit someone for asylum into the country, they should get work authorization. We should expedite the process of approving that application so it doesn't take 4 years. It could take 30 days.
Johnston is under increasing pressure from counties outside of Denver that are not taking in migrants. Suburban Douglas County passing a resolution demanding Denver drop its status as a sanctuary city, a jurisdiction where officials won't enforce federal immigration laws. Critics say that attracts more migrants, with illegal crossings at the southern border this year at record highs.
What would you like to see the city do?
I'd like the city to actively proclaim that it is not a sanctuary city. I think it's important that we're not bringing people to a cold weather climate.
There are more than 2,600 migrants in Denver's shelter system, and now nearly 30,000 who have come through Denver in the last year, costing taxpayers more than $32 million so far.
Denver's shelters are full, with some migrants now sleeping in tent encampments like these, where temperatures drop below freezing at night.
It just seems like pretty inconvenient for them and for us. Really, a lot of people in this apartment complex are concerned
Families with children are given priority in Denver shelters. We meet a group of adults who just arrived. Genesis from Venezuela said they don't know where they're supposed to go next. We don't know. We have no knowledge, direction, location, she tells us. Jan saying, we had to go through 7 countries on foot through the jungle. We came for the opportunity for the work permit.
Mayor Johnson says Denver expects to spend as much as $100 million on migrants in the next year, but they're only budgeted for $20 million.
Julia Ainsley, thank you. Still to come, Hanukkah will look a lot different this year for many families around the world, especially those currently in a war zone. Next, a look at this year's Festival of Lights. Stay tuned.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Right now in Gaza, rockets can come down on anyone, even if you just gave birth. The World Health Organization says there are roughly 50,000 pregnant women in Gaza, with more than 180 giving birth every day. We wanted to introduce you to one of them. This is no place for a newborn, but it is Isra Al-Jumala's only option.
أنا إسراء كمال الجملة عمري 28 سنة. ولدت بنتي في تاريخ 24/11 ليلة الهدنة، لما جاء الصبح هدنة ولدتها. صار لها يعني تقريبا 10 أيام، وعايشة هنا في مستشفى نازحة في شهداء الأقصى، وفي خيمة، يعني عايشة في خيمة هنا برا يعني المستشفى. جعانة يا ماما.
Her baby girl, who is also named Isra, doesn't know what she's been born into, but her parents do. And it is hell. A hell they did not ask for.
Hello.
A hell they cannot escape. A hell that has robbed them of a home and the most basic necessities.
نقدرش نوفر يعني زي ما حليب، حاجات متطلبات إلها، أواعي، لبس، تتدفى. يعني هذه الكفولة لما ولدت والله واحدة والدة تانية عدتنا إياها، يعني عشان كان جوزي غطاها بجاكيته. يعني شوفي لوين. والحليب مش متوفر، وحليبي بيشبش يعني، وفيش غذاء كمارة والدة يعني تكون في بيتها بتتغذى عند امها، عند يعني عند اهلها. والوضع اللي احنا عايشين فيه هي رمل، الرمل، بننام على الرمل وبنقوم على رمل. لا حرام ولا شيء. بنتي يعني بتحتاج يعني كثير اغراض، حليب، بامبرز، كلينس. انا كامها يعني حليبي بشبعش إلها، كطفلة يعني بدها حاجات يعني تتغذى، حليب تتغذى منه.
As Isra wraps her baby in blankets and soothes her cries, she's prepared for the worst, but praying for better.
اني اروح انا وبنتي واهلي على دارنا، اعيش زي ما كنا يعني في بيتنا، وتخلص الحرب.
She hopes one day all of this will be a distant memory and a story of survival. That one day she'll tell her daughter about the bombs, how they rattled the ground under their feet and turned the night sky orange, how she was a child of war, but God willing, not one of its victims. Tonight marks the first night of Hanukkah, but in Albany, New York, it's off to a frightening start. Police there say a suspect opened fire with a shotgun outside of a synagogue. He reportedly shouted "Free Palestine" after firing the shots. The suspect has been arrested, and police say no one was hurt. But what happened there epitomizes why celebrations feel different this year for so many. It's been 2 months since the Israel-Hamas war broke out, and Jewish people in the United States have faced a surge in anti-Semitism ever since. According to a recent survey from the Anti-Defamation League, there was a 316% increase in anti-Semitic incidents in the month after the war began. That's compared to the same time period a year ago. That same survey shows that 73% of Jewish students on college campuses reported experiencing or witnessing an anti-Semitic incident since the school year began. Joining us now is Rabbi Chaim Mintz from Chabad Bel Air. Rabbi, it's so wonderful to see you. We are glad to have you with us tonight. I hate that we have to start with what has happened in Albany, but I do want to ask you, based on what we are seeing in terms of anti-Semitism, particularly being so out in the open right now in this country, what do you make of all of it? And when you think of starting the celebration of Hanukkah, the Festival of Lights, how do these incidents, like what we saw in Albany, change the way Hanukkah is celebrated?
First and foremost, Hanukkah is a holiday of light. And why is this happening? From a rabbinical standpoint, we're all saying the exact same thing. Light is about happiness. It's about life. Light is about giving. It's about being good. There's a dark, dark element that is right now out there trying to destroy what is good in this world. You see them screaming in the streets. You see people feeling like we just want to kill people for no random reason. That is darkness. The Hanukkah candle is something that goes to the public. So many Jews around the world are looking, why are they shooting at us? We say, we know why. But nobody is giving up their Hanukkah celebration. Everybody is having it either in the streets, either in their home. But this has united us in such a way that was never, ever done before. Jews could be fighting politically. You saw what was going on in Israel 2 months ago. But the mass darkness and the hate that is brought upon the Jewish people has united us in ways that it's amazing. So we honestly believe the more that we're going to celebrate the Hanukkah, it's a beautiful message, not only for the Jewish people, but you've got to realize something. Here in America, a lot of people are coming up to me and others, and they're saying, what's going on? What's going on? And I say to them, it doesn't stop with us. It's going to come to everybody. That's the way it's been. Listen, you're talking to a rabbi who's part of a people for 2,000 years. We saw how it always started. Started with the Jewish people. We ran, but they kept on going after other people in their countries. We're not running from the United States. And we don't want to have what's going on to destroy the United States. So the holiday of Hanukkah is a message. Get to light your candles, do a good deed, hug somebody. One little candle, one, changes the darkness of a room. And that is the message. And I got to tell you something. I have so many Christians coming to me, sending me pictures that they put up a menorah up in their homes because they say, we want to stand with you. I've never seen such love from all walks of life here in America. So I say to everybody who's out there, it makes no difference whether you're an atheist or you're a religious person. One thing we all agree on is love is important. Light is the only way to go. Hanukkah is a holiday of 2,500 years where the oppressors came and said, we don't want your light. And a few thousand Maccabees changed the world forever. And that's why we have this wonderful holiday of Hanukkah.
Rabbi, what would you say to a Jewish American who is maybe considering going to a Hanukkah celebration but feels afraid to do it in public? Or what would you say to the towns or the cities that have canceled their celebrations this year because of fear?
You know what? The moment you cancel, let's talk about the government officials. If you cancel it, what you're really saying is you're allowing the negative to win. You must understand, these people are not going to be here tomorrow. These people are not going to be here in 2-3 years from now. But when you as a government and go and say like this, we don't want to put the police out there because we don't want, what don't you want? You're always going to go and say, let's say it wasn't Hanukkah and it was a gay pride parade and there was a bunch of people who were saying we don't want it to happen and we're going to go and do violence. You're not going to allow the parade to go? You must understand, America is a place where everybody has the freedom to speak. And that is the holiday of Hanukkah. So all the government people that are saying we're scared, to whom you're scared of? The Jewish people? Or those that are trying to go and hurt and destroy the beautiful community that you're living in? These are renter crowds that are coming in. We know where they're coming from. Government, I'm begging you, don't go and say we're stopping because you think it's today. Wait until July 4th. They came after Thanksgiving already in New York. This will go on and on if you allow it. Cancer grows until you stop it.
Rabbi, you talked so beautifully about the message of Hanukkah, of the importance of light. And I remember the Chabad Rebbe saying in a speech one time that you can't beat darkness back with brooms and sticks. You can only do it with light. I'm wondering, as you are seeing all of this happening in the world, how do you find hope and how do you find that light?
You got to realize something. You're talking to a guy that doesn't allow the darkness to enter. I mean, a week after the war started, I was in Israel. I was visiting the soldiers. I had people donating money from all across America, Jews, Gentiles, help them in what they need. That is the light. That is the belief. I mean, today is Pearl Harbor Day. Out of all days, it's also Hanukkah. America was attacked by hate, by the ideology that wanted to destroy America. Americans didn't question what we should do with the hate. They got rid of it, and Japan is our best friend today. We have to be the same way. Be strong in your message. Do not allow hate to continue. America knew how to do it in World War II. And by the way, they continued on into Europe, and thank God they got rid of Nazism. It's the only way to go after these people. The Maccabees did it. The Americans did it. And now the world is going to have to do it because this cancer is all around the world. Hug somebody. Give a homeless person a meal. Go out to the world and just do one act of kindness. You think that doesn't play on the negative? It sure does. You know why? Because this is not just a darkness and light war. This is a religious war. And we all know how powerful religion is when it's done with love. They're not doing any love. You can see it in their words. You can see it in their faces. It's hate. It's darkness. I wish I can sit with them and transform their way of thinking. But if they're going to go and kill and hurt and rape, we got to do what the Maccabees did. We got to do what America did in World War II. And this is a world issue. May the light of Hanukkah be a blessing, not only to the Jewish people, but to the whole world.
Rabbi Chaim Mintz, thank you so much, and a happy Hanukkah to you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you.
Before we go, inclusion in the classroom, or in this case, the lab. We'll show you what changes a chemistry lab in Texas is making to be more accessible for students who are vision impaired.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming shell. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In tonight's Future of Everything, we're going to college, to Baylor University specifically, where one professor is helping visually impaired students grow into the scientists they strive to be with cutting-edge innovations to bring them into the lab. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett has this story.
This arrow is representing electrons from this oxygen.
When Noah Cook lost his vision at 18 years old, the option of studying chemistry in college seemed implausible.
All people see a lot of the times is the disability.
But we met Noah, who is now 23, at Baylor University's chemistry lab.
I know immediately which samples are mine based on these tactile stickers that we got on here.
Where he's conducting experiments alongside his sighted classmates and working directly with Professor Dr. Brian Shaw, who's made it his mission to make chemistry accessible to students who are blind or visually impaired.
The lab is the final frontier of learning, so if you don't make the lab accessible, you're not really making science accessible.
Funded by a grant from the National Institute of Health, Dr. Shaw and his graduate students developed a suite of revolutionary tactile tools, like 3D printed molecules, a tabletop robot that mixes chemicals, and a tool that serves as a guide for intricate experiments.
Labs are trending towards total automation. These tools that can help people with blindness are already being implemented to help sighted people work more efficiently. So in many ways, a chemistry lab is a perfect place for a person with blindness because they're used to visualizing and thinking about things they can't see.
Today's experiment, run in tandem with the Texas School for the Blind, bringing high school students into the lab to try out the tactile tools. 14-year-old Emma Olek preps herself for the first round, attempting the experiment as a sighted scientist would.
I didn't even try. I was like, it's not going to happen.
But for the second round, she snaps on what Dr. Shaw calls the Zambonia and can now seamlessly guide her pipette to run the test perfectly.
I did the form.
Yep, that looks perfect.
Okay.
How did the whole process feel?
It felt very surreal. It was amazing how simple it was, especially after doing it without the Zamboni.
The results of the experiment are printed out on something like this, and it's done in a way that the data can be analyzed by someone who is sighted or visually impaired. It's showcasing all in one tool how inclusivity can be integrated in a lab. Were you intentional about trying to design something that could be used by everybody, not creating two different tools?
No, I gotta be honest, that was an accident. It's funny how that works, you know, it's just gonna make everyone's life convenient now.
Building that bridge may be the key to unlocking new discoveries.
Do you think there's an added benefit, in a way, of having that tactile perspective, of having a different perspective of looking at the elements of chemistry?
We know that diverse groups of scientists, people who think differently because they live differently, they produce better science.
For Emma, just getting into the lab has been life-changing.
It has really helped me a bunch and helped me to maybe come closer to deciding what I want to do in my future.
Do you think there's a potential to be a chemist in the future?
Yes, at least some part of it, for sure.
To Professor Shaw and his grad students, the real power of these tools reaches far outside the lab, with the ability to spark confidence and a passion for science in thousands of kids like Emma across the country. Maura Barrett, NBC News, Waco, Texas.
That does it for us tonight. I'm Ellison Barber. We will see you tomorrow, but until then, stay tuned now.
Tonight, we're following that breaking news. Shots fired outside of a synagogue in New York just as Hanukkah begins. A man arrested after police say he opened fire with a shotgun outside of a synagogue in the capital city of Albany. While nearly 24 preschoolers were inside, authorities believe it was a targeted attack on the Jewish community. The synagogue and a nearby hospital were placed on lockdown. Police across the state stepping up patrols, but already on high alert after repeated warnings from the FBI over potential lone wolf attacks amid the war between Israel and Hamas. FBI Director Christopher Wray saying the terror threat is the highest it's been in more than a decade. Also, here it comes again, that deadly storm that brought flooding and damaging winds to the Pacific Northwest. So many affected, and now they're preparing to get slammed one more time. As a cross-country storm prepares to march east, snow and torrential rain expected from coast to coast, we have the timing and the track. Biden's alias email accounts? A House committee releasing records showing President Biden used private email addresses and multiple aliases to send hundreds of messages to his son Hunter and his son's business associates. Could this information play into Hunter's legal problems and how the president is responding tonight? Venezuela takeover. Venezuelan leader Nicolás Maduro threatening to annex an oil and mineral-rich portion of neighboring Guyana, the disputed land making up nearly 3/4 of the small South American country. Guyana now holding military drills at the border in a show of force. Brazil's President Lula also mobilizing troops to his border, but tonight urging peace, saying we don't need a war in South America. Record migrant numbers, 10,000 migrants crossing into the U.S. illegally on Tuesday, shattering a record for a single-day crossing. The crisis at the border also overwhelming U.S. cities. Officials in Denver struggling to find housing for thousands of migrants, and taxpayers are footing the potentially $100 million bill. Plus, a series of explosions in Colombia's Amazon jungle, how authorities are taking explosive measures to combat illegal gold mining there. And the toddler slipping past security and onto a baggage belt at the airport. Security cams spotting him riding onto different lanes and into restricted areas. The moment an airline employee jumped into action before he got hurt. Top story starts right now. Hey, good evening. Let's get right to that breaking news and the gunfire outside of a New York synagogue and what's now being investigated as a hate crime. Police in Albany say the suspect was making threats before opening fire with a shotgun just outside of the synagogue just a few hours before Hanukkah began. A preschool operating inside at the time. Luckily, no one was hurt, but an extremely distressing event for that synagogue that also was the target of a bomb threat just 3 months ago. Since the October 7th attack on Israel, police across New York State have stepped up patrols at houses of worship, especially at synagogues. The National Guard also on high alert on Capitol Hill this week. FBI Director Christopher Wray once again sounding the alarm over hate-fueled attacks on U.S. soil in the wake of the Israel-Hamas war. At one point saying, quote, look at this, I've never seen a time where all the threats or so many of the threats are all elevated all exactly at the same time. And it's not just the U.S. Communities across Europe lit menorahs for Hanukkah tonight, but it was amid a looming warning from the EU over potential terror attacks this holiday season. We'll get to all of that in a moment, but we begin with that breaking news and Emily Aketa in New York.
On the first night of Hanukkah, police across New York ramping up patrols at Jewish sites after gunfire caused a major scare at Temple Israel in Albany this afternoon.
Shotgun in his hoodie,
be in the parking lot nearby. A report of one shot heard.
Officials say the suspect is a 28-year-old local who was walking around outside the synagogue and acting very suspicious.
According to witnesses, he fired off a round from his shotgun while making threatening statements.
Law enforcement now investigating the shooting as a hate crime.
We were told by responding officers that he made a comment, free Palestine.
On the synagogue's premises, 24 preschoolers. It was the director of the Early Childhood Center who first heard the shots and called 911, according to officials. The suspect, who has a rap sheet, was apprehended in a neighboring parking lot.
Thankfully, at this time, no one was injured in this incident. But the fear that it has wreaked, and the fear and the anxiety that it has caused, I know a lot of people are feeling really shaken right now.
Security had already been enhanced at synagogues, yeshivas, and community centers for the Jewish holiday, amid rising tensions stemming from the Israel-Hamas war. Just in September, the same location of today's gunfire faced a bomb threat.
All right, Emily Aketa joins us now live. Emily, you mentioned that suspect was taken into custody. Does he have a criminal history? What more do we know about him?
Yeah, the governor says he does have a rap sheet. Still a lot of unanswered questions, though, at this time. We know the suspect is a 28-year-old man, and they say he was local to the Albany area. He had fired off 2 shots, according to police, but they don't know in what direction. They say that he had dropped the gun before officers arrived to the scene and took him into custody. They say that there's a strong possibility he'll also be facing federal charges, Tom.
And then, Emily, what are officials saying about any ongoing threats following this incident?
So New York Governor Kathy Hochul says there are no ongoing threats at this time, but we're learning from her office tonight hate crimes across the board in New York in November were up 90% compared to last year, Tom.
Okay, Emily Aketa leading us off tonight, and those security fears are not just in New York, but of course all across the globe. European leaders warning of a, quote, huge risk of terrorist attacks, as the FBI director cautions the warning lights he saw before 9/11 are blinking everywhere he turns. But despite the risks, Jewish communities around the world vowing to find the light, of course, on the first night of Hanukkah. Here's Josh Letterman.
For centuries, the Hanukkah candles have been burning reminders about the triumph of religious freedom over fear, of light over darkness. But tonight, as Jews around the world light the first candle, they stand in the shadow of a new set of fears, surging anti-Semitism and an alarming threat of terrorism.
All the lights were blinking red before 9/11, apparently. Obviously, all of us missed it. Would you say that there's multiple blinking red lights out there?
I see blinking lights everywhere I turn.
FBI Director Chris Wray testifying the terror threat is higher than at any point since the war against ISIS a decade ago.
And by far and away, the biggest chunk of the tips and leads, which are coming in fast and constantly to us post-October 7th, the biggest chunk by far involve threats to the Jewish community.
Earlier this week, the Homeland Security Department issuing a guide to places of worship to protect themselves, with tips like trimming bushes where attackers could hide, and similar fears across Europe.
There is a huge risk of terrorist attacks in the European Union,
prompting the EU to devote more than $32 million to protecting places of worship. The French government urging extreme vigilance after a fatal terrorist attack over the weekend by a man who told police he was angry about the war. And London's Metropolitan Police telling NBC News they've made 75 arrests linked to the Israel-Hamas war, stemming from threats to both Jews and Muslims. While Jewish communities in the U.S. and Europe are deploying armed guards outside synagogues and Hanukkah celebrations.
These symbols of Hanukkah are supposed to be a beacon of faith and perseverance, but they can quickly become targets for people who might act out of hatred or prejudice.
But across the world tonight, Jewish communities vowing they will not cower in the dark. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz lighting the first candle at the Brandenburg Gate in the heart of Berlin, vowing to protect Jewish citizens. In Kyiv's Maidan Square, the site of the 2014 Revolution of Dignity, families eating sufganiyot, traditional Hanukkah pastries, decorated with the Ukrainian flag. While in Washington, thousands watching as Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff lit the national menorah steps from the White House.
Since October 7th, that horrible day, I have been speaking out publicly as much as I can on what I am calling and what we know to be a crisis of anti-Semitism.
And in London's Trafalgar Square, the head of the UK's Jewish Leadership Council says communities have no choice but to be vigilant, but not silent.
Hanukkah is a symbol of pride, of light, one of the most joyous festivals in the Jewish calendar, and we are asking people to be loud, proud and Jewish because we think that is the best antidote to the hate that we're seeing.
And with that, Josh Letterman joins us tonight from London. Josh, it is a tricky balance to strike, right? How communities across Europe are deciding whether it's safe to go ahead with Hanukkah celebrations.
That's right, Tom, and this has really divided some communities. One of the municipal governments in East London actually canceled the erection of their menorah in their part of the community, saying it would divide the community. They cited those tensions from the Gaza Strip and the war that Israel is fighting there. And there was a major blowback from the public. They eventually decided to reverse course. Most communities have decided to simply go forward. They say they do not want to capitulate to terrorism.
And then, Josh, while we have you here, you are in London. I had a chance to stop in London after my time in Israel covering the war on the onset. And I can remember being in Speaker's Corner there in Hyde Park where people sort of share ideas and debate. And there were some very heated debates, but it was peaceful. What is the temperature and sort of the mood like in London now with the war still ongoing?
Well, you definitely can tell that there is a heightened sense of tension here in London, Tom. You see anti-Israel protests in various parts of the city almost every day. There's clearly a heightened police presence around the city as we approach the Christmas holiday and the holiday season more broadly. And the Metropolitan Police say they are deploying more resources around the city and that people should expect to see more in law enforcement as they try to prevent anything bad from happening during this holiday season, Tom.
Okay, Josh, thank you for that. In Israel tonight, it is 2 months to the day since the war with Hamas began. Tonight, a rare interview with one of those hostages who was held by the terror group in Gaza. Her emotional return to the home she was kidnapped from, and her plea to get those remaining hostages back, including her own grandson. Richard Engels in Israel again tonight.
2 months after Hamas killed more than 1,200 people in Israel, the Israeli military is escalating its campaign to overthrow the group in Gaza. But for the 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza who can't leave, the war isn't the only danger. Hunger is spreading. Massive crowds gathered today outside a food distribution center. The UN is warning of a humanitarian catastrophe. Just across the border from Gaza, we visited the kibbutz Nir Oz, where on October 7th, Hamas fighters killed and kidnapped everyone they could find. Driven by her neighbor, Irina Tati returned this morning. The 73-year-old was held hostage by Hamas in Gaza and freed last week. She was overwhelmed by the damage. Her door is still smashed in. Hamas dragged her away from here. Irina came back to collect a prayer book for Hanukkah. Her neighbor, Rita Lifshitz, tells her Hamas is still firing rockets and she should go to the safe room if there's incoming. Irina badly wanted to see if her cat was still alive. She thought about the cat while a hostage, and when she found him, she smiled.
What's it like for you to come back here after all that you've been through?
Here I feel better, but not very well. I want the war to stop, she says. She did not want to talk about what happened to her while she was a captive. And Irina's 28-year-old grandson is still being held in Gaza. Hanukkah is a holiday of light. People close to us in Gaza must return home, she says. Hamas went house to house here for 8 agonizing hours before any rescue came. Residents locked themselves in their safe rooms. So Hamas set houses on fire to smoke them out. Rita says many here are furious at Hamas and the government.
How did it take 8 hours to have a response?
Why it took 8 hours? Because they didn't care. 6:30 they came in here.
Rita took me to the local post office, where the boxes have been marked with stickers.
This is one of the most disturbing images that I've seen in a long time. This post office, and on the boxes, red, killed, blue, returned, black, dead.
Yes.
And to be honest, there's not a lot of blue.
Next door is the cafeteria, where the tables are set for those who can't come, the dead and missing. 1 out of every 4 people who lived on this kibbutz was either murdered or taken hostage.
Now it's the first holiday of the kibbutz that is not happening, and we need to bring them back now.
All right, Richard joins us tonight from Jerusalem. Richard, I know you have some new reporting about efforts to secure another ceasefire, but before we get there, I want to pick up where your story ends. It is the first night of Hanukkah, and there's just so little to celebrate in that region. Talk to me about what you've experienced over the last 24 hours there, and your report was just so compelling with what you witnessed, you and your team today.
Well, on the kibbutz, I think there's one note of optimism, and that the people are determined to move back. They say they will rebuild, they will reform the community. It will never be the same. They want the people who are still held by Hamas to be freed. But either way, whether that happens or not, they're not willing to even consider the possibility that that won't happen. But either way, they want to continue living in that place. They formed such a bond, such a community before, and then after this, they want to go back to their homes.
And then talk to us about another potential ceasefire. Is there reason to be optimistic for that?
Not really. We know that there are still, and I've spoken to a negotiator directly involved in this process, there are still contacts. There are still some efforts to try and resume a ceasefire. But I was told that there is so far nothing serious yet. No serious conversations that could get us out of this crisis yet.
Finally, let's talk about Gaza. You mentioned in your piece there at the top the horror in Gaza right now, the UN warning of what they're calling a humanitarian catastrophe. What more are you hearing from inside Gaza tonight? And of course, the confusion with people being told to move to the south, and now the war clearly in the south as well.
People in Gaza are quite convinced that this is a war to drive them out of the Gaza Strip, that this is a war to punish Gazans, that this is a war to put so much pressure on them, not just against Hamas, but to punish the people of Gaza and ultimately to push them into Egypt. They are depressed. They are starting to be cold. It is now becoming very cold, particularly in the evenings. This is a desert climate, so even though if it's hot in the day, at night it can be very cold, and people in some cases don't have shoes. They don't have much to eat. They don't have much food. They don't have drinking water. So the conditions are quite appalling. There's some efforts to get more aid in, and there was just some new reporting that U.S. officials are pressuring Israel to open another inspection point into Gaza to get more aid in. But it is not a sustainable solution where they are totally dependent on outside aid, with everyone forced into the south, with much of the north destroyed and being more damaged every day. So aid is trickling in, and more might trickle in, but the people there need far more than that. They need to be able to rebuild, to have a local economy, to be able to produce for themselves. So that there is a sense of hopelessness and depression and real humanitarian suffering for the people of Gaza. So I wish I had better news, but right now doesn't look like we're getting closer to a ceasefire. No serious negotiations yet. And the people of Gaza, when we speak to them, some people I know and have known for a long time are crying when you speak to them over the phone.
Before you go, another question about Gaza. We've seen an image that's been circulating today. It is a group of men. They appear to, not be wearing clothes. Obviously they're wearing underwear, but detainees arrested by Israeli forces in northern Gaza. Israel has said they've arrested hundreds of suspected terrorists across the Gaza Strip. But I think this is the first time we're actually seeing them, like a mass number of arrests happening like that in Gaza.
So according to Israeli accounts, these are Hamas suspects who turned themselves in. Palestinians are saying that these are people who are arbitrarily rounded up. They say that there are journalists among the group and that they were seated on the ground, forced to put their hands over their heads, look down in the ground with Israeli soldiers standing over them in a symbol of power and dominance, and that these images were released to humiliate them. So from the Israeli point of view, from what the Israelis are describing this as a success,
They say that Hamas members are turning them in, and the way Palestinians are looking at it is that it is a sign that Palestinians in Gaza are being made to suffer even more.
Richard Engel from Jerusalem for us. Richard, thank you for that. We want to move back here now to the fallout from a congressional hearing with the presidents of some of the most prestigious universities in the country on anti-Semitic language on their campuses. Stephanie Gosk reports on how a single but powerful word and the response to it has led to backlash that goes all the way to the White House.
The hearing Tuesday lasted 5 hours, but it was this questioning from New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik that has ignited a firestorm.
I am asking, specifically calling for the genocide of Jews. Does that constitute bullying or harassment?
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment. If the speech becomes conduct, it can be harassment, yes.
Conduct meaning committing the act of genocide?
The presidents of Harvard, the University of Pennsylvania, and MIT were on Capitol Hill to address anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on their campuses.
Calling for the genocide of Jews violates Harvard Code of Conduct, correct?
Again, it depends on the context.
It does not depend on the context. The answer is yes, and this is why you should resign.
Harvard and Penn's presidents tried to clarify their answers to that specific question on the issue of calls for genocide.
I want to be clear. A call for genocide of Jewish people is threatening, deeply so.
Harvard's president, writing in part, calls for violence or genocide against the Jewish community or any religious or ethnic group are vile. They have no place at Harvard. At times throughout the hearing, the leaders of the schools condemned the hate on campus while also citing the importance of freedom of speech. But criticism came swiftly, and from both Republicans and Democrats.
It should not be hard to condemn genocide. Genocide against Jews, genocide against anyone else.
White House spokesman Andrew Bates writing, "It's unbelievable that this needs to be said. Calls for genocide are monstrous."
Jill needs to go.
Students rallied on campus today outside McGill's office.
I'm a Jewish student here, and I think that she needs to step down.
Penn is facing possible financial fallout. A wealthy donor is threatening to pull a $100 million donation, telling the school he's only willing to discuss it if they replace the current president. The school telling NBC News tonight that there is no plan by the Board of Trustees to replace the current leadership. Tom?
Okay, Stephanie, we thank you for that. Now to the forecast. We're going to switch gears here, and the massive cross-country storm on the way this weekend. Heavy rain and strong winds expected from coast to coast over the next few days. Power outages and flooding even possible along the eastern seaboard on Sunday. It comes as parts of the Pacific Northwest, as we've been reporting here, recover from historic flooding. New video out of Washington shows cars and trucks stuck in the floodwaters. Look at that. One river in the state rising a record-breaking 21 feet. Wow. Let's get right over to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who's been tracking all of this. And Bill, tonight we're seeing a lot of white on your radar.
Yeah, there's a lot of clouds, and this is the storm. So it doesn't have a lot of punch to it yet, but by the time we get to Saturday, the storm that just came into California will get some juice from the Gulf of Mexico. So Friday, just some snow in the Rockies, Four Corner region, northwards. That's actually welcome snow for many of the high peaks. Then as we go throughout late Friday into Saturday, the storm taps the Gulf of moisture. Then we could see severe weather starting in areas of Louisiana, pushing up to Tennessee as we go throughout the day Saturday. Snow on the backside of the storm. And if you have any plans on the East Coast on Sunday, it's going to be a wild day. It's going to be windy. It's going to be warm. Then thunderstorms are going to come through. Then it's going to get cold. And in some cases, like Pennsylvania and western New York, it'll actually turn to snow. So there's going to be a lot of travel issues on Sunday for the East Coast. And as far as severe weather goes, 11 million people at risk from Houston all the way to Little Rock to Memphis. That's mostly going to be wind damage. Isolated tornadoes are going to be possible. And as far as rain goes, from D.C. to New York, everyone should have at least 2 inches of rain. So it's going to pour when it comes down. And there'll even be some snow, Tom, on the backside of this for western and central New York. So it's going to be a wild weekend. Christmas decorations flying all over the place. Quite a December weekend storm.
Okay, Bill, we appreciate that. We're getting some breaking news that's just coming in right now. We understand from our investigative team that federal prosecutors have just filed a new criminal case against Hunter Biden, the son of President Joe Biden. I want to bring in NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, I know we are just getting this information. Walk us through what we know and what we don't know, and I have some questions lined up for other developments that have happened today as well.
Yeah, Tom, here's what we do know. A new
criminal case has been filed by special counsel David Weiss in Los Angeles against Hunter Biden. One source tells us that these are tax-related charges. That would track with what we've been expecting for a long time. Remember that Hunter Biden had a plea agreement that called for no jail time, where he was going to plead guilty to misdemeanor tax charges of failure to file a tax return, and that fell apart, and that was in Delaware. But David Weiss, the special counsel, had to bring any tax case in the place where the tax return would have been filed, and one of those places was Los Angeles. So it would make sense that these new charges are tax charges. A big question, obviously, would be, are these just the charges, the misdemeanor charges that were part of the plea agreement that fell apart, or are there any additional related charges in this new case? We don't know the answer because these charges have not yet been made public. They're not on the computerized court system. But again, sources are telling us that this case has been brought, Tom.
So, Ken, you know, when that deal fell apart, it was obviously big news because everyone thought they had reached an agreement. Clearly, they had not. And now we're here, and it's been months since then. It would stand to reason that in that time, the special prosecutor has continued his investigation?
Certainly, although a lot of the investigative aspects and avenues that were followed had been done by the FBI, had been finished as long as a year or more ago in this case. But you know, they always continue to investigate. But in terms of the bringing Hunter Biden's business dealings and tax issues through a fine-tooth comb, that from what we know, that had already been done, and they had the case that they wanted to bring. They had a plea agreement. Remember that it fell apart over the question, though, of whether Hunter Biden would be immune from any future charges. And special counsel David Weiss wasn't prepared to grant him that, and said that, in fact, they were continuing to investigate the question of whether he violated foreign lobbying registration laws in his representation of foreign business people. And so that's why the plea deal fell apart. And so he's facing a felony gun charge that he lied on a form, bought a gun when he was addicted to drugs illegally, and now this separate case in Los Angeles that one source tells us is tax-related, Tom.
And Ken, you know, a major thing happened. It occurred with the legal strategy, right, with Hunter Biden's legal team. He had sort of been staying quiet, if you will. Every now and then he would do an interview, but he was sort of staying out of the limelight. Since the deal fell apart, he's written an op-ed, and his legal team has gone on the offensive, right, trying to demand that the special counsel subpoena both President Trump and the former Attorney General Barr, correct?
Yeah, that's the most recent battle, and just yesterday, the special counsel filed a response to that, saying that, in fact, that should not happen, because Hunter Biden's team argued that the whole case resulted from a malicious prosecution orchestrated by former President Trump and former Attorney General Bill Barr. And it is true that the investigation began during the Trump administration, but special counsel Weiss, in a filing, said that the bulk of it happened during the Biden administration, in fact, and that it was Attorney General Merrick Garland, appointed by President Biden, who named Weiss as special counsel and made sure the investigation was independent and continued. So they said that those subpoenas shouldn't happen. But you're absolutely right. It's part of a larger sort of get tough strategy by Hunter Biden. He's filing defamation suits against some of the people that have made accusations against him. He's going on offense in all sorts of ways. Abby Lowell, one of his attorneys, is known for that type of strategy. He's known as a pit bull litigator, particularly in tax cases. And so that has been their strategy right now. The stakes are high because, again, that felony gun charge carries significant prison time.
Yeah, and then, Ken, I guess my other question is, if you can kind of walk us back to the original charges before that deal fell apart and the timeline. I ask because we're entering an election year next year. How is this going to affect the president, and how long do we think this process will play out for Hunter Biden?
Well, in terms of the trial calendar, you know, there is no trial date set in that gun charge, but it's widely expected that it would take place next year in the middle of the election campaign. And then it's unclear with these new charges, if they're tax charges, you know, when those could get to trial. But about a year is standard for a federal criminal trial. And so you could see that trial happening, if in fact it goes to trial, right in the heart of potentially in November, in the heart of the presidential contest.
Could they strike?
The implications,
yeah, Ken, could they strike a plea deal on these new charges as well, or has that ship sailed?
You know, most people we talk to about this think that there's always a chance to have a plea deal. It certainly appears to be in Hunter Biden's interest to get that deal back, where he was going to serve no jail time after all. We know that there have been negotiations taking place behind the scenes, but they have not yet reached a deal. You know, sometimes both sides want to see all the cards, and so now that if in fact these tax charges have been filed, if Hunter Biden's team gets a chance to see them, maybe they'll have more of a chance to negotiate.
Ken, we obviously appreciate you scrambling. The interesting part is that we were going to have you on this show slated just at the same time, but reporting on another matter involving Hunter Biden, but this time President Biden as well. I know our NBC News investigative team has some new reporting as well about alias email addresses the former president at one time used.
Yeah, that's right. And this is not, the fact that he used alias email addresses is not new, but the committee that has been investigating, the House Republican committee that's been investigating Hunter Biden's business dealings and what they claim is Joe Biden's involvement, has released some data, not emails themselves, but the metadata, a log of emails between some of the alias emails that Joe Biden was using and a business partner of Hunter Biden. And we don't know the content of those emails. So we don't know if they were emails about, for example, Hunter Biden's mental health at that time, or whether they had anything to do with the business dealings. But we do know that the dates of them are notable, because some of the emails came right before Hunter Biden made a trip to Ukraine, where he arranged that lucrative business relationship with that natural gas company, Burisma, which ended up paying him $11 million to sit on their board and to do other things. And then some of those emails happened after that business trip. So again, Joe Biden emailing a business partner of Hunter Biden. And of course, what the House Republicans are saying is, you know, this is evidence that Joe Biden was in fact involved with Hunter Biden's efforts to trade on the family name. Now, in my view, that does not establish that, but it does raise some questions that need to be answered. Joe Biden was asked about his involvement in his son's business dealings yesterday, and he just responded, "It's all lies. It's all lies." So he's not really substantively addressing this.
And that's been the president's sort of response over the last 3 or 4 years since these allegations first came up. Do you think this new revelation hurts the president more, or does it hurt Hunter Biden more, or we're just not there yet because we don't have the complete context of all these emails?
I think two things. I think we're not there yet because we don't have the complete context. That's well put. I also think we're in an interesting situation where you have the former President Trump looming over the media landscape, and things that may have been seen as a scandal, for example, in the Bill Clinton administration, that would have had the entire news media chasing after it like bloodhounds, don't make as big of a splash. So, you know, what we have here is a situation where Hunter Biden was clearly trading on his family name, and it's pretty clear that Joe Biden knew about it, and at the very least, you can say, didn't stop it, didn't take action to make it stop that anybody knows about, and hasn't condemned it. In fact, he said his son did nothing wrong. And, you know, to some people, that's a scandal. To many Democrats, it's not, and we should look away. But that, you know, we're in a much different place than we were, say, in the 1990s when the news media was investigating Bill Clinton's business dealings.
Ken Delaney, and for us, Ken, we appreciate you handling all that breaking news and that new reporting, as always. Okay, we're going to turn to another big story we're following here. The escalating border tensions in South America. Have you heard about this? Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro and his government threatening to take over oil and mineral-rich lands from neighboring Guyana. Nearby countries now on high alert, and Brazil mobilizing troops to its border. And today, the U.S. announcing they will hold military drills in the region in support of the small South American country. Guad Venegas has the details.
Tonight, tensions rising between two neighboring South American countries as Venezuela threatens to annex more than half of the country of Guyana.
This is a direct threat to Guyana's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and political independence.
As a century-old dispute is reignited over an oil-rich territory known as the Essequibo region, a stretch of land that in the 1840s, an international tribunal of arbitration decided it belonged to Guyana. But Venezuela has always disputed that decision.
When Hugo Chavez was alive, he actually put an additional star on the flag of Venezuela an 8th star, which represents the quote-unquote stolen district of the Essequibo, to remind the Venezuelan people that it's a constant issue for them.
In 2015, following the discovery of oil reserves off the Essequibo's coast, Venezuela's interest in the territory intensified. Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro holding a referendum vote this week, with a majority approving to claim ownership over the Essequibo. Maduro also asking the Venezuelan state oil company to begin drilling.
What Maduro is trying to do is open up Guyanese territory for international exploitation by providing licenses from Venezuela. This is a new development, and seeking international partners.
In an effort to de-escalate tensions, Brazil's President Lula da Silva calling for a peaceful solution.
Nós não precisamos de guerra, nós não precisamos de conflito. O que nós precisamos é construir a paz.
His call for peace coming a day after Brazil's army announced it was mobilizing troops to its northern border, which it shares with both Guyana and Venezuela. Those living in the region feeling helpless.
Nobody, indigenous people, are not prepared for any takeover. Nobody has informed us, actually. Now it is being put on the table by us here as leaders, trying to inform our people of the dangers that is above us.
Guyana now betting on support from the international community, including the United States.
We absolutely stand by our unwavering support for Guyana's sovereignty.
A dispute to control a remote territory rich in natural resources and symbolic for both countries. And this afternoon, the U.S. Embassy in Guyana informing that the U.S. Southern Command will begin flight operations inside of Guyana, indicating that these exercises will enhance the security partnership between the U.S. and Guyana as the dispute between Guyana and Venezuela continues. Tom?
All right, Guad Venegas first. Guad, we thank you for that. Still ahead tonight, Diddy breaking his silence. A fourth woman accusing the rapper of sexual assault, recounting an attack she says happened when she was just 17 years old. What we're hearing from the Grammy winner tonight about those claims. Plus, an urgent manhunt in Pennsylvania for 2 escaped inmates where one of them was spotted by surveillance. And a mother and her toddler trapped under a car. The high school students who rushed in to save them. Stay with us. Top story just getting started on this Thursday night.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just fit
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest bombshell accusations against hip-hop tycoon Sean Diddy Combs. The Grammy Award winner breaking his silence after a fourth woman came forward to accuse him of sexual assault. His latest alleged victim saying she was just 17 when she was violated at his recording studio. NBC's Liz Kreutz has this story. We want to warn you, some of the details are disturbing.
Tonight, rap mogul Sean Diddy Combs breaking his silence after a fourth woman has come forward with disturbing allegations of rape and sexual assault, saying, quote, "Enough is enough." In an explosive new lawsuit, a plaintiff identified only as Jane Doe accuses Combs, his friend and business partner Harve Pierre, and a third person of gang rape and sex trafficking. The alleged victim says she was approached by Pierre at a lounge in Michigan in 2003 when she was just 17 years old and a junior in high school. She says Pierre then convinced her to travel to New York on a private jet to visit Combs' recording studio. A photo included in the lawsuit appears to show the teen sitting on the rapper's lap. Jane Doe says at the studio she was repeatedly given drugs and alcohol before she was raped by all three men, then left on the bathroom floor in the fetal position.
The Sean Combs lawsuit alleges some pretty terrible conduct, but a lot of it happened decades ago. The modern trend in states, including New York, is to either open up a window for stale claims to be filed or to simply extend civil and even criminal statutes of limitations to give survivors and victims longer periods of time in which to sue.
According to the lawsuit, Combs' most recent accuser says the other women who came forward gave her the confidence to tell her story, specifically citing Cassie Ventura, an R&B singer-songwriter who was once signed to Combs' record label and dated him for nearly a decade. Ventura, who settled her suit the day after it was filed, accused Combs of trapping her in a cycle of abuse, violence, and sex trafficking. 54-year-old Combs responding to the lawsuit, saying in part, "Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." Pierre did not respond to NBC's request for comment.
This is a civil complaint against Combs. It is not a criminal prosecution. The only way for Combs to be prosecuted would be if law enforcement saw this complaint, read the allegations, and decided that they could bring a criminal prosecution.
The allegations fanning the flames of a years-long rivalry in the rap world.
He's running around just popping pills in their mouth. Pop, pill, 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 pill.
50 Cent announcing plans to produce a documentary about Diddy and his alleged wrongdoing, pledging to donate the proceeds to victims of sexual assault and rape.
All right, Liz Kreutz joins us now in studio. So 50 Cent is going to produce the documentary. He's going to donate that money, he says. So he's clearly taking a shot and reacting to all this. Is anybody defending Diddy tonight?
Yeah, Tom, no, we haven't seen anybody come to his defense so far. It's been pretty silent in the music industry, except that we are seeing some people now coming and backing the women. There's an advocacy group that is asking the Grammys to rescind Combs' 2024 Grammy nomination, rescind his invitation to the ceremony. And there is also a longtime friend of Cassie's, the singer Tiffany Red, who has now penned an open letter today where she is corroborating the claims from Cassie. She says that Cassie told her that Combs abused her. She says she even witnessed a really heated confrontation between them when they were a couple, where it was very clear that Cassie was afraid, and it even made her scared. Combs, though, has not responded to those allegations or that letter.
Things appearing to snowball and Combs trying to fight back a little bit, at least tonight. All right, Liz Kreutz for us. Liz, great to have you here in studio. When we come back, the migrant crisis at the U.S. southern border, the record number of people who crossed illegally into the U.S. on Tuesday, and the strain it's having on American cities. Stay with us.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
happen now.
Going back and forth because
All right, nice to see you. All right.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
This is what a country at war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
All right, we are back now with Top Stories news feed, and we start with the manhunt for 2 escaped inmates in Pennsylvania. U.S. Marshals say a man accused of drug and parole violations escaping from a western Pennsylvania on Sunday and taking off in a red Ford pickup truck. This comes as the search intensifies for another inmate who escaped a Philadelphia jail during work detail just last week. Authorities urging anyone who sees either man to call police immediately. A record number of migrants crossing the U.S. southern border this week. Listen to this. CBP says 10,000 people crossed illegally through points of entry on Tuesday, and it comes as the crisis is crippling some U.S. cities. Officials in Denver say there are more than 2,600 migrants in the city's shelter system now, and nearly 30,000 who have come through Denver in the last year. So far, they say it's cost taxpayers, get this, $32 million, but could cost the city up to $100 million this year. And we want to turn to the latest on that deadly shooting at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Police say 67-year-old Anthony Polito opened fire on the building's 4th floor just before noon Wednesday, shooting and killing 3. Police not revealing a motive, but say he was a professor who applied to a job at multiple Nevada universities and was denied each time. He also previously worked at other universities across the Southeast, touted a membership in Mensa, the High IQ Society, and was prone to posting conspiracy theories on his personal website. A 4th victim tonight still remains in critical condition. And a group of high school students in Utah racing to save a mother and son trapped under a car. Surveillance video capturing the moment a group of students worked together to, watch this, lift the car a few inches off the ground, someone pulling the mother and her 2-year-old son out. Police say the mother was with her 2 children when the car struck them in the school's parking lot. 1 child was not pinned. Both the mother and child are expected to survive. Okay, time now for power and politics. With almost a month until the Iowa caucuses, former President Trump maintains a huge lead over his Republican rivals. And while they debated on stage last night, Trump was in court today. NBC's Garrett Haake has that report for us tonight.
Tonight, former President Trump's potential road back to the White House again winding through a Manhattan courtroom.
They're doing this to hurt a political opponent. This is third world country stuff.
With the Republican presidential frontrunner choosing to attend his civil fraud trial in New York, even as his rivals campaign in the early nominating states.
I'm sitting in a courthouse instead of being in Iowa, where I should be, even though I'm leading by about 40 points.
While recent Iowa surveys have shown a closer race there, a new national Wall Street Journal poll has Mr. Trump holding a commanding 44-point lead over Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, who in last night's debate largely focused their fire on one another, not the absent frontrunner.
She caves
anytime the left comes after her, anytime the media comes after her.
Ron has continued to lie because he's losing.
The debate full of ugly personal attacks.
You would be voted in the first 20 minutes as the most obnoxious blowhard in America.
Do everybody a favor. Just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal, and get the hell out of this race.
And long shot candidate Chris Christie calling out fellow candidates for ignoring Mr. Trump's primary dominance.
I've got these three guys who are all seemingly to compete with, Voldemort, he who shall not be named. The fact of the matter is, he is unfit to be president.
Garrett, fresh off the debate, is back in Washington tonight. So, Garrett, I want to first ask you about the candidates' performance last night, right? After a debate, the obvious question is who won? And Meet the Press put this out on Twitter as part of the coverage post-debate, where they had sort of an informal watch party, and they asked those 30 voters what they thought. This is in Georgia, and who won the debate. What struck me is that 18 of those 30 said Trump won the debate, even though he wasn't on the stage. Is that your sense as well?
Yeah, look, and the other 5 who said Ramaswamy, who's basically running as Trump light, I think it's just a reminder that this is Donald Trump's party still, and the other candidates are still trying to find their place in it. I think these voters kind of put us back in an astute observation here, which is that the clock is really ticking on every candidate not named Donald Trump. You can quibble about how detailed or how accurate these polls are at a granular level, but when Trump's up by 20, 30, 40 points, all he has to do is run out the clock to become the next nominee. And by not showing up, he's able to do that. The other candidates ultimately end up looking small, like they're fighting for second place. I think that's what these voters are trying to tell us.
The GOP still wants to make sure that voters see all these Republican candidates for president. And I know you have some new reporting about 2 additional debates before the voting starts.
Yeah, this has been interesting because the Republican National Committee had very tightly controlled the debate process until now, where they've basically thrown their hands up and are letting media organizations throw their own debates. CNN now says they're going to host 2 debates, one in Iowa, one in New Hampshire, just before the caucus and primary in those states. It's not clear how many candidates will be attending, but we know one who won't. Donald Trump's campaign says he has no intention of showing up at either of those debates, Tom.
Garrett Hake with the latest from the campaign trail. Garrett, thank you for that. Coming up after this short break, we take you to Colombia. We'll explain why they're doing this, blowing up gold mines that produce nearly $2 million worth of gold every month. Stay with us. Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine.
Part of our continued reporting.
This is what a country at war looks like.
Women, children.
What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? check for all this damage to
Time now for Top Stories Global Watch and a check of what else is happening around the world. We start in Colombia, where there's been an explosive crackdown on illegal gold mining. New video shows authorities in Colombia, watch this, blowing up illegal gold mining sites and equipment in the Amazon rainforest. It was one of 19 sites targeted by Colombia and Brazil in a joint effort to crack down on gold mining dredges. Officials there say, get this, the operations produce $1.5 million worth of gold per month, but at the same time, they're also polluting rivers with mercury. A 5.8 magnitude earthquake rocking Mexico City late today. Video showing people evacuating buildings as lights shook the capital city when the quake hit. The president of Mexico also had to be rushed out of a building. So far, no reports of any types of injuries or serious damage there. And a shocking scene at an airport in Santiago, Chile. Look at this, a security cam capturing the moment a toddler ran from his parents, slips past security and onto an airport conveyor belt for bags. Several cameras showing the 3-year-old going for a ride through the maze of conveyor belts throughout the facility, including in restricted and potentially dangerous areas. An airport worker finally spotting him, stopping the belt, and safely getting that child down. I'm sure he had a serious talking to by his parents. All right, coming up, the discovery of an ancient treasure in China. Hidden for more than 2,000 years, the relic, some perfectly preserved and all discovered by luck. We're going to take you there. That's next. Stay with us.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm hearing sleigh bells,
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere. Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming shell. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Finally tonight, from our Indiana Jones Chronicles, a discovery more than 2,000 years in the making. Construction workers in China stumbling upon a tomb from the Han Dynasty, which dates back to 200 BC. Stephen Rowan now on what archaeologists found inside.
Hidden deep in the hills of southwest China, treasures untouched for more than 2,000 years, now uncovered by luck during a construction project. Archaeologists unearthing the earliest tomb ever found from the Western Han Dynasty, dating all the way back to 202 BC. There were more than 600 relics inside, according to the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. Among them, decorative wooden pieces, pottery, and more. Most of the cultural relics are well preserved, this member of the archaeological project says, and that's all thanks to a nearly perfectly sealed tomb.
You have oxygen-free environments. That's very, very good to preserve the perishable objects.
Archaeologists now carefully excavating the items at the site known as the Guangku Western Han Dynasty Tomb No. 1, a location accidentally uncovered by construction workers.
It's by accident.
Researchers astonished by the condition of the objects, the lacquer finish on some of them gleaming like new. Experts excited not only about the items themselves, but what they can teach us about the period, from art and culture to burial customs.
They never think about death is the end of the life. Instead, death is a journey to become an ancestor.
A site dedicated thousands of years ago to the dead, now giving a glimpse through time at life in the ancient world. Stephen Romo, NBC News.
A journey to become an ancestor. We'll leave you with that thought. We thank you so much for watching Top Story tonight. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay right there. More news on the way.
Tonight, the terrifying moments at a synagogue in New York State. A man firing a shotgun outside on the first night of Hanukkah. Police saying at least 2 shotgun blasts were fired on the grounds of a synagogue in Albany. Inside an early child care center with 24 preschoolers, but no one injured. The suspect in custody, the incident being investigated as a hate crime. The governor ordering the police and National Guard on high alert. The safety concerns nationwide as Hanukkah begins. Also tonight, the investigation after the deadly mass shooting on the UNLV campus. The gunman, a professor who was rejected for a job by the university, and what we're learning about the victims. The historic ruling in Texas, a judge granting a woman's emergency request to bypass the state's near total ban on abortion after learning her fetus had a fatal genetic disease. She joins us with her emotional reaction and how the state is still trying to stop her. In Gaza, the fighting raging as the war reaches the 2-month mark. Richard Engel with a freed Israeli hostage as she finally returns home. And typing out tunes, the orchestra making music in a whole new key.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome. Just hours before this evening's start of the Jewish holiday of Hanukkah, shots were fired onto the grounds of a synagogue in Albany, New York, further stoking concerns over the holiday and rising acts of anti-Semitism in this country. Officials say no one was hurt and a 28-year-old man has been taken into custody. The shots were fired outside Temple, Israel in Albany, where 24 preschoolers inside were immediately placed on lockdown. They are now safely reunited with their families. Police tonight are quoting the shooter as having said, "Free Palestine." Authorities saying the case is being investigated as a hate crime. New York Governor Kathy Hochul tonight has put state police and New York National Guard on alert, saying the safety of Jewish New Yorkers is non-negotiable. Emily Aketa has late details.
On the first night of Hanukkah, police across New York ramping up patrols at Jewish sites after gunfire caused a major scare at Temple Israel in Albany this afternoon.
Shotgun in his hoodie, be in the parking lot nearby. A report of 1 shot heard.
Officials say the suspect is a 28-year-old local who was walking around outside the synagogue and acting very suspicious.
According to witnesses, he fired off a round from his shotgun while making threatening statements.
Law enforcement now investigating the shooting as a hate crime.
We were told by responding officers that he made a comment, "Free Palestine."
On the synagogue's premises, 24 preschoolers. It was the director of the Early Childhood Center who first heard the shots and called 911, according to officials. The suspect, who has a rap sheet, was apprehended in a neighboring parking lot.
Thankfully, at this time, no one was injured in this incident. But the fear that it has wreaked, and the fear and the anxiety that it has caused, I know a lot of people are feeling really shaken right now.
Security had already been enhanced at synagogues, yeshivas, and community centers for the Jewish holiday, amid rising tension stemming from the Israel-Hamas war. Just in September, the same location of today's gunfire faced a bomb threat.
Emily, what are officials saying about any ongoing threats following this incident?
Well, Lester, New York Governor Kathy Hochul says there are no ongoing threats at this time, but we're learning tonight from her office that hate crimes across the board in New York in November were up 90% compared to last year. Lester?
Emily Akata starting us off tonight. Thank you. Now to breaking news in the investigation into Hunter Biden, son of President Biden. Let's get right to Ken Delaney in Washington.
Lester, Hunter Biden has been charged with felony tax fraud tonight in Los Angeles in a new indictment that significantly deepens his legal troubles. In a 56-page indictment, Special Counsel David Weiss has charged Mr. Biden with 3 felonies and 6 misdemeanors, alleging he engaged in a scheme to evade $1.4 million in taxes from 2014 to 2020, while spending millions of dollars to fund an extravagant lifestyle. This is the second felony indictment against Hunter Biden, who was charged in September with lying on a federal form while purchasing a handgun. Both cases came after a plea deal fell apart in August that called for him to admit to misdemeanors and serve no jail time. The new indictment says Mr. Biden received more than $7 million in income from 2016 to 2020 and took steps to evade taxes, including by using false business deductions. It says Mr. Biden had the money to pay his taxes, but chose not to pay them. The new case adds to Hunter Biden's mounting legal woes and poses a huge political complication for his father, because if the prosecutions go forward, Hunter Biden could be standing trial in the middle of the presidential campaign. The plea deal collapsed because prosecutors were unwilling to say they wouldn't charge Mr. Biden in their ongoing investigation of potential violations of foreign lobbying laws. But Mr. Biden's legal woes have now multiplied. Lester?
Ken Delaney, and thanks. In Las Vegas, there are new details about the gunman at UNLV's campus, a college professor turned down for a job. As we learn more about the victims, all faculty slain at the school. Steve Patterson with late details now.
Tonight, new details after shots rang out on another American college campus.
We're good. Come on, everybody, keep your hands up, you guys. Keep your hands up, please.
This time inside UNLV's business school.
Gunshot was so close. I feel like he's coming in, and the only thing you can do is praying that he doesn't pick this room.
Police say 67-year-old Anthony Polito opened fire on the building's 4th floor just before noon Wednesday, shooting and killing 3. 64-year-old Professor Jerry Chang, 39-year-old Assistant Professor Patricia Navarro-Velez. The third victim, also faculty, hasn't been named until their family can be notified. One gunshot survivor is still in the hospital.
The suspect had a list of people he was seeking on a university campus, as well as faculty from the Eastern Carolina University.
He previously worked at other universities across the Southeast, touted a membership in Mensa, the high IQ society, and was prone to posting conspiracy theories on his personal website. But investigators are stopping short of assigning motive.
We know he applied numerous times for a job with several Nevada higher education institutions and was denied each time.
Today, police shared video of the moment Polito was killed as he engaged police outside.
Evacuate to a safe area, run, hide, fight.
Business law student Caleb Melise was in class just 2 floors down when he heard the shots rang out.
What did it sound like? It sounded like balloons popping. We were kind of oblivious of it. We didn't really realize what was going on at first.
Melise says, incredibly, this isn't his first mass shooting. He was at the deadliest mass shooting in American history, the Las Vegas Music Festival in 2017 that left 58 people dead.
How many times are we going to go through this? Yeah, some people crying, but it was like, we were like desensitized to it.
A legacy of violence, leaving Las Vegas numb.
And Steve, what more are officials saying about the suspect's other potential targets?
Lester, authorities now say they believe if the suspect wasn't taken down when he was, that he was heading right for the student union. They also say he mailed out 22 letters to other targets. The first one they intercepted contained an unknown white substance. So they are telling anyone in education, if you received an unmarked letter, don't open it. Lester?
Steve Patterson, thanks. In Texas, where most abortions are illegal, a judge today granted a woman's request to have an abortion that her doctor says is medically necessary. It's one of the biggest cases since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Here's Laura Jarrett.
Kate Cox was running out of time. After learning at 20 weeks that the baby she's expecting has a fetal abnormality, the 31-year-old mom of two filed a lawsuit in Texas seeking an emergency abortion. Today, a judge agreed.
I never thought I would ever need or want an abortion.
If Cox carried the pregnancy to term, doctors warned she would be at risk for serious complications that could affect her ability to have more children.
There's no outcome here that I take home my healthy baby girl.
Texas bans most abortions as soon as the baby has a heartbeat. There are medical exceptions, but critics say the language is vague, leaving doctors fearful of getting sued for performing one without a court order. Today, the judge siding with Cox, saying the idea that Ms. Cox wants desperately to be a parent and this law might actually cause her to lose that ability is shocking and would be a genuine miscarriage of justice. Tonight, the Texas Attorney General pushing back strongly, arguing Cox has failed to show she qualifies for a medical exception. The AG is sending a letter to Cox's hospital warning prosecutions are still possible if they allow her doctor to perform an unlawful abortion, despite the ruling.
The rule of law doesn't mean anything to the Attorney General of Texas.
Today's decision applies only to Cox, but separate challenges to the laws in Texas filed by other women are still ongoing. Meanwhile, Cox still dreams of expanding her family one day.
I want the opportunity to get the health care I need and heal, and then, try again.
Laura Jarrett, NBC News.
2 months ago today, Hamas terrorists unleashed their murderous rampage inside Israel. And tonight, some of the survivors of the attack return home for the first time, including a recently released hostage who spoke with our Richard Engel.
2 months after Hamas killed more than 1,200 people in Israel, the Israeli military is escalating its campaign to overthrow the group in Gaza. But for the 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza who can't leave, the war isn't the only danger. Hunger is spreading. Massive crowds gathered today outside a food distribution center. The UN is warning of a humanitarian catastrophe. Just across the border from Gaza, we visited the kibbutz Nir Oz, where on October 7th, Hamas fighters killed and kidnapped everyone they could find. Driven by her neighbor, Irina Tati returned this morning. The 73-year-old was held hostage by Hamas in Gaza and freed last week. She was overwhelmed by the damage. Her door is still smashed in. Hamas dragged her away from here. Irina came back to collect a prayer book for Hanukkah. Her neighbor, Rita Lifshitz, tells her Hamas is still firing rockets and she should go to the safe room if there's incoming. Irina badly wanted to see if her cat was still alive. She thought about the cat while a hostage, and when she found him, she smiled.
What's it like for you to come back here after all that you've been through?
Here I feel better, but not very well. I want the war to stop, she says. She did not want to talk about what happened to her while she was a captive. And Irina's 28-year-old grandson is still being held in Gaza. Hanukkah is a holiday of light. People close to us in Gaza must return home, she says. Hamas went house to house here for 8 agonizing hours before any rescue came. Residents locked themselves in their safe rooms. So Hamas set houses on fire to smoke them out. Rita says many here are furious at Hamas and the government.
How did it take 8 hours to have a response?
Why it took 8 hours? Because they didn't care. 6:30 they came in here.
Rita took me to the local post office where the boxes have been marked with stickers.
This is one of the most disturbing images that I've seen in a long time. This post office, and on the boxes, red, killed, blue, returned, black, dead.
Yes.
And to be honest, there's not a lot of blue.
Next door is the cafeteria, where the tables are set for those who can't come, the dead and missing. 1 out of every 4 people who lived on this kibbutz was either murdered or taken hostage.
Now it's the first holiday of the kibbutz that is not happening, and we need to bring them back now.
And tonight we're learning that Israel has agreed at U.S. request to open another border crossing into Gaza for humanitarian aid. Lester?
Richard, thank you. In 60 seconds, the presidents of elite universities under fire over what they told Congress about free speech as protests mount on campus. The growing controversy right after this. We're back now with a growing controversy. A congressional committee plans to open an investigation into anti-Semitism on the campuses of 3 elite universities after their presidents drew outrage at a hearing this week. Stephanie Goss now with the backlash.
I would like to frame my The hearing Tuesday lasted 5 hours, but it was this questioning from New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik that has ignited a firestorm.
I am asking, specifically calling for the genocide of Jews. Does that constitute bullying or harassment?
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment. If the speech becomes conduct, it can be harassment, yes.
Conduct meaning committing the act of genocide?
The presidents of Harvard, the University of Pennsylvania, and MIT were on Capitol Hill to address anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on their campuses.
Calling for the genocide of Jews violates Harvard Code of Conduct, correct?
Again, it depends on the context.
It does not depend on the context. The answer is yes, and this is why you should resign.
Harvard and Penn's presidents tried to clarify their answers to that specific question on the issue of calls for genocide.
I want to be clear. A call for genocide of Jewish people is threatening, deeply so.
Harvard's president, writing in part, calls for violence or genocide against the Jewish community or any religious or ethnic group are vile. They have no place at Harvard. At times throughout the hearing, the leaders of the schools condemned the hate on campus while also citing the importance of freedom of speech. But criticism came swiftly, and from both Republicans and Democrats.
It should not be hard to condemn genocide. Genocide against Jews, genocide against anyone else.
White House spokesman Andrew Bates writing, "It's unbelievable that this needs to be said. Calls for genocide are monstrous."
Jill needs to go.
Students rallied on campus today outside McGill's office.
I'm a Jewish student here, and I think that she needs to step down.
Tonight, Penn is facing possible financial fallout. A wealthy donor is threatening to pull a $100 million donation, calling for the president to be replaced. The school tells us tonight there's no plan to change leadership, Lester.
All right, Stephanie, thanks very much. Coming up as we continue, a new record in the crisis at the southern border and how it's impacting one major American city as winter nears. We're back with a crisis at the border. A record 12,000 undocumented migrants stopped in a single day by Border Patrol this week. And as Julia Ainsley reports, it's adding up to more strain on some of America's biggest cities.
Tonight, Denver joining the growing list of cities struggling to handle a record surge of migrants, with entire blocks full of migrants sleeping on the street.
Oh, it is a crisis.
Mike Johnston is one of 5 Democratic mayors recently writing President Biden, saying action is needed to help cities address the crisis.
What's the one thing you want from the Biden administration right now?
When you admit someone for asylum into the country, they should get work authorization. We should expedite the process of approving that application so it doesn't take 4 years. It could take 30 days.
Johnston is under increasing pressure from counties outside of Denver that are not taking in migrants. Suburban Douglas County passing a resolution demanding Denver drop its status as a sanctuary city, a jurisdiction where officials won't enforce federal immigration laws. Critics say that attracts more migrants, with illegal crossings at the southern border this year at record highs.
What would you like to see the city do?
I'd like the city to actively proclaim that it is not a sanctuary city. I think it's important that we're not bringing people to a cold weather climate.
There are more than 2,600 migrants in Denver's shelter system, and now nearly 30,000 who have come through Denver in the last year, costing taxpayers more than $32 million so far.
Denver's shelters are full, with some migrants now sleeping in tent encampments like these, where temperatures drop below freezing at night.
It just seems like pretty inconvenient for them and for us. Really, a lot of people in this apartment complex are concerned.
Families with children are given priority in Denver shelters. We meet a group of adults who just arrived. Genesis from Venezuela said they don't know where they're supposed to go next. We don't know. We have no knowledge, direction, location, she tells us. Jan saying, we had to go through 7 countries on foot through the jungle. We came for the opportunity for the work permit.
Mayor Johnson says Denver expects to spend as much as $100 million on migrants in the next year, but they're only budgeted for $20 million. Lester?
All right, Julia Ainsley, thank you. Up next, they all play the keyboard, making their own type of music. Finally, the orchestra that draws its notes from the past and performs in the keys of A to Z. Ann Thompson explains.
It is a cacophony of clicks and clacks, the music of the Boston Typewriter Orchestra.
This is Stomp Meets The Office.
Brendan Quigley and Chris Keene lead the Underwoods, Royals, and Smith Coronas, rehearsing at Chris's dining room table. Whose idea was this?
Have you ever heard like a song on the radio and go, you know, this song's pretty good, but I think it would sound better not on one typewriter, but 8?
No, I've never thought that.
Well, well, we have.
That's our origin.
We heard, you know, Last Christmas by Wham and thought, you know, this would sound a lot better on typewriters, and so we just did it.
If music is noise that makes sense, this is it. What does your sheet music look like?
It's a mess.
The goal, not words per minute, but beats and hooks.
This is a song without any melody or lyrics, and yet somehow it's still catchy.
The Kelly Clarkson Show thought so. What's the next holy grail for you?
I don't know, the MGM Sphere in Vegas?
Sure, yeah, you know, I mean, does U2 need an opening act?
Yeah.
But first, Ralph Steiner in Worcester.
Go.
By day, Chris is a software engineer. Brendan constructs crossword puzzles.
I feel like we're kind of a rock band at heart.
We've sort of planted the flag and, you know, everyone has to catch up.
One carriage return at a time. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Boston.
They deserve a ribbon for that performance. That's Nightly News for this Thursday. Thanks for watching. I'm Lester Holt. Take care of yourself and each other. Good night.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. What if you do have points or you have miles? Is now a good time to use them?
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out-college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammers with everything.
All right, it gets me too.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
I'm here in Slaveland.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Tonight, the terrifying moments at a synagogue in New York State. A man firing a shotgun outside on the first night of Hanukkah. Police saying at least 2 shotgun blasts were fired on the grounds of a synagogue in Albany. Inside an early child care center with 24 preschoolers, but no one injured. The suspect in custody, the incident being investigated as a hate crime. The governor ordering the police and National Guard on high alert. The safety concerns nationwide as Hanukkah begins. Also tonight, the investigation after the deadly mass shooting on the UNLV campus. The gunman, a professor who was rejected for a job by the university, and what we're learning about the victims. The historic ruling in Texas, a judge granting a woman's emergency request to bypass the state's near total ban on abortion after learning her fetus had a fatal genetic disease. She joins us with her emotional reaction and how the state is still trying to stop her. In Gaza, the fighting raging as the war reaches the 2-month mark. Richard Engel with a freed Israeli hostage as she finally returns home. And typing out tunes, the orchestra making music in a whole new key.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome. Just hours before this evening's start of the Jewish holiday of Hanukkah, shots were fired onto the grounds of a synagogue in Albany, New York, further stoking concerns over the holiday and rising acts of anti-Semitism in this country. Officials say no one was hurt and a 28-year-old man has been taken into custody. The shots were fired outside Temple, Israel in Albany, where 24 preschoolers inside were immediately placed on lockdown. They are now safely reunited with their families. Police tonight are quoting the shooter as having said, "Free Palestine." Authorities saying the case is being investigated as a hate crime. New York Governor Kathy Hochul tonight has put state police and New York National Guard on alert, saying the safety of Jewish New Yorkers is non-negotiable. Emily Aketa has late details.
On the first night of Hanukkah, police across New York ramping up patrols at Jewish sites after gunfire caused a major scare at Temple Israel in Albany this afternoon.
Shotgun in his hoodie in the parking lot nearby. A report of 1 shot heard.
Officials say the suspect is a 28-year-old local who was walking around outside the synagogue and acting very suspicious.
According to witnesses, he fired off a round from his shotgun while making threatening statements.
Law enforcement now investigating the shooting as a hate crime.
We were told by responding officers that he made a comment, "Free Palestine."
On the synagogue's premises, 24 preschoolers. It was the director of the Early Childhood Center who first heard the shots and called 911, according to officials. The suspect, who has a rap sheet, was apprehended in a neighboring parking lot.
Thankfully, at this time, no one was injured in this incident. But the fear that it has wreaked, and the fear and the anxiety that it has caused, I know a lot of people are feeling really shaken right now.
Security had already been enhanced at synagogues, yeshivas, and community centers for the Jewish holiday, amid rising tension stemming from the Israel-Hamas war. Just in September, the same location of today's gunfire faced a bomb threat.
Emily, what are officials saying about any ongoing threats following this incident?
Well, Lester, New York Governor Kathy Hochul says there are no ongoing threats at this time, but we're learning tonight from her office that hate crimes across the board in New York in November were up 90% compared to last year. Lester?
Emily Aketa starting us off tonight. Thank you. Now to breaking news in the investigation into Hunter Biden, son of President Biden. Let's get right to Ken Delaney in Washington.
Lester, Hunter Biden has been charged with felony tax fraud tonight in Los Angeles in a new indictment that significantly deepens his legal troubles. In a 56-page indictment, Special Counsel David Weiss has charged Mr. Biden with 3 felonies and 6 misdemeanors, alleging he engaged in a scheme to evade $1.4 million in taxes from 2014 to 2020, while spending millions of dollars to fund an extravagant lifestyle. This is the second felony indictment against Hunter Biden, who was charged in September with lying on a federal form while purchasing a handgun. Both cases came after a plea deal fell apart in August that called for him to admit to misdemeanors and serve no jail time. The new indictment says Mr. Biden received more than $7 million in income from 2016 to 2020 and took steps to evade taxes, including by using false business deductions. It says Mr. Biden had the money to pay his taxes, but chose not to pay them. The new case adds to Hunter Biden's mounting legal woes and poses a huge political complication for his father, because if the prosecutions go forward, Hunter Biden could be standing trial in the middle of the presidential campaign. The plea deal collapsed because prosecutors were unwilling to say they wouldn't charge Mr. Biden in their ongoing investigation of potential violations of foreign lobbying laws. But Mr. Biden's legal woes have now multiplied. Lester?
Ken Delanian, thanks. In Las Vegas, there are new details about the gunman at UNLV's campus, a college professor turned down for a job. As we learn more about the victims, all faculty slain at the school. Steve Patterson with late details now.
Tonight, new details after shots rang out on another American college campus.
We're good. Come on, everybody keep your hands up, you guys. Keep your hands up, please.
This time inside UNLV's business school.
Gunshot was so close, I feel like he's coming in. And the only thing you can do is praying that he doesn't pick this room.
Police say 67-year-old Anthony Polito opened fire on the building's 4th floor just before noon Wednesday, shooting and killing 3. 64-year-old Professor Jerry Chang, 39-year-old Assistant Professor Patricia Navarro-Velez. The third victim, also faculty, hasn't been named until their family can be notified. One gunshot survivor is still in the hospital.
The suspect had a list of people he was seeking on a university campus, as well as faculty from the Eastern Carolina University.
He previously worked at other universities across the Southeast, touted a membership in Mensa, the high IQ society, and was prone to posting conspiracy theories on his personal website. But investigators are stopping short of assigning motive.
We know he applied numerous times for a job with several Nevada higher education institutions and was denied each time.
Today, police shared video of the moment Polito was killed as he engaged police outside.
Evacuate to a safe area, run, hide, fight.
Business law student Caleb Melise was in class just 2 floors down when he heard the shots rang out.
What did it sound like? It sounded like balloons popping. We were kind of oblivious of it. We didn't really realize what was going on at first.
Melise says, incredibly, this isn't his first mass shooting. He was at the deadliest mass shooting in American history, the Las Vegas Music Festival in 2017 that left 58 people dead.
How many times are we going to go through this? Yeah, some people crying, but it was like, we were like desensitized to it.
A legacy of violence, leaving Las Vegas numb.
And Steve, what more are officials saying about the suspect's other potential targets?
Lester, authorities now say they believe if the suspect wasn't taken down when he was, that he was heading right for the student union. They also say he mailed out 22 letters to other targets. The first one they intercepted contained an unknown white substance. So they are telling anyone in education, if you received an unmarked letter, don't open it. Lester?
Steve Patterson, thanks. In Texas, where most abortions are illegal, a judge today granted a woman's request to have an abortion that her doctor says is medically necessary. It's one of the biggest cases since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Here's Laura Jarrett.
Kate Cox was running out of time. After learning at 20 weeks that the baby she's expecting has a fetal abnormality, the 31-year-old mom of 2 filed a lawsuit in Texas seeking an emergency abortion. Today, a judge agreed.
I never thought I would ever need or want an abortion.
If Cox carried the pregnancy to term, doctors warned she would be at risk for serious complications that could affect her ability to have more children.
There's no outcome here that I take home my healthy baby girl.
Texas bans most abortions as soon as the baby has a heartbeat. There are medical exceptions, but critics say the language is vague, leaving doctors fearful of getting sued for performing one without a court order. Today, the judge siding with Cox, saying the idea that Ms. Cox wants desperately to be a parent and this law might actually cause her to lose that ability is shocking and would be a genuine miscarriage of justice. Tonight, the Texas Attorney General pushing back strongly, arguing Cox has failed to show she qualifies for a medical exception. The AG is sending a letter to Cox's hospital warning prosecutions are still possible if they allow her doctor to perform an unlawful abortion, despite the ruling.
The rule of law doesn't mean anything to the Attorney General of Texas.
Today's decision applies only to Cox, but separate challenges to the laws in Texas filed by other women are still ongoing. Meanwhile, Cox still dreams of expanding her family one day.
I want the opportunity to get the health care I need and heal, and then, try again.
Laura Jarrett, NBC News.
2 months ago today, Hamas terrorists unleashed their murderous rampage inside Israel. And tonight, some of the survivors of the attack return home for the first time, including a recently released hostage who spoke with our Richard Engel.
2 months after Hamas killed more than 1,200 people in Israel, the Israeli military is escalating its campaign to overthrow the group in Gaza. But for the 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza who can't leave, the war isn't the only danger. Hunger is spreading. Massive crowds gathered today outside a food distribution center. The UN is warning of a humanitarian catastrophe. Just across the border from Gaza, we visited the kibbutz Nir Oz, where on October 7th, Hamas fighters killed and kidnapped everyone they could find. Driven by her neighbor, Irina Tati returned this morning. The 73-year-old was held hostage by Hamas in Gaza and freed last week. She was overwhelmed by the damage. Her door is still smashed in. Hamas dragged her away from here. Irina came back to collect a prayer book for Hanukkah. Her neighbor, Rita Lifshitz, tells her Hamas is still firing rockets and she should go to the safe room if there's incoming. Irina badly wanted to see if her cat was still alive. She thought about the cat while a hostage, and when she found him, she smiled.
What's it like for you to come back here after all that you've been through?
Here I feel better, but not very well. I want the war to stop, she says. She did not want to talk about what happened to her while she was a captive. And Irina's 28-year-old grandson is still being held in Gaza. Hanukkah is a holiday of light. People close to us in Gaza must return home, she says. Hamas went house to house here for 8 agonizing hours before any rescue came. Residents locked themselves in their safe rooms. So Hamas set houses on fire to smoke them out. Rita says many here are furious at Hamas and the government.
How did it take 8 hours to have a response?
Why it took 8 hours? Because they didn't care. 6:30 they came in here.
Rita took me to the local post office, where the boxes have been marked with stickers.
This is one of the most disturbing images that I've seen in a long time. This post office, and on the boxes, red, killed, blue, returned, black, dead.
Yes.
And to be honest, there's not a lot of blue.
Next door is the cafeteria, where the tables are set for those who can't come, the dead and missing. 1 out of every 4 people who lived on this kibbutz was either murdered or taken hostage.
Now it's the first holiday of the kibbutz that is not happening, and we need to bring them back now.
And tonight we're learning that Israel has agreed at U.S. request to open another border crossing into Gaza for humanitarian aid. Lester?
Richard, thank you. In 60 seconds, the presidents of elite universities under fire over what they told Congress about free speech as protests mount on campus. The growing controversy right after this. We're back now with a growing controversy. A congressional committee plans to open an investigation into anti-Semitism on the campuses of 3 elite universities after their presidents drew outrage at a hearing this week. Stephanie Goss now with the backlash.
The hearing Tuesday lasted 5 hours, but it was this questioning from New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik that has ignited a firestorm.
I am asking
specifically calling for the genocide of Jews, does that constitute bullying or harassment?
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment. If the speech becomes conduct, it can be harassment, yes.
Conduct meaning committing the act of genocide?
The presidents of Harvard, the University of Pennsylvania, and MIT were on Capitol Hill to address anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on their campuses.
Calling for the genocide of Jews violates Harvard Code of Conduct, correct?
Again, it depends on the context.
It does not depend on the context. The answer is yes, and this is why you should resign.
Harvard and Penn's presidents tried to clarify their answers to that specific question on the issue of calls for genocide.
I want to be clear. A call for genocide of Jewish people is threatening, deeply so.
Harvard's president, writing in part, calls for violence or genocide against the Jewish community or any religious or ethnic group are vile. They have no place at Harvard. At times throughout the hearing, the leaders of the schools condemned the hate on campus while also citing the importance of freedom of speech. But criticism came swiftly, and from both Republicans and Democrats.
It should not be hard to condemn genocide. Genocide against Jews, genocide against anyone else.
White House spokesman Andrew Bates writing, "It's unbelievable that this needs to be said. Calls for genocide are monstrous."
Jill needs to go.
Students rallied on campus today outside McGill's office.
I'm a Jewish student here, and I think that she needs to step down.
Tonight, Penn is facing possible financial fallout. A wealthy donor is threatening to pull a $100 million donation, calling for the president to be replaced. The school tells us tonight there's no plan to change leadership, Lester.
All right, Stephanie, thanks very much. Coming up as we continue, a new record in the crisis at the southern border and how it's impacting one major American city as winter nears. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Love that.
I'm here to save
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
I'm here to save
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm here to save
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Tonight, the terrifying moments at a synagogue in New York State. A man firing a shotgun outside on the first night of Hanukkah. Police saying at least 2 shotgun blasts were fired on the grounds of a synagogue in Albany. Inside an early child care center with 24 preschoolers, but no one injured. The suspect in custody, the incident being investigated as a hate crime. The governor ordering the police and National Guard on high alert. The safety concerns nationwide as Hanukkah begins. Also tonight, the investigation after the deadly mass shooting on the UNLV campus. The gunman, a professor who was rejected for a job by the university, and what we're learning about the victims. The historic ruling in Texas, a judge granting a woman's emergency request to bypass the state's near total ban on abortion after learning her fetus had a fatal genetic disease. She joins us with her emotional reaction and how the state is still trying to stop her. In Gaza, the fighting raging as the war reaches the 2-month mark. Richard Engel with a freed Israeli hostage as she finally returns home. And typing out tunes, the orchestra making music in a whole new key.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome. Just hours before this evening's start of the Jewish holiday of Hanukkah, shots were fired onto the grounds of a synagogue in Albany, New York, further stoking concerns over the holiday and rising acts of anti-Semitism in this country. Officials say no one was hurt and a 28-year-old man has been taken into custody. The shots were fired outside Temple, Israel in Albany, where 24 preschoolers inside were immediately placed on lockdown. They are now safely reunited with their families. Police tonight are quoting the shooter as having said, "Free Palestine." Authorities saying the case is being investigated as a hate crime. New York Governor Kathy Hochul tonight has put state police and New York National Guard on alert, saying the safety of Jewish New Yorkers is non-negotiable. Emily Aketa has late details.
On the first night of Hanukkah, police across New York ramping up patrols at Jewish sites after gunfire caused a major scare at Temple Israel in Albany this afternoon.
Shotgun in his hoodie, be in the parking lot nearby. A report of 1 shot heard.
Officials say the suspect is a 28-year-old local who was walking around outside the synagogue and acting very suspicious.
According to witnesses, he fired off a round from his shotgun while making threatening statements.
Law enforcement now investigating the shooting as a hate crime.
We were told by responding officers that he made a comment, "Free Palestine."
On the synagogue's premises, 24 preschoolers. It was the director of the Early Childhood Center who first heard the shots and called 911, according to officials. The suspect, who has a rap sheet, was apprehended in a neighboring parking lot.
Thankfully, at this time, no one was injured in this incident. But the fear that it has wreaked, and the fear and the anxiety that it has caused, I know a lot of people are feeling really shaken right now.
Security had already been enhanced at synagogues, yeshivas, and community centers for the Jewish holiday, amid rising tension stemming from the Israel-Hamas war. Just in September, the same location of today's gunfire faced a bomb threat.
Emily, what are officials saying about any ongoing threats following this incident?
Well, Lester, New York Governor Kathy Hochul says there are no ongoing threats at this time, but we're learning tonight from her office that hate crimes across the board in New York in November were up 90% compared to last year. Lester?
Emily Aketa starting us off tonight. Thank you. Now to breaking news in the investigation into Hunter Biden, son of President Biden. Let's get right to Ken Delaney in Washington.
Lester, Hunter Biden has been charged with felony tax fraud tonight in Los Angeles in a new indictment that significantly deepens his legal troubles. In a 56-page indictment, Special Counsel David Weiss has charged Mr. Biden with 3 felonies and 6 misdemeanors, alleging he engaged in a scheme to evade $1.4 million in taxes from 2014 to 2020, while spending millions of dollars to fund an extravagant lifestyle. This is the second felony indictment against Hunter Biden, who was charged in September with lying on a federal form while purchasing a handgun. Both cases came after a plea deal fell apart in August that called for him to admit to misdemeanors and serve no jail time. The new indictment says Mr. Biden received more than $7 million in income from 2016 to 2020 and took steps to evade taxes, including by using false business deductions. It says Mr. Biden had the money to pay his taxes, but chose not to pay them. The new case adds to Hunter Biden's mounting legal woes and poses a huge political complication for his father, because if the prosecutions go forward, Hunter Biden could be standing trial in the middle of the presidential campaign. The plea deal collapsed because prosecutors were unwilling to say they wouldn't charge Mr. Biden in their ongoing investigation of potential violations of foreign lobbying laws. But Mr. Biden's legal woes have now multiplied. Lester?
Ken Delanian, thanks. In Las Vegas, there are new details about the gunman at UNLV's campus, a college professor turned down for a job. As we learn more about the victims, all faculty slain at the school. Steve Patterson with late details now.
Tonight, new details after shots rang out on another American college campus.
We're good. Come on, everybody keep your hands up, you guys. Keep your hands up, please.
This time inside UNLV's business school.
Gunshot was so close, I feel like he's coming in. And the only thing you can do is praying that he doesn't pick this room.
Police say 67-year-old Anthony Polito opened fire on the building's 4th floor just before noon Wednesday, shooting and killing 3. 64-year-old Professor Jerry Chang, 39-year-old Assistant Professor Patricia Navarro-Velez. The third victim, also faculty, hasn't been named until their family can be notified. One gunshot survivor is still in the hospital.
The suspect had a list of people he was seeking on a university campus, as well as faculty from the Eastern Carolina University.
He previously worked at other universities across the Southeast, touted a membership in Mensa, the high IQ society, and was prone to posting conspiracy theories on his personal website. But investigators are stopping short of assigning motive.
We know he applied numerous times for a job with several Nevada higher education institutions and was denied each time.
Today, police shared video of the moment Polito was killed as he engaged police outside.
Evacuate to a safe area, run, hide, fight.
Business law student Caleb Melise was in class just 2 floors down when he heard the shots rang out.
What did it sound like? It sounded like balloons popping. We were kind of oblivious of it. We didn't really realize what was going on at first.
Melise says, incredibly, this isn't his first mass shooting. He was at the deadliest mass shooting in American history, the Las Vegas Music Festival in 2017 that left 58 people dead.
How many times are we going to go through this? Yeah, some people crying, but it was like, we were like desensitized to it.
A legacy of violence, leaving Las Vegas numb.
And Steve, what more are officials saying about the suspect's other potential targets?
Lester, authorities now say they believe if the suspect wasn't taken down when he was, that he was heading right for the student union. They also say he mailed out 22 letters to other targets. The first one they intercepted contained an unknown white substance. So they are telling anyone in education, if you received an unmarked letter, don't open it. Lester?
Steve Patterson, thanks. In Texas, where most abortions are illegal, a judge today granted a woman's request to have an abortion that her doctor says is medically necessary. It's one of the biggest cases since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Here's Laura Jarrett.
Kate Cox was running out of time. After learning at 20 weeks that the baby she's expecting has a fetal abnormality, the 31-year-old mom of 2 filed a lawsuit in Texas seeking an emergency abortion. Today, a judge agreed.
I never thought I would ever need or want an abortion.
If Cox carried the pregnancy to term, doctors warned she would be at risk for serious complications that could affect her ability to have more children.
There's no outcome here that I take home my healthy baby girl.
Texas bans most abortions as soon as the baby has a heartbeat. There are medical exceptions, but critics say the language is vague, leaving doctors fearful of getting sued for performing one without a court order. Today, the judge siding with Cox, saying the idea that Ms. Cox wants desperately to be a parent and this law might actually cause her to lose that ability is shocking and would be a genuine miscarriage of justice. Tonight, the Texas Attorney General pushing back strongly, arguing Cox has failed to show she qualifies for a medical exception. The AG is sending a letter to Cox's hospital warning prosecutions are still possible if they allow her doctor to perform an unlawful abortion, despite the ruling.
The rule of law doesn't mean anything
to the Attorney General of Texas.
Today's decision applies only to Cox, but separate challenges to the laws in Texas filed by other women are still ongoing. Meanwhile, Cox still dreams of expanding her family one day.
I want the opportunity to get the health care I need and heal, and then, try again.
Laura Jarrett, NBC News.
2 months ago today, Hamas terrorists unleashed their murderous rampage inside Israel. And tonight, some of the survivors of the attack return home for the first time, including a recently released hostage who spoke with our Richard Engel.
2 months after Hamas killed more than 1,200 people in Israel, the Israeli military is escalating its campaign to overthrow the group in Gaza. But for the 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza who can't leave, the war isn't the only danger. Hunger is spreading. Massive crowds gathered today outside a food distribution center. The UN is warning of a humanitarian catastrophe. Just across the border from Gaza, we visited the kibbutz Nir Oz, where on October 7th, Hamas fighters killed and kidnapped everyone they could find. Driven by her neighbor, Irina Tati returned this morning. The 73-year-old was held hostage by Hamas in Gaza and freed last week. She was overwhelmed by the damage. Her door is still smashed in. Hamas dragged her away from here. Irina came back to collect a prayer book for Hanukkah. Her neighbor, Rita Lifshitz, tells her Hamas is still firing rockets and she should go to the safe room if there's incoming. Irina badly wanted to see if her cat was still alive. She thought about the cat while a hostage, and when she found him, she smiled.
What's it like for you to come back here after all that you've been through?
Here I feel better, but not very well. I want the war to stop, she says. She did not want to talk about what happened to her while she was a captive. And Irina's 28-year-old grandson is still being held in Gaza. Hanukkah is a holiday of light. People close to us in Gaza must return home, she says. Hamas went house to house here for 8 agonizing hours before any rescue came. Residents locked themselves in their safe rooms. So Hamas set houses on fire to smoke them out. Rita says many here are furious at Hamas and the government.
How did it take 8 hours to have a response?
Why it took 8 hours? Because they didn't care. 6:30 they came in here.
Rita took me to the local post office, where the boxes have been marked with stickers.
This is one of the most disturbing images that I've seen in a long time. This post office, and on the boxes, red, killed, blue, returned, black, dead.
Yes.
And to be honest, there's not a lot of blue.
Next door is the cafeteria, where the tables are set for those who can't come, the dead and missing. 1 out of every 4 people who lived on this kibbutz was either murdered or taken hostage.
Now it's the first holiday of the kibbutz that is not happening, and we need to bring them back now.
And tonight we're learning that Israel has agreed at U.S. request to open another border crossing into Gaza for humanitarian aid. Lester?
Richard, thank you. In 60 seconds, the presidents of elite universities under fire over what they told Congress about free speech as protests mount on campus. The growing controversy right after this.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did. Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day. lighten your load every single morning.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
There were many dreams and nightmares after the disaster.
I see myself on that boat, still trying to get out.
Different scenarios of shipwrecks and what I would do, and usually it ends with me dying.
That floating life jacket, saying goodbye to my kids.
You never get to sleep at all. You never get any rest because your brain is constantly asking you to revisit all of these horrible things.
That feeling of isolation, that feeling of aloneness, that feeling of being lost.
There are things that's bigger than you that you cannot conquer on your own, not even with love, not even with family. I survived the wreck.
I survived the wreck.
I survived the wreck of the Costa Concordia.
The passengers who boarded the Costa Concordia for a 7-day tour of the Mediterranean expected a first-class cruise. Instead, more than 4,000 people on board became locked in a life-or-death struggle to escape. 32 of them never returned. This is the story of 6 who did. Hi, everyone. I'm Lester Holt, and welcome to Dateline. In this special presentation, you'll hear survivors in their own words describing what happened that terrible night aboard the ship that had it all.
I had never seen a ship this big. Just the size of it. Like, how does a human being build something like this?
It looked like the hotel.
It was huge and it was beautiful.
Marble floor, wood paneling, there's brass and glass and just all sorts of ornamentation. And it was really like stepping into a whole different world.
It was massive. It was just completely insane. We got onto the Costa Concordia on January 9th at Barcelona. It was my honeymoon with Benji Smith.
Emily's aunt wanted to see Europe with her husband and with a few of their friends, and they're from Hong Kong, so They wanted someone who's fluent in English and also in German and Italian and some Spanish and a little bit of this and that and everything. So she would make a really good guide all over Europe.
And it went like this. Hey, Benji, I want to tell you something. It's really cool. My aunt says she's going to pay for our vacation. We're going to go on this 7-day cruise ship, and then maybe we're going to Paris. It's going to be really fun. It's really cheap because it's free. And then he looked at me, and he just looked at me.
She's kind of the spontaneous half of our relationship.
And he said, I need a minute.
I had to slow down for a second because I'm a bit more of a, I need to think things through. After the sudden shock of spontaneity wore off, I was really excited about the trip too.
So we decided, why don't we make this into our honeymoon trip?
I got offered the contract 2 days after I graduated from dance college in London. Life on board as a dancer was very exciting. It was a wonderful life. We got to dance, perform, get applauded by the audience. We got to explore foreign lands. Our theatre sat 1,500 passengers. This theatre, to try and understand the scale, is about 5 times the size of a theatre on the West End in London. So to work in a theatre that had been custom built with rotating central part of the stage, lifting staircase in the middle of the stage, and all these gizmos and gadgets was a real privilege.
Emily had been on a cruise before, and she told me that there's always a drill. You go and you stand out next to the lifeboat, and you put on your life jackets, and everybody practices what would happen in an evacuation scenario. There was a mandatory safety briefing, so we went to it. We sat through this, what was basically a sales presentation, and we kept wondering, when are they going to get to the safety stuff? But we didn't do any of that, and they said, oh, it'll be fine. There's a card on the back of your door, and there's a booklet in your cabin that tells you all of the safety information. I thought it was unusual, just because I was expecting a drill. When it didn't happen, we shrugged our shoulders and said, that's weird, but then we went about our business and enjoyed our honeymoon.
We were told facts about the ship, and we had to learn certain details, such as the fire zones, the water zones, and what we were expected to do in an emergency situation. I actually made a point of learning all of these things far beyond actually what any of my colleagues did. I was told that in an emergency, I would go to my muster station. It's a meeting point for a group that are assigned to either a lifeboat or a life raft, and they're located throughout the ship. The crew members I was responsible for would come and meet me at that muster station, and I would tick their names off a register. And I was actually shocked to discover that I was responsible for anything on the ship, and literally just because I was one of the very few English speakers on board. We prayed nothing ever went wrong.
I'm getting pushed.
Coming up, something was about to go horribly wrong.
We heard this soft scraping noise.
Chaos.
Wine bottles start to fall off the shelves.
The entire vessel was shaking violently. It's complete bedlam.
When Dateline continues.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing from inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberative.
All right, it just did too.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We eloped, got married in the Cambridge Town Hall.
I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may seal your marriage with a kiss.
We also have family and friends all over the world, so we thought it would be kind of more fun if we did a YouTube wedding.
I love wedding videos.
So we had just 2 friends come to our wedding. They shot us dancing out in front of some of our favorite spots in Boston and Cambridge. And then we sent that video to all of our family and friends, and that was kind of our way of announcing, hey, everybody, guess what? We're married.
On Friday, January 13th, 2012, newlyweds Benji Smith and Emily Lau boarded the Costa Concordia for their honeymoon cruise, a start of a whole new life. Of course, they couldn't know what they were about to face. An epic struggle to escape and a battle to survive.
We arrived at port around 7 o'clock in the morning and took the train into Rome. So we got to the Vatican around 8 o'clock in the morning and planned the rest of our day. We saw the Pantheon and the fountains, and we ate lunch at a bakery, and we went to the Colosseum. So we went all around Rome.
I spent a small amount of time guiding my relatives around. I took them to the Vatican, and then I said, let's meet back here in 3 hours. So they went off to do different things, and Benji and I just wandered around Rome on foot.
Emily had a camera and was taking my picture over and over again. She said, oh, you just look really good in this afternoon light. This was toward the end of the day, around 4 o'clock, and the evening light is getting really nice.
We got back on the boat. We were so very tired. So we decided that we should go straight to dinner. We did not even have any wine because we were just so tired.
I I love to travel. Steve doesn't particularly like to travel. But cruising was the one thing that we enjoyed doing together.
We were in Rome for 2 days before, and we had been in Rome 30 years previously for our anniversary. We got some souvenirs from the Vatican, thought, well, that's what we need, and we're good. So we took a train ride from Rome to the boat.
He actually looked at me, he said to me, do I need to put on a suit jacket? And I said, oh no, it's just casual tonight. First night, we'll just go to dinner, you know? And so he went to dinner in a short sleeve shirt, his jeans, and Crocs. No, no suit jacket, which really would have came in handy had we have known.
That night, we barely got on the boat because we got back late from Rome. So we went straight to dinner. After dinner, we had made plans to go to a show and then go dancing afterwards.
My job when not performing was to have photographs taken with passengers, and this is where we dress in our carnival outfit, which is a very decorative Brazilian style outfit, and we would walk around the lounges, and any of the passengers who had seen us in the shows would ask us for photos with them. So we'd have a photographer and we'd stop and chat with them a while and have a photograph taken for them. So I had done 1 hour of my duty and I had an hour break. So I was up in passenger area wearing a cocktail dress, very glamorous with stilettos on. I had 1 more hour of photographs to go and I was feeling a little bit tired. So I went to the bar with 2 of my friends to have a coffee before I had to go back to work.
I was feeling a little feverish. We had had a long, long day in Rome. And after dinner, I went back to the cabin to do some reading and just relax.
When I got back to the stateroom, Benji was reading a book quietly. So I joined him. I took out the camera and we looked at all of the photos we took that day in Rome. We were just giggling and laughing about how silly we looked and how much fun we had. It was a really nice, quiet, intimate moment.
We had been looking through these pictures, and we did that for about 10 minutes, and then we heard this soft scraping noise from toward the back of the ship.
And then he looked at me and goes, "That's not right." As we said that, the light flickered on and off. Wine bottles start to fall off the shelves.
I was talking with my friends when suddenly I was thrown back in my seat. The coffee spilled over the edge and into the saucer. And then it was like an earthquake. The entire vessel was shaking violently. And there was 30 seconds of just this violent shaking and this loud, deafening sound.
When it first happened, I remember saying that it's not a party till something spills, because the waiter had dropped his tray.
A sudden stop where everything in the room flew.
We knew right away that something was wrong.
The passengers were all upright and looking at us as crew members and what our reaction was. So I jumped over the back of the seat and I peeled away the blind from the window, and directly behind the window was land. So my immediate reaction was, we've hit land, we're going to sink. And I decided that overreacting was better than underreacting. So I looked at the 2 dancers and I said, we should go back to our cabins, we should get changed and get our life jackets. And my plan was to go down 3 decks in order to take the corridor to our cabin at the very front of the ship. I stepped out onto the outer deck of the ship. I whipped off my stilettos because I was still in a cocktail dress and heels, and I began at a very steady pace running down the length of the ship. There was like a swarm of people. They were running into each other, they were running into walls. Some of them were just jumping over the banister. It's complete bedlam. And so I decided that other people were dangerous.
Coming up.
The ship kept leaning further and further to one side.
Tilting toward disaster.
Now there's conflict, there's confusion. What's really happening? And why won't they tell us?
When Dateline continues. This is what a country at war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming shell. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling
At this point over the system, we are hearing that there is nothing wrong, there is nothing to be concerned about, that it's an electrical fault that will be fixed very soon. When I heard the announcement to say that everything was fine and this was an electrical fault, I thought that that was a panic control method and that we were sinking.
Everything tilted to one side. And when the lights went back on, I looked for Steve. He was fine. He was kind of pinned between tables. But there was an old man and woman that didn't look like they were anybody with them. So I ran over to them, and I just had him hang on to the rail.
Please remain calm, and we'll keep you informed as we have more news to inform you. Thank you for your attention.
All of us knew that there was something terribly wrong because the boat had already been listing. And we all decided we're not going back to our rooms. We're going to a lifeboat right away. We hadn't gone through any emergency drills, so we didn't know which muster station was where we were supposed to go. We hadn't acclimated ourselves to the ship at all. We didn't even know where our room was. We hardly knew where the restaurant was or what floor we were on or anything. We just ran outside to find the nearest lifeboat.
Then as we proceeded out toward the exit sign, there was one staff member that we had to ask to get out of the way because he's in shock and he didn't respond to us. Then we proceeded out to the lifeboat at that time.
There were people from other cabins that were standing outside. The person that takes care of your room was coming around advising everyone that it was an electrical problem, to go back in your cabin and everything will be okay. By 10:30 in the evening, I went into the room and I went out into the balcony, and that's when I noticed that we were very close to land, about 700 to 1,000 yards, very close. At that point, I started thinking, this is not an electrical problem. There's something else that somehow, some way, we're not being told.
Signore e signori, attenzione prego. Signore e signori, attenzione prego.
We started hearing messages in Italian.
Sotto controllo, abbiamo avuto un problema tecnico ai generatori della nave.
I was having a hard time understanding.
Ai generatori un blackout.
I'm fluent in Spanish and English, but not Italian, and I was not able to make any sense of what was being said.
The ship kept leaning further and further to one side, and we started talking about how could this really be an electrical fault? What's really happening, and why won't they tell us? When we first came out of the cabin, the ship was tilting enough that we could feel our center of gravity just off a little bit. It wasn't too difficult to walk yet, but we had to pay careful attention. It was like stepping on a crooked sidewalk tile. And the people in the hallway were running back and forth, shouting in Italian and French and German, and that helped contribute to the chaos and confusion. By the end of the night, the only way we could walk down any of the corridors was in the corner like this, because the ship had tilted over so far. So even just moving a short distance down the hall was really hard to do.
At some point, they announced that everything is not only okay, and also we should go back to our cabin. I was just wearing a really thin jacket in this January weather. So I said, maybe it's a good idea for me to run back to the room, you know, get my down jacket. So we were making our way back to our stateroom. And on the way back, we were stopped by another crew member who said, you are not allowed to go back to your room.
Well, now there's conflict, there's confusion. We're hearing different things from different people.
I suddenly realized that perhaps the crew members have no idea what's going on either.
I was actually talking with one of my friends who was becoming a little panicky, so I actually pulled her aside and actually pushed her into a room on her own, and I held her shoulders and actually shook her, and I said, we are sinking, you're going to need to swim.
Coming up, frantic calls to shore, but not from the ship, from the passengers. And
there were grown people that were pushing kids.
I knew that that was a death trap.
I decided that I needed to get into action.
When Dateline continues.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're gonna have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying into the night. All the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're gonna have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
There was a gash some 160 feet long in the Costa Concordia's port side, and seawater poured through it. So much so, in fact, that the ship began to tilt. 2 out of 7 compartments, all designed to be watertight, were now flooded, which meant that if even one more was breached, the Costa Concordia would sink. But passengers on board had no idea what had happened or just how close they were to disaster.
After we attempted to go back to our room in vain, we stepped into the restaurant thinking that that's a good way to cross over to the other side and check things out, maybe to look for my relatives because I don't know where they are. My fear was that my relatives, who only mostly spoke Chinese, had no idea what was going on. 10 steps into the restaurant, Benji and I looked at each other and we thought, this was a bad idea.
The tables had turned over. There was broken glass. There were knives, forks all over the floor. Wine and water had spilled everywhere. There was food on the floor. It was slippery.
There were people just sitting on the side crying. And I knew that that was a death trap. So at that moment, I looked at Benji and said, let's get out of here as fast as we can. And so we did. We ran, and we ran out of the other side of the restaurant.
And while we were in the restaurant, figuring out whether we could climb down to our cabin again, the ship pivoted so that when we came out on the other side, we were facing open water. So as far as we knew, we were out in the middle of the sea. And we could feel the ship sinking and sinking and sinking.
The night of the accident with the Concordia ship, we did not have the classic help message or mayday. In reality, the passengers had begun to call phones on land. When we found out about this at the Central Operating Center, we immediately called the Concordia, asking the captain how this happened.
Good evening, Costa Concordia. Do you have problems on board?
Affirmative. We have a blackout on board. We are checking the situation.
The information that they provided was so vague that it left doubts among anyone who has experience with the sea. The operating center in Livorno immediately triggered the rescue vessels, knowing at that point that we were dealing with a cruise ship with 4,229 people on board. Many patrol boats were sent from all over Italy.
We decided, let's grab our life jackets, let's go down to where the boats are, and maybe there's something is being arranged to let people know. Once we got to where the boats were, that's when we saw the massive amount of people that were running around, screaming, looking for their relatives. And people react differently when they're afraid. There were grown people that were pushing kids, old people that they're not as active, and they were pushing them out of the way. And some people could have been pushed over the side. I mean, it was that chaotic.
I decided that I needed to get into action. So I went to my muster station, which is muster station 17 on deck 4, the front of the ship on the bow. And when I got there, there was absolutely no one else there. And again, this was kind of that feeling that maybe I was overreacting, but I absolutely did not believe that. We have messages on board that are coded, and they're only intended for the professionals that they're aimed at, and that's to avoid panic. One of the messages that I heard was for the doctor to be sent to the Milan restaurant, and it sounded like there were 2 passengers who were injured, probably from the impact. And I also heard a coded message for engineers to go to the engine room. And I also heard a coded message which said that we had flooding. And at this point, my superior walked past me and she said, "Your job is to entertain the passengers. So go back to your cabin and put on your costume and go back to the lounge and entertain people." So I told her that I was not going to be going back to the lounge and that I was keeping my life jacket on. How you can tell someone to go into a dangerous situation, I cannot comprehend. Passengers were actually congregating on the outer deck of the ship in front of lifeboats, and they weren't told to do that, but they were doing that of their own accord. And I actually saw the assistant cruise director walking towards them. She was telling them to take their life jackets off and go back to their cabins and wait for more information. Unbelievable. And at that point, I just completely ignored her, and she started shouting at me, and I put my back to her because I considered myself no longer working for the company.
Coming up, a rush to the lifeboats.
You gotta get off the ship.
Someone screamed out, "Women's and children first."
Up to this point, we were together. Now, she's on a lifeboat, and I'm still on a sinking ship.
When Dateline continues.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference.
I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission.
What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission.
What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
I'm here in Slaveland.
We knew that something was very seriously wrong with that boat.
There was chaos, there was screaming, people were running all over the place, and we just settled at the nearest lifeboat that we could with our American friends.
It seemed like it makes sense to get people off the boat as soon as possible. Since we didn't see any staff, we put everybody's life jackets on, and then we thought we would open up the lifeboat so we could help the people and get in the boat at that time, and that's when the staff member showed up out of nowhere and told us to take our jackets off.
There was an employee that came by, closed it up, and even took his life jacket off and said, "There's no problem, go back to your room, go back to your room." And we wouldn't go. But there were already a group of people, many people already around this lifeboat, waiting to, knowing that we got to get off the ship.
It was very cold. The wind was blowing. It was dark. The water's there, the boat is tilting. Everything is playing a part. I was starting to get worried. People are pushing towards the lifeboat, and they're moving slowly but surely, but they're moving into the boat. The people from the cruise couldn't hold them back anymore. So then everybody was on their own.
The next stop after we got out of the restaurant was the other side of the boat, at this point, the high side of the boat. We decided maybe this is time to get in line for a lifeboat because everyone was in line for a lifeboat. And we saw that every single lifeboat had a full line. So we just picked one, and we were at the very end of the line.
People were pushing shoulder to shoulder. They'd scoot their feet in front of your feet by just a little bit, wedging themselves in, and then, having gotten their feet in place, they'd scoot their shoulders in a little bit and just casually push themselves in front of you.
And I looked at Benji and I said, hey, Benji, I don't want to push. But you know, if we don't push, we would be at the very end of the line and that we might not get on the lifeboat and that we might die, right?
At about this time, we started to hear announcements, first in Italian. I remember hearing the word abbandonar, abbandonar il barco. I don't speak Italian, but I caught onto that word, which must mean abandon, abandon. And I thought, that's abandoned ship. We have to abandon ship. That's what it is.
And someone screamed out, women's and children first. And a crowd bursted into the lifeboat. I was told that I could go forward. They pushed me forward. I remember getting into the lifeboat. On my right and on my left were two grief-stricken women. They were crying uncontrollably. They were all screaming and crying for their husband. So I put my arms around them and I used my very limited German and my very limited Spanish and told them that everything is okay. And I kept looking at the entrance of the lifeboat, hoping that I would see Benji's face.
I kissed Emily and I said, as soon as all the women and children are on there, I'm gonna follow you onto that lifeboat. But she boarded the lifeboat and some of the men didn't follow the convention. They pushed their way up. And by the time I was at the front of the line, the woman manning our muster station said that the lifeboat was full.
I was too scared to be scared. I was too scared to think about how scared I was. Because the next step is to think, I'm gonna die, he's gonna die, we're gonna be left behind, we won't see each other again.
This was a big moment for me because up to this point, we were together, we were a team. But now, she's on a lifeboat and I'm still on a sinking ship.
Coming up, into the lifeboats, but not out of danger.
We thought that boat was going to literally land on top of us.
I said, please, just get in touch with our kids and tell them we love them and tell them goodbye.
When Dateline continues.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
I took the people that were with me, which was my companion, and there was another lady and her daughter, and we headed towards the boats that were being loaded by chaotic people. Everything was crazy, people screaming all over the place. Nobody knew what to do. There was a lot of confusion going on. The lady that I was with did not know how to swim. And also, I was told by the lady and her daughter that was with me that they didn't know how to swim. I had to develop a plan to get us off this boat quickly. I told them, you have to do what I tell you. If we need to jump off this ship, we'll jump off, and we will form a chain, and I will drag you into the rocks, and we will get off this boat. The water where we were, it might have been 50 to 75 feet in height. I do triathlons, mainly Ironman races. So that experience led me to believe that I could swim, 700 yards with 3 people dragging them. I could tell that they were in shock, they were afraid, and I kept letting them know that everything is going to be all right, relax, and do and listen to what I'm telling you. And they didn't say anything. They had their eyes glued on me.
About an hour after the boat hit, there was an overhead announcement, abandoned ship, and the people that had been waiting here now started clamoring to get on the boat, so we opened up the gate, and just to do that was a big deal because all these people wanted to get in, so they were clamoring around this gate. And the other American and I, we tried to hold back some of the crowd so that the little kids weren't going to get trampled.
People were screaming, people were crying. We were literally pushed into this lifeboat. Once we were in this lifeboat, it was so overcrowded with people that the crew was having a problem disengaging.
There was no staff at that time. We were just filling the boat up. And then some staff did show up, they started getting ready to drop it down to the water, there was well over twice as many people on the boat as there should be.
I kept saying, who is in charge? Who is counting? And there were clearly in just our little area on a few benches that we were near, I stopped counting at 50.
The capacity was 130 and it was well over 200, probably 260, probably twice as many. But the staff didn't take any interest in helping people on the boat.
But then it occurred to me that, I mean, who are you going to exclude? So that's why I shut up. Who's to say that they can't come on the boat? I mean, of course, we wanted everybody on that boat. Everybody needed to get off the ship.
So we hit a lever, and the boat came away from the ship and just fell because there was so much weight in it. We didn't think the boat would hold, but it dropped real abruptly.
There was a free fall.
So that's when the time when we thought that we might not make it at that time.
We started to come down unevenly. Not only coming down unevenly, but we were bouncing against the ship. We all thought, I thought, that we were going to go into the water. People were getting even more frantic, but luckily we were able to land in the water flatly, except at this point in time, we see that there's another boat that is coming in above us. That created more tension because we thought at that point in time that that boat was going to literally land on top of us. Luckily, the engine started and we were able to pull away.
I decided I need to be at my muster station because the ship was inclining to the right-hand side. After I'd taken the register or the roll call of my crew members, I was supposed to be relieved by my superior. However, my superior was an engineer, and he had just come up from the engine room. He was waist deep in water, and he was the last person to get out of the engine room before they shut the doors and sealed it. So when he made his way to supposedly relieve me, he was not in any fit state to do that job. He had nearly lost his life at this point. I tried to give him the register and he wouldn't take it. So at this point I was kind of promoted and I suddenly became chief of roll call. So I had to take charge of all of these people and their lives were in my hands.
We left without our phones, without our camera, without any ID, and I had talked to my children, our children, and that was the saddest and the scariest part, was that I thought maybe this might be our demise, and I hadn't said goodbye to my kids.
One of the other Americans said that they had a phone, because I said, God, everything's gone, you know, and here he said, you can borrow my phone.
Most of us have cell phones with our kids on their contact list. Their phone numbers hadn't been memorized, and so, and without our phone, I didn't know who to call, and so I called a girlfriend that I had had for 30 years, and her husband answered the phone, and I said, Vernon, we are on a lifeboat, and I don't know if we're gonna make it. And I said, could you just say goodbye to our kids? And he said, you're what? You're where? And I said, just listen to me. We are in Italy on a lifeboat being taken off a ship because it looks like it's going to sink. And please just get in touch with our kids and tell them we love them and tell them goodbye. That was the most horrifying part of it.
Coming up, a crew in crisis.
The passengers got their evacuation notice, but the crew did not, and they began to panic and they were crushing one another.
The couple left behind.
That was a grim, grim moment. All the lifeboats are gone. Now what do we do?
When Dateline continues.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand. And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
I didn't have any training for this. There was suddenly an absolute rush of crew members, and I think that their superiors in the restaurants, kitchens, in the gully, in the engine room, had told them to get out. And suddenly I had more people than I could handle. People were asking, shouting their names at me, they were panicking, and I was basically trying to keep order. I realized that we were actually tipping close to the water, and if we stayed there, our feet were going to get wet. I decided to rearrange my muster station on the other side of the ship, on the upside of the ship. And I decided that this was going to be safer so that we weren't actually falling into the sea. So I actually had people coming up to me and asking me if they could go on my life raft. But a life raft can only hold 35 people. and it got to the point where I was actually responsible for the whole deck.
The passengers got their evacuation notice, but the crew did not, and they began to panic because they thought they'd been left behind. There were 200 crew members, and they all began bottlenecking into the corridor, which is a small way, and they were crushing one another. They could have killed one another. I managed to reason with them, and I said, one at a time, we're going to go through, and we're going to make our way to safety. The problem was the way was impassable because the corridor was so wide. The ship had upturned and become effectively an elevator shaft. It was then that people began linking arms and legs and climbing down one another like a ladder.
So at this point, everybody decided, almost everybody, save two of us, decided to make their way back into the ship and try and find a lifeboat. I didn't think that going back inside of the ship was logical because it was almost like going into a coffin because you could get trapped inside.
I think the most terrifying moment was when Emily got onto the lifeboat and I was left behind, and I thought, I don't know if I can do this without her. She was, you know, she's my planning partner. She's, you know, we brainstorm these ideas together, and I didn't want to do it without her, and I felt alone and confused. So I told the crew member, no, I'm gonna get on this lifeboat. My wife is here. And so she let me onto the boat.
When Benji popped his head into the first lifeboat that we got in, I was screaming his name. Just screaming and screaming, Benji, Benji, Benji! So he saw me and he walked toward me.
So it was just more of a relief than I can even convey when I came onto the boat and I put my arms around her and I thought, finally, we're together. We're on the lifeboat, we're safe, and this is over. But it was not over. We're on the port side of the ship, which is the high side. As they try to lower it down to the water, it starts hitting against the side of the cruise ship. Sometimes it free falls for 3 feet, and then we suddenly get jerked into place.
I suddenly realized that they had no idea what was going on, and they did not know how to operate the lifeboat. They have never done this. And I remember looking down and thinking, if these people don't know what's gonna happen, and if something happens, we're gonna fall straight down, and we will die by hitting the deck. So that was the first moment that I felt fear, that I thought, we're gonna die.
This went on for about 10 minutes before they gave up and realized that they couldn't lower us down to the water. So they hoisted us back up to where we started and told us to get back out onto the ship. And that was a grim, grim moment.
One by one, we just slide off back into the sinking ship. And we looked at them and we said, what now? What do we do now? All of the lifeboats are gone. They just shrugged.
All the ideas are gone. All the lifeboats are gone. Now what do we do? And it was at this moment when we heard the voice of Emily's aunt calling out to us, Benji and Emily. We just couldn't have been more overjoyed at that moment to hear their voices and realize that the 6 of us were together again. As the ship was leaning so hard, the floor underneath us was slowly turning into a wall.
That means on the 4th deck with the railing in front of us, we were going to be trapped under these railing and not be able to ever climb out. And if the ship sank more, we would be trapped there until we die. We all actually had the same thought at the same time. We said, we must climb from the 4th deck to the 3rd deck. Otherwise, we don't stand a chance. And we need to do it as fast as we can.
Coming up.
We took the whole rope and we threw it over the railing.
A lifeline fraught with danger.
I remember thinking, rappelling down the side of the ship that's slippery with just one rope and no help, I don't think I can do it.
When Dateline continues.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Since the first day of our marriage, Benji had been singing me a little song every day, an anniversary song. So on day 1, he sang a song, day 2, he sang a song, and he changed the lyrics around a little bit every day.
It started out as a joke. The day after our wedding, I sang her just a silly little improvised song.
It would be something like, today is the first day of our marriage. I'm so happy because I'm with you. Something like that.
We found a stairwell. We thought we could go from the 4th deck down to the 3rd deck on that stairwell. And it was like mountain climbing. We climbed hand over hand down the railing and had to hold each other by the wrists to secure each other as we're climbing. And it took us probably 5 minutes to climb down one flight of stairs. And when we got there, there was a pair of double doors that we tried to open, but they were stuck. So we had to climb back up, hand over hand, back up that stairwell, back up to the 4th deck where we started. We knew we wanted to be out on the side of the ship. So we started scrambling around looking for a rope. I don't know exactly where he found it, but Emily's Uncle John found a rope that was perfect. It was about 50 feet long. It was about ½ inch in diameter. We got this rope and tied it to the railing, just basically like that. But then to give us a way to climb down more easily, we made loops in the rope and then twisted those loops into knots like that to give ourselves something to hold on to. So we made a series of these loops, and once we had done that, probably 10 of these loops, we took the whole rope and we threw it over the railing, and then we climbed over the railing and started making our way down the loops.
The plan was that we should get as close to the waterline as possible, so when we have to jump, we would be close to the waterline.
We're looking out at the open water. We didn't know that we were close to land because the land was on the other side.
I remember thinking, rappelling down the side of the ship that's slippery with just one rope and no help, I don't think I can do it. We saw other people falling and slipping and breaking ankles, and in that situation, if you twist your ankles, you just might die.
As we're there, sitting on the railing where the rope is tied, saying goodbye to each other, I said that I have a song for you. 14 days might not seem like a long time for a marriage, but what if those 14 days could last the rest of your life? 14 days, 14 days. Happy anniversary.
There is not much else to say. Everything that needed to be said has been said.
An officer who had been on board for a week ran out onto the deck in an absolute panic. She was white, she was like a zombie, and she started spreading the panic, shouting, we have to go now, we have to run through here, we have to go. And half of the people believed her, and the people were crushing one another in absolute panic. So I actually shouted over her and I said, on whose authority? And she couldn't answer me because she was not thinking, she was in panic. Half of the crew members heard this and actually stopped what they were doing. And I said, if you're going to survive this, you have to do it as a team. You don't leave anybody behind, and you have to be aware that at this point, things were crashing around us. I was standing on a doorway, and it's very difficult to understand what that's like, but when your gravity is shifted, that the side becomes the bottom. So I was standing on a doorway, and the drop down into the water was severe. So I didn't have a clear jump because of the tilt. So we were effectively stranded where we were. I couldn't see any way I was going to make it off the ship safely. So I sat very still where I was. I was watching the water rise, and I thought to myself about what a wonderful start to my career I'd had and what an exciting life I had led so far. And all the things I was grateful for. I was grateful for my degree and my good schooling, and at that moment I absolutely made peace with the fact that I might die and that I had lived a very good life. And then I thought about my parents and what effect it would have on them if I didn't make it. And it was at that point that really my fire kicked in, and I was like, I can't let them down.
Coming up, her last best hope.
I felt my pocket and found the flashlight.
A flashing light and a frantic plea on Facebook.
I said, it's Friday the 13th. I'm Rose, as in Titanic, and our ship is sinking. Pray for us to be rescued.
When Dateline continues.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today. Help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
By this point now, the ship is tilting and sinking, and we can feel the clock ticking. So I climbed back up and got that rope and untied it from the 4th deck and tied it down onto the 3rd deck so that we could descend onto the exterior hull of the ship. Emily's aunt and uncle had actually brought with them a digital camera.
So my name is Emily Lau.
And I'm Benji Smith.
We are cruisers from Boston on board the Costa Concordia. Tonight, right after dinner, we felt a movement in the boat, like a tip on the boat, and I was a little bit scared, so I asked him, asked Benji, what is going on, and we didn't know. And then wine glasses start falling, the TV start moving, things are shattering, and people were running around in the hallway.
So we made a series of quick videos, each of us just saying, my name is Benji Smith. I'm a passenger on the Costa Concordia. Today is January 13th. We are holding onto a rope on the port side of the ship. People were screaming. The lights flickered on and off. People ran from deck to deck with life preservers. There was no instruction on the PA system yet. We went to deck 4 because we knew that that's where the safety boats were. But when we got to deck 4, no one told us what to do. No one told us what the situation was or what had happened. We had felt so forgotten about. We had felt so abandoned. We wanted someone to know that we had been left behind. And after we did that, we put the camera away, and there was a helicopter passing overhead, shining a light down us. We waved at the helicopter, but no one seemed to be rescuing us. We waited for half an hour and then an hour, and we didn't know why they didn't come for us.
And then after a while, there were 5 to 10 different lifeboats that left, that seemed to be coming back to get us. So we were so excited. We said, oh my God, finally, we're not gonna die. Everything's gonna be okay. And they don't approach. None of them came close. So later we realized that the water were too choppy for them to come close and not crash us and themselves.
I was in a position where I was able to see the bridge, and I glanced every few minutes back up at the bridge to see if there was any indication of what was happening from seeing officers up there. And actually it was quite quickly that there was nobody there, and there was just the emergency light left on, just the red light. And I think once I saw that there were no officers, that we really had been abandoned.
So approximately 2 hours after we were on the hull, the bottom of the hull, finally one rescue boat successfully come close enough. It is a rescue boat with a very small hole, around 2.5 feet to 3 feet wide, that you have to jump into in order to get rescued. 2 men were manning both sides of the hole, just looking at us saying, jump, jump.
The water was choppy, and their boat was crashing into the ship. It's bobbing up and down, and from where we're at, the lifeboat is about 6 feet below us. If someone didn't calculate their jump carefully, they could have gotten their legs crushed in between these two boats crashing into each other.
And I saw the top of the boat, and I thought, can I land on the top of a boat 6 feet to 8 feet away? I think I can do that. I just counted in my head, 1, 2, 3, boom, and I just jumped on the top of the boat.
I can just still hear the sound of that crunching noise when I imagine jumping onto that lifeboat.
It's a horrible sound. People can easily break their legs if they don't sit down. We saw the dining room of this boat is completely trashed with glass everywhere.
When that boat left, we could see the blinking lights on the life jacket of the people who were still on the ship. And I remember thinking, I don't know when those people will get off.
We're talking about the early hours of the morning now, and I could see a Coast Guard boat which was circling our ship, but it couldn't see us. So that became very obvious when they kept circling, and they were never making any note that anyone else was left on the ship, and we really felt alone. Also, there were helicopters going overhead, and so this made it seem like they were looking for people, but again, they never stopped or hovered over us. And I actually thought that if the water would rise slowly enough, we might make it to sunrise. And as a very amateur, rough guide to how quickly it was rising, I was looking at my watch, and about every 15 minutes I was trying to measure the angle of the mast against the water. So what I was interested in is whether it was speeding up, because I wanted to know how quickly we would sink. So in my belief, we were going to completely sink to the bottom of the ocean. At this point, when we feel completely alone and left for dead, basically, the activity of the boats started to reduce. So we decided that we needed to find light in order to be seen. There was a Coast Guard ship in the front of the ship, and there were helicopters overhead. And it was at this point, in desperation, that I felt my pocket and found the flashlight. However, it was broken. So I reconnected the wires and got the flashlight to work. And I was flashing it out to the Coast Guard boat and trying to get their attention. So the Coast Guard boat put the lights on us, and then they moved the light up to the helicopters above to signal where we were and back down to us. The problem with where we were was that the metal of the ship was acting as an overhang. So the helicopter couldn't find us with their searchlights or their heat cameras, but then they flew away. So I asked the Indonesian crew member if I could borrow his phone, and he told me there was no signal and the battery was about to die. It was on red. So I tried to log into Skype and he had no credit. So I logged into Facebook and I tried to write a private message and it wouldn't send. I tried to write on my father's wall and that wouldn't post. So I ended up doing a status update with a photograph and basically calling in to all of my friends to help. I basically made a joke. I said, it's Friday the 13th. I'm Rose, as in Titanic, and our ship is sinking. Pray for us to be rescued.
Coming up, will her prayers be answered? How much time was left? And on shore, heartbreak.
People would come up looking for
family.
And anger.
I heard someone here talking on the phone with a reporter saying everything is fine. And I said, no, 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 that is not what's happening.
When Dateline continues.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Think we're all safe? Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Morning, Al. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
I can tell you that while we were on that lifeboat, I know that I grabbed my neighbor's hand and we started saying the Lord's Prayer. Once we hit the water, all we wanted to do was get to land. And I look back at that boat, was Titanic. It looked exactly like that, with the ship listing and the lights, part of them on, part of them off, people stranded on the ship. As we were looking back at the ship, there was a life jacket floating in the water, hitting against the rocks, and we had wondered, you know, if that person had made it to shore or not. It was sad.
The Costa Concordia rescue operation was growing more urgent by the minute. Those still stranded were desperate to reach the shore, a sleepy island called Giglio, now jolted awake by the chaos.
I live in the house up there, right in front of the Costa Concordia. And that time I was eating when at a certain point I saw the ship tipped over. I saw people start to jump into the water. I immediately took my boat and I started to go and start to help. I picked up a few people. There was a dead one. He was floating. I pulled him out, put him on the pier. There were so many of them, 4,000 people. There was no time to look at anyone. The people I saw were the ones that I later opened my home to, turned on the heat, and everyone, the families and little children, all of Giglio. We welcomed these families in our homes and gave them blankets, food.
Once we got into land, it was dark and cold, and we heard that there was people on the island helping passengers.
The police were there, the Italian army was there. They had set up different tents where we had to go through to get either food or clothing or medical attention. The people on the island were very gracious, very helpful, very open. They opened their houses, they opened their lives to us.
So we just followed the crowd, and we just, there was a church that was nearby.
I opened the door, and outside there were already people on the land with life jackets, with windbreakers, who were waiting. And when they saw that I had opened the door, silently, very calmly, very orderly, they came into the church and they sat in the pews. They came into the church. In the beginning, the young ones with babies came in, wearing very light clothing. It was cold and it was humid. There were all these people, all these kids wearing shorts, T-shirts.
So we kind of went off to the side, got up to the front of the church and went off to a side to find a place to kind of sit down.
They were asking questions in all the languages of the world, and I didn't know, I didn't understand. And when I did understand, I didn't know how to answer because
a little English, just a little English.
We still didn't know exactly where we were. We figured we were in Italy, but we didn't know it was an island.
Qualcuno che mi poteva fare translate.
I asked if there was someone who could translate for me, and nobody wanted to do it. So I had to do it in Italian. So I said, "We are on Giglio Island, and we're trying to do our best to help you. Please be patient. The worst is over."
Il peggio è passato.
We're sitting on one of our life jackets, and then had one over him because he was the one that was in the short sleeve shirt. So, and at some point I grabbed the altar cloth and from this church, and with no disrespect intended, but I thought that Steve needed it and that the Lord would understand. So I just grabbed it and put it around Steve. We all huddled underneath it actually to keep warm through the night.
And it's cold and everybody's kind of quiet because there wasn't much to do. But they had a little microphone in the front and people would come up looking for
family. Yeah. It tears at your heart to see somebody go to the microphone and ask if they've seen their loved one.
I saw a few guys with blue jackets with the word Costa written on the chest. So I asked them what had happened. And their response was, "We're evacuating the ship because the ship is sinking." I felt like I was frozen inside. That night, a remarkable thing happened to Giglio Island. A situation that could be compared to the apocalypse. We had the pressure of how to host all these people at a time in which only 900, 950 people lived. So about 4 times the number of people who normally live on the island were pouring onto the island.
It was 3 o'clock in the morning when we got to this dock. Our lifeboat docked here, and we didn't know where we were, but we hoped that there was some sign of where to go.
I was looking around for emergency personnel or crew members to give us some directions, but we couldn't find any.
At this point, we didn't know that anyone had died. We didn't learn that until probably a day later.
One of the things I remember walking around the Broadwalk here in Giglio was a housekeeper just walking around like a zombie, and she was saying, "Housekeeping, housekeeping." And I knew she was looking for her colleagues. She was looking for her friends, and she couldn't find them. And the voice and the look on her face was just
This is haunting, just haunting. We followed the crowd up the hill, past the church, to a little hotel called the Hotel Bahamas.
We walked through the door of the hotel, and then we immediately found a spot right here where we could put down our life jackets and sat. And suddenly I heard someone here talking on the phone with a reporter of some kind saying, "Everything is fine. Costa is taking care of all of the passengers and everything is peaceful and we know exactly what's happening." And this is when a switch just flipped in my head and I said, no, 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 this is not how the story is gonna go down. I'm going to take control of the story. So I grabbed her phone and started speaking to the phone. I said, that is not what's happening.
There was no control. There were no one to tell us what to do. There were no announcement of any sort. It was just utter madness. People were falling because the ship was actually sinking quite fast.
All is not well. We're not taken care of. There were no police, no help, no government, no Costa representatives helping us like she was talking about.
It was just heartbreaking to see that there were people who got left behind because we knew what it was like to get left behind.
Coming up.
It was a sheer drop into the water. All my adrenaline was going. It was suddenly as if there was hope again.
Dancer Rose Metcalf makes her escape. When Dateline continues.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
So at about 3 a.m., I decided that we needed to be on higher level in order for the helicopter to be able to get us. There was no way they could get to us where we were. We maneuvered ourselves by crawling, by throwing one another across chasms, and to do this, I had to use my fingertips, and my body was swinging as a free weight underneath, and actually climb window frames. And this could have been perilous. It was a sheer drop into the water with the metal of the ship underneath. So all my adrenaline was going, and thank goodness I grew up as a tomgirl climbing trees, so I was actually very well practiced at this. We had made our way to higher ground, so the helicopter came back to us, and it was suddenly as if there was hope again, and that all the fighting and for survival had paid off. and the rescuer came down on a zip line, and the gentleman decided that I should go first as the only woman, and they put a horseshoe under very loosely around me, and the rescuer clamped his legs around my waist, and I held onto the zip line. And he said to me, you have to keep your head in, because if you hit the metal, it will kill you. But he was saying this in Italian, so I could only half understand. So as I was clinging on and he zipped wired up, he had to kick away from the ship to swing out around the metal and then up into the helicopter. We get it into the helicopter and he pushes me back, unhooks me, and signals to go. And I said, no, 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 there's 4 more. And I made him go down and get every single person that was there. At that point, we were flown to a military base in Tuscany, and I was questioned by the commander of the base in order to coordinate the rescue. And the reason for this was that I had heard people banging inside the ship that we couldn't get to. So they needed to know, in this very dangerous situation, where these people were that needed rescuing. I was quizzed by the commander for so long, and I wasn't able to use a phone to ring home. So he actually gave me his personal phone to ring back to the United Kingdom, and my dad was waiting by the phone, waiting for a call from my mum, who was on holiday, and he missed the phone by 1 ring and it went to voicemail. So I left him a voicemail to say that I was fine, so obviously that set off alarm bells to him, and that our ship had sank, and that he needed to call my mum, let her know that I was okay, and that he needed to alert the world to what was happening because there were international passengers that needed help. So he went around and phoned all of the news agencies and got it on the news within the hour. Unfortunately, he couldn't reach my mum, who had left her phone on holiday, so she didn't see what had happened until she was in Heathrow in London, coming through the airport, when my little brother looked up, pointed to the screen and said, "That's Rose's ship." So my mum had an absolute heart attack, so she was very traumatized by what happened, and she actually found out I was alive through the news. She saw me on the television, and that's how she knew I was alive.
But 32 others were not so lucky. Some perished while still trapped inside the ship. Others were overcome by the elements after jumping into the sea. For the 6 survivors we spoke to, their survival left a nagging question. Why were they among those who had escaped? In search of an answer, Benji Smith and Emily Lau returned to Giglio Island 2 years later to face the ghosts that haunted them still, the remains of the Costa Concordia.
I'm either nervous or seasick.
I think probably more than anything else, coming here, I wanted to satisfy a curiosity. The shipwreck isn't such a dominant force in our daily lives. I kind of wanted to test that, to see, like, are we really as well as we believe we are? I really want to see it, but it's a very weird feeling.
Oh my God.
That is just unbelievable. You actually can't see any of the deck where we climbed down because it's all underwater.
I come to Giglio wanting to see what Giglio is actually like. And I want to see the impact of the shipwreck.
We really wanted to come back and go to the Hotel Bahamas and see the innkeeper and give him a hug and thank him again.
And you know, he was the person who gave us a place for a few hours, who took care of us, and he gave us a hug. He let us call our family. And it's very emotional in that moment where you felt completely abandoned and you want to be angry at the world. And the world says, you know what? Not all of us are bad. Someone's nice, too.
Do you remember walking along on all of the railings, like right up on the top deck there? Walking along, holding onto the railing, holding hands.
Yeah.
And then this, I think the top level here, this is where there's a restaurant, and that's where the spa was.
I was expecting this to be bigger, but since half of it is in the water, it just, I don't know, it looks really sad. When I saw the Costa Concordia sitting powerless in the water, looking so small, I actually felt a sense of misplaced anger. I don't know how to feel about this anymore. I was expecting it to be bigger. I was expecting me to feel more powerless, but in front of it now I kind of feel nothing.
Since the accident, I've emigrated to America, and I'm trying to find my feet again in my career. It's a challenge every single day to try and find myself again. I felt like I lost who I was because of that shipwreck. It's changed a lot of aspects of my life and brought out strengths in me that I didn't know I had, and weaknesses in me that I have to deal with. I had a dream job, and I was set to have a brilliant career as a performer, and I have barely been dancing since this incident. I've had nightmares nearly every night since the shipwreck. I'm still suffering every day.
From time to time, I wake up in the middle of the night and I see myself on that boat, still trying to get out. I still dream about it. It's something that I will never, ever forget as long as I live. There is no closure to that nightmare. I don't know what happens. I don't know if I'm able to swim to shore or if I don't make it. I look at trying to live every day to the fullest. I was able to see my granddaughter born. And I appreciate my family more today than before.
The disaster changed me in that I ended up quitting my job, a job that I dearly loved, and I think that was a result of my reaction to the disaster. I think I do still have some unresolved issues.
As a physician, especially the first few months, every patient wanted me to discuss what happened on the boat.
You know, we both went to counseling after, and you know, you talk to these psychiatrists and you start weeping, you know, and I'm not, I don't do that ever, you know.
We don't want people to forget 32 people died, and nobody should have died on that boat.
When we first started telling our story to journalists, we did it because we really felt like it was important. It was important for future cruisers. It was important for safety. About 4 months after the shipwreck, I started working on a book and worked on it for about a year. And I wanted to share that story with others because everybody's been through some kind of catastrophe. You know, not everyone got off of a sinking ship, but everybody had something that happened to them. And by taking this story into my own hands and writing a book, it made it possible to regain control over my own destiny in a certain way.
Benji is a writer, and I'm really not. My medium is music. And somehow the shipwreck gave me focus. During the evacuation, I told myself, if I don't die, I'm not gonna be scared anymore. And so I decided not to be scared anymore. And I wrote an album of original music. I wrote it to express the feeling of pain from feeling guilty, being alive, feeling angry at being abandoned, feeling sad for seeing other people suffer. Our experience is telling a longer and deeper story than just the evacuation, than just the shipwreck. Right now, when I have dreams, they're just about the future. We're no longer just trapped in the past. Somehow, I think the whole ordeal also gave us some motivation to do more in our lives, you know, to give us some mission. I no longer dream about the Costa Concordia at all.
The captain of the Concordia, Francesco Schettino, was found guilty of a number of charges, including manslaughter and abandoning ship. An Italian court sentenced him to 16 years in prison. He insisted he was innocent and said he saved lives by steering the ship into shallow waters. He also said he didn't abandon the ship, he just slipped and fell into a lifeboat. As for the ship itself, it was eventually dry docked in Genoa, where it was torn apart for salvage. That's all for this edition of Dateline. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for watching.
I was one of the last to suspect anything. Even though you were hopeful, you knew. As soon as you hung up the phone, you knew. How does anybody look at somebody drowning and not help them? How do you do that?
A perfect husband, a perfect father, a perfect mystery.
They found the boat. Mike wasn't in it.
We thought maybe he's had an accident.
The thought is the alligators have eaten Mike.
But this lake was hiding more than gators.
Mike was the only hunter that had gone overboard in that lake that had never been found.
Something don't add up.
People were saying why Betty ran off.
There have just been so many wild stories.
Two lovers share a secret.
He had this desire to have her.
There was an affair happening for years.
They can choose each other.
You're waiting for that crack.
He was going to kill you to make you go away.
Obviously, she knew what happened to him. She had to know.
Or choose the truth.
Finally, we're going to find out what really happened. Maybe justice will be served.
A chilling confession reveals a crime almost too cruel to be true. I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Dennis Murphy with Secrets of Lake Seminole.
Lake Seminole, an hour outside Florida state capital, is deep south. Fishing hunting country with Spanish moss on the oaks. In season, the duck hunters are out before dawn. And it was there in the year 2000 on a December morning, an experienced outdoorsman named Mike Williams went duck hunting. It was the 30-year-old hunter's 6th wedding anniversary, and there'd be a stay at a romantic B&B that evening. But the morning hours were his to hunt.
That was his outlet. That was what he enjoyed.
The thing is, he never came back, seemed to simply vanish. His wife, Denise, called around to family. It was already late afternoon when Mike's brother, Nick, got the worrying news.
There was going to be a search already starting over at Lake Seminole, so We called a friend of ours and we went together.
Mike's coworker, Christy Garrett.
Mike is very skilled. I mean, he is a very skilled hunter, and we thought maybe he's had an accident.
As a cold front moved in, a formal search began on the 30,000-acre lake. One member of the search party arrived early and stayed late. It was Mike's best friend going back to school days, Brian Winchester. He and his dad, using a spotlight, made the first big discovery.
Brian Winchester had found the boat. Mike wasn't in it. His decoys were all in the boat, which, of course, let everybody think, obviously, he never got started hunting that morning.
What picture came together for you at that point?
Well, I think I was like everybody else, worried that he might have fallen out.
This Clay.
Mike's boss, Clay Ketchum.
Brian stood with me, and anytime they would come up with a potential hit, Brian said, I just don't want to be here when they find Mike.
Man-made Lake Seminole can be treacherous for boaters. It was a one-time peach orchard before it was flooded, and tree stumps lurk just below the surface.
At night, these are very hard to see.
Fish and Wildlife Officer David Arnett was at the scene.
You hit a stump, and you could be thrown out very easily.
They didn't have a body, but there was an early theory among seasoned hunters about what might have happened. Mike, in the pre-dawn hour, had hit a stump and been thrown into the weed-filled lake. Like most duck hunters, he was known to wear chest-high waders, and they could turn deadly just like that.
Waders are bulky. They're basically like putting 2 buckets on your legs. You got problems with them filling up with water and taking you down.
And what was down there, everybody knew, were alligators. Hard to think of such an awful end for a nice, hard-working husband and father like Mike Williams. Popular mind, the gators got him, huh?
Yes, your heart is kind of, in your stomach is kind of gripped by that, but just the sheer awfulness of it.
But there was a big problem with the gator theory. With such unusually cold temperatures, Fish and Wildlife officers like Alton Reno knew the alligators weren't stirring much.
His metabolism is down so low, he don't want to eat. They're like a bear, they go into hibernation.
Then, on the 10th day of searching, Officer Renu found a hunter's hat floating on the water. Brian, the best friend, thought it looked familiar.
He comes up out here to the tent and shows us a photograph with Mike with that hat on.
Surely that hat was as good as evidence that Mike had had an accident and drowned in Lake Seminole. Mike's coworkers, Liz Boyette and Christy Garrett, felt hope slip away. When did you both realize that this was it?
I think we all knew that something had happened.
True. After a few weeks had passed, we knew that Mike wasn't coming back.
Months went by with no sign of Mike. And then, in June, something of Mike's did literally surface that made people wonder. His chest-high waders. They were as clean as this new pair and showed no sign of a gator attack.
We found no indication of any bite marks on the waders, no indication of any human remains whatsoever.
Traces of Mike, but still no body. And how unusual that was for a lake not to give up its dead.
Mike, at that point, was the only hunter, fisherman that had gone overboard in that lake, so that had never been found.
Fish and Wildlife officers were confounded. Eventually, the case of the missing boater was handed off to local sheriff's detectives to investigate.
I remember telling some of the guys, investigators, we might want to look into this a little deeper because something don't add up.
1 year after Mike goes missing, his wife Denise visits the lake for a final goodbye. When we come back.
She had a flower with her and she'd written Mike a note.
And there is growing suspicion this wasn't an accident.
No, something is wrong here.
When Dateline continues. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it, right?
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? You'll take for all this damage to
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Duck hunter Mike Williams had disappeared on Lake Seminole, and his wife, Denise, was alone with a young daughter to raise. Their story began as high school sweethearts. He, the football star and student council president, she, the cheerleader and homecoming queen. Patty Ketchum, the wife of Mike's boss, got to know them both. Impressions of her, Patty?
Oh, just as nice, just absolutely delightful. Absolutely delightful.
After attending a private Christian high school, the two graduated from hometown Florida State University and got married. Their baby girl, Ansley, was born on Mother's Day. Denise was a CPA. Mike, meanwhile, had become an ace real estate appraiser in his hometown, Tallahassee. Mike's boss, Clay Ketchum, was amazed that despite the 15-hour days Mike put in at the office, he always made time to take care of the home front.
Make sure that dinner was ready, laundry got going.
So he's Mr. Mom.
He's Mr. Mom. We all said we wanted to be married to Mike Williams. I mean, we all needed a Mike Williams in our life.
Mike's co-workers took mischievous delight in wondering what Denise had in store for him when she called him at the office.
I'm across the street, please. I need
Come
gas.
pump my gas?
Yeah.
He worked upstairs, so you hear this bam, 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 bam down the steps. I guess Denise
needs gas.
But now, with Mike gone, Denise would be the sole provider for their young daughter. Fortunately, Mike had several hefty insurance policies.
You have a small child and a wife to take care of? Sure. Yeah, you need to get insurance, you know.
Brian, Mike's best friend and an insurance broker himself, helped Denise navigate the claims process. For as long as most people could remember, Denise and Mike and Brian and his wife Kathy had been couples together. They all attended that private Christian high school, married their high school sweethearts, and had children about the same time. And then came Lake Seminole. After a year had gone by since Mike disappeared, Denise asked Patty to take her to the lake.
She told me how she had been going to a Christian counselor and he had encouraged her to do this. And she had a flower with her and she'd written Mike a note. And I guess probably 30, 45 minutes later, she came back and she'd been crying.
The flower and the letter in particular.
Those were left at the lake.
Gone, but definitely not forgotten, according to Becky Moss, Denise's friend and coworker.
She loved him like a woman would love your life partner, your soulmate.
The official death certificate said Mike drowned while duck hunting. But for Mike's family and friends, doubts started creeping in, spurred on by little things that just didn't add up. Like those waiters found 6 months after Mike disappeared. They looked almost pristine.
No, something is wrong here.
Staged?
I thought staged because I know that anything left in a lake for any period of time is going to have algae on it.
Speculation gave way to suspicion. Could Mike's disappearance be the result of foul play? Enter the wild card, the squeakiest of squeaky wheels, Mike Williams' mother, who simply was not buying the official story that Mike, an experienced outdoorsman, had an accident on that lake.
Mike is not in Lake Seminole. He did not drown. He did not get eaten by alligators.
Some called Cheryl Williams, with her pigtails, eccentric, even crazy. But she demanded answers, appealing first to the media, and when she didn't get any results, she opened her purse and spent money she really couldn't afford.
I take out an ad in the Tallahassee Democrat, and I ask the public to help me find my son. It was a $1,200 ad.
Earnings from the daycare center she operated out of her home.
You have to change a lot of diapers to pay for an ad that expensive, but it got publicity.
Some of the daycare center kids, now all grown like Maria Denmark, remembered making missing person posters.
I was only 6 years old when Mike went missing. I remember somebody would draw out Mike's name and missing, and then we would fill it in with a black Sharpie.
Miss Cheryl, as she became known, was a one-woman campaign. She wrote letters to the governor every day for years, 2,600 in all. She paid for billboards and stood outside churches with posters.
The ministers would get mad because I was outside their church. Miss Williams, why don't you leave?
Cheryl didn't.
You were getting a reputation around town as this kind of batty lady with the pigtails out there with her signs and the billboards and the letters to the editor, and you became
Everybody
famous.
called me crazy.
But not everybody. Police began to take Cheryl seriously after years of her struggling to draw attention to Mike's case.
Miss Cheryl is a straight shooter, and she tells it like it is.
Will Mickler is an agent with the FDLE, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, a top cops agency with statewide jurisdiction. 4 years after Mike went missing, they agreed to take the case.
If it wasn't for Miss Cheryl, this case would have never gotten into the hands of criminal investigators.
But Mike's widow, Denise, didn't appreciate what Cheryl was doing.
She's upset because she and her daddy said it was an invasion of their privacy.
Denise's friend, Becky Moss, in her defense, said Denise told Cheryl to stop all the noise because it was confusing her daughter.
Mrs. Williams had very strong feelings that Mike was still alive, and she was telling that to the little girl, when by all accounts he was not.
Nick and I never told Ansley that her daddy was alive. Never.
Then Denise upped the ante, laying down a demand to her mother-in-law. Stop raising a ruckus, or Cheryl would never see her granddaughter Ansley again.
So she followed through with her promise.
And your granddaughter's gone.
Totally gone out of my life. But I couldn't stop. I had to find out what happened to Mike.
And that smoldering stalemate between Cheryl and Denise held fast as the years went by. In time, Denise Williams began dating, even thinking about marriage with one of her suitors. But soon the rumor mill would be abuzz with a more sensational take on Denise's love life.
Coming up.
All of a sudden we find out she's dating Brian Winchester.
Shocking to some, suspicious to others.
It's so creepy.
When Dateline continues.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine, part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get tight for all this damage to the
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours until the Iowa caucuses by the mail with everything.
All right, it gets me too.
I'm hearing
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Duck seasons came and went as the years rolled by. Long after Mike Williams' ill-fated hunting trip, Denise was working for the state as an accountant, a young widow raising her daughter Ansley. She'd started dating again, and one day there was a new man in her life, someone with a very familiar name.
And then all of a sudden we find out she's dating Brian Winchester.
Brian, Mike's best friend and fishing and hunting buddy. Since their days as a happy foursome in high school and beyond, Brian and his wife Kathy had gotten a divorce. Friend Becky Moss said Brian wasn't Denise's first relationship after Mike.
Denise dated other people.
So she didn't fly right into his arms.
No. I mean, she had reservations for a while. He really kind of had to prove himself to her in terms of where he was at with his Christianity.
Nonetheless, this was a juicy tidbit. Mike's best friend hooking up with the widow of the man who disappeared. It didn't take the court of public opinion long to do the math. Could Brian have had anything to do with Mike's disappearance? And what did Denise know? Those coffee shop conspiracies took wing when 5 years after Mike's disappearance, Brian married Denise. Mike's old boss and his wife were invited to the wedding. They'd heard the rumors too.
The minister got up and said, there is nothing that I don't know between the two of them. And Patty and I kind of punched each other in the ribs and said, well, there might be one little piece of information that he's not aware of.
Brian moved into the same house Mike and Denise had lived in together and began raising Mike's daughter.
What really bothered me the most was the fact that they stayed in Mike's house.
Raising that child.
Raising the child and assumes the role of father.
Takes over his life.
Takes over his life.
It's so creepy.
For Cheryl, the marriage seemed to corroborate long-running suspicions that she'd worked like a sick tooth. She'd kept a detailed notebook about Mike's disappearance, and Brian and Denise were filling more and more pages in it. She alerted investigator Mike Devaney from the FDLE about her suspicions and shared a 27-page summary of her notes.
She was a good source of information, and she was a real bulldog on this.
Like this item, Cheryl noted. Remember those insurance policies Mike bought? They were worth $1.75 million. And it was Brian who actually sold Mike a large part of them. And those waiters that surfaced after Mike went missing were used by Denise's lawyer as evidence to declare Mike dead in just 7 months so she could collect her money.
That's better than icing on the cake. If one of your goals is to get the woman, you also get the money.
That was all that I really needed to know.
But the authorities needed much more than idle gossip. Tully Sparkman, an investigator for the prosecutor's office, worked the case for 10 long years.
Are suspicions getting grounded in the relationship between Denise and Brian, or was it in the money trail, or what?
It was all of it. I mean, it's a cumulative thing. You start looking at, you know, the odd fact that the body never floated, the waiters popping up, the money.
So the investigators kept their eyes on the married couple, Brian and Denise, and bided their time. If either one of them was harboring a secret involving foul play, eventually it might have a corrosive effect on their relationship.
Well, they're not going to turn on each other while they're married, but then you're waiting on things to flare up.
And in 2012, 7 years into their marriage, they did flare up. Brian moved out. Denise wanted a divorce, but Brian managed to put it off for years.
So the marriage was finished at that point?
Yeah, I would say so.
In August 2016, Brian did something that nearly ended very badly for Denise. The wild episode started one morning as Denise got in her car to go to work. Hiding in the back seat, Brian popped up, shoved a gun in her ribs, and said drive. Denise managed to pull into a shopping center parking lot where she talked Brian into letting her go. She promised she wouldn't tell police, but after Brian left, she did report her abduction.
He's screaming and I'm just like shaking.
Denise said an unhinged Brian, upset about the divorce, even threatened to take his own life.
He kept saying, I've lost everything, I have nothing to live for, many times. I'm going to kill myself.
Did he tell you how he was going to do that or where he was going to do it?
No, but he said he bought the gun to do it. I said, did you actually plan to kill both of us today? He goes, well, me.
As Denise relived the horror of the day, little did she know that in an adjoining room, an FDLE agent was listening. He wasn't interested in some high-voltage domestic quarrel. He wanted to know about Mike's disappearance and what Brian had to do with it, and what Denise might know. Denise's already very bad day was about to get infinitely worse.
Coming up.
Where do you think Mike's buried at? Oh, I have no idea.
So many secrets. What was the truth?
I'm sure at some point he told you something.
When Dateline continues.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours until the Iowa caucuses. Private man delivering it.
All right, it just fit too.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours until the Iowa caucuses. Private man delivering it.
All right, it just fit too.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
I'm here to stay back.
Denise Williams had been carjacked at gunpoint by her estranged husband, Brian Winchester. And now she was sitting in a police interview room giving her version of the abduction.
What would lead him to this?
To want to kill himself because, I mean, our marriage is over.
But police believe Brian wasn't going to kill just himself, especially after Denise told them he'd brought along a tarp and bleach as well as the gun.
Denise, he was going to kill you. He brought that stuff using to cover his tracks.
For years, police felt that Brian and Denise were the keys to understanding Mike's disappearance. And now with the kidnapping, they believe Brian was taking no chances in getting rid of the one person who might know what he had done.
I'm sure at some point he told you something. I'm telling you, he killed Mike and he was going to kill you to make you go away.
The detective pressed her, asking Denise if she really knew the man she'd married.
That person you saw today, he killed Mike, didn't he?
That person could.
And he did. And that's who he was then. He has conned you to no end. It's not your fault.
I mean, that person today could have done anything, anything. This is not the person that I married. It's not the person that I knew.
Mike Devaney, the FDLE lead agent, couldn't believe Denise was finally being questioned about what happened to Mike.
FDL agents had approached Brian and Denise on one occasion, and they both refused to talk. They went straight to an attorney, and that was that.
Devaney had waited a long time for this moment. Now it was his turn to enter the room and find out what Denise knew.
Where do you think Mike's buried at?
Oh, I have no idea.
You don't really believe he died on the lake?
I do.
Why?
I just always have. That's what I believe.
Denise tried to steer the interview back to the kidnapping.
I mean, this was your husband. He simply vanished.
I'm not comfortable talking about this right now. I've had an unbelievable day.
Devaney kept pushing, telling Denise if she didn't talk, he might get the story from someone else.
I'd much rather get it from you than from Brian, because when he's arrested, I'm going to talk to him too.
That's fine.
I want to see what he says. Okay. He may say something you don't want to hear. I don't know.
Well, I have no idea.
You're not a clue.
For now, the mystery of Mike's disappearance remained just that. But Brian was arrested and charged with kidnapping Denise. He pleaded not guilty to those charges. But a year later, he changed his plea to no contest.
It comes down to my life or his, and I'm asking you, please, to choose mine.
At sentencing, Denise appealed to the judge to give him a life sentence.
He will finish what he has started, no matter what age he is when he's released. I'm asking you to sentence him to life in prison for the crimes he has committed.
In the end, the judge gave Brian Winchester 20 years. In court, nothing had been said about Mike Williams.
When they shuffled him off, we walked out and I looked to Patty and I said, well, that's it. The door has just been slammed on whatever happened to Mike, and we will never know.
But the next day, FDLE had a major announcement. They'd found a skeletal body in a shallow grave.
The human remains are those of Mike Williams.
After all those years, it was over. Police were mum on how they'd found Mike's body, but speculation was that Brian had led them to it.
Further forensic analysis concluded that Mike Williams was in fact murdered.
And his body wasn't in Lake Seminole after all. It was 50 miles away, back in Tallahassee off a dead-end road by another swampy lake.
I said, he can't be dead. He can't be. And they said, it's Mike. I said, you know that? And they said, yes, we've done all the DNA.
FDLE agent Will Mickler broke the news to Denise.
I saw her tear up when the death notification was provided to her that Mike Williams' remains had been identified and located.
Now, you'd think with the recovery of the body, murder charges would be filed forthwith. But that didn't happen. Detectives continued to investigate. They had another suspect in their sights. And what a sensation that turned out to be. 5 months after Mike's body was recovered, a perp walk to remember. Denise Williams in handcuffs being marched by cops from her office at Florida State University. She was charged with the first-degree murder of her first husband, Mike. It was her daughter Ansley's 19th birthday. The indictment said that Denise had conspired with Brian Winchester to kill his best friend, Mike. She pleaded not guilty. But Denise was the only one charged. What about Brian?
They told us that they had to make a deal with the devil.
Some called it the deal of the century.
Really what they wanted was information of what happened to Mike, where the body was.
His attorney, Tim Jansen, said prosecutors had but one priority, to find Mike's body.
They never said to him, you have to give any evidence against Denise.
But he would. In exchange for his testimony against Denise, Brian got 20 years for the kidnapping and would not face murder charges.
State of Florida versus Denise Williams.
Almost 18 years after Mike Williams disappeared, Denise went on trial. She faced a mandatory life sentence if convicted. Prosecutors had a lineup of witnesses, FDLE agents, Fish and Wildlife officers, and Mike's mother, their head barely showing above the witness box.
Yes.
And the jury met Brian's first wife, Kathy.
Did you suspect that Brian Winchester, your husband, was having an affair with Denise Williams?
I did suspect that.
Suspicions that were confirmed after Brian asked her to join them in a threesome at a beach condo before the murder. There were snapshots with partial nudity. Kathy also said Denise tried to involve her in a cover-up after Brian's arrest.
To get a message to Brian that I'm not talking.
But those witnesses were merely the side dishes to the state's main course, the mesmerizing confession of Brian Winchester. It was a stunning story of betrayals. A wife betraying her husband, her lover betraying his best friend.
I had my gun in the boat.
And a confession from the stand you'll never be able to unhear.
Coming up, after so many years, finally, the truth.
We wanted to be together, and we weren't going to let anything stop that.
When Dateline continues.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just fit, too.
This is what a country in war looks like. He came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Denise Williams was standing trial for first-degree murder, conspiring in the death of her first husband, Mike. And who was she accused of conspiring with? Why, her now ex-husband number 2 and Mike's best friend, Brian Winchester. He would be the state's star witness against her, required to testify to every grisly detail. Prosecutors John Fuchs and Andy Rogers knew their star witness came with some baggage.
You guys have to worry whether the jury is going to hate your star witness, Brian?
There's no question they were going to hate him. That from day one was obvious. We hate him.
If they walk out, they don't believe Brian Winchester, she walks.
Now here he was, Brian Winchester, looking haggard and drawn after almost 2 years in jail on the kidnapping charge, about to tell his story of duck hunting, sex, and murder.
We connected like nobody else.
Brian said he and Denise had been secret lovers for 3 years before Mike Williams was murdered.
The more we were together, the more we wanted to be together. It just snowballed.
So fast that within 2 years, Denise and Brian were plotting Mike's so-called accident on Lake Seminole.
I think there was even talk about, well, it'll be up to God what happens and not us. It won't be a murder. It'll be, an accident.
To most people, divorce would have been a better solution. But Brian said Denise, a devout Christian, didn't want to endure the stigma.
Because of the way she was raised, because of her pride, I guess she did not want to get divorced. I mean, we wanted to be together. And we weren't going to let anything stop that.
Better to be a killer than a divorcee?
A widow gets sympathy, and on top of that, she gets $1.75 million.
So, the weekend of the wedding anniversary became D-Day. Brian testified Mike was not hunting alone. He was along as his early morning duck hunting buddy. They pushed off. The plan was to make it look like Mike drowned in a boating accident. The murder weapon would be Mike's waders.
We believed that if you fell overboard with the waders on, that you would sink pretty quickly. We got to that area that I knew was a deep area. I basically stopped the boat and got him to stand up, and when he did, I pushed him into the water.
What happened next?
He was in the water, and he was, struggling. I pulled off just a little bit to get kind of away from him so that he couldn't reach back into the boat. And I didn't know it at the time. I didn't know if he was trying to swim or I didn't know what was going on, but what I came to find out or eventually realized was he was taking the waders and the jacket off.
Mike made it to a tree stump and clung for dear life. That's when Brian decided to change the plan.
And he was panicking, and I was panicking, and none of this was going how I thought it was going to go. He started to yell. And so I had my gun in the boat. And so I loaded my gun, and I made 1 or 2 circles around, and I ended up circling closer towards him, and he was in the water. And as I passed by, I shot him.
Where did you shoot him?
In the head.
Autopsy x-rays showed buckshot throughout Mike's head. As the details emerged in court, Cheryl was struck yet another blow.
What's hard for me now is what I found out in court was how he was murdered.
It's a horrible story.
They told me the only consolation I could have was that Michael didn't feel it. He was dead immediately.
Brian said after blasting Mike with his 12-gauge, he grabbed his lifeless body and steered the boat to shore.
And I pushed the boat back out into the water to make it look like he had drowned or disappeared.
On shore, he stuffed Mike's body into a dog crate in the back of his truck and drove back to Tallahassee, where he found an isolated area to bury his friend. Later that day, when Brian got a call from his father saying Mike was missing, the two drove to Lake Seminole.
There was a storm that came through that night. You know, my dad wanted to look at it. I think we were the last ones on the lake, and my dad didn't want to give up. My dad loved Mike.
With no body ever found in the lake, Brian testified they grew concerned about their other incentive to murder Mike.
The concern between she and I then became, well, if his body's not found, what's going to happen with the life insurance?
Brian admitted to staging the hat found 10 days into the search.
I was the one that put it in the water during one of my searches on the lake to kind of confirm that he had drowned.
And for the next 16 years, Brian said he and Denise kept a mafia-like oath of silence.
It is riveting testimony. This first-person story of taking a best friend out and killing him.
And you can tell from the jurors that they're on the edge of their seat.
It was strong, emotional testimony. But would it be strong enough to convict? That would be for the jury to say. Now defense attorney Ethan Way rose with his goal set upon demolishing the star witness's credibility.
Mr. Winchester, you're a murderer, isn't it true?
Coming up, will there finally be justice for Mike?
We didn't have a slam dunk case.
Will the jury find as follows?
Does it come to a matter of jurors? It's he said, she said. Pick one.
Yes.
When Dateline continues.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling lights.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling
The prosecution case would live or die by its star witness. Would jurors believe Brian Winchester?
Does it come to a matter of jurors? It's he said, she said. Pick one.
Yes.
Who do you believe?
I believe her. Every day, twice on Sunday.
I had my gun in the boat.
Brian's chilling account of murdering his best friend in a plot with Mike's wife Denise was an award-worthy performance, thought Denise's attorney Ethan Way. Compelling, that is, if you were a sucker for crocodile tears.
He is a well-rehearsed, well-trained, well-timed liar.
Denise's defense boiled down to Brian being an obsessed lone wolf.
He coveted Denise. He had this desire to have her.
The defense said he was the only killer. She had nothing to do with his murderous craziness. In cross-examination, the defense wanted jurors to see that Brian's only goal was to save his own bacon by implicating Denise. And for his efforts, he wasn't charged with murder and got just 20 years in prison for kidnapping her.
You got to jail on August 5th, 2016 on the charges of armed kidnapping. But you didn't straight away go to law enforcement and volunteer the details of the Mike Williams murder, did you?
Absolutely not.
In fact, while you were in jail, you decided you were going to take certain steps to try to frustrate the prosecution of the armed kidnapping case. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir. I was desperate to do anything that I possibly could to avoid going to prison.
Like having a discussion with one jail inmate who offered to kill Denise and get others to lie in his kidnapping case.
He did offer to make Denise go away and make other witnesses in the case go away. And I said, don't ever speak to me of that again.
So you were drawing the line at having witnesses eliminated.
Yes, sir.
You were not drawing the line at having witness testimony and other evidence fabricated.
Correct.
With the possibility of new charges for witness tampering, the defense said that's when Brian agreed to a deal.
In exchange for his deal, he has to throw her under the bus. He has to deliver.
Well, he has to deliver, but he also gets a revenge element. Denise is the one that turned him in. If Denise Williams was involved in this murder in any way, why would she take the one person that can incriminate her and turn him into law enforcement and have him locked up?
As for the actual murder, the defense got Brian to admit it was he and he alone pulling the trigger. Denise was an hour away at home in Tallahassee with the baby.
When you shot Mike Williams at Lake Seminole with a 12-gauge shotgun, was Denise Williams standing there with you?
No, she wasn't. She was in my head behind me.
Is it fair to say that over the years you've been obsessed with Denise Williams?
Obsessed. Denise and I were best friends. We were Bonnie and Clyde. We were partners in crime.
Then why, the defense asked, was his Bonnie in the dark about what actually happened at the lake?
Denise Williams had no idea that you shot her husband in the face with a shotgun, did you?
Correct. I tried to tell her about it one day, and she did not want to know the details. She told me that she assumed that what we had planned did not happen, and God was going to forgive us.
In the end, the defense attorney got Brian to tell jurors exactly why they should not believe him.
Mr. Winchester, you're a murderer, isn't it true?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Winchester, you're a liar, isn't it true?
Yes, sir.
You got him to say yes to both those things.
I have probably in 20 years never had a witness come right out and say boldly and emphatically that they are a liar.
In his final remarks to the jury, attorney Ethan Way argued if you exclude Brian's lying testimony, you're left with nothing forensically, evidentially tying Denise to the murder.
This case is only about Brian Winchester. It is only about him killing Mike Williams. It is only about him doing the most heinous thing that can be done.
In his closing remarks, Prosecutor Fuchs pointed to Denise.
That one person sat here and listened to Brian Winchester described how he had shot and killed her husband, the man she supposedly loved and cherished. Absolute stone face. Didn't bat an eye, didn't shed a tear.
With that, the jury had the case. And remember, a point easy to lose sight of, it was Denise on trial for murder, not Brian. The waiting began.
Did you feel pretty good about things?
I was feeling pretty confident. I mean, I wasn't 100% sure either, like we didn't have a slam dunk case.
There is no evidence, there is no proof. She did nothing wrong.
She just has the story told by the ex-husband.
Exactly.
Late that night, about 8 hours into deliberations, a verdict. Cheryl had waited 18 years for this moment.
State of Florida versus Denise Williams.
Cheryl's jaw dropped when she heard the decision.
We, the jury, find the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder.
Guilty on all counts.
We got justice for Mike, and this was about justice for Mike. He loved Denise. His wedding ring was on his hand when they found his remains.
The murder conviction meant a mandatory life sentence for Denise Williams. She also received 30 years for conspiring with Brian Winchester to commit the crime. Then, nearly 2 years later, a 3-judge appellate court threw out the first-degree murder conviction, finding the state failed to prove Denise actively participated in the crime at the time it occurred. Her conviction for conspiracy to commit murder stands, and Denise Williams remains in prison.
Cheryl, this is an important day as we sit here, isn't it? This is an anniversary day.
Yes, sir. It's the 18th anniversary of Mike's disappearance. Now that I now know that it's his murder.
What'd you learn about yourself in the midst of all this?
I do believe in what's right, and I will stand up and I will fight for that.
Despite the conviction, Cheryl said her fight isn't quite yet over. What was once a struggle to find out what happened to her son is now a struggle to return her estranged granddaughter Ansley back to the family. That child who lost so much one blustery day long ago. A father, and now in slow-motion justice, a mother too. Lust and greed setting a banquet of sorrow for all.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
This is Sky News Today. It's 10 o'clock. Here are the headlines. It's revealed the government's Rwanda policy has cost £240 million so far, with the figure set to rise, despite it never being used. The Prime Minister is facing a Tory revolt in the Commons over his plans to tackle illegal immigration, but remains defiant his plan will work. Footage emerges from northern Gaza, appearing to show the Israeli military detaining dozens of Palestinian men, with some stripped to their underwear. Two people have been arrested after Sir Keir Starmer was confronted by pro-Palestine activists in Glasgow, accusing him of facilitating genocide in Gaza. We reveal how rising temperatures could damage our airports, rail network and power stations if the world wavers on net zero targets.
There was Christmas Eve, babe, in the drunk tank.
And huge crowds are due to turn out in Ireland for the funeral procession of Pogues frontman Shane MacGowan, who died last week.
Sang a song.
Very good morning. £240 million. That is the cost so far of Rishi Sunak's Rwanda policy to tackle illegal migration, even though not one flight has yet taken off for the East African country. Labour brands the revelation incredible, asking how many more blank cheques will the PM write before coming clean about the scheme. Well, the Prime Minister insists his latest immigration plan will work, but the issue is threatening to tear the Tories apart. Well, the latest figures show that £100 million has been spent on the Rwanda immigration policy in the current financial year. Now, that is on top of £140 million that the government has already paid out. It's also expected that another £50 million will be incurred in the coming year. Well, it takes the total cost of the policy so far up to £290 million. Well, the new Minister for Legal Migration, Tom Pursglove, told Sky News that the money would ensure that Rwanda was ready to receive asylum seekers from the UK as soon as the policy is given the legal green light.
We have always said that this is an economic and development partnership as well as a migration partnership, and we think it's right that we support the Rwandan government with that economic development piece, as well as spending some of that money on some of the costs that are associated with getting the partnership up and running in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of capacity building. And that's particularly important in terms of responding to the Supreme Court judgment, making sure that everything is in place to ensure that this partnership is able to work at the first possible opportunity when we're able to send people to Rwanda.
Well, Labour's Deputy National Campaign Coordinator, Ellie Reeves, said that the government should be spending money on stopping people traffickers instead.
Rishi Sunak says this scheme will work, but his former immigration minister thinks differently. Many on his own benches think differently. It's an unworkable plan. It's the wrong plan. And, you know, the Supreme Court itself said that only about 100 people will be able to be sent to Rwanda under the scheme. Well, 1,000 people arrived in small boats just last week. So it's difficult to see what this plan will actually achieve.
Our political correspondent, Rob Powell, is with us from Westminster. Good morning, Rob. This is all coming to a head, isn't it, on Tuesday? What's happening then?
Well, if we have a look at the money and the letter detailing how much the Rwanda scheme costs first, you set it out earlier, 240 million so far, with 50 million more to come. Actually, only quite a small part of that is related directly to set-up costs in Rwanda for bringing individuals over as part of the asylum scheme. A majority of that is related to what the government calls the Economic Transformation and Integration Fund. It's essentially part of the broader deal signed with Rwanda, which means that the UK pays Rwanda money to try and promote growth and development in the country. That's most of the money so far has been taken up with that. Now, clearly, it has already led to questions about value for money, given that no one has actually been sent there yet, apart from 3 Home Secretaries, of course. All of it is covered by what's called a ministerial direction, which was issued by Priti Patel when she was Home Secretary in April 2022, when essentially what they is directing civil servants to authorise spending, even when the civil service can't say conclusively that it is value for money for taxpayers. So as a matter of process, some of those issues were flagged as far back as 2022. Clearly, people will see this breakdown of costs as proof, if you like, of some of the concerns about value for money that were being flagged back then. In terms of Rishi Sunak's legislation, that was clearly presented before the Commons yesterday, although the first chance for MPs to debate and vote on it will be on Tuesday. I think the most interesting thing the Minister said on that this morning was that the government was prepared to listen to concerns and take into account concerns from MPs, and he pointed to the fact that there will be a chance for amendments, changes to be made. What that says to me is that potentially the government is trying to stave off a rebellion next week at second reading to allow the bill to progress to a later stage, because it's at those later stages that MPs that have concerns can try and put forward changes, extract compromises from the government with the threat of rebelling hanging over their head. So what we may well see, and this was the thought of one senior MP I was talking to yesterday, is that on Tuesday actually the bill goes through the Commons with potentially rebels abstaining, just not voting and allowing it through. And then the real crunch moment comes early next year with the potential for changes to be put in to potentially toughen up the bill if you're on the right of the party. But if you're in other parts of the Conservative Party, you maybe want to see it watered down because you're concerned about international law. So it doesn't make any of this easier for Rishi Sunak. It doesn't make any of these big flashpoints go away. It just means it delays it into the new year and crucially gives Downing Street a bit more time to make the case with the party about why their legislation, in Number 10's view, will get flights off to Rwanda and why the party should back it.
All right, Rob, thank you very much indeed. Apologies for the sound of building work going on behind him there. Just some breaking news to bring you while I was talking to Rob, and that is that the judge looking at Prince Harry's libel claim against the Mail on Sunday has ruled that the case must go to trial, according to Reuters. Remember, back in November, the High Court agreed that Prince Harry and other celebrities could pursue their claim against the paper. Well, now we understand where that a judge has said that it must go to trial. More on that as we get it. Well, let's turn our attention to the Israel-Hamas war now, and footage from northern Gaza has emerged. It appears to show the Israeli military detaining dozens of Palestinian men, some of them stripped to their underwear. A warning that some viewers may find the following images distressing. Well, the video widely shared on social media shows those held lined up in rows. Some of them appear to have their hands tied behind their backs. We should say Sky News cannot independently verify when the images were taken. According to Qatari news outlet, Hamas leader Osama Hamdan has said that the detainees were unarmed civilians unrelated to military operations, while a number of Israeli commentators have claimed that the images show Hamas fighters surrendering to the Israel Defense Forces. Well, speaking after the footage emerged, the IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari had this to say.
We investigate who is connected to Hamas and who isn't. We arrest everyone and question them. We will continue to dismantle all the areas until we are done.
Joining me now is Sasha Deshmukh, Amnesty International's UK Chief Executive. Very good morning to you. I'd like to get your perspective, first of all, on those images we were showing on the screen. What do they show to you, and what does Amnesty International know about their provenance?
Well, good morning, Samantha. We need to, of course, know more about the full circumstances around the film, but prima facie, there are some things within this film that certainly could be very alarming. I think I'd like to remind viewers that the Geneva Conventions are very clear about the responsibility of military authorities towards prisoners. Those responsibilities include the treatment of prisoners with sufficient respect for their dignity, and also, for example, other requirements such as the protection of prisoners of war from what's called public curiosity. So I don't, at this point, have independent verification or verification by our own experts of this film, although I know, of course, it's being run by a number of broadcasters and indeed, as you've just shown, has been commented upon by some authorities. But I think it is certainly something that is an important reminder of those clear points within the Geneva Conventions relating to the treatment of prisoners.
And if these are civilians, then nothing to do with Hamas, what does the Geneva Convention have to say about the taking of them as prisoners, and how does that differ from taking hostages?
Well, again, the Geneva Conventions are actually very clear about the responsibilities of military authorities towards civilians. Those responsibilities set out in the laws of war are very, very clear. Amnesty International has had concerns around Israeli actions and the impact of Israeli actions on civilians. And let's remember that the latest figures from the Gaza Ministry of Health are talking around 16,000 civilian deaths in Gaza over the last 8-week or so period. So the rules of war in terms of the treatment of civilians, the rules of war in terms of the responsibility of military authorities to avoid civilian casualties, and indeed the rules of war as far as the detention of any civilians are very, very clear. Again, we don't at this point have myself verification of what's being shown within this film, but it certainly looks very alarming on the surface looking at this film. We also do know at this time that we have very, very concerning information about increased use of arbitrary detention by Israeli authorities, not just in terms of situations and the exact locations of places such as this film, but also in other parts of the occupied Palestinian territories, notably the West Bank as well. So there are some very deep concerns, very, very deep concerns about the treatment of civilians in terms of detention, of course, on top of the very, very alarming situation that we believe exists in terms of the way in which civilians have been impacted by this conflict and impacted by Israeli actions. Of course, we all need to remember that Israeli civilians as well have been impacted within this conflict, of course, in the events of the 7th of October, and we need to remember there are still hostages who are being held. Again, that's a very important point to recall. But no war crime justifies another war crime. And we do have deep concerns that there are war crimes that are taking place. And it's why Amnesty International believes that thorough independent investigation, in particular the investigation by the International Criminal Court, is so important now. And a ceasefire is also so important now.
In the age that we live in, where it's not just a war of hostilities on the ground, it's also an information war, isn't it? How much harder is the job that you're doing? And it certainly creates its complications for the journalistic community as well.
Well, there certainly are difficulties for the journalistic community, and we should remember that there are colleagues of yours within that journalistic community who have been casualties of this conflict, and actually the level of casualties for journalists has been severe. The restrictions also on journalists independently covering this conflict have also been severe. I think this is why the work of organisations such as Amnesty International, but there are also other expert bodies, and critically, of course, why we support so much the work of independent investigators such as the International Criminal Court is so important. Amnesty International, through our evidence lab, puts considerable work into verifying information that we receive, and when we do comment on that information, such as on the 5th of December, when we commented on evidence that showed that US munitions had been used in 2 Israeli airstrikes that had killed civilians, that's the result of considerable evidence verification work. Of course, that work has to be intense, it's important. It is made more difficult by some of the issues to do with access to this particular conflict. And human rights experts such as Amnesty have been excluded from access to Gaza by Israeli authorities for many years now, not just since the 7th of October. So, of course, we use techniques, including important digital techniques, to make sure that we are verifying that information. I think you're right that this is a debate, a public environment where the use of verified information is key. That's why we press so strongly for governments, including the UK government, to not just support International Criminal Court investigation, but ensure it's properly funded as well.
OK, Sasha Deschamok, thank you very much for your time on Sky News this morning. Joining me now in the studio, our defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Good morning to you, Michael.
Morning, Sam.
You've had a look at that footage. What do you make of it?
Context is everything. We don't know what happened before, and we don't know how long this took place or what happened afterwards.
Or even from when they did.
Or when it happened or where it happened. But in itself, this is what forces do. I mean, British forces would do the same. They're up against people who are terrorists, as far as they're concerned, suicide bombers possibly. When anyone has been cornered, say, in the past in Tel Aviv, the security forces hold them under at gunpoint, but they don't get close to them. The first thing says, strip down to your underwear to make sure you haven't got explosives strapped to you. And at that point, the suicide bomb will either blow themselves up or they haven't got weapons on them. They haven't got charges on them. So taking people prisoner, this is the first thing that they would do if they think they're dealing with terrorists. So it's all about context. But then you don't want them to put their own clothes back on in case they've got something still inside their clothes. You want to give them something. You've got to give them smocks. So where are the 10,000, 50,000 smocks or some other form of basic clothing which the IDF has ready for these eventualities? Maybe they're there, but we don't see it. And again, the IDF are making this up, as they go, which shows how relatively unprepared they are for the implications of this whole operation. And the point is, how long does this last for? If that lasted an hour or 2 hours, that's okay. If this process lasted several hours or overnight and they weren't given alternative clothing, then that's not okay. That's abusive. That's not reasonable. But this in itself is not unreasonable if you're trying to weed out terrorists. Now, then the other problem is processing. The IDF say, well, look, we've taken all these people captive. They've emerged from the tunnels and the buildings. Some of them may well be civilians who are sheltering. Some of them may be Hamas fighters. We've got to work them out. I did some calculations on the demography of Gaza a little while ago. And without going into the calculations, there are about, by my calculation, there are about 600,000 men who look like this. 600,000 men of about this age, about this facility, and the Israelis are trying to find the 20,000 Hamas fighters, terrorists, that they say they're now trying to account for, either capture or kill. So they're looking for 20,000 terrorists among a population of men of this age of about 600,000. Okay. So this is going to take some time. And when they process them, that too is going to take some time, because these men, say the civilians within them, the journalists who are reputedly among these, they're going to have to prove that they're not Hamas terrorists, or that they're not part-timers for Hamas, that they turn out at the weekend with an AK-47 occasionally. That might take a long time. So this is only the beginning of a process. The IDF have really got their work cut out here, and believe me, they haven't thought very much about it.
Michael, thank you very much. I think you're coming back next hour to talk to us about the situation on the ground. Thank you. Meanwhile, 2 people have been arrested in Glasgow. That was after Sir Keir Starmer was confronted by pro-Palestinian activists. Well, protesters gathered around the Labour leader as he arrived at the city's train station, accusing him of facilitating a genocide in Gaza by refusing to back a ceasefire. We have contacted Labour for comment. A bit more breaking news to bring you this morning. A 16-year-old boy has been arrested on suspicion of murdering a woman who was shot dead in East London. Leanne Gordon died at the scene after the shooting in Hackney on Tuesday this week. The Metropolitan Police say that the arrested teenager was detained during the early hours and is in custody. And the funeral of the Pogues singer Shane MacGowan will be held in County Tipperary today. A procession is expected to begin at around 11 o'clock in Dublin, with Johnny Depp, Nick Cave and the Irish president to be in attendance. The singer died last month at the age of 65. Our Ireland correspondent Stephen Murphy is in Tipperary, where the funeral will take place.
A real icon of modern Irish pop culture being laid to rest today, and it'll be a funeral in 2 parts. So initially, later on this morning, we'll see a procession through the streets of the south inner city of Dublin. His hearse will be brought there at around 10:30, and then a procession led by a very well-known band, the Artane Band here in Ireland, will take place at around 11 o'clock through some of the streets of the south inner city, close to where he and his wife Victoria lived in recent years. The singer passed away last week from a bout of pneumonia at the age of 65. He was born in Kent to Irish parents back in 1957, but grew up largely here in this area outside Nina, here in County Tipperary, and it was credited, this area, with infusing him with a love of céilís and traditional Irish music, which he took with him then when the family moved back to England later in his life, and that's where he then moved to London and founded the Pogues and rose to international stardom, most especially for his famous Christmas anthem, Fairy Tale of New York. So after the procession in Dublin, which the family felt was important to bring a public element to the funeral, to allow fans to say goodbye to Shane MacGowan, he'll come down the M7 motorway here to Nina in County Tipperary. It's around 2 hours by car from Dublin, and then at the Church of St Mary of the Rosary here in the town in Nina, the funeral mass will take place at around 3:30. It'll be attended by dignitaries like the President of Ireland. We're also expecting figures like Johnny Depp, who was Shane MacGowan's best man at his wedding to his wife Victoria back in 2018, the Australian songwriter Nick Cave, and the Oscar-winning songwriter Glenn Hansard, who was a great friend of Shane MacGowan, and we're believed that he was basically directing the music for this funeral and is expected to perform as well. Music, as you would expect, is going to play a very prominent role in the service here, and he will then be taken through the streets of Nina, eventually at a family-only private cremation a bit later on this morning, as Ireland says goodbye to one of its most colourful and iconic characters.
You're watching Sky News Today. Do stay with us. Coming up, passengers stranded for hours in the cold and the dark after parts of London's railways were brought to a standstill. And we'll hear from the former Vice President of the European Parliament in her first televised interview since being arrested and imprisoned for months.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Mandarin deliberations.
All right, it just fit, too.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Now, spare a thought for the hundreds of passengers who were stranded on trains in London last night after a serious fault with overhead cables outside Paddington Station. Well, it forced all of the services to stop, affecting the National Rail, the Elizabeth Line and all trains to Reading. Passengers on some trains had to walk on the tracks to the nearest station, while Network Rail tried to fix the issue. Many described being left for hours in cold and darkness when the backup batteries ran out. We're sorry to passengers delayed after a fault with the overhead cables. We've had to stop all services while our engineers work as fast as they can to fix the issue. Anyone planning travel tonight or tomorrow morning should check National Rail inquiries for the latest on the disruption. Well, Milena Veselinovic joins us now. She has more. Sounds awful, doesn't it, Milena? On top of all the chaos because of the industrial dispute, then you get this.
Yeah, it looked really horrible and grim, Samantha. Passengers posted on social media that they were stuck up to 4 hours with little to no information about what was actually going on. And because it was dark, it was getting colder and colder because the power was out. Some of them posting on X that they couldn't even go to the bathroom. You can see them really huddling in the darkness, lit up by their mobile phones. There were people with children on board that we saw, and all of them not really knowing what was going on. And this is how eventually a lot of them left the trains, evacuating along the train tracks in dark. It was described as something out of wartime by one of the passengers. Certainly looks like a really eerie and uncomfortable experience. And because this affected Paddington, it's one of London's busiest stations, it affected not just National Rail and the London Underground, but also Heathrow Express, because it goes from Paddington, which meant thousands of people were really struggling to get to their flights. And then after they made it out, of course, there was a scramble as well for taxis, a huge mess. And it also turns out that a few celebrities were also caught up in this ordeal. Musician James Blunt tweeted that he was stuck outside Paddington Station and he was running out of wine and peanuts. Quite an emergency, Samantha. He tweeted at Domino's for some emergency pizza. I'm not really sure how that resolved. But also Rachel Riley, TV presenter, she was also also stuck on board. She posted a celebratory selfie once it was clear that they could evacuate the train. But it is a serious issue. It affected thousands of people. National Rail says the engineers worked through the night to solve it, but it is not completely solved. And what they're saying is that if you are planning to travel out of Paddington today, check first, but it's not clear that all services are ready to resume yet.
All right, Milena, thank you very much indeed. Let's have a quick look at the weather.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Sponsored by Qatar Airways.
The weather remains on the mild but unsettled side, with further wet and windy spells and a risk of localised flooding. Rain will slowly clear North East Scotland and the Northern Isles today, and this morning's mist and low cloud will lift to sunny spells for eastern England. Further west, it's windy with widespread showers or longer spells of rain. There will be some sunny spells between the showers, but heavy and frequent downpours are likely to affect parts of Northern Ireland.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
You're watching Sky News Today. Do stay with us. Coming up, the Home Office reveals the Rwanda immigration policy has cost £240 million so far, despite it never being used. We'll bring you all the latest reaction.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
I'm hearing
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Earlier this hour, we brought you the breaking news that a 16-year-old boy has been arrested in connection with the fatal shooting of Leanne Gordon in East London. She was shot and killed on Tuesday evening in Hackney. Sky's Emma Birchley joins me now. Emma, what more do we know?
So the Metropolitan Police confirming that a 16-year-old boy has been arrested on suspicion of the murder of Leanne Gordon. He was arrested in the early hours of this morning. Just to remind you, it was on Tuesday evening in Vine Close in the Lower Clapton area in the borough of Hackney that there were reports of gun being fired. 3 people were injured in that gunfire incident. Now, attempts were made to save the life of Leanne Gordon at the scene, but very sadly, she was pronounced dead there in Hackney. 2 others, a 20-year-old man, a 16-year-old boy, were taken to hospital and have since been discharged. But despite the fact there's been an arrest, police making it clear that they still would like any information that anyone has for people to come forward. They want to provide Leanne's family with answers, a family who described Leanne as having a heart of gold, and the police making it clear there is a very visible police presence in the Hackney area, both local and specialist officers, as they continue this investigation. So just to confirm, a 16-year-old boy was arrested in the early hours of this morning and is being questioned right now on suspicion of Leanne's murder.
Emma, thank you for the update. Now, Rishi Sunak is facing fresh pressure over his Rwanda policy after it emerged that the cost of the scheme has already reached £240 million, despite the fact it has never been used. Well, let's take you through just how we got here. Well, the plan to deport failed asylum seekers to Rwanda was first announced in April last year by the then Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. 3 months later, the first deportation flight was cancelled just minutes before takeoff, following a last-gasp intervention by the European Court of Human Rights. In December last year, the High Court ruled that the government's Rwanda policy was lawful, but a group of asylum seekers selected for deportation took the case to the Court of Appeal. Then, in June, the Rwanda deal was ruled unlawful by the Court of Appeal, with judges concluding that it is not a safe country. Well, the government appealed to the Supreme Court, and last month, on the 15th of November, 5 justices unanimously ruled that the policy was unlawful. And then, on Tuesday, the Home Secretary, James Cleverly, flew to Rwanda to sign a new treaty with the country aimed at salvaging the stalled policy. Well, joining me now is Fiza Qureshi, the Chief Executive of Migrants' Rights Network, who is in Woking in Surrey. Very good morning to you. I'd just like to start by asking you, are there any circumstances or any set of conditions under which you would approve of the Rwanda plan?
I don't think there are any, unfortunately. We are really concerned that this Rwanda bill is going to potentially be a blueprint for further treaties, further legislation to make other countries deemed safe. So we're really worried that schemes like this are being pursued. You've already talked about the exorbitant cost that's been put in place, that there's an additional extra 50 million that is to follow. So it's not going to be 240, it's going to be 290 million, possibly at the end of the scheme, if there is an end. And there's been no transparency or oversight on what the additional costs are going for or towards, and what the ceiling will be. I think what we are disappointed that the main criticism has been around the money that's being thrown at it, and not that it is morally wrong, it lacks compassion, and it's trying to circumvent human rights legislation.
And is your issue particular to the fact that it is Rwanda? Because it's not novel, is it, a country using a third country to process their asylum claims?
I mean, as you kind of detailed already, it's gone through 3 courts, and the Supreme Court, the highest court in the UK, has deemed the country unsafe. I think we would be opposed whether it was any other third country. And the point being is that the UK has its own moral obligation and duty to provide refugee protection and support to those who are seeking sanctuary. And we really can't derogate that and pass that on to other countries to do what is meant to be our duty. So I don't think we would be opposed whatever country was proposed next.
What do you think of the government's proposal to remove the right of asylum seekers to appeal the decision?
I mean, this is appalling, again, circumventing human rights legislation, people's rights to have appeals. And appeals are an important part of the asylum process. What you find is many people will get their first kind of asylum application refused and then actually get it granted on appeal. So the appeal process is such a huge part, sadly, because the initial decisions tend to be wrong. And that appeal process has to be available to people, and it has to be available in countries so that they're still in the UK when that appeals process is taking place.
Well, it is such a huge process, as you described, that it's also created a massive backlog, hasn't it? And how do you propose the government deals with the backlog? What's the alternative?
I mean, we're still unclear as to why they aren't processing and dealing with the backlog. That investment could have been put into making that process, that backlog, more efficient, but really about making sure that the decisions and the assessment of those asylum claims are just, based on equality, and those decisions aren't being rushed through. What we would really have liked was an investment in schemes like the Ukrainian humanitarian scheme, where people are able to come into the UK through safe routes, that there is a process, and they're not kind of left with this threat of Rwanda hanging over them. We'd really like the investment to be placed in kind of accommodation, asylum accommodation, which is obviously now we've got money being thrown at barracks and barges, and instead of going to the local authorities so that they can help alleviate, people being left homeless and on the streets this winter.
And so how far do you think, sorry for interrupting, that £290 million, if it were to be spent here, how far could it go, do you think, in helping to alleviate the problems with the system?
I mean, I'm not an economist, and I don't know how much it would do, but it would go some way. Local authorities have been desperate and calling for better investment and more investment from central government for its housing crisis, and that housing crisis for everyone, not just for refugees and asylum seekers. But I don't think the problem is alleviated by giving that money to another country to basically deal with our with asylum seekers who are coming to the UK.
All right, thank you very much indeed for your time on Sky News this morning. Now, Britain's critical infrastructure will be at greater risk of damage from extreme weather if the world wavers on its commitment to net zero targets. That's according to an exclusive analysis for Sky News of more than 20,000 key buildings and structures. Our science correspondent Thomas Moore has been looking at why British power stations, transport networks and airports are all more likely to be damaged or disrupted.
All of this has been restocked. We lost the entire first floor.
Twice this year, the Hastings Furniture Charity has been thigh-deep in water, submerged after torrential rain. Downpours will become more common and more intense as the climate changes in future.
Our next building really ought to be on stilts. We've got another property over in the next town along in Bexhill that also flooded, not on the same weekend, on a separate weekend. So, you know, I'd definitely maybe have a bit of a ramp up to the next building.
Britain isn't built to withstand increasingly extreme weather. Sky News and the risk analyst Climatex looked at over 22,000 key buildings and structures that the nation depends on to see how they fared at two different future climates. One where average temperatures rise 1.6 degrees after rapid cuts to greenhouse emissions, and the other where they rise 4.3 degrees because of minimal action. So first up, will the lights stay on? Well, Pembroke and Staithorpe power stations provide electricity to nearly 7 million homes. If temperatures rise by 1.6 degrees, then Pembroke is likely to flood every 60 years and Staithorpe every 40 by the end of the century. But if they climb 4.3 degrees, then Pembroke could flood every 42 years and Staithorpe every 17. What about public transport? Well, Climatex mapped the risk to more than 2,000 rail and tube stations. If temperatures rose by 1.6 degrees, then by the end of the century, 61% would be a risk from storms, seen here in dark blue, and 18% from subsidence, that's in green. But with slower climate action, then that increases to almost 100% for storm damage and around 28% for subsidence. In every category of infrastructure that Climatex looked at, the risks increase with rising temperatures. You can see that clearly in the charts. That's power facilities and rail and tube stations again, but also airports and motorway junctions. More are at higher risk of at least one climate hazard in the year 2100 without rapid reduction in carbon emissions.
The UK government has delayed some climate action to save money, but the researchers warn if other countries do the same, there could be higher long-term costs in shoring up and repairing infrastructure.
Going to net zero is expensive, but it's a lot cheaper than doing nothing in the long run. The train station you go to every day to get to work, if that's going to be flooded, it's going to impact you. The more severe the warming is, the higher the warming is, the more frequent those events are going to happen.
The government said it has a 5-year plan to increase the country's resilience to climate risks, with billions being spent on adaptation measures. Thomas Moore, Sky News.
Now, it has been a year since the Vice President of the European Parliament was arrested as part of a corruption investigation. It was known as Qatargate. Eva Kaili, a Greek MEP, was held in prison for 4 months. She was released, but remains a key suspect with the case still ongoing. In her first televised interview since the scandal broke, she spoke to Sky's Europe correspondent, Adam Parsons.
Although I'm innocent, I spent more time in prison than anybody. And according to my Belgian lawyers, I was used as a trophy.
A year ago, Eva Kaili was a politician on the rise, a vice president in the European Parliament.
European businesses and governments every day need
and then a spectacular collapse, arrested by police who found large sums of money in her flat and just down the road detained her father, who was carrying a bag stuffed with cash. It was alleged she had taken money to help promote nations, including Qatar. Kaili was held in prison for 4 months with limited access to her 2-year-old child, but then released. To this day, though, she hasn't been cleared. She insists the bag of money belonged to this man, Pier Antonio Panzeri, a lobbyist who employed her boyfriend. Panzeri has admitted wrongdoing as part of a plea bargain in return for a softer sentence. But a year on, Kaili still protests her innocence and says there's no evidence against her. The money that was found in your apartment, was any of it your money?
Yeah, the money that I kept in the apartment, not in the luggage, they are from our savings, from our bank accounts.
But what of the other bag, the suitcase she removed from the flat and gave to her father?
It was a bag that I didn't recognize with a lot of money, and I wanted to return it to Panzeri. I called the police. I couldn't get access to anyone that knew this case. I wanted to return it to each owner. I didn't know what it was, and I didn't want to know what it was.
And have you ever taken any money from anyone to ask questions, raise topics in Parliament?
No, the only ones who dictate what I do are the citizens that vote for me.
She claims that in prison in Belgium, she was told to confess to a crime or else risk losing her daughter.
They threatened to give my daughter to the social services, and they kept her away from me. I couldn't see her for 1 month. She was 20 months old. She was constantly with me, and suddenly she was not. I was shocked that these things could happen in Europe. My isolation, it's unexplainable.
In a statement, the Belgian prosecutor denied this claim, saying it would be unacceptable under Belgian law, and saying that Kaili had herself asked to be treated differently from other mothers. Kylie claims to have seen documents clearing her name, but alleges the authorities are fearful of political fallout.
They destroyed me. It happens to a vice president. If it's an arbitrary political prosecution, then I don't think citizens would feel safe or they would trust the parliament, and we have to defend the integrity of the parliament.
What do you think is happening here?
I think the whole case was in the hypothesis that all politicians are guilty, that lobbying is corruption, that parliamentary activity and diplomacy traveling to other countries is illegal. It's not.
The prosecutor's office told us it defended its investigation and said the whole case will be heard in open court when presented to a trial judge. For everyone, including Eva Kaili, the wait goes on. Adam Parsons, Sky News, Brussels.
You're watching Sky News Today. Stay with us. Coming up, a fairy tale. Farewell. Shane McGowan.
Christmas Eve, babe, in the drunk tank, an old man said to me, won't see another one, and then...
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying into the night. All the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
It's like a minute. It's like better. Fly Emirates, fly better.
The funeral of the Pogues singer Shane McGowan will be held in County Tipperary this afternoon. A procession is expected to begin shortly in Dublin, with Johnny Depp and the Irish president to be in attendance. We can show you some pictures from Dublin now, where crowds have already started gathering there. The funeral mass will then be proceeding through Dublin through the morning and will ultimately take place around the south inner of the city. That's where McGowan himself lived in Ballsbridge there, and then the funeral will take place this afternoon close to where Shane McGowan used to spend his summers as a boy at his mother's family cottage. Well, joining me now to discuss the legacy of Shane McGowan is the music journalist Matt Charlton. Matt, good to see you this morning. How innovative do you think Shane McGowan's music was?
Incredibly. It really sort of stood out amongst the punk movement of the late 70s, early 80s, in that a lot of them went over to ska and a lot of them stayed in punk and new wave. But what he did was he blended classic Irish folk music with that sort of really harsh, unforgiving North London sound. And with that, it brought a lot of people in because it really reflected the Irish immigrant experience in London at the time as well. It united a lot of different factions.
Yeah, I was just going to say, because he was a prominent Irish-English voice, wasn't he? Born in Kent, but with strong Irish heritage. And it was at a time that was very inflamed.
Incredibly inflamed. Yes, he was born in Kent on Christmas Day, which is an extraordinary thing, and also Tunbridge Wells, which is just down the road. Well, it's where I went to school, weirdly, but he's the least Tunbridge Wells person you could possibly think of, obviously. But yes, the times were incredibly, well, it was the middle of the Troubles, as they're called, and I couldn't really put it better than this, this quote that I saw earlier in the week. It's when you were a young Irish immigrant in a city where the locals were a bit afraid of you and you of them, grace and solidarity came roaring from that stage and out of a mouth that looked like a thunderstruck graveyard. And that was author Joseph O'Connor earlier in the week when writing about Shane McGowan. It was an incredibly important thing to have this prominent Irish voice at such a divisive and troubled time.
I mean, he himself was a poet, many would say, wouldn't they, with his lyrics. And a little-known fact about him is that he, as a boy, was quite scholarly. He won a scholarship to the prestigious Westminster School.
He did, yeah, absolutely. He was, little vignette, he was thrown out after 2 years for drinking, but he was incredibly intelligent. You couldn't write those sort of songs and you couldn't have those sort of observations and that heart of a poet without having a very, very high intelligence and a way of sort of stepping out from the crowd and observing what was going on. The whole sort of heavy drinker thing, it wasn't a stage persona. Obviously, we all know that he had his problems, but he had this very contemplative, poetic heart as well. And that's what really kept people there. The lariness was great. The lariness was great showmanship. Actually, I saw him, and I had to double check this with a friend in case it was a false memory. I saw him at the do one of the Pogues shows in the early noughties in Manchester, and he poured a bottle of whiskey over his head. I mean, it was that sort of showmanship. But then up against this was this this poetry, this gentleness. You can't really write something like Fairy Tale of New York, which is a singular Christmas song in that it captures arguments and Barneys and sort of the whole fraughtness we associate with the Christmas season. You can't really